The story begins with an arrow piercing through and hitting the monster's eye. The young archer gently places the monster on the top list. Immediately after, he jumped off it and let out a deep breath. This is Jan, a level 93 archer. He received a notification that he had defeated a goblin and gained 597 experience points. Jan thought for a moment before deciding to take about 100,000 gold and then go rest. He then carried his bow further into the shadows as a thick fog rolled by, and from within it, a terrifying two-headed monster slowly emerged. Seeing Yan, it roared loudly to show off its strength. It looked like it was a giant elephant next to a tiny ant. Yan didn't have time to do anything before the two-headed monster swung its clubs down at him. Quickly, Yan used a teleportation spell to vanish behind him and dodge the devastating blow. I just managed to regain my balance and thought to myself that luckily I used the H skill just in time to survive. If I had taken a hit like Sans gun, I'd probably be home for the full moon and the festival. The notification now appears, with 1 minute remaining on the H skill timer. Ian cursed under his breath, but before he could regain his composure, the monster charged at him again, aiming to attack. He reacted swiftly to dodge and had to take it down within a minute. Ian looked around for a moment, then immediately ran away to keep his distance. As the monster approached step by step, he silently thought to himself, I only have one trap left, right? There's no other way, let's go ahead. After setting the trap, Yan loudly shouted, that tall, thick bush is just chasing after the fool. That loyal, disabled, jealous monster. Dad is here. If you're brave, come and eat me. Without hesitation, the two-headed monster immediately lunged towards Jan. He thought he had to time it just right. If you miss by just 0.01 seconds, you'll be done for. As soon as the monster's claw slashes into the ground, Yan quickly times his jump to land on top. The two-headed monster's recent attack triggered the lightning trap Yan just set, stunning it and leaving it frozen. Yan didn't hesitate and quickly drew his bow, while the system silently activated a high-level stun trap, causing the target to be stunned for about 5 seconds, and weakened. Wow! Being stunned for 5 seconds, what else can I do? Just kick it and it's dead. The game is over now. Back to Jan, he seized the opportunity. Die with dad, die with dad. Skill activated, boosting critical hits. Sniper skill is triggered, focus mode is engaged, everything is activated. Yan doesn't forget to jump up and shoot it repeatedly, each shot fired at lightning speed. Bang! It shot straight through the monster. The attack was so powerful that the monster was sent flying hundreds of meters away, and then nothing more. Yan defeated the two-headed elf and gained 98 of the 500 experience points. He calmly approached his loot to see what item he received from which creature. He received the elf warrior's shoes. Yan was stunned. Oh my god. What kind of skill is this? Spying on someone bathing just to get an item from the elf warrior set is as rare as hitting the jackpot. And I ended up with 2 items, truly worth all the days I spent listening to that song. If I converted into money, it would be at least 5 million, enough to support Tianan's baby. Maybe I used up all my luck for the month? But that's not all. What appeared next shocked him even more. It was a crystal. The crystal ball now could only keep calling parents because he couldn't believe that the item appearing before him, a world-famous VR game released half a year ago with over 10 million players, was an extremely popular game dominating the entire electronic gaming industry. When Jainung bought a capsule VR 10 million world for Kylan using the money his parents paid for tuition and all the savings he made from part-time jobs, everyone said he was crazy, and his mother was out of her mind. So, although he started playing 2 months after the game was released, he raised his noble archer character to level 4 in just 4 months. Hunting monsters with his archer character helped him earn about 200,000 gold per hour. From this game, he has earned millions of gold. The problem now is that there is a notice about a major update coming soon to this game, introducing a new region and 3 new classes. Players are excited to hear this news while enjoying Kylan. However, the young man with orange hair looks thoughtful and says, "Don't worry too much about that. Just reset your current character if you want a new one and they'll level it up." Jinung stood beside him, telling him to go hunting together and collect rewards until the new area was updated. If he's lucky, maybe he can earn enough to cover his tuition in just 1 playthrough. That is their plan. Phil Mull is an item that can unlock a hidden class for you from the NPC in charge of class changes. In short, it's an extremely valuable item that he was lucky enough to get, but the problem is it's only for level 10 players who haven't gone through a job change. Jining gritted his teeth in suspicion. If he used it, he would have to remake his character. But after creating a new character and making a lot of money, what should he do next? The young man with orange hair scolds Jinung, calling him a fool. "Are you planning to restart your level 93 bow character? Are you joking with me?" Then it's a waste. Your character is currently ranked among the top in Korea, in the top 1,000 and top 100 in the Archer leaderboard. Are you planning to throw everything away? Jinung asked you. Do you really think I don't know? But that's the first opportunity to unlock a new profession. You can't just throw this item away. The young man with orange hair seriously reminds him to learn more about the hidden profession that is being revealed again. Do you know that there is already a sniper in our guild? Jinjung replied that he knew, as he had gone hunting with him a few times. Do you think the sniper profession is significantly better than the archer profession? Jinjung hesitated and replied that they had once had a pretty big gap, so he wasn't sure. But it's definitely more useful than the naive archer profession. Their range is incredible, and a single shot can be very powerful. But shooting quickly is quite difficult. The biggest disadvantage is that when there are many monsters around, it becomes very limited. Probably so. The young man with orange hair agrees. You mean that just because it's an undercover class doesn't mean it will get stronger? Jinung said he knew. The guy with orange hair gets annoyed listening to you. If you knew that, why would you even consider throwing away your level 93 character? You can easily earn more than 1,000,000 world a day just by hunting with that character. Jinung calls the young man with orange hair. Yun-hyun, why are you playing this game? Yun-hyun was stunned. Huh? Because it's fun. Jin-sung snaps his fingers. It's just home-cooked food. That's the answer. You think the new hidden profession will be fun. Yun-hyun also came to experience your reckless courage. All right, go ahead. You won't stop me anymore. Just be brave and try harder. Jinung now likes it. All right, go back to Kailan. An elderly man with gray hair is sitting on a mat selling something. Jinjung approaches him and the old man asks if he needs anything. Jinjung told him he's looking for a resurrection potion. The old man grinned lecherously. Luckily, you came to the right place. He pulls out a hot girl to show you off, saying he just got her. But he grips Jinjung's hand, holding the potion tightly, making him flinch. He knows that once he drinks it, all his current powers will disappear. You can't hate him. Jinung's smile is even more terrifying than the old man's. That's why he's going to drink it. The most expensive resurrection potion. If he's lucky, he might get a better profession when he reincarnates. He'll make more money with this new profession. And so Jinung gulped down the entire bottle in one go. His level and stats will be reset at the boss training center. Everyone is struggling hard to practice swordsmanship in front of the villagers. Yan has also been training nonstop for over a day. Just to clarify for everyone, Yan is the name of Jinung's character in the game. Everyone around keeps exclaiming they've never seen such an intense training session before. Tomorrow is the release day for the game's major new update, and a purple light shines down. After scanning, the system announced that Yan has entered the world of the Khan game. The first thing to do is to find the Summoners Guild. After a while of searching, he found the place he needed to go. It seems Yan was the first to step in here, slowly ascending to meet the guild leader Ken at the center to change his profession to Summoner. Although he was advised that the path of the Summoner is not easy and taming monsters is difficult, he still accepted. The guild leader had to confirm once again. Suddenly, Yan takes out the Philmillion orb left by the hero of the continent. The guild master is extremely surprised, and he urges him to quickly give him the hidden profession. The guild master knew he was more amazed than he thought, so he asked him to help catch a blue-eyed wolf in the Ramos Plains, because his son wanted to turn it into a summon beast, but he couldn't handle it. Yan widened his eyes in surprise, knowing that the blue-eyed wolf was a rare level 40 monster. Yet he assigned it as the very first task for a new level 10. He handed him 5 binding magic scrolls to trap the wolf and said that the wolf was only a young one and still weak. The system displayed a quest acceptance screen with the reward being a monster tamer. Yan feels like he's hit the jackpot. This is the hidden profession he's been searching for. The tamer quickly accepted the quest and set out. Although Yan's current level is 10, the data indicates level 30, so this mission isn't too difficult. When he saw the wolf standing on the cliff, unlike the data, its level was 20. Yan wondered if he could handle it with his current level 10. Turn off the system display and Duangkung aims precisely at the lurking wolf on the cliff. Swish! An arrow shot directly into the wolf's body, making it roar in anger as Yan slowly approached. Yan's arrow and bow emit a blue light surrounding them. Suddenly, Yan remembers he needs to capture it alive, and the previous arrow is enough to send the wolf back to the Tamdu River. While lost in thought with his eyes closed, the wolf suddenly lunged from behind, its eyes blank and fierce, snarling and slashing with sharp claws at Yan. Suddenly, Yan threw a punch, gently interacting with the wolf until his jaw almost dislocated. The wolf, feeling sad and tearful, looked pitiful, and at this moment it seemed different from the legendary blue-eyed wolf of the rumors. He stopped using the bow and arrow, instead relying on the law of the right hand to continuously interact, making the wolf roll over on the ground. It felt like meeting ancestors on the other side watching over it. Although Yan had restrained himself, he still failed to use the binding scroll to capture the wolf alive. He had to fatten it up first, then punch it again. He couldn't let it disappear. The wolf's eyes welled with tears. This life was considered a loss. Because too much time has passed, he quickly returns to the center and hands over the binding scroll containing the wolf to the guild leader. He is very surprised to see that Jan has completed this task. You should know that most first attempts at the taming profession usually fail. The guild leader quickly told Jan that taming masters are not suitable for him and suggested he become a master instead. I've never heard of a profession mission that can be set up like this, because this profession is even higher than a tamer. Jan didn't hesitate to accept it and stepped onto the path of becoming the first master tamer. Jan's purple energy spread like a wave around the house, marking an important milestone as he officially became a master tamer. He opened the system panel and decided to tame the red wolf from the previous guide first. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he began to devise a plan. I will become the strongest person with this profession, in a desolate land where giant rocks tower like mountains, and the surrounding scenery is just barren soil and rocks. The scene makes him feel dizzy as he watches a group of summoners stalking the red wolf. When they notice his presence, they start to talk. It seems someone has already switched to a new profession. You're standing behind Long's crowd. Curious, maybe I should stay here and watch what they're doing. The summoners work together, casting various spells, but all their efforts fail and no one can catch the red wolf. That scene makes you secretly feel lucky. It's best to catch the monster you found first. So Jan decided to leave that place to explore his hunting abilities in this mysterious world. With his current stats, he wonders how many wolves he can catch. Seeing the pack of wolves passing by, he decided he had to try to find out. Then, he quickly drew his bow, feeling excited and focused on his target. As time passed and the sun reached its peak, Jan had his first catch. Opening the system panel, Jan checked the stats of the first wolf he caught. This is a level 12 wolf, and its shy personality makes him feel helpless. Do monsters also have personalities? As he continued exploring, the image of the second wolf appeared, shocking him. While the first looked clueless, this one's screen image showed a fierce expression with a challenging gaze. You realize that monsters of the same level can have different stats. Excited like an explorer, Jan decides to hunt more wolves to see which one has the highest stats. Today, I'm going wolf hunting, but my frustration grows as I realize the stats of the other wolves aren't as good as I expected. Meanwhile, the system suddenly announced that your critical hit rate had increased by 1. A wave of excitement surged again as the system declared you had achieved the Wolf Expert title. Having caught a large number of wolves, this title allows you to identify high-level wolves without needing to catch them. Filled with excitement, you radiate confidence. In his eyes, a magic circle with a star-shaped pattern like in the Card Boss movie appeared, activating the analysis function, and his gaze swept over, revealing each wolf's stats clearly. Finally, his eyes settled on a gray-black wolf with blazing red eyes full of hostility. Our eyes meet, but instead of the lyrics about wanting to gaze at you forever, it growls like a challenge, unaware of its limits, rushing forward. Its end was tragic, beaten to the point of losing its shape. Good, it seems you've learned your lesson, the boy said with satisfaction before immediately casting a spell to trap him. Seeing how healthy and strong the wolf's stats are, he couldn't help but feel greedy and smile foolishly like a child seeing candy. What's remarkable is that this wolf isn't ordinary. It has the potential to grow, while the others are marked as unable to develop on the system. You have identified the target and decided to release the other wolves, focusing only on training Lai, the name you have chosen for it. Kneeling before Lai, you smile kindly like a proud father. And from that moment on, the wolf's name was officially confirmed as Lai. Hearing the new name, Lai looked up, eyes shining brightly like a child who just received their favorite treat. The system also confirms that Lai seems to like its name. Lai's loyalty has increased to 5. Both master and servant looked at each other and smiled foolishly like children who had just discovered something wonderful. You're quite surprised. Do you always have a loyalty score like that? The naive days are over. Now you and Lai move forward like two heroic figures. It's time to hunt, so Lai roars out a mighty call in response. In a modern high-rise building, the atmosphere is tense, as if it could be cut with a knife. Our Lotus Society has become weaker since Jin Sung left. Yoon-hyun is sitting at his computer talking to someone and says he will change his profession to summoner. I don't know what he's planning to do with it. When will he come back here? Is the summoner class really that good at fighting? Your eyes scan the posts, criticizing the game, sweat dripping down your forehead, your mind full of question marks. This post expresses the frustration of a summoner player about how slow leveling up is, along with many negative comments that even Hun behind the screen has given up. Jin Hyung recreated his character because of it. After all, he thinks their complaints are justified. At that moment, he also secretly guessed that reaching level 20 and joining the guild might still be a long way off. Meanwhile, in Kailan, the dark sky was painted with brilliant purple streaks. The light from someone's exploding power spreads across half the sky. It's Yan. You and your wolf fight tirelessly, and the system now announces that you have activated the Blessing of the Wind, increasing your speed by 37%. As soon as the arrow was shot, Lai ran after it and attacked the fox. It quickly lunged forward, opening its mouth wide, using its sharp teeth to bite into the target's back. For now, the red fox is injured and can't fight Lai with full strength, especially with the powerful arm support it has. Jinung, who clearly sees that its level and stats are even lower than the red fox, still charges in without any fear. Is it because of its personality? At this moment, I might as well help it a little. All right, you did well. Just a simple compliment like that's enough to make it much happier. It combined its attack with the arrow you shot to finish off the red fox. You have defeated a red fox and gained 265 XP. Summoning beasts Lai also gained 265 XP. Thanks to this result, Jinung realized that our XP is shared equally. I should upgrade Lai to at least level 15. Alright, time to go back to farming. The master and servant sit close together, acting very affectionately, with Lai gently touching his hand. You have activated the basic training skill. The cooldown time is 35 minutes. No wonder it's so obedient. Lai's summoned beast will improve its understanding of the summoner's commands in about 10 minutes. The potential of the summoned beast will increase through training. The current potential of Lai the summoned beast is 65. Whenever Jinshung throws something, Lai immediately runs over to pick it up, truly useful. You have activated First Aid. Ala the summon has recovered 45 health. Lai has to lie still while Jinsung bandages her entire body. She looks so miserable. I've been in charge of you for quite a while now, and finally, after all we've been through, Lai the summoned beast has reached level 15. The source of its power looks truly impressive, but this level-up process is taking much longer than Jinung expected. Maybe it's because I have to share the XP, but training Lai feels really enjoyable. It becomes stronger every time it levels up. Jinsung gently caresses Wu Vai beside him, and he really enjoys it. Lai, should we go hunting some bears? All right, time to head to a new hunting ground. These master and servant are quite in sync with each other. In the new territory, many black bears are gathering in one area. Skill proficiency has increased. Basic summon is now level 2. You have gained 3 skill points. You have learned the active skill Wild Warrior's Blessing. You have learned the basic tactics skill. Jinung feels satisfied with this. The stubbornness is indeed effective. Let's see what these skills can do. Blessing of the Savage Warrior, an active skill with no level or proficiency requirements, requiring 150 mana. The Blessing of the Wild Beast can be applied to yourself and team members for about 20 minutes, increasing attack power by up to 30%, and when applied to summoned beasts, the effect increases up to 100%. After reading each line on the system, I saw that this BF skill looks pretty interesting. Next is the basic tactic. What is this? The system just introduced a new basic passive skill tactic, and the skill level is 0. Even proficiency doesn't matter. The leadership and taming skill stats of the summoner increase by 10%, making summoned beasts easier to understand their master's commands during battles. After reading this message, I was secretly happy. If my leadership skill increases by 10%, I can tame a bear. Let's try to tame the black bears here, and see if there's a bear as strong as Lai. After Jinzung decided to tame it, the bear suddenly froze and stood on 2 legs. Success, thanks to basic tactics, my leadership stat increased a lot. Let's compare the stats with Lai and see. Looking at those numbers, I can't help but wonder if Lai's really a wolf. I wonder when this part, that can evolve, will actually evolve. I've already summoned this bear, now I just gently touch my beloved wolf. Are you resting well? Now it's time to hunt, and together with him, you rush down, using the blessings of the wind and the blessings of the wild warrior. Lai, draw the bear's attention. With your speed, you can easily bite its ear, causing blood to spray and it to roar in pain. This speed is so fast it seems like there are 3 wolves, and the black bear's eyes can't keep up. Jinzung outside praises Lai to motivate him to attack. Good, keep it up. This basic training skill is really impressive. At the same time, Jinzung started aiming and shooting arrows. Lai could fully understand the fighting style she wanted. In an instant, the bear was dead on the spot, as if they had tamed it. Lai's summoning beast has reached level 19, which is amazing. However, he still wants Lai to develop more quickly, as leveling up is slowing down now. If I keep hunting like this, I should do some quests to level up to 20. That's enough for today. As a gamer, I need to have a proper plan. It's getting dark. Jinsung returns to his room to wash up and shower. Before going to bed, he needs to check the community page online. There are probably a lot of losers bragging online. Some complain, others don't believe. Summoning masters are a scam, XP gains are ridiculously slow, and the summoned creatures are not strong at all. After reading the comments, he wondered why they were all negative. It's true that summoners level up pretty slowly, but why are there so many complaints? These reviews are all from people who have reached level 15. The summoner skills require reaching that level or higher to use, but when I checked, there was no one. You're now at level 20, so there should be many people who reached level 15, but there are none. Confusion keeps piling up. Oh, there's someone at level 13. I should read carefully. Their tame skill, wind blessing, and first aid are quite similar to mine. Regarding the possession skill, it is an active skill at level 1. With 55% proficiency, it can take over the soul of one of your tamed monsters. 30% of the possessed monster's soul stats will be added to the summoner's stats. The possessed monster cannot be summoned during the battle. Jinung pondered that he didn't have this cool skill. This skill is pretty good. It's the only way for summoners to survive. And because this skill doesn't share the XP gained with the summoned beast, leveling up is very fast. He wondered how he could fight while inside the body of a pet. It's not like you can just freely change the stats 100%. If you do that, you won't be able to upgrade the summoned beast. That's the best part about being a summoner. I feel a bit regretful that I don't have this skill, but honestly, I don't really want it either. So maybe there are skills that a normal summoner doesn't have after all. He wants to become more special, to have what others don't have. When he's relaxing and having a little more to drink, he can immediately realize it. Oh, right, it's basic training. Although there's not much information, from what has been found, a master tamer has fewer combat skills than an ordinary summoner. But raising a summoned beast to become stronger feels much more worthwhile, so Jinung must be heading in the right direction. Tomorrow I plan to try to catch a rare and unique beast. It's 4 a.m. now, and I'm locked inside Kailan to activate the level. I will level Lai up to level 20 before myself. After a long, exhausting night, I finally finished activating it. All right, Lai, go ahead. The next day, they continued their hunting. The Blessing of the Wild Warrior has been activated. Basic training is now enabled, and the weakness targeting skill is activated. They still use their old, coordinated tactics, with Jin Suong standing in front to shoot arrows and Lai following up with an attack. You have defeated an Asian black bear. The fierce-looking black bear is just a facade. It only roars but can't really fight back. Maybe because Lai has become much stronger. Not long after, they received 545 XP. This time, I finished off a monster much faster than I expected. I've hunted here before when I was a level 35 archer, and my hunting speed is also faster than last time. I didn't expect that just leveling up 5 times would make such a clear difference. One person and a wolf continue hunting tirelessly, but upon closer look, the one over there is standing on 2 legs and looks bigger than the others. Immediately, he used the scouting skill and learned that its other name is Shadow Bear, the rarest creature called Mong. Jin Sung was cautious, unsure if he could catch it. Suddenly remembering he had released that bear last time, so his leadership stat is still too low to catch it now. Maybe after this event, his determination to level up will become even stronger. Next time I go to town, I'll buy a bunch of new soul contract scrolls. Forget that big bear, he and Lai keep fighting other monsters. Lai's combat power is almost on par with his, so a level 38 beast is no big deal. The 2 beasts clash, but it's clear that Lai's speed is on full display. In just a moment, he was able to defeat that shadow bear. After the fight, he gained 1045 XP, while Lai had already reached level 20. Jinung is quite proud and confident in his pet's abilities. That's impressive. After reaching level 20, you can do everything in Kailan, such as joining this guild, dungeon quests, or exploring the maze, as well as many other missions that require level 20. He checks the system message to see what items he received. You received Asian black bear meat, Hunter's battle hammer, and the Eternal Darkness necklace. Among these 3 items, you only pointed to the second one and said you've never seen this item before. It's time to use the appraisal scroll. Check the abilities of the necklace. This is the one-of-a-kind Immortal Darkness necklace, intelligence limit of 35 or higher, durability 124 out of 124. Regarding the options, it increases stamina by 15% and reduces skill cooldowns by 20%, an untraceable necklace created with abyssal darkness. It is a valuable and rare item. Jinung is feeling very happy to know its worth. I already have a pretty good necklace from the auction house, but this one is much better. Plus, he's so arrogant, he really thinks he's superior. As for this item, I have no objections now. Let's see how much Lai's stats have increased. Attack increases to 4, defense to 2. As for speed, I was incredibly shocked when I saw it. What is this? Could it be that monsters become stronger when they level up? No, this is impossible. Its growth rate isn't normal, this definitely isn't a coincidence. I have to find out the cause now. While some are anxiously searching for answers, the beast just sits beside, giggling innocently. Then a flash of light appeared in his eyes. Could it be Lai's potential? He stared intently at Lai, and the answer was her potential score. The basic training skill had increased Lai's potential. Every time the potential stat increases by 10, the growth rate of the stat also increases. I knew it, the basic training skill is broken. I was right, hidden classes also have their own unique skills. All monsters also have their own potential stats, which determine their growth rate when leveling up. In other words, a monster's class increases based on its potential, and training skills are what boost it. Based on those reasons, Jinung decided to allocate all remaining skill points to basic training. Basic training has reached level 5 and has been upgraded to intermediate training. This is an active skill. It has no level or proficiency. After 25 minutes, it will cool down once. Choose a pet to enter training mode for 15 minutes, and the summoned beast in training will better understand its owner's commands. The potential of the summoned beast will increase when repeating the training mode. The potential points will level up the intermediate training skill. After reading the information, he felt it was lucky for him because he saved the skill points instead of going to catch that bear. It was such a relief to uncover that big secret. So, Lai's potential is now 94 and will soon reach 100. Looking at the clock, he was a little disappointed in himself for wasting almost an hour just to find the answer. Jinjung and Lai stand up again, ready to go find more experience as quickly as possible. They haven't eaten anything all morning, so they grab a delicious sandwich. If I had tried harder in my studies, I would probably be a lawyer or a doctor by now. At this moment, he was back home exploring and learning on his computer. Oh, it's a video about dark witches. The skeletons look so adorable. Maybe that's why he's praising Jutruwang Vaijin Sung, then suddenly hitting him after the previous sentence. As he keeps reading, he notices many strange things. Huh? Besides Yunhun's switchboard, I don't think anyone else would call, right? When you checked, you knew it was a strange number, but answered anyway to see who was on the other end. Hello, is this Jinung's number? My name is Eljun, a teaching assistant in the virtual reality department at Korea University. Do you know Professor Eljin Guch? Jinjung answered frankly. Of course I do. He is the head lecturer of the department. Suddenly LJ Hun wanted him to contact him, which made him confused and want to know the reason, but he said, I think it's because of your grades. He looked like he was about to explode, going crazy, tears welling up. Could it be that I'm under academic probation? Seeing the situation getting more unstable and already late, I can't rest and still have to deal with these things. Miss, what will happen if I don't call the professor? He said he would send your grades by email, and of course not to your personal email address. Jinsung's face turned pale. Sweat dripped down, and he clenched his teeth, worried. If my dad sees my score, I'm doomed. Deep down, he already had a guess of what his dad's reaction would be. Dark and gloomy, with a haunting voice, I am very disappointed in my son. Just by imagining it, I already saw myself being used, possibly being caught and taken back while enjoying my youth. That's why I decided to call the teacher, and she agreed to meet with me next semester, secretly wishing me luck to get through this ordeal. Jin Hyung hurriedly looked for the teacher's number to contact him. Hello, sir. I am Jin Sung. I heard you were looking for me. May I know what you need? Is it because of my grades? The teacher responded firmly. That's right. Is everything still okay? Why aren't you participating in any club activities, and why are you already under academic probation from the very first semester? I only have 2 failing grades, and the teacher is thinking about giving me a 3rd one. Jin Sung feels bitter as the teacher seems to be threatening him. What the hell does he want from me? Even though I'm angry, I have to control my temper over the phone. What should I do, sir? First, please tell me why I didn't participate in the school activity. He thought carefully before giving a satisfactory answer. I can't say it's because I was busy playing video games. What should I say? Oh, I got it, sir. You know that. The reason I chose the virtual reality major is because I admire its unlimited potential. One of the reasons virtual reality is currently attracting worldwide attention is because of the game can, right? So I think I have to enter the scene by playing this game. The teacher immediately responded with a question. Do you mean you're not studying because you spend all day playing games? Jinung immediately argued back. It's not because I play games or anything. Sir, I want to learn about the extraordinary world of the Kayan game. Since he used that as an excuse, you also asked out of curiosity what level he's at. If you play that much, you should at least be in the top rankings of Korea, right? Hearing this question, I immediately felt a bit regretful. Damn it, if only I hadn't reset. Well, here's the thing, sir. I initially reached level 93, but recently I reset my character, so now I'm level 20. I find that funny. Do you think I'm an idiot? Don't you realize I'm saying that to avoid trouble? Jinjung knows full well that he's really trying to avoid trouble, but it's unavoidable. So do you want to make a bet with me? Let's see if you're telling the truth or not. I'll try to reach level 93 before the new semester starts. If I can level up from 20 to 93 within the given time, wouldn't that prove I was at level 93 from the start? JJNG completely agrees with you. Yes, that's right. I am also quite interested in Khan. If you succeed, I won't restrict your studies. But if you fail, not only will your studies be restricted, but your parents will also receive your grades for this semester and the next. And you must participate in our department's activities. Although it's a bit difficult, this is also an opportunity for Jinzung to change the situation. Oh, right, but if I win the bet, you'll let me sit in all your classes. Even if I skip school, I don't think Young can do it, so I accept it completely. Hearing this benefit, my eyes lit up. Your promise to keep your word. Thank you, sir. I will do my best, as there isn't much time left. We will have to work harder. Anyway, the original plan was to return to the previous level before the end of the break, and I managed to avoid academic probation during the first term, so this is actually good. I'll be with him so I don't have to go to school. I'm sure I can do it. First, you need to join the Lotus Society. However, right now, you're only level 20, and the Lotus Society prioritizes 3 times your level, which is level 60. Even if the manager can send a join request for Jinung, he doesn't think you'll be accepted. Do you still want to continue? Jinung still follows his original plan and wants to join. I'm a close friend of the club leader and also friendly with the main members, so there's no problem. He has sent a join request for you and you'll be registered automatically once the leader approves. All right, knowing about this in advance, Jinung privately messaged Yoon Hyun, or rather, Hyun, should I let him approve it? But he's no longer active. It's okay, I'm not in a rush anyway, he'll accept it eventually. Next is the auction house, where I will change all my equipment. This is a privilege reserved for wealthy new players. He will upgrade to the best equipment suitable for his current stats. The bonus points from the summoner class do not add to melee attack, but increase the stats that enhance summoning. For example, later on I will rely more on summoning beasts. Jin Zung is still hesitating, wondering if there is any item that can increase his summoning stats. For example, he recalls that power. He observes each weapon displayed. Suddenly noticing that Nature Mother's headband has durability up to 224, 224. The 24 customization options include a 25% increase in stamina, making it a hero-level headgear accessory. The item requires level 25 and is a type of weapon with special abilities. Summoned creatures will gain 20% stamina and 15% combat power, with a 15% chance to dodge attacks. This is amazing. He happily bought it for 150,000 gold. The final summoner class item is finally on sale, but even though he's using it now, he still has many unanswered questions. Wait, maybe the other items with the Mother Nature ring are all for the Moon Summoner, so he kept searching for this item repeatedly. Mother Nature also has other special items called Mother Nature's Staff. The combat power ranges from 150 to 165, with durability at 2011 out of 201. The options are Intelligence at 21% and Leadership at 35. This is also a hero-grade accessory. The item requires level 20, with 40 power and 20 lightning affinity, and summoned beasts increase combat strength by 35%. Summoning beasts increases the chance of a critical hit by 15%. It's getting harder to choose now. I'm at a crossroads. Should I use a bow or a staff? And so he bought it because he knew he couldn't use the bow forever. It was a bit early, but getting used to a different style of melee combat wasn't a bad idea. Holding the staff a bit awkwardly, but it's okay. Jin Zung stepped outside to look for something, so he summoned Lai to accompany him. The mid-range training still works even in town, so he had to use it as soon as the cooldown was over. He looked up at the sky and smiled brightly. It was time to find some quests and then head out on the street. Everyone's attention was focused on Jin Zung. Wow, he's a summoner. Women admire him, but men envy him. That can be clearly seen in the envy in their eyes. I heard that leveling up as a summoner is very painful. I still haven't seen any summoners above level 15, Jinung whispered to Lai. Now, let's do the Golem quest. We can get double experience by completing this mission, and I will take all the experience for myself. Looking around, he finally found it. The quest NPC. He comes over to wave warmly. Lapis, it's been a while, but when I greeted him, he looked at me like I was some stranger. This NPC will forget me even if I re-establish the connection, but luckily he still remembers me. Oh, look who it is. Isn't that Yan? It seems like the friendship with the NPC isn't being reset. Luckily, Jinung just asked about you. Has this commander been causing trouble in Golem lately? Lapis frowned. I'm struggling with the new Golem camp we've just set up. The reconnaissance unit doesn't have enough soldiers. Can you introduce me to a few mercenaries I can train? Jin Chung confidently said, I plan to help myself. He immediately became a bit suspicious. You? Well, that's good enough. But it would be better if there were more people. Check the system for information about conquering Golem camp in the Somua Valley. The volunteer soldiers are led by the commander in Lucan village. Lapis is calling everyone to undertake the Golem conquest mission. Join the soldiers and raid Golem camp. Before making a decision, he suddenly remembered this was a team mission. It hurts. Who can I bring with me? I don't think there's a level 40 demon in the guild. Commander, can you delay the assault a bit until I can form a team? Lapis is quite reasonable, so she agreed happily. Of course, at least I can do that. So then, could you clear out a few scout Golem outside the camp beforehand? Eliminate the scout Golem in the Somua Valley and lead the volunteer soldiers in Lucan village. Lapis orders the mercenaries to eliminate some Golem scouts before the soldiers act. Kill at least 10 Golem scouts and return safely. This also has some difficulty but only rewards the armor of the volunteer soldiers. Seeing that he's generous and easygoing with me, Jinung will go on a trip and come back. It takes nearly 30 minutes. Really annoying, but I have no other choice. It's like doing it reluctantly to see if Yoonhyun Hyde is active or not. Ah, here they are, the two sides exchanging messages. Can Yoonhyun accept my application? The message was immediately replied to. You're already level 20? Well, I've accepted. How did you level up to 20 so quickly? Even an evil wizard doesn't level up that quickly. Jinzung creates opportunities for my friend to compete and try harder. You understand me. I'll catch up with you soon. Play more with your friend, sure. Level up quickly, without you. I have to struggle with many things. Since the opportunity arose, Jinsung looked for this teammate. Do you know anyone around level 40 in our guild? Unfortunately, there isn't anyone, so he has to handle it himself. It's better to ask a guild member to introduce you to a good guild rather than forming a team with strangers. Immediately, a notification appeared that Yan had joined the guild. I'm back. Is everyone doing well? Biolan was surprised to see him return. Have you already reached level 20? Lone also couldn't help but be surprised. What? Yan, you leveled up to 20 and joined the guild. I heard summoners go through a lot of pain when leveling up. Are they all lies? Jinjung doesn't want to be arrogant. Level 20 is nothing special. You should be worried. I'll be back to my previous level quickly. Bai Fuang Pham suggests you level up quickly, without you grinding slowly alone. But everyone, if you know any players around level 40, please introduce them to me. They would be surprised if I said I was taking on the Golem mission at level 20. And then, Jung said, I plan to take on the Golem Camp Conquest mission, and I need one more person. Someone who can contribute. No, it's okay if you can't contribute. Just come to the camp with me. I'll carry that person. Yen, aren't you level 20? How can you do a level 20 quest? What are you talking about? Carrying the team? Carrying what? Aren't you trying to carry during the quest? I think he leveled up to 20 to ask for a carry. You idiot, do you think with that personality he would ask for help? If he wanted someone to help, he would have asked us already. Why look for someone level 40? What do you mean? After level 60, we can't accept farm quests, so we can't help him. They argued fiercely after Jinsung's request for help, even mocking his abilities a little. I'm level 20, but luckily I got a summoning beast, so I can still handle the dungeon mission. It will carry me. Lone felt incredibly jealous. Why is he always so lucky? Biolan also didn't quite trust him. There must be a reason why he leveled up to 20 so quickly. At the same time, Guy responded with the main point. I have a level 45 friend, but she created her character with a crafting profession, so her melee ability is different. Her melee profession is priest, and her crafting profession is chef. She's a priestess, but probably not much help in close combat. She's not good at gaming either. Is it okay? Jinung has no choice but to accept. Can you contact us when she's active? He thought to himself outside. If she can meet the required number of people, I doubt her abilities. I have to do a few things, so I'll leave the room for now. Quinn, if you can contact her, send me a message. Talking with guild members is fun, but it's nothing compared to the excitement of hunting and leveling up in the field. I'll complete the mission quickly before I hear from Gin. That very day, Jinjung went to the stream and saw the Bio gang drinking water on the opposite side. They are Kwaikun. It would be really cool if he could catch one. Lai doesn't look very cool or strong. As he was walking normally, he suddenly stopped and refused to go further. Are you worried that my thoughts aren't getting through to it? I need to sit down and speak softly to it. Hey Lai, do you know how much I love you? But right now, no matter what sweet words I say, you're angry with me first. Then it growled loudly again, and he realized Lai was evolving to the next stage. Now he felt more happy than sad. Finally, you've evolved, but what triggers the evolution? What do you want? Is it potential? Its potential has reached 100, so its appearance will change when it evolves, right? Hopefully it will grow bigger so I can ride on it. Now it has become a Lai wolf and evolved into a blood-mouthed wolf. Thanks to the successful evolution of the summon beast, the proficiency of the mid-range training skill has increased. The intermediate training skill is 45.7% to level Z when leveling up next. You are the first to successfully evolve and summon a creature. Reputation increases by 1,000. Leadership attraction rises by 30. You are the first to summon the red-maned wolf with a reputation increase of 1,500. Jinung is so happy, constantly patting the red-maned wolf's head. He. Lai, I love you very much. Level 20, HP 790, Combat Power 235, Wind Resistance 97, Agility 215, Creature Type, Rare Rank, Brave Nature, Capable of Evolution, Intelligence 135, Inheritable Ability, returns 15% of damage dealt to health, and if it deals a critical hit, it will take 50% of the damage instead of health. If it lands a critical hit, the enemy will bleed and take an additional 20% damage per second for 10 seconds. The Wolf Guardian has a mysterious red mane, with fierce and violent traits. Its rank has upgraded from common to rare, and it can still evolve further. If it continues to evolve, it will be able to transform into a unique rank. Jin Zheng secretly chuckles. The summoner profession is so trash. Forget those useless skills. I don't need them. Even if I have a bunch of useless skills, my Lai is the best. That's right, I've always been proud to have it. Lai, do you think you can carry me on your back and move? It crouched down so Jin Zheng could easily climb on. Lai, run. Its movement speed is also very fast, despite carrying a heavy load on its back. They haven't gone far before both reached the early season valley. We just arrived and nothing special has happened yet, so Jin Zheng feels really relaxed, partly because he doesn't have to move around. Xylan makes these features look so real. The mission is to kill 10 Golem spies. Lai has evolved so cool that I can't leave it like this. Let's play together to the fullest, Lai. And then Jinung activated the Blessing of the Wind for it. Skillful increased by 37%. Lai's summoning skill increased by 37%, and it also activated the Blessing of Frenzy. Its combat power rose by 33%, and Lai's summoning combat power increased by 66%. Lai, do you see those 3 golden golem over there? Attack them first. I will support from behind. This time you're not using a bow, so you can't stick to the old tactics. Lai in this state won't be weaker than any golem. I'm absolutely sure of that. Lai's melee combat is much stronger than ordinary enemies, and she also inherits 2 passive abilities. But we can't be too complacent, so Jinung activated the weakness detection. Having identified the enemy's weakness, accuracy increases by 14.5%. Chance of a critical hit rises by 22.5%. Attacking the weak point adds 91% damage. Seeing how fiercely Lai screams makes Golem feel terrified. Wolf. A chained wolf. A wolf is attacking. The summoned Lai beast deals critical damage to Golem Scout. Golem Scout loses 1075 health points, leaving 89% total health. Golem Scouting is bleeding and losing 215 health points per second, and it eventually died from bleeding. After defeating just one, it gained 127 experience points. He left so quickly it shocked Jin Zheng. What is this? Why did a level 40 monster die from just one breath? The other 2, don't grumble and be angry. This time work together to attack Lai. It seems more difficult, so Lai was hit painfully by its staff. The summoned Lai was struck by a scouting golem and lost 294 health points. Thanks to that, Lai's attack power kept increasing. It couldn't accept being hit like that and dealt 495 damage to a scout golem. 15% damage, 75, 73. Then 76 health points recovered. The last guy finally turned pale with fear. Sweat pouring down their face as they witnessed Lai's strength and the loss of their teammates. Landing a critical hit, 50% damage, 523 health points restored. After a battle, Lai completed the mission without any losses except for taking a hit from them. Jin Zheng sincerely thanks Lai for carrying him. It nuzzles him cutely with its head bowed. 3 won't be enough. They need to defeat 7 more to finish everything officially. Let's start over. Lai, you're so relaxed just lying under the tree singing, while all the hard work is left to Wolf Lai. At the same time, Jin Zheng's friend sent a message. Are you active? Can we talk now? To avoid any unforeseen consequences, I've temporarily asked Lai to stop. Maybe you guessed that my friend contacted you. She's working now. She also accepted your invitation. Her name is Haran. You should greet her first. But is that really okay? You should prepare for her close combat skills just in case. Jinung feels a bit sad, not understanding himself. Hey, don't worry. I just soloed in the Sorum Valley. Now I'm outside hearing this. His friend is pretty surprised. Where is the Somua Valley? Isn't that where you hunt Golem? You took them down alone? Yeah, that's right. I was scouting Golem at the forward camp. I just leveled up 5 times. Your brother can't believe you can do it. Are you cheating or using magic? Be careful or you'll get banned and cry. I see. If Jin Sung's power is real, he should be able to catch up with his friends quickly. He has set a goal to reach level 100 in 2 months, reaching level 50 in 15 days, level 80 in the following 15 days, and level 100 in the remaining month. I will win this bet at all costs, or the consequences will be very serious. Actually, the bet with the professor might be more beneficial for me. G Queen's friend is named Haran. You looked up the name and sent a message first. Hello, you're G Queen's friend, right? I didn't expect her to reply so quickly. Maybe she's also waiting for your message. Hello, yes, nice to meet you. She is currently in Lucan Village repairing equipment at the forge. Jin Sung told her to stay there and that he would come in 10 minutes. If he really wanted to, he would go look for her himself. Hi, I'm Yan. She immediately turned to face us with a friendly smile and a sweet voice. Hi, I'm Haran. I've heard a lot about you from Jinnyu. Jinung just thought she was G Queen's friend, but according to Haran, she feels more like his older sister. I'm ready now so I can take on the mission whenever you're ready. And what about you? Yan sees Haren's readiness and spirit, and Jinung also finds it very admirable. I'm ready too. Is there a special reason why you're taking on this camp mission? Yes, I have a task I want to do that I can only complete after finishing the camp mission. It's a task from the Duke's chef. But to enter the Duke's castle, I have to complete this mission first. Jinzung was panicked because at first glance, these two tasks seemed unrelated. Chef. What task from the chef? Haren's crafting profession is a chef. When Haren mentioned this, Young remembered that Ga Queen had told him her crafting profession was a chef. Yes, I specialize in culinary arts even in the real world. You seem quite interested and want to learn more about this. I've heard that crafting professions are hard to control, but if you specialize in cuisine, it should be a bit easier. After talking for a while, it turns out both of them share the same hobby. In Kailan, real-world talent often influences crafting professions, so it can't take too much time. They walked and talked, and you're the first chef I know. When there's a chance, I'd love to taste your cooking. Har is very pleased about that, of course. After walking for a while, they met Lapis, who was also surprised. You've found a new member. I think it'll be a bit tough for both of you, but I trust your abilities. Yan should be the one to assign to you. The Vanguard unit just left, so if you hurry, you might catch up. Follow them and assist them. Conquer Golem camp in the Somua Valley, commanding the volunteer soldiers in Lucan village. Lapis is calling for help to conquer Golem camp. Join the Vanguard unit and assault Golem camp. Jinung frowned and sighed after reading it. The mission has changed a bit because we're late, but the reward remains the same. Luckily, I just looked and asked if Haren has received the mission yet. Getting ready to go into battle? Jinung summoned a lie, accidentally scaring Haren. Don't worry, it's my summon. It's not a monster. She immediately had an interesting idea. If you can summon beasts, then you are a summoner. But that class was only introduced a few days ago. How come you've already completed this Golem quest? He just casually explained it to her. Lucky me. This wolf is really powerful. I quickly leveled up and can easily handle the Golem horde. That's a really bad excuse, but if I tell her I'm level 25, she won't want to team up with me. Har also somewhat understood, but all of it was lies. She is level 45, but still runs away if she encounters even a Golem scout. Hearing how honestly Haren responded, Jinung was also surprised. Does this girl really believe what I said? Does she really believe me? Then I just say that everyone is different. You mainly focus on crafting. Cooking is a useful skill, but the game hasn't fully developed its potential to utilize it. Even if she focuses on crafting, how can she reach level 45 when she can't defeat a reconnaissance Golem? Being recognized by others for her unique talent, Haren also felt a quiet happiness inside. Thank you. I still prefer cooking over hunting, so I'm still fine with it. This wolf is really cool. I've never seen this type of wolf before. I confidently believe that Lai is the only one of its kind in the entire server. Har curiously asked what its name was. Its name is Lai, which can also be called Lai. Har seems to really like it and keeps praising it non-stop. She offers a plate of beef for Lai to enjoy. Seeing the delicious food and the tempting aroma makes Jin Sung want to share the meal with Lai. What's going on? A piece of steak with sauce? It looks so delicious. I want to too. Summoned Lai, who ate smoked river steak, and her health increased by 200 for 20 minutes. Eating a piece of meat unexpectedly increases strength. Could Lai's recent power boost be the effect of Haren's food? That's true. My skills have improved, so it also depends on the level of the food. But it will force the eater to vomit within a certain period. Lai's health of 1400 is a bit low, so an additional 200 would make it extremely powerful. From now on, maintaining a close relationship with Haren will be very beneficial. After eating, Lai stuck out her tongue and teased Jin Sung, making him shout in frustration. Are you happy eating alone, you little wolf? Seeing your own kind with nothing, I just wanted to ask, do you have anything to give me? I'm going to cook even better dishes after the mission, so don't be jealous, okay? But upon hearing this, he turned back and emphasized, I promise. Will this action scare Haren of your kind? But tell me. I have my own reasons. At the Somua Valley, the team led by Captain Hugo is also here in large numbers, wearing armor and carrying shields, looking very impressive. Young and Haren are also here. Oh, your new mercenaries, each of you will be a great help for this mission. Thank you for coming all this way. Their manners are very polite and appreciative. Jin replied seriously, I am just doing my duty. Sir, luckily they didn't arrive late, or we wouldn't know what consequences might follow. Are those other players? Are they having a bad day today? They don't look comfortable, always gloomy, and their eyes seem full of fear. Well, it's not really my business anyway, since we're fighting different battles. There are a lot of soldiers here, lining up neatly to prepare for battle. The Golem are also standing there growling, showing no fear. Captain Hugo stepped forward and spoke decisively. Today, we will eliminate all the Golem in the Somua Valley. Soldiers advance, do not retreat or give up at this critical moment. The battle will end if we kill him. The morale of the allies has increased by 30%. with all abilities boosted by 10% for 20 minutes. Jinzhong and Lai continue their fierce battle. The leader was stunned with amazement at his power. What? You are just a layer of skin subdued by humans. In an instant, Lai lunged forward and tore at Golem the leader, dealing a critical hit. Golem leader's health decreases by 12 of 15, meaning a 0.7% total health reduction. Over the next 10 seconds, Golem leader's health drops by 243 points per second. Seeing the situation start to look promising, Hugo, believing he could win, shouted loudly to motivate everyone. Now is the time to focus all attacks on him. In this final moment, everyone is just putting all their strength into taking down the leader alone. Golem the leader's health decreased by 30% of its total health, and then it entered a berserk state after being battered like a discarded child. The fire-breathing goblin attacks, causing everyone to panic and scream in chaos. What just happened? It's fire, I'm scared. Get out of the way. Jinung quickly dodged the attack but still got caught by the chain explosion. Taking 684 damage, he lost his balance and fell face up. Jinung hurriedly grabbed the flaming arm and cried out in pain. He had to use emergency aid, but a blue wind enveloped him to extinguish the fire. His team used healing light to restore his strength. Jinung was startled and muttered, "Heron, healing light?" He quickly turned around and called harm to her. Heron just smiled back at him. Jinzhong called out his pet to prepare for battle. It's time to counterattack. Lai Lai appears and lets out a cry. Meanwhile, Jinung stands beside him, drawing his fiery weapon and ordering it to attract the attention of the Guberlin leader. Don't try to attack yet. Jinzhong switches to a bow and arrow, ready to shoot down all the demons. Jinsuung calmly draws his bow, waiting for the right moment while the Guberlin over there, exhausted from running, attacks and curses everyone to die. Guberlin the leader has become more aggressive, so if Jinung makes a mistake, everyone will fall into the trap. Guberlin is following his plan, going crazy and attacking everyone, then losing vigilance. At this moment, Lai rushes in to draw its attention, and right then, Jinsung releases his arrow straight at the unsuspecting Guberlin leader. The arrow sped like the wind toward it, and by the time it realized, it was already too late. Guberlin's leader panicingly shouted, then was struck down by Jinung's arrow in a single blow. The Guberlin leader lay still like a clam, gradually vanishing into the space. And Jinung has already done it. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe that Guberlin's leader was dead. Only when the system announced that Guberlin was dead, and the Guberlin mission was completed, did everyone jump up and cheer. We did it. We completed the mission. And Jinung's victory over Guberlin was like an explosion, with the reward notification going crazy. He officially reached level 30 and unlocked a special skill, as well as the space swap ability. Jinung eagerly examined the space swap skill. Hugo approached Jinung and told him that he was the one who killed the Guberlin leader. He reached out his hand to shake with him. "Good job. You're Yan, right?" Jinung politely replied. "Yes, Captain Hugo has shown goodwill towards you. They were able to raid the camp without many losses thanks to you. He is very grateful." Jinzhong humbly told him that it was all thanks to the courage of the volunteers who led them to complete the mission. Hugo advised him to return safely. Then he turned to the other soldiers and shouted, "Well done, soldiers." He declared that they had completed the mission and it was time to return to the village. Jinzhong sighs in relief in Pat's lie, saying, "Well, it's finally done. I should check the remaining skills I have." Just as you predicted, you received a skill related to potential, so you can allocate skills for the summoning beast, and you should also give Lai a new skill. First, check what level Lai's potential is. Jinxung checked and saw Lai's potential was still 6, then wondered if 100 potential points were enough for Lai to evolve significantly. If the potential points reached 20, he would try to allocate skills for it. He wants to help it evolve after gaining another 100 points, but in reality, it would be better to assign it a skill first. Let me check which second space swap skill it has. Jinung was a little disappointed that he couldn't unlock any attack or capture skills, but these skills are also quite useful in close combat. These skills are great. I'm very satisfied. While checking the skills, Heron cheerfully waved at him from behind. Jinung also quickly stood up and ran over to her. Heron bowed her head to thank him, saying they could complete the mission thanks to him. Jinung chuckled and told her she could do more than one person could, but Harry insisted on taking the credit, though without him, they wouldn't have been able to finish it. "Please take care of him," Jinxung playfully strokes Lai. Actually, it did more than him. Harry also admits he's truly surprised by Lai. Its melee skills are impressive. She also came over to pet it. "Thanks for today." Lai's noise behind caught Jinung's attention. When he turned back, he saw the other players also heading this way. What's going on? Are these guys here to introduce themselves? The young man with the lion mane from HKT spoke up first. "You're Jukin. You didn't have a chance to introduce yourself during the mission." Jinung also reached out his hand to shake. My name is Jinung. Rukin invites me to ask if I want to start another mission with them. Jinung pondered and asked again, a mission? Rukin excitedly told him they know of a hidden quest related to the camp mission. Jinung silently thought that if it was related, it was probably the Guberlin High Priest quest. You were planning to give up that mission because of how hard it was, but now you're at a new level after the camp mission. Anyway, you're considering that mission, but these guys seem to be above level 50, so why would they invite us to join the High Priest mission? The level gap is too big for them to gain any advantage. Jinung pretended to be naive and asked him if it was related to a hidden quest. I have a bad feeling about this. Should I dig deeper? Rukin replied. There is a mission to eliminate Guberlin the High Priest in the tunnel behind the camp. Just killing him will complete the mission. He is weaker than Guberlin the leader, but he thinks it will be difficult for them. He has seen him in close combat, and it seems he possesses a very powerful summoner's artifact, so if he joins them, they will complete the mission quickly. Jinjung sneered inwardly. Do they think he summoner can only summon through a summoner's artifact? The artifact is valuable. They must be planning to capture him and get a big haul. I see. Jinjung jumps right in. All right then, let's see. Should I find an excuse somehow? Jinung and Harn follow Rukin's group to see if they can find anything, sharing intimate thoughts through their interface. Harren asked curiously why he had to send a private message. Jinjung told her to wait a moment and then turned to Rukin, saying he was very pleased with this proposal. But you need to ask your teammates first. Can you wait a bit? Rukin is very okay with it. Of course. Jinsung turned to ask Harren what she thought right in front of Dukin. Harren scratched her head thoughtfully. She still had chat interface in her mind. Jinjung told her, I think they are trying to PK them. Harren asked confusedly, PK them? Jinung whispered to her, everything is set. It seems they plan to kill them while performing the High Priest mission. More precisely, they will try to kill him rather than them. Harren asked him what should they do. Now, Jinsung told her, just answer yes to his previous question. And so Har agreed to the deal. They would share the mission with her team, so there was no reason to refuse the invitation. Rukin gives a thumbs up to the two people, who are happily laughing at their own foolishness. Harren asks Jinsung what the plan is. Don't worry, RP, I have a plan. We'll take down these fools and switch scenes to another place all at once. Lai Jin-gooch is comfortably sitting on a rock, enjoying the fresh air in Kailan. I can't believe this is virtual reality. The scientist really created something amazing. Good job. He will persuade the outdoor club members to hold the next gathering in Kayan. Jin fumbled in his bag and took out a corn cob stick, exclaiming, Here it is. He took a big bite and sighed in satisfaction. Without kimbap, it's not a proper outdoor gathering. Oh right, I almost forgot. Jin-gooch reached out to summon Ubi, and the wolf dog gradually appeared and became fully visible. Uncle took out a huge, fiery piece of meat, truly understanding the tastes of life, and told Lokfi to eat this. Lokfi immediately rushed to bite into the delicious meat, while Jin-gooch continued to marvel, sitting here so comfortably. He must also be grinding in this national game. He silently recalled that his name was Park Janyung, right? You should have asked about his class. There's no way he's a summoner, right? Returning to Jinyung, he and Harren, along with Jukin's team, boldly entered the cave to carry out their mission. Harren and Jinung worked together so seamlessly, taking down several monsters in a row. Rukin, excitedly watching the two, silently thought that the end of the mission was finally near. The hidden boss Guberlin the High Priest was about to appear, so should he prepare for the real plan now? His plan is that while Harren and Jinung are busy dealing with High Priest Guberlin, they will pretend to be preoccupied and suddenly attack from behind, taking everything. Soon he will have in his hands an artifact worth millions of gold. Just thinking about it makes Rukin drool, and Jinsung can't help but shake his head as he sees him laugh. At least try to put on a cold face. He quietly informed Harren that the boss would appear soon. Harren asked what they should do. Jinjung points towards the place that looks like a prison. If anyone steps in even once, the boss will appear within 5 seconds. Then the entrance will be blocked by a metal bar. They continue to follow the group from behind, and when he gives the signal, they quickly jump back. Is that okay? After briefing Harren on the plan, Jinung immediately orders Lai to attack. Lai growled and then unleashed both Guberlin blades at once. Jinsung, looking eager, asked Rukin to speed up their advance. Rukin was so happy he didn't even have time to nod repeatedly. This fool knows nothing at all. You won't be able to escape without summoning a beast. Everything is going according to plan. Jinjung reads Dukin like an open book. I know exactly what he's thinking. This anaconda head wrap. After dealing with the low-level Guberlin, Rukin will lead the way to the Guberlin High Priest. Do you see over there? The great Guberlin High Priest and his 2 fierce children will appear there. Let's move in now. Jinsung will do the same. Bao Lai, lead the way. Lai, obediently step forward. Jinjung silently observes from outside, then starts the countdown. At that moment, he grabs Harren's hand and pulls her back to avoid the falling iron net. But Rukin is holding on to the iron gate, shouting loudly as if his lungs are about to burst. "What are you two doing?" "Why didn't you two go inside?" Jinjung mockingly asked. "Why? Are you really asking me why?" "Ha, you already know they plan to fight them and also use your summoner artifact." Rukin gets caught planning and panics. What? How do you know?" Jinjung obviously has no reason to follow their plan. The three of them are having fun in there. Rukin grits his teeth and calls you an idiot, saying you don't understand anything, and you can't escape from here. The mission states that returning outside is impossible unless the boss monster is killed or all team members are wiped out. They should have been able to handle Guberlin the High Priest on their own. After they kill the High Priest and lift these iron bars, it will be their day of mourning. "Hurry up," Jinjung chuckles. "Thanks for the warning. Now shout the order for Lai to bite." Upon Lai's command, he immediately charged at My Long, causing Rukin to panic. He quickly drew his sword and rushed forward, but it was already too late. Rukin, furious, grits his teeth at this mad dog. At this moment, Jin Sung cancels the summon, leaving Rukin and the fragile girl to face Guberlin the High Priest. Rukin got hit by Vena's third move, standing there dazed, staring at High Priest Guberlin and cursing Jin Jung. Rukin felt a sharp pain but could only curse loudly without knowing what to do. "You bastard, do you think we can't kill the boss just because of this? After killing the boss and lifting the iron, you'll be the next." Jin Jung calmly waits, thinking they probably can't do it. High Priest Guberlin and his two burly followers growling behind make Rukin shrink back in fear. Damn it. Rukin drew his sword and charged ahead, telling the two brothers to deal with these boss monsters first. Jin Jung watched with a smile. He shot a sidelong glance at Jin Jung, warning, "Let's see if you can stay calm like that later." Jin Jung happily sat back and watched the show. Has any third-rate villain actually succeeded after saying that? Heron, still a bit human, asks him, "Are they going to be okay?" Jin Jung told her to worry, so she should just rush in and help. Heron chuckled softly and pointed ahead. "Help?" Lucan and his men lose the initiative and can only weakly defend. Rukin tries, but makes little difference. At least he bravely charged in to slash Guberlin's subordinate a little damage, while Guberlin himself stood behind, continuously chanting to strengthen his men. Rukin immediately turns around and calls his brothers. "We need to catch the High Priest before he finishes the spell." Milan raises his spear, ready to throw. "Leave it to me." The spear soared like the wind, stabbing straight into Guberlin the High Priest's shoulder, making him scream in pain. Rukin seized the opportunity, thinking it was enough, but Jinung didn't like to make things easy for others. He unleashes the Blessing of Fury skill. Jinying's skill is like injecting chicken blood into Guberlin the High Priest's followers. The combat power of the fallen Guberlin increased by 35%. Before Rukin could react, Heron also raised her hand to bless the Guberlin with the wind's blessing. Rukin couldn't believe his eyes. Sneered and shouted at her, cursing her out. Praising the monsters? After blessing them, Heron turns to ask Jinying if that's okay. Jinung casually asks if she can wish for their strength to always be blessed, while Har spins the staff in his hand. "Can I ask for a lullaby?" Rukin and his friends shout and beg. "Please, don't. There's no need to fight anymore." Rukin raises the white flag and surrenders. Mission failed. Fast forward in time, Haran and Jinung left the cave after a successful haul. Jinung checks the loot. Those fools left some pretty good items behind. He tells Heron, "Now let's go to the auction house and sell these things." Haran's eyes sparkled as she thanked Jinung. Thanks to him, they completed the mission and obtained valuable items. Jinung chuckled encouragingly. "It's nothing." Heron did very well too. But who would have thought the High Priest would give them his red earth necklace? It's a bit unlucky, but since he got many items, it's not really a loss. But he didn't know Heron was so fierce in battle, so he called Heron to go to the auction house. They went to the auction house to trade and received a large bag of money. Jinung immediately got excited about the good deal. I knew it. I got a whole bunch. If you subtract the auction house fee, the total is 660,000 gold. Jinung rummaged through his bag searching. And what is this stone? It's one of the items dropped by players during PK. It's warm, so maybe it's a winter thermal bag for the full moon. The item description doesn't say much, and throwing it away feels a bit regretful. Just then, Haran also bought dinner for the evening. Seeing her return, Jinung suggested they finish this mission now. Har and Jinung go back to meet Lapis. The uncle welcomes them. "Your contribution is quite significant. The system has notified that you have completed the mission." This trip was also a big haul of hot items and a level up. Jinung smiled like a harvest had come, gaining lots of experience points and a pretty good amount of gold as a reward. Heron happily told Jin Jung that he had leveled up to 46 and shared his joy, while casually asking Lapis about something. Jinung took out the necklace Guberlin the High Priest gave him. Actually, he had met Guberlin the High Priest behind the camp. Lapis was stunned. He even managed to kill High Priest Guberlin. That's amazing. So Jinsung leveled up again. Lapis finds this guy really interesting. He's quite impressive. The security team has been looking for the Grand High Priest for months. How did you find him? Jinung didn't dare to accept it recklessly. It's just because my face is red. Lapis knew full well that this couldn't be just luck. He took out a carefully wrapped letter. You deserve this. Jinung just opened it and was stunned to the core. This is Lapis, who thought it was strange, but turns out he was the one deserving of this. With that, he revealed a wrapped letter in his hand. When the letter was opened, it stunned him beyond belief, shining brightly like a ray of sunlight, illuminating his heart and casting light on his face. The notice displayed that you received an invitation to join Lucifer's Mercenary Guild, making you nervous, thinking it might be a reward for completing a mission. After witnessing a dazzling introduction, Lapis quickly handed you the notice, also reminding you that accepting this means you can participate in the upcoming exam for the Lucifer Mercenary Kingdom. And you have to take the exam in Musan, because PJ is counting on your incredible talent. Holding the admission paper in your hand, your heart fluttered with excitement, promising yourself that you would definitely seize this opportunity. He also didn't want to waste the young talent, quickly pulling out the announcement with a flash of joy for her dedication to the future of Lucifer's kingdom. And Hajin, confused, asked Yan while holding the notice, "Do you know what this introduction paper is for?" "Of course you do. If you take this paper to Musan, you will be able to participate in that extremely tough mercenary exam." "I didn't quite catch what you said, especially where Musan is." Seeing that you still haven't fully understood the information, Yan happily explains that Kailan has 5 major continents. The places currently open are Kolanazu, which is where they are standing, a new area called Maka. This continent of Kolanazu consists of 2 major kingdoms, one of which is Lucifer with its capital Musan, named after the heroes of the kingdom. After listening to the explanation, she finally understood a little of what he said. Come to think of it, before level 50, he couldn't go to Musan. Hajin also had a question that everyone was curious about. What is the purpose of this mercenary exam? He's not a dreamer either. Of course, passing the test and earning the badge makes it easier to get missions and benefits from the guild, depending on the close combat skills the badge grants you. Everyone finds it very appealing, but since she only cooks for a little while, she probably doesn't need all those fancy things. Hearing her mention cooking surprised him a bit, but her plan was to go back and practice her cooking skills until the main mission was stuck. Her cute actions finally made Yan burst into laughter. You may not know about other things, but her cooking skill must be at a master level. Just thinking about using her cooking ability to boost Lai's stats is enough to understand. Jinung, through the computer screen, couldn't figure it out no matter how many times he thought about it. Someone gained strength after eating. That led you to conclude that her cooking is very special. Thinking that, you then wondered about her level of culinary expertise. I don't know how many dishes she sold. Hajin also wanted to keep it secret, but since he asked directly, she revealed that she's at the top grade 1. She doesn't plan to stop there and wants to learn many more skills. Her words almost made you drop your jaw in shock. Even with the most basic profession like a blacksmith, the highest proficiency level I've heard of is 3rd tier superior. Just thinking that she has reached such a high level in cooking makes me sure she's one of the top tier experts. Always praising her talent and promising to support her, she can contact him whenever she needs, making Hajin feel proud and shyly thank him. Seeing this atmosphere full of love bubbles, I was so scared I thought I had done something wrong. I thought that way inside, but on the outside I still went along with her. Just after sighing in relief, she glanced over and immediately saw Hajin's friend request a notification. Yan also quickly added her as a friend without much thought. His attitude made her look at him differently, her once vacant eyes now shining brightly. She shyly took out a small box from her bottomless bag to give to him. Seeing the two of them like that, in an atmosphere filled with love, with the bugs rubbing their butts together like that, Lapis couldn't help but feel hot-eyed from the side. He looked at the small box in her hand and curiously asked what it was. Hajin hesitated and replied it was what she had done while waiting for him. Only when he opened the paper box did a fragrant aroma hit his nose, along with a blurry illustration-like appearance that made him constantly thank her in surprise. She truly is an angel. Hajin also feels happy seeing you accept it like that. She just hopes he won't misunderstand her intentions. Seeing such delicious food, he just wants to quickly enjoy this exquisite flavor. Hajin desperately hopes you don't take it too seriously. It's nothing compared to how much you've helped her. As she finishes speaking, her image gradually fades away, but she doesn't forget to say goodbye, hoping their next meeting will be very soon. Yan also waved kindly to see her off before Hajin suddenly disappeared. After saying goodbye to the little girl, he rearranged his schedule, and if everything went as planned, he would have to sleep in 5 hours. Today, he indeed leveled up faster than expected. He teased himself, wondering if he should go have dinner and come back to play more. Seeing the fragrant water box in his hand, Jan immediately thought about whether he should treat himself to a chicken. Today, the sky is incredibly gentle, as our protagonist leisurely rides his pet around. Lai rushes forward like an arrow, kicking up dust and smoke everywhere. But Jan still urged it to go faster, because both of them are running out of time. Lai kept running forward like crazy, still feeling bitter that the delivery was late again today, making him rush around in a panic. After a long while, Jan and his master finally reached the rocky outcrop overlooking the port. Seeing the cargo ship about to leave, Jan hurriedly changed direction to reach the dock before missing the departure. Just as you were rushing and couldn't remember the way to the port, now to catch a golem, you have to go all the way to the deep island. Lost in thought, you've already stepped onto the dock. The cargo ship also cast off and prepared to set sail. Seeing that he might not make it in time, he shouted loudly, "Lai, run now just straight towards the ship." But it seems today you stepped onto the road with your left foot, so everything went awry. The ship cut through the waves and sped away, already some distance from the port, no need to say more. Jan desperately watched the ship depart, but he never gave up, holding tightly onto Lai's soft feathers. He ordered Pet Kwong to run with all his might, determined to get on that ship no matter what. Lai was so used to the owner rushing only when the water reached his hair that it agreed, and in a flash of light, only a fleeting shadow remained. Both of them soared upward with only a blurred figure under the bright sky visible. The sailors on the ship were stunned by what they saw, but both of them looked cool for less than 3 seconds. Because of the distance, they lost their balance right on the sea surface and nearly fell. But just as he was about to land successfully, Jan quickly kicked Lai to gain momentum and jump high, while also canceling Lai's summoning. He himself landed safely on the boat. Luckily, if they hadn't managed to carry it in time, it would have been a headache this time too. The onlookers were stunned, their mouths agape and eyes wide open, staring in shock, making the hairs on their bodies stand on end. Yan quickly turned his face away to avoid trouble later, but he still couldn't escape the scrutinizing looks. Having been too busy chasing earlier, he didn't notice the worn, tattered boat beneath, which made him feel a bit disappointed. Couldn't they use something better? Just as he was lost in thought, a clear voice suddenly interrupted his train of thought. The man with shoulder-length hair confronts you and asks, "Are you a summoner?" Yan is startled and looks back, only to see a long line of people evaluating him from head to toe. Yan responded politely, "Yes, but why do you ask?" with a slightly more cautious tone. The man with shoulder-length hair sneered, just as he expected. His actions put him in a ready stance, and looking around, he only saw this group. Perhaps from Jan's perspective, these people looked no different from a pack of hungry wolves waiting for prey. Without thinking much, Lam Hai quickly drew out his large sword. "Are those definitely wolves? The ones you just rode are the same kind?" With admiration in their eyes, everyone hoped you would summon Lai again for them to see, but their actions almost made Yan misunderstand and cause trouble. Yan quickly hid the dagger he was holding tightly and stepped out, realizing their interest in Lai was just unnecessary caution. After all misunderstandings were cleared up, everyone gathered around to chat and ask about Yan. You are also curious about their plans when they appeared on this ship, so you asked if they also wanted to go to the island to complete a mission, and the blonde guy didn't hide it from you. Just as you thought, the two people standing next to him are both witches, and they came here to help complete the mission with magic. Hen wondered if you also came here to complete the mission. But the words were immediately interrupted by the wizard beside him, suggesting there might be a mission for summoners on this deep island, causing him to blush fiercely and keep bowing his head, apologizing for his sharp tongue. Hen feels that you're so approachable that he confides in you, and in fact he's also very interested in the summoners. Among his friends there is also a guy named Len, who is also a summoner. However, recently he found a beast summoning certificate, and I don't know if you are aware of its existence. As he spoke, he summoned the described form, and hearing about the summoning egg made him suspicious, so he looked at the egg in his hand and asked curiously, "What is this?" Seeing that you seem to be unfamiliar with it, he honestly shared. "They said they found the golden owl's nest and discovered this egg, but it hasn't hatched yet. I only heard up to that point. The story reminded me of the golden owl hunting grounds for the second half of level 20, so this player Logan still hasn't reached level 30. Just thinking about the existence of the summoning beast egg made him extremely excited, and he told himself to pay more attention next time. Even if they are boss-level creatures that can't be conquered, he should still keep an eye on their eggs because they can also be used for summoning beasts. Thinking it over, I still think if that were the case, it would be too good to be true, so I have to stay alert." The ship kept sailing across the vast ocean, with waves crashing against the hull, making a soothing sound. After a while, a giant snow-capped mountain finally appeared before everyone, with cold air and white mist swirling around it. Standing on the ship, Yanlia looked into the distance with joy and exclaimed, "We've finally reached the deep island." The boat sped forward like a warhorse until it reached the large rocks and stopped. The group then disembarked to begin their exploration of the mysterious island. Everyone here shivered from the terrifying cold of the climate, except for the protagonist, who remained unaffected as usual. But that's just the surface. Soon the temperature here will freeze me to the bone. Even though I've been here before, this place still remains a mystery to me. It's not just you. Lie beside you is also freezing so much that his nose is frozen solid. He's constantly glancing at you with a puzzled look. Yan and the others split up as planned, each taking a different side of the river without crossing paths. After preparing everything, he put on a few more layers of clothing. Lai also turned his feathers a blazing red, and the two of them began their journey to explore. Right below the mountain they are standing on are the giant stone people of Vochi, wandering aimlessly. Yan reached into his thick coat pocket to find the lunch Hajin made for him, pulling out a huge piece of meat that made Lai's eyes light up like a lighthouse, and without hesitation, Yan threw the meat into the small mouth of the summoned beast, making it more satisfied than ever. After eating a piece of meat for 40 minutes, health increases by 100 and agility by 20. Looking at the large stat sheet in front of him, he pats Lai's head in praise. Unexpectedly, its agility increased by a full 20 points and the duration was doubled. Seeing the remaining meat in his hand, a bold idea arose. Should he try it or not? But before he could regret it, the smell of meat wafting in made him feel nauseous. Now Yan realizes that Hajin's words were right. This meat was only for Lai. That's the reason. Thinking about it, he immediately put away the round meatball. He took out the lunchbox that she had carefully prepared. As soon as I opened it, a delicious aroma wafted up along with the juicy, tender appearance. Just one bite, and I was so hooked I kept stuffing my mouth without stopping. Delicious to the last drop, Yan finished the last spoonful and, full and satisfied, leaned back to enjoy the moment. The system panel now shows a notification. You have eaten premium lean meat for 1 hour, increasing strength by 500 and defense by 30. Looking at my incredible stats, I really do have the effects of good meat. Suddenly, a notification appeared saying all my stats would be permanently tripled, shocking me beyond belief. Thinking the system might be malfunctioning, Yan immediately opened the status window. Only when witnessing it firsthand did I realize that everything truly increased threefold. In total, I have 7 stats each tripled, meaning I gained 21 stats. If it were a level up, that would mean a 21 times increase. Hajin really is different. It's really the ceiling peak fluttering in the breeze. You'd better take advantage of it and have Hajin cook some more food for you. After a break to eat and rest, the two of them finally set out together to catch a large block of ice. At the same time, in the Lucifer kingdom, a teleportation light appeared on the street. Fakhan and the others just barely escaped with their lives, gasping for air. It seems their plan has truly failed. They checked their equipment. As expected, everyone lost a bit, making Mylan and Fakhan regret it, but they are still luckier than the blonde guy. He lost everything because he couldn't remove any equipment, so it should be him crying, but he always blames Yan's group. You guys are too weak. If it weren't for falling into a trap, they wouldn't be sitting here like this. He's determined to make Yan understand what it means to come in touch. He vows that from today on, you will not set foot in Can. After Yan has taken down all the noisy followers outside, he is also exhausted from a 10-hour hunting spree. Lian ordered Lai to rest for a bit, and the two of them just found a spot to plop down. Seeing Lai exhausted from fighting, Yan still couldn't bear to, so he took out a meatball and asked if it wanted more, and just seeing the plump, juicy piece made Bo Kim's mouth water uncontrollably. He quickly fulfilled its simple wish. Lai was happily enjoying his favorite dish, humming and singing to tease Yan, unable to hold back a big laugh. Lai never imagined that today he would be so generous, fearing one piece of meat was too little for him, so he took out another, making him so moved that tears streamed down his face. But contrary to your expectations, it stopped your hand from reaching for Yan's piece of meat, indicating it didn't want to eat, which made you a bit confused. Could it be that today the cat is rejecting fat? But seeing it keep shaking its head, he realized that his beloved pet was kindly sharing food with him, making his heart swell with happiness. After feeding Lai until he was full, he was busy checking the stats of these ice golems. Seeing that the two creatures he caught are both level 37, he hesitates whether to catch another one to increase his command points. The two on the control panel are quite large compared to the others, but he still feels something is missing. He glances at Lai sleeping peacefully and realizes he needs one more to evolve into Nirvana. But after some thought, I think I should take a break first. I've already spent a lot of time here, so why not catch one more? Looking at the giant golems looming in front of him, Jan hid behind a crack in the rocks and observed for a while before noticing something strange. A golden golem completely different from the others. Could it be that after a string of bad luck, the heavens are finally favoring him? Thinking quickly, he decided not to let the opportunity slip away and ordered Lai to rush in and catch it. Just as he was about to go into battle, a cute and adorable cheese stick turtle suddenly appeared out of nowhere, catching him off guard. He immediately checked its information. It wasn't until he saw the ABC Turtle level 30 unique stats on the screen that he was stunned. It was the first time he had ever heard of its name. But a rare level, today must be my lucky day. The heavens must have shot an arrow right at Yan. Although it looks pretty useless, it's cute with its big head. I don't know if it has combat skills, but oh well, better to catch the wrong one than to miss out. Because I have a special intuition about it, and it's rare, plus it's a species, I don't know, I can't let it escape since it's a deadly toxin. Suddenly, he notices something unusual. Jan moves straight toward Turtle ABC, slowly dragging its heavy steps. Do you think just that hit was enough to make it completely helpless? And you haven't even mentioned using magic? I really don't understand how it managed to crawl inside that tiny shell with its huge head. Thinking quickly, you raise the staff in your hand high, then set it down on the adorable turtle, startling it. Immediately after, it turns angry at the teasing, and in just a minute and a half, it has pulled its entire head and tail into its tiny shell. Both you and Lai are surprised and confused. No one has done anything or touched anything, so why is the reaction so exaggerated? Seeing it like this, you might as well catch it now. YN immediately summons the Heaven and Earth Circle to order the capture of the little turtle. But the order loudly announced that the capture failed and they couldn't arrest him, causing Jan to freeze stiff. I don't understand why it couldn't be captured. I had to change my strategy and lower its health first. He immediately swung his staff to attack, reducing the turtle's ABS health by 1. Seeing his attack was weak, he quickly launched a series of combo kicks at the stubborn turtle. After a fierce fight, sweat covered your body, but it only lost a little blood. What the hell is going on? Jan glared at Lai and ordered him to bite it quickly, making Pet tremble with fear. But since it was an order, he rushed over and took a big bite of Mai Rua. As a result of Nguyen Ivan's enmity, only Lai's teeth managed to do the job. An kept cursing silently, not knowing how much it was defending. Looking at the motionless Mai Rua in front of him, his heart was tangled like a spider's web, and he didn't know what to do. In difficulty, he found a foolish idea and decided to try giving it Hajin's meatball to see what happens. He immediately took out a special meatball and started enticing with its delicious smell. If you don't eat this rare treat, don't blame me for not warning you. Sure enough, sweet things lead to death, and greed will kill you. M really sticks his head out. You start to give up, saying if you want to eat, then quickly leave it here. Then slowly hold out the round, delicious meatball. The turtle hurriedly ran towards you with all its might. Just as it was about to grab the piece of meat, you suddenly turned hostile, swiftly snatching the morsel from its reach, making the little turtle look at you with eyes full of anger and a desire to fight for survival against Jan. You don't need to say much, just agree to follow me and I'll give you even better food. Isn't that what the turtle wants? After saying that, he still didn't forget to hold out the plate of delicious, fatty meat in front of it, making the little turtle mesmerized and unable to escape. He reminded again that as long as they made a deal, everything would be its. I only heard the summoning order to arrest very quickly, and you also successfully caught this stubborn turtle. Truly a mischievous turtle. Catching it is even harder than catching a supermodel. Suddenly scrolling through the notification board, he realized something was wrong. It can evolve. My brother looked at the notification screen and read Ro Kwang's growth stage information. I knew there would be something interesting. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Why are the stats so strange? Only the defense is high and the special skill plus 5 shield points. This little turtle seems to have a breakthrough in its armor even more than a level 100 monster. No wonder you've only lost a little health after fighting all this time. Don't underestimate someone just because they look cute. Let's see how the hidden potential points are. My friend is once again left open-mouthed in surprise. Even its hidden potential score is 0. I have no idea how its attractiveness score works. It's true that many things are hard to say. I guess the only hope is that this turtle can evolve someday. Everyone is looking forward to the day she matures. That's right. Who knows what it will become after evolving? Don't keep guessing blindly. He immediately summoned a turtle, the first time summoning a newborn turtle that doesn't have a name yet. Oh right, Mai's name will be Pukpuji. Don't think that just because he's small he doesn't know about the silly name you gave him out of anger. What do you mean by that? Pukuji is a cute name. No one is willing to give in. The lone wolf standing nearby also sighs. Beneath the giant rocky mountains, stone monsters are crawling up. It's time for the hunt. Upon hearing the command, the lone wolf's eyes flash red as it charges at the ice stone monster. The stone monster blocks a few punches, sending debris flying everywhere. The wolf howls with sharp teeth bared, ready to chew on the cracking ice. The endless battle continues, both sides charging at each other, neither willing to back down. That's right, you're doing very well, keep weakening it, the boss praises the lone wolf enthusiastically. The giant keeps punching repeatedly while the wolf dodges like a fish, getting a bit bored of the constant fighting, so the monster adds some effects to make it more exciting. It's a wave of ice. It's trying to use that move. Lai dodges away, stay away from there. The giant stone man stands proudly like a toad, stomping so hard it seems to shake the earth. Lai jumps up, and at this moment his companion follows the command, and if he steps even a little off, he'll lose 2 lives. Because he just used that skill, he couldn't use it again for a while. He seized the opportunity to jump up and fly to the monster to fight in place of the wolf. The wolf just glanced over, didn't have time to do anything, already got hit, his face darkening, then was kicked hard. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, but it seemed like it wasn't much affected. Right now, both of them attack together without hesitation, their eyes blazing as they charge at the monster, making the battle twice as intense, and everyone knows who will win. Your friend finally caught the ice golem, and now he has a prized artifact in his hands, truly worth every penny. It took Min nearly 2 days to catch this golem, so I guess it's time to head back. The fight was so intense that the turtle just snatched a fish to stave off hunger for now. That's right, next is the Cropia Snow Mountain. Continue the hunting journey to bring back the brightest little ones. In the Cropia Castle, there's a beautiful sister who is skilled at cooking luxurious dishes. Phew, this time did it succeed? It's clear she's talented just by looking at her. The dish must be delicious. The hot, creamy lobster is ready. If I were a bit more careful, this should sell for nearly 10,000 gold. I should take a break, right? The pretty girl has been working hard in the kitchen. She needs to rest up now to cook again tomorrow. As expected, my cooking skills have improved quickly since I started working in the forge's kitchen. Turns out it's because the castle's kitchen is so high quality that the dishes turn out better on their own. I don't know what Jan is doing now. Those two are too much, so I had to message first and worry about the rest later. Har was texting and smiling softly when suddenly she sprayed glue. Does Jan need my help? I plan to go to the northern area and want some food from Har. Even though you're on opposite ends of the world, you're still texting each other like newlyweds. That's easy. I just prepared quite a bit of food too. Where shall we meet? Luckily, someone took the lobster dish right after it was ready. Luckily, Yan asked because I couldn't possibly finish all the food I made. I'll meet him soon, once your love-struck distance no longer matters. It's not like I want to meet him or anything, it's just because he asked me to. Har's face turned as red as a tomato when she got to meet him right away. Jan is back to everyday life, working on a computer instead of wielding a sword. Let's see if there's any useful news today. What's this? Is there any new information about the discovered summoner? You just left home for a little while, and already so many things happened. Is this the wolf that attracted many summoners to Caliper's Hill? Yes, that's right, I call her Coco. The MC is interviewing today's main character, the red fox and the lovely young lady. I hear that she is even more unique compared to her kind. Yes, looking at his information, you can see a line indicating he can evolve. Jin Juong couldn't hold back and burst into laughter after hearing this. The secret about the summoned beast's potential evolution was finally revealed. I've never encountered this situation before, so I was a bit startled, but thinking about it, it's not a big deal, just a matter of time. Besides, I'm glad they only just found out now. Now the number of summoner players is countless. They look cool and mysterious, which attracts followers. It's just a matter of time before they discover that summoned beasts can evolve. Everyone needs to take good care of their pets so they can grow bigger. But without proper training skills, it's really hard to evolve them. Jin Sung sat biting his spoon, thinking of how to raise his pet so it grows a bit faster. Is there no other information left, huh? A unique monster with a legendary name. The bear with red striped eyes roars loudly on TV like a beauty pageant contestant at an international competition. Maine already has this name before. This guy has everything but still sits there biting the spoon, pretending to be surprised. If you catch it at level 23, you're probably assisted by guild members or acquaintances to catch it. Thinking too much and scheming all the time is exhausting. Let's check out Pukpuji. Watching others' pets so much, I forget about my own. Early in the morning, I saw Jane Sung carrying a huge sack from afar, making everyone turn to look. Isn't that a bit too much? Har only takes my money for ingredients, so is that a problem for you? I'm just worried that the flag might go hungry, so I prepared more food than the flag itself. It's nothing. Compared to the task you helped me with in that whole chain, it's nothing. Just looking at her eyes, you can tell she's been cooking for him her whole life. So what is taking money? There seem to be a few more super expensive dishes in here. I want to dig in right away, after spending the afternoon struggling with someone else's lobster to pay the bill. Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay Haran. Jinshung was too polite, so Heron quickly seized the opportunity. Could you help me with 2 things then? I accidentally agreed without thinking earlier, so now I have to accept without starving. The first request is when you go hunting in the northern area. If you see any ingredients on this list, please help me take them. Oh, and if I get this, I'll help you. May asked him to take it easy a bit, and the second request is for Heron to stammer a little, awkwardly shifting her legs. She doesn't look natural at all. I wonder what that's about. Hopefully it won't take long for me to level up, even though I have 100 things to do, but I have to listen because of the food. Please help me with the upcoming class at school. When I asked Juan, he said, you are attending Korea University. Yes, that's right. I'm a first-year student there. How's your schoolwork? Does that mean she wants me to help her in real life? I haven't heard everything yet, but I do feel a little nervous. I am studying in the hotel culinary department at Korea University, and am a second-year student. I finally understand I didn't expect we would be at the same university and that you're older, so I can't avoid it. You like good food, right? I really hope you can try all my dishes and see which one is the best. Because the course I'm taking is about making homemade dishes, Jin-sung also understands the issue. All those huge amounts of food also have a purpose. So I just need to eat and tell if it's good or not. That's right, you're definitely going to help me, right? It sounds simple, but it makes you scratch your head a bit. Why would Hareen ask me to do that? Does she have no friends? At this point, there's nothing more to wonder about. The food you cooked is only for me to eat. I think it's probably because she's into a different kind of game, so not many people talk to her. Jin-jung guesses wrongly, but still doesn't understand her true feelings. From now on, focus on finding gear and get back to your game to prepare for the upcoming adventure. The mission in this area is a bit dangerous and there isn't much information. I have to make sure I have the best gear to fight when I get there. You just gathered everything needed to start the new battle. I've bought everything I need. Now I just need a weapon. I wonder if there's a bow like the one from the wilds I bought before. As expected, there's no bow at my level that can deal high damage. These accessories are a bit too ordinary and not enough for me to go with you. There is no bow that can boost the power of summoning beasts. Should I expand my search? After looking repeatedly, I finally chose a pair of iron gloves from an ancient summoner. Hearing this, Jin-sung also understood what the skill of this item was, and then returned to that familiar scene with snow-covered rocky mountains and the giant stone monster that could not be missing. As soon as it started, I saw both sides chasing each other like it's been ages since we last met, so I'll attack from the front. You focus on the back. People and beasts split up to fight more easily and finish quickly, with powerful punches sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. While fighting, Jin-sung discovered the weakness of the monster, so he couldn't miss the chance. It only happens once in 1,000 years. I believe it's worth it because I spent 900,000 gold on sharpening, investing in a good pair of gloves to see who can punch the monster better. Without hesitation, you charged forward and punched the monster straight in the body, catching it off guard and revealing its weakness. Truly worth every penny. Is it really worth buying it? Jin-sung feels proud of the treasure he chose himself. It may look like a child's toy, but it also has its uses. Looking back, I still appreciate its inherent capabilities. Wait, if it's random, does that include Pukpuji? So if it activates, I'll also be Jin-sung, and I'll be startled, remembering I almost turned into Pukpuchung when it arrived. Luckily, there's a rule about physical features. You just stand there talking nonsense while the monster sprays glue. Should I use the new skill I just learned from level 3? The monster roared in agreement this time, not just one, but 2 of them, holding Jinjung tools between them, slipping away unnoticed while the 2 brothers swung their sticks and hit each other's heads, showing how much they loved each other. Just playing around with a little slap, but taking over 1,000 damage. This is a level 60 ice spirit. I must defeat it before it has a chance to heal. This old veteran with many years of experience managed to take it down easily. You caused a critical hit on the ice spirit, probably because of the sudden attack catching it off guard. I need to keep attacking with all my strength to finish off this monster. The ice fairy isn't to be underestimated, so both sides are full of fighting spirit, eyes blazing, charging at each other, and my body has become more agile. I'm brimming with power, but in this state, I will die if I get hit even once. Jinung uses its power, but still has to be careful not to ascend to the heavens for real. When the monster attacks widely, it will reveal its weaknesses afterward. He charges forward without hesitation and gets the full brunt of the attack. You just delivered a critical hit to the ice elf to finish it off. Then Jine punched the little fairy in the face to make sure it was done. The gloves completed their mission again by taking down the giant stone monster lying on the ground. You killed a frost fairy and gained 1.06 experience points. The evening in the windy jungle, snowstorm covering the ground. The family with orange-dyed hair is sitting by the fire warming up. I have set the boundaries, because there will be times when ice orcs above level 100 appear. Your friend showed off his achievements and was praised by Florizon for it. The northern region is not a place to play around. Luckily, we came on this expedition, so we can build a foundation for the guild. As he spoke, he poured Lauren a glass of water and thought about the next plan. Even though our reason for coming here is because there isn't much territory left in the northern region. The question is whether we can defend the territory we occupy. Wait, we have to do this within 3 months until we succeed. We need to utilize every member to strengthen the base. Right after the exploration, we must bring the guild members here. The team seems to be quite large and busy with many tasks, including hunting in the nearby area. Everyone will come except for one person, and the whole group couldn't bear to leave a teammate behind. What do you mean? Of course it's Jan. He has to hunt a lot in the southern area to level up. I wonder if Jan has already gone to the northern region. The best player has been left behind. Well, successful people have their own paths. Recently, he asked me some information about the northern area. He said he would go hunting in the Cropia Snow Mountain range and is gathering all the information he can. Hearing how diligent Jan is, that friend is also curious about what level he's reached. I'm not sure about that either. Anyway, it's good that Jan levels up quickly. My friend with the goose face wonders what Jan is doing that he hasn't invited me along. After defeating the ice demon, the earth becomes much calmer. Jinung still wears his gloves and takes the lonely wolf for a walk. Now I'm sharing experience with 4 instead of 2, so I can see that leveling up has become much harder, even though Min just reached level 40. Seeing his teammates get beaten so badly that they were terrified, the remaining ice fairy decided to become Jin Sung's pet. It's probably time for Slap's potential to reach 100 too, right? It's time to teach that bigger pet, who just became your new owner. Why is this happening? Slap's potential has reached 100, so why hasn't it evolved yet? This beast is huge, but its soul is still tiny and refuses to grow. I know that one of the evolution conditions is 100 potential points. Are there any other requirements besides potential? Level, but I remember I just reached level 2 in the live. So when it evolves, does each monster require a different evolution level? Whatever, I can't do anything right now anyway. Jin Hyung is rambling to himself about how to raise his pet. Now should I use training skills on Pukup Puhi? The little turtle that just started to walk has already been taken out for experimental tests. Where did that Puk Puhi go? Maybe it knew this good thing was coming, so it had to run away first. If it had been attacked, the system would have alerted me, so I have to lure it out with some tasty bait, and then I'll give it this meatball. After circling around, I saw the turtle diligently digging its head into the ground, thinking it was doing something, but it was just chewing on a sweet potato. Pukuji's potential increased by 10, and all stats went up by 5. Jin lost his temper because the beast was eating too much and couldn't be controlled, while the turtle was still chewing happily. The sweet potato is a rare medicinal herb that increases all stats by 5 points. I'm jealous. I should have eaten that instead of the tiny turtle. Next time you find something similar, give it to me. I'll give you a piece of meat. Jin Sung advised to bribe in exchange for the meat. Although the turtle's face shows it understands human speech, it looks sulky and then crawls away, probably looking for a new owner. I never expected it to lead you to a secret basement. This must be it. You've become the first to discover this maze. Jin Hung cheered happily because he became the first to discover this maze and learned that in the next 5 days, the item drop rate here will be doubled. It was worth traveling all the way to the northern area. Jin Sung was offered to register for the maze and would receive 500 reputation points. Jin Hung, drunk and unwilling to share experience or the doubled drop rate with other players, even though 500 reputation isn't small, hugs Puji and praises it for doing a great job. Finally, it did something useful. After relaxing for a while, Jin Sung finally decided to enter the maze. Along with Jin Sung are Slap and Lai. Although this maze seems simple, something still makes him feel a chilling shiver like dried chicken. It feels like a ghost or something is about to appear. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs. The entire horde of dragons charged forward wildly. Jin Jung immediately ordered Slap to use the Ice Wave technique to deal hundreds of thousands of damage and slow down the monsters. Jin Jung worries that he will have to wait a bit longer before he can use the Berserk mode again. He also hurriedly asks Lai to deal with the one on the left. He didn't care whether Lai could defeat it or not. All he wanted was to buy more time. As for Jin Nung, he quickly activated the influence of the ancient armory summoner. You're lucky to have borrowed Slap's Ice Wave. As you charged in, you quickly warned Lai to dodge. As soon as you hit the ground, you clenched your teeth in frustration, knowing this fight would never end like this. In a tense moment, Jin Jung accidentally glances at the lazy turtle Puji, dozing in the corner, and silently decides it won't let it sit back and relax like that. He orders it to attack the 2 monsters and draw the attention of the bugs, but Jin Sung is stunned with her mouth wide open when she sees it actually doing it. Jin Hung praised Puji for doing well, but it turned out to be all talk and no action. The lazy turtle quickly withdrew into its shell and received a series of deadly blows. Although quite annoyed by this sneaky tactic, Jinung still kindly trusted in its monstrous defense. With a strong belief that he would win this battle soon, Jinung ordered all summoned beasts to attack together. After the intense battle, Jinung's side nearly defeated them. He looked around with a slight frown, noticing that although he had gone through the entire path to the basement, the atmosphere felt strangely different. A blinding beam of light suddenly appeared right behind Jinzhong. He recognized this as the summoning circle, the appearance of the boss. He quickly warned the two summoned beasts to prepare for attack, but unexpectedly, a ghostly old man appeared. He smiled kindly and said, "Jinzhong seems to be a summoner that caught him off guard." Jinzhong suspiciously guessed that the old man in front of him couldn't be a monster. He politely asked for his name, and the old man muttered softly, surprised that the first to challenge Guy's test was a summoner, wondering if this was fate. Hearing that, Jinung asked if the old man's name was Wai. After getting a nod, he then asked why he was here. Wai only responded about that. He still couldn't tell you everything yet. Still in shock, Jinung saw him raise his staff and say that if you pass his test, you'll learn all the secrets of the maze. The surrounding area trembled like an earthquake, as W quickly summoned the level 75 Chaos Dragon. Jinzhong was speechless, overwhelmed by its size. This one is twice as big as the monsters, with the dragon already towering over a one-story building. I was even more stunned when I saw it had a level 75 hero rank. He completely didn't believe he could defeat it when he felt he was about to die. The right thing Jinung believes is to cancel his previous summoning of his summoned beasts. The mighty Chaos Dragon roars with great energy, causing Jinung's stats to decrease by 5% for 10 minutes. He is determined that even if he dies, he will not retreat until he fights. We commands the Chaos Dragon to attack. He was a bit surprised to see it could also attack with its breath. Then he hugged Puji with one arm and ordered the other two to scatter quickly. Under the heat of the dragon's breath, thanks to Puji's defensive ability, he narrowly escaped death. Even so, that thing can still pierce through this turtle's strange defenses and directly reduce its health by 1/3. You guessed that the chaotic dragon is similar to the demon dragon, with poor defense and low health. Jinung officially counterattacked by ordering Slap to use the freezing move while the others attacked from behind, and even if Jinsung might ultimately have to give up, I will definitely not back down and will keep fighting. Just after activating the weakness detection function, a danger from the chaotic dragon appeared, using its tail to deliver a fatal blow to Slap before Jinsung could warn. Slap lost nearly 5,000 health points. Jinsung was so angry he couldn't breathe. Even though it's a boss over level 70, this is just too much. Hurry up and cancel the summon of Slap. Turning around, he saw the other boy also hit with a critical strike, causing Han Manglong's health to drop nearly 2,000 and inflicting a bleeding status. Since Lai's attack was a critical hit, his combat power increased for 5 seconds. Jinung silently thanks Heaven and Buddha when Lai attacks the boss's weak point, showing complete ruthlessness with his skill to identify weaknesses. The Chaos Dragon gradually loses thousands of liters of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Jinchung swapped places with Lai and used Puji as a weapon to attack Han Manglong. Jinung silently thought, why does every attack seem to be a critical hit? The clueless dragon is lucky that Puji is still very powerful, only losing about 100 health. Lai was ordered by Jinzung to deliver another critical hit on the Chaos Dragon, directly causing it to lose over 2,500 health. Even though Han Manglong took a critical hit, Jinchung guessed it still had more than half its health. In a daze for a moment, he was then slammed into the wall by Han Manglong's tail, losing over 500 health. Jinzhong's mind is completely in chaos, his confidence beginning to waver. He doubts whether he can defeat this level 75 monster. Otherwise, Jinchung's valuable experience will disappear along with the game ending, and he will be locked out for 24 hours. Too many things to lose if he fails. Still, Jinzhong was determined to keep Lai alive at all costs and couldn't let it be lost. He looked around for Lai and saw it continuing to land a critical blow on the Chaos Dragon. Thanks to Lai, he suddenly realized that attacking wounded spots would deal extra damage, meaning if Jinzung kept attacking those areas, the damage would increase. You realize Lai has always been attacking the weak spot on Han Manglong's neck. Jinzung feels both relieved and secretly annoyed with himself. So now you realize you never thought about this feature before, but it doesn't matter because you'll check it now. After Lai's fierce attack, the eye of the Chaos Dragon was blinking, so its blood has dropped below half. From another perspective, it means Jinsung could only reduce its blood by half after such a long attack. This thing really is a monster. Now you need to make a practical decision whether you can win in this current state or not. After a moment, Jinchung sighs and thanks Lai for his hard fight. He cancels Lai's summon, leaving no time for emergency first aid to heal. If the battle continues, your body will become heavy and you'll no longer be able to dodge the dragon's attacks, and you can't win alone with Lai, so right now, you must try to minimize the damage. Jinung clenched Puji and sighed, recalling the consequences of failure. Under the threatening roar of the chaotic dragon, Jinung still did not flinch. That surprised Guy and caused him to recall the chaotic dragon back. Jinung broke out in a cold sweat with relief when he saw the monster had disappeared, along with countless rewards for conquering the chaotic maze, hundreds of thousands of experience points, and reaching level 43. Jinung was still stunned to realize he had conquered this maze. He suddenly thought that from the start, it might have been impossible to send this dragon away. Still, the experience points gained were quite low compared to his expectations. Jinjun ignored it and sat down heavily on the ground, exhausted. Wei stepped forward to praise him, surprised that Jinzung was able to fight the Chaos Dragon so well. Jinzung shyly said, "It's nothing surprising, you still lost in the end." Wei replied, "No, because it is the summoned beast you cannot defeat with your current abilities. And I also want to congratulate you on passing this test." Jinsung muttered to himself. "Is he teasing me? What kind of test is this?" Wei asked Jinung's name. He quickly answered that his name was Yan. Wei directly offered an extremely special gift, asking if he wanted to inherit the old man's legacy. This is the path of a dragon tamer. Though the gift is dazzling, he quickly realizes it might be a hidden profession. I never expected to gain this mysterious profession like this. This definitely isn't a scam, right? Heh. Becoming a dragon tamer sounds so cool just by the name, and I even get invited by the old man to be the heir and become a legendary dragon tamer. You also nodded in agreement, but you still have to ask for a price, pretending to think for a moment. After all, which is better, a master tamer or a dragon tamer? Jinung easily unlocked the master tamer profession at the start of the game, but almost failed to unlock the dragon tamer title after overcoming countless storms. All right, in that case, Jinsung looked up at Wei with confidence. He wants to become a dragon tamer. The old man nodded in satisfaction and assured him he would never regret it. It seems they haven't even had time to feel proud yet. The transfer has begun. Let's wish for the birth of the new taming dragon master. Looks cool, huh? But it was gone in less than a minute. Why the hell is the system showing it so clearly? You can't switch to a lower profession. Transformation failed. Damn, does that sting? Being too skilled is also a problem. Sigh. Now Wei finally understands. Jinsung is on the path to becoming a master. No wonder he couldn't summon you. Well, it's just a matter of my skill after all. Feeling sad, even though I know he's not an ordinary summoner because he can see my red-maned wolf, I didn't expect Jinsung to be a master. Seeing Weifeng standing tall. Actually, now I realize that the master of taming is even more advanced than the taming dragon master. Although a bit disappointed, it's okay. Jinung knows he's good. Hee. If you keep trying to dig for more information, you might discover something useful. Wei helps him analyze a bit. Lai is a rare rank wolf belonging to Jinung. If it's rare, its power must be extraordinary. Super abnormal even, but that's only possible if the tamer raises summoning beasts using a special method. Especially, huh? Your high opinion of this person is certainly not wrong. Still, he can even accurately state Lai's rank and strength. Even as an NPC, that's quite impressive. The legendary dragon tamer isn't just for playing around or showing off to the world, except for Jinsung the old man. Wei probably read my thoughts and felt heartbroken, but how could I forget why he was waiting for someone like me to challenge him? I almost forgot the important thing. I knew it all along. Trying to cheat each other? There's no such thing as spring. There has to be a reward after getting through this pile of ridiculous challenges. I almost forgot and would have gone home empty-handed. Sigh. In another development, that's no easier. While John Hun struggles with this slap, Gowan stands beside him, cheering loudly. That's my disciple. It stings, but there's nothing I can do. Finally defeating this monster, exhausted beyond measure, they have also reached 1,000 territorial points. The Lotus base has been upgraded to the Lotus village, and the position of village chief has been automatically assigned to leader John Hun. I'm happy to hear everyone praises my maturity, but do I really look much older than my age? It's a bit sad that the base upgrade is done. I wonder if my little teammates over there are okay. I mean, Jinsung and the others are doing just fine. It seems like it's even more than that. Sleeping only 2 hours a day for 5 consecutive days has made me sleepy even in the game. Damn, I'm exhausted and my pants are falling down. The little turtle beside me, usually so relaxed, looks pale and green. Both of their eyes are bloodshot. What a pain. Jinjung is starting to regret taking this mission, but there's no other choice left. If I can't handle this damn thing, I won't get any reward. Giving up or failing will cost me reputation equal to the level of the mission. And it's even a B-level difficulty. Plus, you haven't reached level 50 yet. If I had known, I wouldn't have accepted it in the first place. Now I'm just a rookie. The mission is for summoners with W-recognized skills who can't form a team, but luckily the time limit isn't strict. Otherwise, Jinung would usually go home on this day, the full moon, and the Memorial Day. The most important part is handled very carelessly, and the rewards are even unclear. Truly a disappointment. Although I also enjoy playing solo, things are pretty tough right now. It might be more feasible after the vehicle is upgraded. Before starting the mission, Guy gave you a Divine Dragon Spirit Stone. Finally, at the very end, he opened up. In the old days, long ago, during Y's era, there were legendary monsters that no longer exist. Just like summoning beasts that have accompanied him for a long time, the closest friend of the 1,000-year-old Dragon Warrior case, where the dragon tamers reside, was attacked by evil dragons, and countless dragons and tamers lost their lives. Their side is 100 times stronger than Kaseo's. That is why he ran away and hid here in the Cropia Snow Mountain, because he has a mission to protect his companion. The evil dragons won't let them go easily, so he had no choice but to seal himself and Kaseo's underground. It was so touching I almost cried. Wow, what a beautiful friendship. Looking at myself and my friend W, who has endured here for 1,000 years, without a single ray of sunlight to revive Kaseo's, and he decided to give this stone to you, so Jin-sung could take on this noble mission. The Space Mage will tell you how to bring the soul of the Battle Dragon Kambok back to this world. It doesn't necessarily have to be a Taming Dragon Master to restore Kaseo's crystal. However, it also requires some experience and practice. The innate skill of the Taming Dragon Master is what revived Kaseo's into a battle dragon. The only person capable of doing that caught his eye was Jinung. Well, what a shame. If it bears the name Divine Dragon, then it must be an extraordinary summoning beast. For now, just take it to the Space Mage and figure out the rest later. At the same time, Y also gave him a reward, which turned out to be a decorative feather from the Dragon Tamer. This artifact has been passed down to the leaders of the Dragon Tamer. However, I still need to find the Space Mage to remove the seal before it can unleash its true power. I keep turning around but still haven't found that mage. Before disappearing, W blessed and hoped for Jinjung to be reborn as a descendant of the dragon gods in the world. It felt like I had just received an extraordinary mission. At that moment, he also took the opportunity to check this item. How impressive. A legendary grade item tucked right under his arm. Looking at the system panel, that strange creature over there has incredible stats, and it's only usable for my class. If I unlock this, I'll definitely become a superhuman. Always undefeated. Those red texts look really sharp. If your summoned beast runs out of health during battle, you can completely replace it with another one. Reaching the top and capturing a dragon is the dream of many summoners, and you will definitely have one in the future. Looking closely, this feather is really useful. It's not like completing trivial quests is a waste of time. Hold on, there's no spring that comes easy. At least for now, you need to reach level 70 to complete the B-rank quest alone. This way of leveling up isn't sustainable. If I keep staying awake like this for 5 days straight, I might go meet my ancestors sooner. Luckily, even though I'm tired, my summoned beast doesn't get tired and leveled up to 50, finally reaching the magic spirit power stat. Even though Jinung didn't do much, he's exhausted. Fortunately, I set the level to 50 before running out of time, or else I'd be screwed. After the fight, I wondered what this summoning and spirit power were, but forget it. What matters now is to sleep for 1,000 years. I thought I could rest easily, but the story has only just begun. Just as I stretched, dozens of notifications popped up. You are the first summoner to reach level 50, earning 1,500 reputation points and all that. Basically, you're being praised, the first to level 50, as if you just saved the world. And you've completed a bunch of quests too. Do you hate it or what? And on top of that, they even added the words, #1 country. The Summoner's Prophecy, you are the first among all summoners in the Lucifer Kingdom. Emperor Solius wishes to meet you. Find the Emperor within 3 days. The difficulty is obvious. It really is a special mission. If you contribute enough, you might even get 10 iPhone 16 Pro Max as a reward. Just thinking about it makes it feel like the sun is blazing. Suddenly I feel like peeing like crazy. I knew Kalen was just creating a lot of good loot for players. All right. Now I can sleep without dreaming of the abyss. In Mulinfino Play Capital, the Lucifer Kingdom is peaceful. Suddenly there's an earthquake. Seeing the ground shake and tremble, something started to emerge inside the castle, just as everyone suspected. The Summoner's Tower, the first to reach level 50. The locals around started to get restless, wondering which monster it could be, while the demon everyone was talking about was snoring peacefully in bed, returning to a normal life that suddenly seemed brighter, waking up to eat a bowl of instant noodles with 2 eggs before sitting down to read comments on the game forum. Is this the legendary peaceful life of gamers? I wish I knew right away. All the news is about the level 50 summoner, always in the spotlight. Hey, you guys are really crazy, just waiting to attack and steal food, and as soon as I pick up a piece of noodles, someone says they know who the summoner is. I thought Cho Vietnam was just trying to get views, but then I saw my own picture there for real. I thought I was famous, but turns out it's just scandal. Life is so full of sorrow, and to make it worse, they say the photo is fake. Are these guys crazy or what? It's so bitter I don't know what to do. Then Zungtrio is summoned again and immediately mocks the crazy turtle that's right beside me. Buck probably felt heartbroken when she heard it, summoning her to see that she was angry with me, so I had to go through the trouble of comforting her until she was exhausted. Luckily, this one loves meat like me, a little bribe, and she immediately wagged her tail and behaved obediently. While struggling in the storm, a message from Do Hyun arrived saying, "Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing, my friend?" It's tough. Just this morning I already called someone crazy. It seems like the fat guy has also caught on. Luckily, only Do Hyun knows it's me. It seems like not only Do Hyun has messaged you. Oh my god, your life's goddess is Hajin. She knew you reached 50 million summoner level and immediately messaged me. Forget what I said before. Now tell me, does Jin Jung get a little affection? Just by looking at his face, you can tell he's planning to take advantage of you. Dewan suspects he's not wrong. And Hajin is an angel. Has an angel fallen? Did you forget about your friend just because a girl messaged you? After a series of bragging messages, you finally got to the main story. The Empire Arena starts next week, but you need to be level 50 or below to join the Vuki tournament. Ju Hyonin thinks Jinung should temporarily stop grinding. If he hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Winning that match will earn a few thousand reputation points. All right, since they haven't played for a week, what should they do now? Just dragging himself to do the divine mission again. Soon after, Jinzung moved to summon the teleportation. This is something created from his achievements. Pretty impressive, huh? Pretty impressive, huh? Truly living life to the fullest. Majestic and impressive, but no one believes it. Still, I feel proud. There's plenty of time to check if there's anything interesting here. Looking like a tower of archers, Jinsung approaches the center to exchange antiques. They trade items and skill books by exchanging contribution points. Suddenly I thought the staff girl was quite pretty, with big round eyes like chicken eggs and shiny hair like an ad for shampoo. She wanted to know your name to look up your contribution points. Jinung used a different name this time, Yun. This mom looks so cool and calm. No wonder you felt cold. She finished checking your information and seemed very happy, thinking it was because Jinjung was too rich since your current contribution points are 5,000. She led you quickly around an exhibition room. Jinung takes the ancient summoner's iron sword orb. Is 350 points its price? A B-level mission for you costs around 200 to 400 points. Seems not too expensive when you think about it. Maybe I should just keep buying blindly and see what it's like to be rich for a day. You wonder if anyone can buy something as powerful as that feather with contribution points. Nothing has caught his eye as particularly special. I should probably keep it. It's time to bring out the ace. The beautiful staff member invites Jinzung to check out their skill books. She's sure he'll find something suitable. And then she even smirked mischievously. Damn it. The scene shifts to the top of Kazwan Kropia Mountain. Lim Long is in the process of enforcing justice. He quickly identifies who is destined to die. But this monster looks a bit clumsy. I'll redo it so everyone can see what real skill looks like. This one is really tough, truly a beast. Well, it's also a buffalo, but a real buffalo. Truly a level 65 buffalo. I guess it will take me another half day to reach level 50. Still, my mountain is of a different top tier. I really look forward to the day when level 49 and 50 have to duel in a showdown to settle things. You should save your time and register for the arena in 4 days. Lim Long suddenly sped up and charged straight down the cliff. Everyone thought he was being reckless, but he transformed into a majestic eagle soaring and twisting through the air. Jinung here is also experiencing the hardships of life. These skill books are the ones Jinung just bought after spending 1,700 contribution points. The firewall item information indicates it is an active skill with no level, a rare skill at 0% mastery costing 20 mana, with a 3-minute cooldown. Summon a fire spirit to temporarily create a wall of fire that blocks enemy attacks, absorbing damage equal to 350% of the summon's magic power and reflecting fire damage equal to 200% of the summon's magic power. The condition to acquire the skill is only by learning the passive skill, Fire Spirit Summon. The remaining item information is about electric manipulation. An active skill with no level, hero proficiency at 0%. The skill costs 15 mana and has a cooldown of just 1 minute. Summoning a lightning spirit creates lightning balls in both hands. Throwing the orb at an enemy will deal damage equal to 250% of the summoned magic power. Then the orb will split into 4 and be launched at high speed. If the split spheres hit an enemy or obstacle, they will bounce again before disappearing after 5 seconds. Enemies affected by the electric manipulation have a 15% chance to be paralyzed for 2 seconds. The paralysis effect will reduce the target's speed by 30% and increase damage from electric attacks by 50%. The skill can only be obtained by learning the passive skill to summon the lightning spirit. The skill can only be activated when the lightning spirit is summoned. After reading both, Jinsung especially prefers the power-up skill from the second book. Its attack power is relatively low compared to a hero-level skill, but the additional effects like paralysis are very impressive. The figures such as skill level, mana cost, and cooldown time are all related to the use of magic power to summon and control the spirit. First, you should master these skills first. In an instant, Jinsung acquired the Lightning Spirit Summoning skill and the Electric Manipulation skill through the skill book. Your strength immediately appears in your hand, and then a lightning spirit manifests before you. You have summoned a lightning spirit for the first time. You can name the spirit. While he was thinking of a name for it, it suddenly charged at him. Its name is Chibi, and your name will be Chibi too. It sounds perfect and adorable. The cat praises the cat with a long tail. I think I did a great job naming it. When he received the new beast, he immediately checked its information using the system. The spirit power remained at 10,000 attributes, with a summon time of 375 minutes, a low-level spirit rank, and a cooldown of 500 minutes. It will evolve into a great spirit when its power reaches the maximum, and the higher the summoning magic, the longer the cooldown. With this data, can't I use it to fight? No wonder they didn't ask for leadership stats. I guess I can only see Chipu as a tool for electric summon magic. Having something powerful from the start is great, but raising it from a young age is also fun. No more beating around the bush, and now I'm just going to meet that CIA emperor or whatever. As I leisurely walk into the palace, two weapons suddenly block my way with a clink. What are you doing here? This is a bit different from the beginning. What is this? Before I reset my character, I could still come and go freely. Do I need to show them any kind of license? Oh right, I'll tell them about the Vanguard mission. I am Yan, the summoned Vanguard. I have come because the Emperor wishes to see me. The soldier asked him to wait a moment while he checked with the captain, who soon stepped out to greet Jin Zheng. Welcome, Pioneer. I am Ma Lin, the chief guard. I didn't inform the soldiers in advance, so you had to wait. Sorry to trouble you. I'm surprised. What is this? Is he being polite because this is the Emperor's mission? But I won't insist with him. Ma Lin will escort you inside. He always follows him to avoid getting lost, and is also curious about what level the chief guard is at. Raphael seems to be leading the civilian patrol team at around level 90. I quietly checked the information and was so scared I nearly jumped. Are you kidding me? Captain of the guards at level 115? The top player hasn't even reached level 120. What about those guards? Even they are level 104 and 107. The Empire is truly powerful. That's probably why the top guilds can't establish bases on the Corona continent. If they provoke the Empire, the entire guild will be wiped out. Choosing to build the base in the north instead of here was definitely a good decision. I think I also need to upgrade quickly and help the guild, and then Malin led me right to where I needed to go, and I met the CIAS Emperor. The two sides sat facing each other for a long time. Turns out you are Yan. When I met Jin Sung, I thought he would be an old man with gray hair, but he's actually very young. All the information is hidden, so I don't even know his rank. I took the initiative to speak first. I heard you wanted to meet me, right? Celius crossed his arms and replied seriously, yes. When I heard that someone as outstanding as you appeared in the Lucifer Empire, I had to find you. The system also reported that I met Emperor Celius within the time limit, completed the pioneering summoner mission, and my reputation increased by 1,250. I never expected that just meeting this emperor would bring me so much fame. The Empire's missions are truly on a different level. He gently lifted his teacup and said he was very excited to hear about you, then asked if you knew why. I've been wanting to find a summoner like you to train for a long time. Jin Hong asked simply with two words, why? If it were normal, this would be considered disrespectful, and Hem would immediately intervene. Celia slowly recounts an old story, her earth-shattering secret of the Empire. Long ago, there was a prophecy about a special summoner who would bring either prosperity or destruction to Lucifer. And the sign of that person is the ability to tame creatures no one else can. Celius looked directly into Junyoung's eyes. I believe you are the one, Ian, and I need your help. Jinsung was stunned. Help with what exactly? Celius sighs. An evil force is rising, threatening the very survival of the Empire. Only the power of a special summoner can stop it. I want you to take part in a top-secret mission. A mission that could decide the fate of us all. Jinhung was silent for a moment, thoughts swirling in his mind. Finally, he nodded and said, I accept. Celius smiled contentedly. Very well. Moline will provide you with all the necessary information. Be prepared, Yan. The road ahead will be very difficult. Jinzhong stood up, feeling as if an invisible burden had just been placed on him. This mission might be even more difficult than facing the Chaos Dragon. The Emperor shows no displeasure because he is an explorer and not familiar with palace etiquette. Jinzhong silently breathed a sigh of relief, almost doomed if the Emperor had swung that great sword. One strike would have sent him to the afterlife. Yan stared in shock. Turns out it was a top-grade treasure worth a fortune, and just a small mistake could have cost Xiaotong his life. Sai spoke. Yan, do you know about the legendary spirit beast that symbolizes our Lucifer Empire? Yan wouldn't bother with such matters. I suspect it's Jin's offspring, right? Yes, not many people are aware, but it seems you know Jin is a magnificent creature with the body of a lion and the head, wings, and claws of an eagle. Jincheng silently thought that with everything displayed right in front of him, how could he not know? About half a century ago, the Empire discovered a mysterious nest in the Sick Desert and obtained an egg. Jincheng clenched his teeth and thought, what? Defian really exists? And did they manage to tame them? However, the difficult part is that we haven't been able to hatch the egg, even after more than half a year. This time, the Emperor summoned you to find a way to hatch the J-Fin egg. Immediately, the system displayed all the mission details, the J-Fin Empire's task. Half a year ago, the Emperor's knights found a rare Jin egg in the desert. The knights brought the egg back, and the Emperor was eager to raise it. Because Jin is a legendary spirit beast symbolizing the power of the Empire, but no one knows how to hatch the J-Fin egg. Therefore, Emperor CIA has asked you, a skilled summoner, to find a way to hatch the Jin egg. The difficulty level is unknown, and there are no specific requirements. The time limit is unclear. The reward is a summoning skill book from the Royal Library. If you refuse, your charm with the Emperor will decrease. If you have no charm points, hostility will increase. After reading, Jinsung clasped his hands together and recited Buddha's name. How could I possibly know? Hatching a phoenix egg? Jinsheng felt it was absurd and thought to himself, I'm not an expert incubator or a bird breeder. How could I possibly hatch an egg? With the deadline approaching and the task not showing up, what does this imply? He truly doesn't know where to start. He can't afford to lose his reputation by refusing this mission. So he accepted the request. I understand now. Let me see what I can do. As he stepped out of the fortress, he sighed heavily, as if the weight inside had pressed down on his shoulders. Things were getting more complicated, and he had taken on 2 huge missions without gaining anything in return. At least I know where I can find support for the forgotten ancient monster mission. It had given me an item, but as for the task of hatching the phoenix egg, I was completely clueless, knowing nothing about it. What should I do now? The Emperor has entrusted me with the responsibility of hatching the phoenix egg he is holding in his hand. He stretched to regain his composure. It seems he can't handle both tasks at the same time. I should check that Du Huin arena mentioned earlier first. This arena has been open for 5 days, and Jin Sung needs to train some new skills, so he's looking for a place to hunt. After checking, he remembers there's a bug's alchemy nest here, just as he receives a message from Har. It turns out she was just asking what I was doing. I'm getting ready to go to Sunday. I will try to level up my experience points to 99%. Heron is at a nearby coffee shop discussing her holiday mission with a friend. She even boldly added, I would be very happy if we could have a meal together if you're free. You're nearby, right? Jinjung didn't expect to be somewhat interested in this, thinking it might be a good idea, but then his heart ached painfully. No, he needed to use the surging electric wave skill first, so he had to decline the invitation from a beautiful girl. I'm sorry. Heron, maybe we can have a meal together next time I'm in the hunting area, so it's a bit inconvenient to leave right now. Even though I didn't get the answer I hoped for, Har didn't show any arrogance. I understand. Just message me when you're done hunting. By the way, I might reply to messages slowly, so I'll give you my phone number. Jinjung collapses at the edge of despair, kneeling and crying, skipping a good meal to go hunting. I'm truly hopeless. Not long after, he went to the giant ant nest with his pets. These are exactly what I was hoping for. All right, let's get started. He ordered Biggie to attack first, and Lai is also its companion. The summoned beast Biggie received 2,011 damage points from the giant ants, then an additional 376 points. It started using the cold wave strike to smash the ants apart. This is probably the right moment for Lai to attack. It tore those ants into 100 pieces. Well done, Lamb. Very good. The young man is deeply engaged in battle when suddenly he hears snoring, turns around and sees Bat sleeping soundly, unaware of everything. It notices Jinzung watching secretly, so it opens its eyes and climbs onto his shoulder. Now I don't have to tell you what to do anymore. Well done. All right, let's try this new skill. The electric wave surges. I guess I just need to throw it at the ants to succeed. But the ants show no reaction at all. They just stand there watching the 2 electric waves move very slowly, as if they're barely crawling forward. Damn it, it's too slow. How can I attack the ants like this? The ants look at me with a puzzled expression like, do you really think you can attack us with that? Calm down and review how this move works. Luckily, Mana's spirit recovers quickly. I guess I have to do it this way. This time, there's no way it can miss. Jinung tries again. Indeed, the result was as expected. A perfect success. You used the Surge Electric Wave skill to attack the giant ant with 1179 attack power, but only after the attack did you realize the paralysis effect didn't activate, nor did the 15% conversion. Just as I was wondering, the system displayed a message about the very things I was talking about. An additional 359 points were added to the giant ant, which then fell into a paralyzed state. The giant ant will slow down by 30% and take 50% more damage from electric attacks. The Surging Electric Wave is resetting its cooldown. This is also the most suitable skill for normal mobs. This term is used to refer to the weak creatures created by the system, like the ones running around fighting each other before facing the boss. Alright, let's move on to the exciting part. He's been praising Mopbin as the best all along. Whew. Now my score is at 99.9%. I might reach level 51 if I train a little more. I won't be able to enter the arena if that happens. Alright guys, get ready to withdraw. Bat keeps turning around and suddenly disappears. It really knows how to make others worried. Who would have thought it was doing something private up ahead that Jinjung couldn't understand when he looked in? What are you doing, Bat? Seeing the situation getting unstable, I hurriedly withdrew it before things got worse. Just after completing it, he received 36 points thanks to Bat destroying a giant ant's egg. Now he finally understands what it was doing. Immediately, Jinsung was promoted to level 51. He was so surprised by how fast it happened that he shouted out in joy. Although I reached level 51, I'm still very impatient and regretful. Yeah, I'm so unlucky. I should have stopped at 98%. I want to summon Puji again and give it a good beating. Then he coldly asked Lai what he should do now. Then Lai turned away, unwilling to say more. In the end, he decided to gather them back and let them rest. Suddenly now he's just sitting there thinking about trivial problems. If he really wants to level down, maybe the only way is to kill himself. I will hide all items that could drop when I die. Jinung took the sword and said I might as well use it since I can throw away this item. Now I have to stab myself, but when I bring the sword to my chest, I hesitate. Still, I have to go through with it. You will lose experience when you die. If you drop below level 50, you won't be able to connect for 24 hours. After ending the battle with the giant ants, Jinung has a private moment with Haran. He feels quite awkward, not knowing what to say when he sees her, and the atmosphere seems very tense. She said they met at the coffee shop behind the school gate, right? I kept thinking about it, so I decided to try going there too. From afar, he could see the gentle figure and the flowing, long black hair of Haran. This time, he truly looked at her. I didn't know there was someone so beautiful in this school. How is that even possible? Is she a celebrity? They've met before, but Har seems distracted because today he's wearing different clothes and looks unfamiliar. Her beauty looks exactly like in the game. You probably didn't customize the character when setting it up, right? She looks more beautiful than the character in the game. But Haran thinks the opposite entirely. You see, I edited myself a lot to look better. That's why you didn't recognize me, right? You must be really disappointed. Your thoughts are completely opposite, making everyone feel awkward without meaning to. Sorry to bother you. Jinchung suggested we go out to eat. I haven't had breakfast yet, so I'm starving now. All right, I know a really good restaurant. Let's go there together. They sit facing each other, eating and chatting like a newly in love couple. Seeing how she focused intently on the food, she also looked beautiful. The date was over, and they said goodbye before leaving. At night, he returned to his room and sighed to himself. So exhausted. Oh, no. I'm out of energy. Women really are terrifying creatures. But if it weren't for Haran, when would I get to go out to eat with my daughter? Let's get back to the game. Wait a minute. I suddenly remembered that I can't connect for 24 hours, but I still feel so comfortable inside the game that I chose to sleep in Kailan. It's already morning again, and outside there's some lively event going on. Hello viewers, this is VTBCT, Korea's official game broadcast station. Nice to meet you all. I am Tung Thuat Hen, and I am Lucia the Summoner. There are a lot of people here today, right? The entire arena seems much more lively than a month ago. Even though this is just a rookie tournament and not the main competition, this hen has already gained many new professions. Which profession do you think will demonstrate the highest combat strength in the arena? I believe for one-on-one battles, it's definitely the assassin profession. That class has much higher offensive power than the Dark Mage and Summoner. Jinung then arrived at the arena. It seems the first preliminary match has finally begun. Lim Long, a new profession as an assassin, is participating right from the first fight. His opponent is the Climbing Warrior. Truly an exciting match. Everyone please pay attention. The fight will start in 5 seconds. Jinung is really looking forward to this match. I wonder how this assassin will fight. Down in the stands, the audience cheered passionately as the two fighters fought fiercely, neither willing to back down. Lim Long's attack and defense are much calmer than Leo's. He even uses an invisible skill to catch Leo off guard, so he's likely to strike unexpectedly. Even knowing in advance, there's nothing he can do. Jin Zheng has realized that Lim Long is a character who can catch his attention even more. So far, Leo has lost almost half his health, but he can't give up now. Die! You bastard! When he launched a fierce shockwave attack, Lim Long countered with multiple arrows. And then he finally defeated Leo. The cheers erupted as everyone shouted that Lim Long had won the match and would receive double for an absolute victory. Jin Sung was quite impressed with this person. This was only the first preliminary match, yet it was already so amazing. That assassin is really skilled. Lim Long suddenly stared at him with sharp, bullet-like eyes. Jin Sung felt relieved seeing Lim Long looking at him, knowing that Kai Lan must have many strong hidden people, so he had to stay alert. He returned to his private room, pondering which one he should bring along. The other matches are like comedy shows, so they're not worth watching. Honestly, I'd rather watch the preliminary rounds of new recruits, and I definitely won't pay for it. Jin Sung is as clever as he is humble, probably underestimated at home too. His current strength is enough to judge others now. Why are they so bad? Even players below level 50 are truly pathetic and terrible. After mocking Hez and Loven's skills compared to these guys, those two are like gods. I'm curious to see how the next preliminary match between Yan and Jimon will unfold. The moment has arrived, it's your turn to step onto the stage. Outside, the MC has started the announcement. Players whose names are called, please proceed to the waiting room immediately. A large escorting force is following behind him. First, everyone shouted the name of Jimny, the greatest gray horse. Before the match started, he had already planned to use the secret weapon as a trump card. Everyone under the stands is fighting to say that Jimny is looking at them and shouting out loud, "Jim will take us to the paradise of the gray horse and destroy that summoner." Dark sorcerer. Jim, the #1 dark mage. Jin Sung, standing behind, is overshadowed by him. That's me getting angry. The #1 dark mage. Then I am the #1 summoner. I don't know much about assassins, but I do know a little about dark magic users. Just be careful of bone prison and wide area skills, and his HP is even lower than that of the mage and archer. Start this battle with a shockwave. Focus on the opponent. Only now does Jim finally greet him. "You're Yan, nice to meet you." Jin Sung doesn't seem to like this guy. Why does a guy look so fake? The two sides shake hands in friendship, hoping for a really good match. The match will start in 5 seconds. Jinung has a few reminders. Immediately after the match starts, focus on the dark magic user. He will definitely unleash all his firepower on me once the fight begins. Summoners are easily defeated if they are caught before their creatures can use their power, but I still have a few ace cards up my sleeve. And then the countdown began, and they officially started their challenge to determine the winner. Jim was terrified. What is this? I thought the match would start with his summoned beasts fighting my immortals. He just charged straight at me. Jinung had predicted from the start that this guy would use the bone prison skill, so he prepared a very detailed counterattack strategy. Jinna shouted in despair, unable to believe it was real. How could this be a summoner? More like an assassin. If Jin Zung can predict where the skill will land, dodging wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, I invested all my stats into agility. I keep charging forward while activating the weakness detection. Jim summons bones to form a shield to block Jin Sung. Every move he makes is part of his plan. In the end, he's really easy to predict. Now is the perfect moment to summon the slip. Jim might be panting because he's been mostly defending from the start, with no fully offensive moves against the opponent. Is it worth risking everything for those girls who are so obsessed? The ice wave has shattered that skull army into nothingness, and the sight before everyone's eyes leaves them in awe. That's incredible. What is that? This is amazing. Just like an action movie, the fight is intense, and there are less than 30 seconds left. While he was distracted and careless, Lai secretly moved in to attack. Jim is affected by a bleeding effect and will take a total of 515 damage over 10 seconds. So far, he's lost 3,000 health points. He bitterly curses Lai as a crazy dog. It's not even a level 70 to 80 Shadow Wolf, and its summoner isn't even level 50, so how could it take so much of his health? While the power is strong, Jinung quickly finishes the fight with a thunderous punch. Are you a woman or what? Looking in with your mouth wide open in amazement, Jimny's health has dropped below 5%, and he has been eliminated from the arena. Player Yan wins. At this moment, they have switched their fans. Only when he wins do people truly focus their attention on him. He is the best. Before leaving the stands, Hen and Lucia praised his abilities. Amazing. Is it always this powerful to be in Summoner? Could he possibly have a hidden superclass? That was an amazing fight. Especially that giant wolf, which completely took down Jim in just a few hits. Summoning beasts is impressive, but the player himself is also incredible. He must be a quick and agile summoner, truly insane. Jim regretfully realized he had let his guard down because he thought he was just a summoner. Damn it. I thought he was a chicken, because he only carried a pair of iron fists as his weapon. I didn't expect the top black horse to drop from the parking lot. If I had focused, I would have won. Damn it. Jim angrily clenched his teeth and looked at Jin Young. That must be what he's thinking. Why is the #1 black magic user so weak? His movements are just like his instincts. Jim couldn't dodge any of the attacks. Anyway, no one will underestimate summoners in Kailan anymore. The match has been over for quite some time, yet many people still wonder about it. Where did he find that wolf? Does anyone have any information about it? How can it move faster than the assassin players? Is it because the assassin's level is too low? Is that electric shock technique an amplified current? How is that possible? During the break, Lucia took a sip of water and turned to ask Hen if he thought this rookie alliance was really something special. This is probably obvious to everyone, especially Summoner Yan and Assassin Lim Long. They seem to have trained themselves using their own methods. Now that I think about it, Hen seems to have met the Summoner and that Red Mao Wolf somewhere before. When Hen tries to recall, he realizes he has indeed met them before. He is the player you met on the ghost ship during the wizard mission. Let's not talk about this anymore. The next match will start in a few minutes. Lim Long is carefully preparing his troops for the upcoming battle. As for Jinung, he's happy just winning, with a score of 10. If I keep winning like this, I could earn 100,000 reputation and all the level 50 summoner gear. They're all rare hero items, who can stop me? All right, I'll win the prize and then go back to level up. Seeing his arrival, almost everyone was delighted, as if they had seen a celebrity, and his name was being whispered all over the stands. As Jin Seung stepped out, a blonde archer shot him a sidelong glance. She was Mi Long, a player in the priest mission. Jinjin couldn't believe she was level 50 because she looked at least older than 50, but why was she here? Did she intentionally lower her level to match mine? As for Milong constantly sneering, she was biting her lip as if she wanted to rush forward and tear him apart. Damn, Yan, are you still holding on to my halo necklace? He really is a shameless bastard. Not only is he not scared, but he's also provoking her with his questions. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why are you asking me about it? Of course, I bid on it to get a good deal back. The two of them just keep insulting each other with their eyes. You're a damn dog. You lied to me last time, but this time there's no way. I'll personally smash you to pieces. From below the stands, it's obvious they seem to know each other. It seems they've already fought. This time, Zhao Hai is the one who did it, and unexpectedly she points at his face and warns him. I know your secret now, even though Jinzung himself doesn't understand what secret he holds. Mil Long directly said that you summoned the wolf. That's not a tame beast you summoned, but you used an ancient artifact to bind and control it. You have nothing but the item. Jinsung barely understands what she's saying and just looks confused. Binding spell? What artifact? What are you talking about? HH and Lucia stood there open-mouthed when they heard the news. Oh my god, if that's true, this is really a big deal, isn't it? He's definitely too strong for a level 50 summoner. If there really are relics of summoning, winning this rookie alliance will be very easy. I wonder if that's against the rules. It seems that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer in this game. Jinung is not willing to accept being misunderstood like this. Really, does she truly think it's the summoned artifact? Am I relying on an item? I'm fed up. Do those idiots believe her? Are they joking? Mil Long doesn't care even though she knows the truth, only she insists on it. No need to say more. Get up, I don't care about the wolf and I will kill you first. The fight will start in 5 seconds. Jinsung is furious and ready to explode. You idiot, I'll wipe you out within 30 seconds. He eagerly launched a quick attack to win fast. I didn't expect Milong to guess which move I would use and counter with an energy arrow. That is a high-level move. You wonder how she managed to find the skill to learn this technique. I used to be a bow user too, so why don't I know this? Even if I get hit, it doesn't do much damage. All actions in the match were within Milong's predictions, but still, Jinsung couldn't be outdone. Each of her sensory skills was struck by Yan, the summoner's summoned beast. Milan couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of move was that to defeat someone with just a single hit? That's the bulletproof vest, and also the reason he can withstand a few hits. While she was careless and let her guard down, Jinzung took the chance to get as close as possible. I've been waiting for this for a long time. If you can end the fight with a single palm strike, Yan winning would be perfect if I keep fighting against people like this. Moving on to the semifinals, he goes into his private room to carefully prepare his strategy. The match has been too easy so far, but the semifinals might be a real challenge for me. The opponent in front of me is a kid, and he's also a dark wizard. Although he is just a child, Jinung reminded himself not to underestimate the opponent. He introduced himself as Yan. Let's have a really good fight. I didn't expect this kid to show such an attitude. He didn't say a word, but just thought to himself, finally meeting someone with real strength. This won't be an easy match, but many will be disappointed if the greatest wizard on the continent loses this round. Evil Dark Summoner, your luck has run out and you will fall before me. Get ready. Seeing its expression and the way it kept talking to itself made Jin Zheng panic. What the hell is this? He is a fame-hungry human, like an illusion of power. He is a dark wizard. So what right does he have to accuse me of being a shadow summoner? And the greatest wizard on the continent, huh? It sounds so ridiculous. After boasting about itself, it finally introduces, "My name is Ganchi Huni, you'd better remember it. Even if you tell someone about to die, it's not worth it." Jin Hung helplessly pats his head and says, "What the hell is going on? Is this kid really acting or what? And the fight will start in 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Huni whispered, "Awaken from the sealed abyss. My servants, bring me a victorious triumph full of promise." Jin Zheng immediately sensed something was off about the skeletons the wizard summoned. The first thing was that they were black. An hidden class. That kid has a hidden class, which is why it can summon skeletons I've never seen before. Honestly, I have no idea what skills it will use. I should have watched a few matches with the Dark Wizard before. Why didn't I watch any at all? He blames himself for this being a huge mistake in the semi-finals. The match just started, and Jin Sung was already caught in Huni's Dark Abyss skill. When affected by the skill, it will slow down by 20%, meaning he won't be able to finish this match as quickly as before, so he decides to fight normally. Push it from the side. Use the Ice Wave for close combat. Both of them work together to combine their swords and then increase their attack pressure, resembling a chaotic summon of Huni's beasts. The Shadow Warrior is paralyzed, slowing down by 30%. Jin Zheng temporarily has some hope of winning, but Huni is very excited. It's not going to be easy. However, your luck ends here. The next move, called Judgment of Darkness, is a basic attack skill of the Black Witch. This move is fast, but its path can be predicted by the spellcaster's hand. Huni enthusiastically praises your skill, but unfortunately you've faced an opponent like me. Ha ha ha. Even at this point, that kid still has that weird expression. Probably that delusion of grandeur is incurable. Now's my chance. I'll use a direct punch, but after using this move, I feel even more embarrassed. Huni was confused. It didn't punch anything, but everything was part of the plan. Just a thought from the kid. This was the real attack. Forward lie. The black skeletons shattered into 100 pieces along with the kid's regretful gaze, and it kept shouting loudly. All of this was within my prediction. Your revenge is futile. But even if it tried, victory or defeat is probably already clear. Lie summoned Beast dealt a critical hit to Huni, causing it to lose 22 and 72 HP. He quickly rejoiced, but it wasn't over yet. The child's dead revenge skill was activated and reflected 276% of the damage. The summoned Lie received 6270 damage. Even Jin Zheng was surprised by this huge amount of damage. Are you joking? That much damage? No way. Lie's blood hasn't even dropped below 8,000. If this continues, Lie will take another 759 damage. Seeing the situation as hopeless, Jin Zheng quickly pulls back the sword and cancels the summon, or it will die. Huni chuckled softly. Just as I thought, that pathetic wolf's attack is high, but his vitality is terrible. Nothing can hide that gaze that sees through this crime. This is the first time Jin Zheng has faced this kind of feeling. I didn't expect to have to fight without Lie. I should have used a safer strategy and taken down the skeletons first, but it must have taken some damage too, and that revenge skill probably won't last long, so I still have a chance. Huni smirked maliciously and asked, making Jin Zheng hesitate. Should I try to guess what you're thinking? With my excellent intellect, you're probably thinking that I've lost a lot of blood, right? That's probably it. You can't deny it. The next move will be spellbinding. With this, I have pushed back my blood. Father, how will you defeat me now that you don't have this wolf? Jin Sung gradually starts to sweat with worry. If he's not careful, he might lose this battle. What should he do? This match is completely different from all the previous ones, truly extraordinary. It's an intense and exciting fight. Hen then asked Lucia who she thought would win this match. She wasn't sure anymore because it's still too early to tell who will be the victor. That's what makes this match so intense. During the fierce battle, Jin Zheng suddenly dismisses his summon. Everyone is confused and doesn't understand what he's doing. Isn't that his only summoned beast? But it seems to be his best attack. Jin Zheng ponders deeply, planning something. This is a question many people are wondering about. Jin Zheng's calculations are truly difficult for opponents to understand. Did he call back his summoned beast instead of summoning another one? Have you realized my power and surrendered? Well, I will accept your concession. I am indeed merciful. He still calmly observes all of the kid's gestures. What is he planning to do? Hey kid, if you keep talking back like that, your brother will teach you a lesson. You little brat, even being called a little brat makes me angry. You scoundrel, I was about to let you surrender, but I cannot forgive you calling me a little brat. So this was Jin Sung's plan to provoke Huni. Now he's secretly calling Bat Bat to fight. Right in front of it is the annoyed Bat Bat turtle. He didn't expect that he still had the ability to summon a beast. At this crucial moment, Jin Sung was moved by the action of the big-headed turtle. At first I thought it was just for the meatball, but it bravely stepped forward to protect me. Huni pointed his staff directly at the beast. We're going to take down this big-headed turtle. The Shadow of Judgment strikes directly at Bat-Bat. The Judgment of Shadow skill has been cast to summon Yan's creature. When taking damage, Bat-Bat immediately creates a shield that absorbs the entire attack, making Huni more frustrated than ever. You bold turtle, I will take care of you later. First, I must punish that scoundrel. Catch him, don't let him escape. Jinjung felt happy inside but didn't show it to avoid letting the opponent guess. Just as he expected, he caught it off guard. Now is his chance. The space shifts. As Huni concentrates on fighting, Jinjung suddenly teleports behind him and swiftly delivers a somersault kick, slamming him headfirst into the ground. It tries to struggle to stand up and confidently says he's still fine. Jinsung gently crouches down and sits beside him, smiling. He raised his hand and snapped a hard blow to its forehead, making it cry out loudly and fall straight down to the stands. Player Huni has left the arena. According to the arena rules, Yan has been disqualified due to the boundary being in effect. He has won. So far, even though this match has been a bit tough, it's already his third win. Hen and Lucia suddenly breathe a sigh of relief. That was an unbelievable comeback. Did you see that? He's so crazy. How can he use his skills so brilliantly? He won without summoning the wolf thanks to creation. Truly impressive. Even though I won, I still get labeled because of that nonsense talk from Mil Long. It's not about creation magic, it's that damn unreasonable creation. Is that true? Huni below keeps muttering in dissatisfaction. It has to be my victory. I'm about to win. Jinhuang comes over to comfort him. Don't cry, kid. That's how you've grown up. Next time you want to try again, I'll support you. Huni is in a rush to fight again right now. It's already getting dark. This is the ITB Broadcasting Support Center. The female staff working here are very busy answering calls. Yes, hello, what's the matter? The rookie tournament, you want to watch it live right now? I don't even know how many times this has happened. Why are they so eager to watch a tournament that hasn't even finished yet? The forums are also very lively. What's going on in the rookie tournament? These girls can't fully grasp what's happening outside the arena. Having reached the finals, Jin Sung faced Lim Long again. As he initially predicted, he couldn't believe that Lim Long only used basic assassin skills to get this far, while he had already revealed all his tricks. This one really won't be easy. Lim Long started a conversation with you first. Hello Yan, I really enjoy watching your matches. It seems like you and your opponent are quite evenly matched, unlike the others who are more confrontational. Nice to meet you, let's have a great match. The rookie tournament final between Lim Long and Yan will start soon. The audience below keeps shouting without caring who wins. Show us what you've got. Summoners. Everyone is curious about his true abilities. The match will start in 5 seconds. Jinying stretches to warm up for the best possible result. No matter what I think, this isn't an opponent that benefits the summoner. If I don't find a way to counter that invisibility skill, I won't have a chance to win. I need to maximize my senses and dodge his first attack with my reflexes. Then I have to win before his invisibility skill's cooldown runs out. The fight had only just begun a few seconds ago when Lim Long already used his invisibility skill, truly a formidable opponent. However, it's a bit strange that Lim Long isn't using the hidden technique. I thought he would use it and attack immediately. A long duration for the invisibility skill is a disadvantage. He's probably planning to use it later. Well, if I were him, I would use invisibility at dangerous moments. If I fail, the risk is too great. Look how precisely he's aiming. Does he know our abilities are on the same level? You focus on sensing every second as the opponent approaches, then order all your beasts to scatter. Yan hurriedly told Zila to use the ice wave, and sure enough, Lim Long got hit. He quickly used the shadow step to counterattack and disappeared in an instant. He is hiding quietly in the shadows. Yan must stay calm to win. It's definitely related to shadows. His hidden system must be connected to shadows. That's why he used that move, but it doesn't mean I'm defeated. The fight is getting more intense. Lai immediately uses the explosive move. Again with that move? Why does this guy keep making me angry? But he can't dodge when he's in the air and has to counterattack. But all of that was a mistake. Lim Long was able to skillfully dodge that move. In his hand, he holds a small knife that breaks Yan's passionate move. He can't believe his eyes. There's no way you could dodge just by falling like that. Their sharp eyes, like blades, stare at each other in a truly terrifying way. This time, Lim Long used darkness combined with his attack, leaving him no chance to react and dealing a critical hit to the target. Yan took 45-60 damage in a single hit and was soon struck again, taking an additional 1075 damage. If it's just a shadow, how could it cause so much damage? The damage keeps decreasing gradually. While Yan was still wondering endlessly, Lai grew increasingly angry and pushed him with the electric bridge. Lai's relentless effort finally paid off. Lai's summoned beast dealt damage to Lim Long, reducing the player's health by 1795, and the lightning spell hit the target, causing an additional 1085 damage. Lim Long is now paralyzed, with speed reduced by 30%. At this moment, Yan feels somewhat safer, as the attack didn't match his fighting style. Luckily, Talit is active, even though he couldn't avoid a deadly blow. Good. The arena is stable again. Lim Long is worried, but remains as calm as possible. Yan silently thinks, just use me as bait and let Lai succeed in attacking. Break a few bones of that guy, since the assassin's health has dropped to that of a dark mage. Lim Long planned to use that move again, but this time there's no way. Thinking he could catch the shadow, but it's not that easy. There's no shadow at all. Is that an invisibility skill? Where did he go? He predicted where the opponent was, and surprisingly, he managed to hit the target. Lim Long, the player, was paralyzed, grimacing in pain. He had been hit. However, he still tried to unleash all his power. The summoned beast Bat appeared to protect Yan and took a critical hit. Bat's vitality decreased by 27. At the same time, Yan summoned Puji to serve as a shield for protection. Because it was attacked, it lost 27 health points. Then he tucked Puji into his shirt and continued to strike. However, you were attacked unexpectedly and lost a significant amount of blood. You have been poisoned, so you will lose 315 health points every second. Yan gently touches the wound to heal himself and gains an additional 843 health points. Lim Long is particularly interested in Yan's abilities. He's not bad at all. Using his natural skills really is quite perfect. After a quick attack, Lim Long's mask falls off, revealing a very handsome face. But anyway, treating the wound is only a temporary solution and shouldn't be overused. Yan's blood is still too low, but I will never give up. I will put all my strength into this decisive attack, he shouted, his voice fierce as he uttered the 3 words at the climax. Give up. Your attack speed is really dizzying. Before I knew it, you swapped positions so quickly that Lim Long couldn't react, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Lai's sharp eyes and bared, pointed teeth are enough to scare the opponent into trembling. It bites straight into his arm, causing blood to flow down. Lim Long loses 3,150 health points and has sustained severe injuries, losing 630 health points per second. Yan quietly rejoices as her wish has been fulfilled. If I keep delaying and let Lai attack continuously, he will definitely lose blood from her hits. I am confident I can block his previous dark attacks. So now, the best thing to do is keep my distance from him. Every time he attacks, Yan feels more annoyed by Lim Long's power. I need to buy more time. If the current situation persists, he will gradually lose blood until below 5%, and this fight will be over. Lim Long splits into multiple dark swords, rushing to attack Yan one after another. He hurriedly calls Lai and Shi Lap to get ready. This is the decisive blow. Both of his beasts are relentlessly attacking Lim Long together. Forced him to stop resisting. Dark blade skill. It seems something's off here. I didn't expect Yan to be counterattacked when I wasn't looking. You were attacked by Lim Long's dark sword. Yan lost 1375 health points. The match is over. Yan lost because his health was below 5%. After a long stalemate, the result is finally clear. Yan painfully wondered if he had failed that day as Lim Long's player won, fireworks exploding loudly in celebration of this glorious victory. Whatever, points are points. Now let's see what reward I got. It's really exciting. Fanvan doesn't know which box to open first. Just pick this one. It's a ring with an attack power of 205 to 235, usable 255 times for a hero level. It costs 100 mana each use and requires level 50 or above. Random mana 30, attraction 50, leadership 15%. When worn, it restores 1 spirit mana per second, increasing maximum attraction and loyalty of summoned creatures by up to 5%. Yan's item cannot be used or traded by others, and it will be lost upon death. Is this a special ring for summoners? This ring's function and intrinsic effect really suit me well, even though I'm a bit disappointed that I can't trade or lend it to others. Be careful when putting it on your wrist. The only downside is that this item can't be sold. I don't have enough soul energy for the electric dance. So having this is awesome, like a breeze in the sky. Now let's check the inventory. Inside is a dazzling glowing bow. This is the dazzling bow of the summoner, with attack from 205 to 235, durability 600 out of 6,000, a quick and lightweight choice. A noble bow was given to the summoner for their excellent performance in the arena. Yan, resting his chin on his hand, admired the item he received, which was better than he expected. But this is a bit bulky. If I change weapons, I won't be able to use the linked skill, and I'll lose the increased critical damage rate from summoning beasts and the buff from the leadership skill of my fist. But restoring soul energy and the slowdown skill are also quite appealing. He wondered what he should do. I will use a bow, but keep the fist until I find a weapon with a linking skill. If I go hunting now, the cooldown of my training ability will be greatly reduced because it lowers the cooldown to just 5 seconds. Speaking of that, let me check Lai's abilities. Her training skill has reached level 8 intermediate, and her ability is over 50, which is really good. Now if I get another new summon creature, I can raise it well. I can't use the link skill when changing weapons, but once I catch a special or hero level summon and evolve it, it will be extremely powerful. While engrossed in calculating for the new item, I suddenly realize I forgot something, but can't remember what it is. Turns out it was about the level 93 bet before the break ended, with 1 month and 10 days left before the semester starts, and since the first week is flexible, it probably doesn't count. Professor Lane Gook's first lecture is on Thursday, so let's summarize. Yan has exactly 50 days left. Thinking about this scene makes me feel so pressured that my hands tremble and sweat drips down both my parents' and my own forehead. I get a headache and tear my hair out. It's over, Luam, and then Yan and his creatures continued hunting. Now he's already level 62 in just a week. Not bad, but he needs to speed up. He stretches and sighs. When will I reach level 93? Then he checks the system to see how effective the boost has been. At least I need to set the skill in the elemental system to level 60 to make hunting faster. The explosive potential is a direct level 1 skill with a 5% effectiveness, a 20-minute cooldown, and a 1-minute 20-second duration. Increase the combat skills of the summoned beast by triggering its explosive potential. All combat stats of the designated summoned beast will be doubled by 100% of its potential. Level of the skill and effectiveness will increase the active duration. With this explosive potential move, the combat ability of the summoned beast doubles. That's pretty good. Now Bat has reached level 61, Lai's at 63, and Xlap has already gone up to 64. Yan stands high above, surveying the terrain, thinking this place is a bit too easy now. Maybe I should find a different spot. The hunting grounds should be dense and layered, right? Where should I go? Maybe I should head to the Fok Mountains. I have to do the B-level quest for the snail, too. That's right, those who pass the test will receive rewards along with an irresistible mission. Anyway, if they bring this soul stone to the space magic, they will find a way to resurrect the war dragon somehow, and take this. This is Yan's reward. I'm excited and happy. I'll go to the space magic tower as soon as I reach level 70. And then his party set out for their planned destination. Has Yan already logged out of the game to eat? But we're out of cereal. Might as well call the delivery person now. I can't go out right now. Let's check if there's any information about the new monster around Mount Foe. You're killing 2 birds with 1 stone, checking the info and ordering food at the same time. The new monster is a magma witch found in the dark underground tunnels of the Lacing Plateau. It is level 73 to 75 with around 12,000 health, and its attack and defense are estimated to be about 200. Skills are not yet identified. The intelligence stat is estimated to be between 1,000 and 1,100, and its energy is still unknown. The Magma Witch is a rare elemental type. Regarding the fire zone, there is continuous isotropic heat damage over a wide area, estimated at about 3.2 kilometers, with a fixed chance of burns. Damage can be high when effects accumulate. This graphic makes Yan very excited and interested. Its innate ability is AoE attack, with many unknown stats. So this is the fire zone skill. It deals quite a lot of damage despite its large area of effect. Alright, I'll catch this one. Lava Witch, you are mine. Come to think of it, is this a rare level? I've evolved many common units, so I want to catch a rare one and evolve it, but the problem is the time. If I want to catch a rare creature that can evolve, how long would it take? Probably a very long time. Oh my god, I'm so conflicted, but if I catch it, it'll double my leveling speed. He gets up, shuts down the computer. Alright, I've gathered enough information, let's go eat and reconnect later. After a while, Yan arrived at Foko Mountain Range. It's been a long time since he last came here. I got a lot from this place before I fully rebooted. The hideouts of the outlaws in the Foko Mountains are probably somewhere around here. Their average level is around 68 to 72, so this is not a bad hunting spot. The canyon ahead is a bottomless abyss. The canyon is wider than I remember, but I think my plan will work. Right now, YN summons Big Guy. Big Guy brought some rocks over here. I'm worried they might not be able to move them because they're too big. But I think I can do it now. Can you hide there, Big Guy? Do you see the guards over there? Move quietly towards them without being detected, then follow my command. They begin to carry out the plan, and this time I decide to use the arrow. He calmly drew his bow and landed on the ground as softly as possible with Lai, then quickly activated the boost to attach it to the arrow since he's using a bow. It's very convenient, and it also has the lightning effect. Just as the arrow was about to be released, the gatekeepers noticed us and we had to take them down immediately without giving them a chance to fight back. The paralysis arrow was just an extra measure, with the first arrow aimed straight at his face, making him scream loudly. The lawless guards outside the mountain have been paralyzed, slowing them down by 30%, with an additional 50% electric damage from the attack, and the cooldown for the boost skill has been reduced. You hit the boost skill, dealing 1479 damage to the lawless guards outside the mountain, with the boost causing an extra 527 damage. At the same time, Yi and ordered Lai to quickly bite the remaining arrow. Both of them had to split up to take them down at once. Just after killing two, someone upstairs saw and shouted that there are enemies. "Everyone, gather at the gate now." He called out and rang the bell to get everyone's attention. Seeing the situation was unstable, Yan just pointed the way for Lai. Everything is part of his long-term plan. They've fallen into the trap, it's perfect. They are boldly opening the city gate and stepping out. That bastard is running over there. Kill him quickly. Yan is still playing cat and mouse with them, teasing back and forth like a fool. Let's see if you can catch up. They kept shouting to stop and kill him, making him suffer. After running quite a distance, they probably all scattered. All right, everyone is following the plan. It's time to head back to the starting point. Lai, if they run far enough to the destination, Shilap will act. He's quite sneaky when hiding. Bat and Chippy also seem to be acting strange. Do they want to look cool too? All right, but let's save it for next time. There's always another chance. Stop complaining and get on my back. While I was talking to my pet, they suddenly appeared right in front of me and loudly asked, "Who dares to challenge us? The outlaws of the ancient mountain?" I had just smirked to himself, wondering if he was trying to look cool. In the end, he's still just a monster. Zilap jumps. A giant foot is about to stomp and crush them. At this point, only divine intervention can save them. Summoning the X-Lap beast dealt 340 damage to them, so we have to use our head. However, X-Lap also lost 2,892 health from jumping down from above. Although we defeated them, Zilap was ultimately heavily damaged, so the ambush was pointless. Well, now we'll keep using the ice wave to attack them. They can do nothing but run away and panic. That idiot just stands there in anger. Damn it. What are you doing? Kill this fat golem first quickly. But the bastard only targeted the leader, causing the idiot to miss his chance. At the same time, Lai launched a fierce attack to block his path, looking around with danger everywhere. That guy kept shouting for help to his useless subordinates, and then the summoned Revenge Lai dealt a critical hit to him. The outer criminal of Mount Fok lost 5475 health and took 1095 damage per second from bleeding over 10 seconds. In the end, he died from excessive bleeding. The experience points are pretty high. Oh my god. Even bleeding damage reaches thousands. They all die within 4 to 5 hours after being bitten. Good, very good. Now Yan notices the bright mark left on the outlaw outside the Foko mountain. All cooldowns will be reduced by 5 seconds. Yan feels great. Reducing the cooldown by 5 seconds is great. All right, let's finish this. Now that I think about it, are there really so few outlaws here? I'm sure there used to be more. Should I chase after them? While the troublemaker is hurriedly running away, another guy stands in front of him. He shouted for him to get out of the way, but the other man raised his axe and snarled back. What do you think you're talking to? That guy is the leader. In an instant, he took the life of that troublemaker. Yan was shocked to see the outlaw mountain witch now at level 70. No wonder everything went so smoothly, but I don't need to run away. The outlawed mountain fuck wizard is level 73, the higher one is level 75, and all of them are around level 70 or above. Yan is facing these terrifying enemies. That bearded guy told his men to deal with the big guy first. Everyone team up to attack one target at a time. Those damn wizard guys are probably fire elementals. Yan nervously wondered if he should retreat. Big guy can't take it anymore. There's nothing left to cry or worry about. If big guy dies here, I'll have to fight without him for a week. Should I retreat before he dies? This is tricky. Baby Boo's XP is now at 99.7%. This is my chance. I can make it level up. Lai, use your fury, aim at that shooting guy, and make the big one lean back a bit more. They all follow Yan's instructions. At this point, the sorcerers have used a high-level fire spell. If Big Kid gets hit by that before leveling up, it won't survive. Lai won't be able to kill that guy in time anymore. The summoned giant beast is taking 745 damage per second from the living wizard's ultimate fire attack. Lai, furious and reckless, defeated a living wizard and gained 307 experience points. The summoned beast is now level 60 and Anne can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Big, but has fully recovered. Now it's time to deal with the rest. The timing is perfect and my confidence in winning keeps growing. However, the light on Zilap's body still hasn't disappeared. Did it evolve? The burst of light spread wide, knocking the witches back for thousands of meters. The big fat golem has evolved into a abyssal golem. Yan is quite excited and enthusiastic. Deep Abyss Golem sounds so familiar. Are the monsters on those Abyss Islands all becoming Abyss monsters when they reach the special level? After all, they are Abyss turtles. The effectiveness of intermediate training increases without successfully evolving the summoned beast into advanced training. Advanced training at this level does not require 98.7% to reach the next level. You were so happy you cried and even upgraded from intermediate to advanced training. Except for that slow intermediate training? He really is a rare one. That beard guy loudly shouted, "What are you standing there for? Attack!" No matter the situation, Jan is more excited than panicked against a tough opponent. Oh, come on. They're not even letting me see the status window of the big guy anymore. He just needs one punch to take them out quickly and create a giant sphere to blast them all away. Wow, you're really impressive, big guy. Your evolution status is better than I thought. Is this the power of the Abyssal Golem? All right, let's finish the job. Now only the bearded guy remains, trembling and holding his spear overhead, wondering nervously why he's the only one left. Everything seems to be resolved. Jan is exhausted, but he's happy that the big guy has evolved. It probably evolved because it leveled up. The evolution condition is level 65, but Lai evolved at level 20. Are they different? The innate ability will be updated when you click on the skill. As for the Abyssal Chasm, the ancient guardian protected the deep lake with a massive body and destructive power. It's a shame you can't evolve anymore. Lai can still evolve, even after having evolved before. Forget about the others, they're still good. It goes straight up the special tier without needing the rare one, and its defense is also high. Just looking at the tier shows it's worlds apart from Lai, even though Lai's attack and agility are still higher. Let's check its innate ability. The Ice Wave will be replaced by the Deep Pit, which is the move it just used earlier. A deep pit will form within 20 kilometers when you reach out and create a cone-shaped shockwave, followed by a vortex that lasts for 10 seconds. All opponents will be pulled into the vortex. Those affected by the vortex will take 35% of the summoned beast's attack stat every 0.4 seconds, and when the vortex expires, it will explode, dealing 150% of the defense stat as damage to all enemies within 10 kilometers. The cooldown time is 5 minutes, which isn't too long. It should be quite useful. As for defending the abyss, the defense increases proportionally as health decreases. When health drops below 10%, a shield equal to 50% of the summon's maximum health is created for 10 seconds. This attribute is also pretty good. Alright, I've finished checking the evolution info of the big guy and there's still quite a lot to do, so I'll go find the hideout of the outlaws. Let's go, guys, he asked excitedly to his pets. That night, Harm ate in the kitchen. It's done. Looks delicious. And suddenly I remember Yan probably ran out of meatballs now. Next time I should make meatballs. I wonder what Yan is doing now. Maybe she remembers him again? That night, Yan, Zap, and Lai were still busy fighting them off. Ixlap stands high above, continuously throwing large rocks down to crush them, supporting Yan with one hand. He's now completely exhausted. I need to rest and treat my wounds. Anyway, I also need to find some supplies. He holds the piece of meat in his hand, looking adorable as if he wants to ask for it. Making that face is useless anyway. You know this is the last piece of meat, right? So cute. Next time we meet, I have to ask Har for more delicious food. Yan's top priority now is reaching level 70. At the same time, his friend texted to ask what he was doing. No matter how tired he was, he still responded to the message. I'm busy with an ongoing quest. I need to reach level 93 before going back to school. It's a bit difficult, but I have to do it no matter what. His friend can only wish him luck. So what do you plan to do? Where are you? I won't reply much, just let it go. I'll come back after I'm done. Hold on a moment, I'm swamped right now. Why does it keep texting? He complains to himself, but still can't ignore any message. Are you trying to ask Jan why I'm so busy but still stuck here? That's because of this. Before I could explain clearly, he immediately shot an arrow forward. I didn't expect to hit a bird. Truly a bountiful item. You have successfully captured Lofia. Lopia Char, 72. HP 15, Yubam 760. Energy 7050. 50. Attack 7. Defense 275. Agility 1052, Intelligence 347, a rare bird of prey, shy by nature, unable to evolve. In terms of innate abilities, Dongfang, Lofia has the ability to sense wind currents, immune to damage for 5 seconds, and increases flying speed by 70%. It is a rare bird inhabiting the Fok mountain range with stunning white feathers. Just as Yan thought, because its agility is too high, I need to increase my agility using the skills I already have. I'll only use it for a short time, so there's no need to name it. Wow, this kid uses too many leadership skills. I don't have room for that stat anymore. I need to clear this area quickly, raise my leadership stat, and then go back to hunting. Today's hunting was great. It's been a wonderful day. At the center of the Four Mountain Range, the gatekeepers are guarding the entrance very strictly. It seems they've seen Yan. The little one immediately used the deep hole attack, and everyone started begging for help. I am being pulled in. The power of the fist becomes more useful when activating the deep hole, and it's even better that Yan has 2 more electric orbs. Then switch to the DNHAH electric oscillation attack so they can't react in time. Just as I thought, killing a group all at once is the most satisfying among all hunting methods. Then it's back to archery. Attacking in waves is better than mass killing. Jan has already targeted the opponent. The bandit leader at the center of Mount Foco is level 80. Seeing this number, Jan immediately paused for a moment. Level 80? I was only around level 75 before restarting everything, not to mention his weapon turned into a bow. I can run now because my agility has increased after recruiting Lofia, but what should I do now? No, I can handle it myself. The bandits on the Bloodless Mountain are few, so I should be able to defeat them quickly. This is Yan's personal hope. Big guy, once again, used the deep pit to attack together with Yan's arrows. Lai catched the leader. The bandit glared and gritted his teeth, cursing them as bastards. You dare to underestimate me. He uses a wide-area shadow puppet, a move usually only heavy bosses have. Yan is determined to kill him as quickly as possible, not knowing what tricks he might have left, so he immediately uses his weakness-detecting technique, and Baoli unleashes her fury. The fight is intense on both sides, but ultimately the bandits are still in danger. They are trying their best to hold on, but how long can they last? As for Lai, she kept fighting relentlessly, regardless of their expressions or reactions. The bandit grew more and more frustrated, shooting an arrow at Lai, but he forgot that Wyan was behind her. Don't think you can get away with it. I protect Lyon absolutely. He thinks he's invincible, but he let his guard down. At that moment, Lai rushed forward following the arrow. And now that he's right in front of him, what else is there to do but curse? What's the point of swearing? It just wastes more saliva. Lai claws him to pieces in pain. The summoned beast caused a critical hit on the bandit leader. The leader of the bandits has 18 health left, bleeding and taking an additional 1,203 damage per second. Yan is quite proud of Lai. Nice. We've taken more than half of his health in just 2 hits. The bandit, panting heavily, was thinking that if he continued, just a little more and he wouldn't have time to react before Lai attacked his other hand again. However, the summon failed, and Lai took damage from the bandit leader, his health dropping to 59.56, nearly 6,000 damage in just one breath. He didn't even bother using a bow, and even if Lai's defense was lowered, her rage skill made this impossible. Could it be that the attack he used earlier was a fake? Is this cheater cheating? Yan was extremely annoyed, but didn't attack recklessly. Get back there, big guy. Throw me over there. Yan just spoke up. I know it's dangerous, but keep throwing. The crossbow and bow are fighting each other now. I will finish him off first. Yan is confident he can do it. The bandit leader, on the other hand, looks terrified, clearly reflected in his eyes. Yan can easily dodge that arrow attack, but he didn't. However, I also took 2,352 damage from the fall. Oh no, did I go too far? The iron fist of the ancient summoner has activated its influence, but still, it was worth it. Yan borrowed the power of the giant summoned beast to create a deep pit. He took it and used it to attack the bandit leader, determined to leave him no escape. Lai also took the opportunity to ambush. This is the finishing blow. He charged in for a close-range attack. We did it. A perfect ending. You have defeated the bandit leader and gained 18,500 experience points. He really gave me a lot of experience. As expected at the end, oh well, this item can't forget the dropped items. Good job, Lai. Yan was about to open the mirror when Lai looked away and shouted loudly. Turns out, this was not the end of it. He is surrounded by bandits. That bastard killed our boss, don't let him get away. Oh man, with my current blood loss, escaping this place after fighting these guys won't be easy, right? If I push too hard this time, it'll backfire for sure. How does that leader have such loyal subordinates? It's time for you to use Lofia to escape. Wow, my body feels as light as drinking oolong tea. With Lofia, my agility is unstoppable. Fly away now. They look helpless because even if they chase, they can't catch up, just staring blankly. Oh right, you ran away but forgot that Lai and the big guy are still in danger, so I canceled the summon to help you two escape from there. At that time, they thought they were abandoned and felt sad and lonely. Even though I haven't reached level 70, I've earned quite a bit. I think I'll contact Heron and have my summoned beast get some more food. At this moment, Jan has arrived at the Moran auction house. It seems Heron mentioned she was somewhere around here. She said she was picking up groceries from the auction house. The first person to see Jan was Kabuli. Jan was also quite surprised that Heron was with him. It's been a while since we last met. Are you doing well? Heron smiled happily, but still looked a bit tired, gently saying, Hi, Jan. It's been a long time since we last met in the game, hasn't it? He hesitated a bit before replying. You're right. Heron smiled and explained that she couldn't be active because of school assignments. My name isn't following you in the rookie tournament. I'm sorry, it's no problem at all. I'm glad you weren't there. Even if you had been, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. I still lost. Heron's words of comfort made Kabuli behind him also give up. Being second is also okay. Congratulations, Yan. However, this isn't the ranking Yan wanted, so he's not happy at all. What kind of feeling is this? It's like I'm just air. Kabul feels unhappy inside. Let's not talk about this anymore. Yan suddenly remembered. You said everyone in the guild has leveled up to 95 or higher, right? That's incredible. Kabul crossed his arms behind his head and replied proudly, of course. I'm sure Piolin is already above level 100. Thanks to that, you realized that the top players are at least level 120. I have to step in now. It's all thanks to our hard work. Our control point has grown larger, so dealing with nearby monsters is more difficult. Having you there will be very helpful. But you reconfigured your character anyway. Yun told him to wait there. I'm about to go back before I reset. I'm level 69 and I'll get a disciplinary warning if I don't make it in time. Kabul also has to respect Yan. Does this guy stay up all night just to play games? Har was subtly warning you, Yan. You're risking losing yourself to obsession. Yan scratched his head and looked down. Actually, I have a reason to level up quickly. Oh right, can you show me the new friend you said likes my meatballs? Only now did she realize its name was Pooji. Just looking at it, you'd immediately understand why it was named that. Har seems to find every animal adorable. It's nibbling on a carrot, but looks unhappy when Heron approaches, even dodging and giving her a sidelong glance. Yanba really likes me. What's going on? Originally, Yan also didn't understand the reason. He felt awkward all over. Booji is such a proud person. Har, did you happen to bring the meatballs by any chance? It's probably mad about not letting it eat last time, and it seems like Heron brought some of the dishes I made when I improved my cooking skills. Let's see, this is improved meatball recipe. Show me for a moment. Boo immediately brightened up, filled with love. It finally accepted Haran, turning its face faster than flipping a pancake. Yan looked utterly helpless, knew it would be like this all along. Heron intended to give it more meat, but was stopped by Yan. Don't give it more, or it'll spoil it. But if you give me one, I'll give Pooji a treat when it's hungry. It's all just the older brother's hint. She is more generous, so she agreed. You will definitely take good care of Pooji. However, that turtle refused and showed clear hatred towards Yan. Kabul feels sorry for Pooji when he sees it. If this keeps up, it will start crying. Why didn't you give it another pill? Come on, one pill leads to 2, 3, and then more. But I think I should soothe it. Hey, Pooji, you know. There is a turtle named Paji in the northern continent. It seems to be famous as the greatest turtle in the world. And that makes me annoyed. As far as I know, no turtle can match your good looks and greatness. So, I've always thought and realized that maybe you lost to Paji because you gained weight. You ate too many meatballs, so I can't give you more meatballs. Buh, do you understand how I feel? It seems like at this point it's already been manipulated emotionally and crying uncontrollably, so be patient a little longer. I will help you become the coolest turtle in the world. Listening to these confusing words makes Kabuli feel disgusted. The con artist, they continue their journey to hunt just a little further, and we can leave with Foco. The atmosphere is getting hotter. It looks like we're getting closer to the burning land. Does Heron's meatball affect the lava patrol? No, I don't even know if they eat food. Hey, just looking at it makes me not want to go into that area, but I can't avoid going in. I need to catch a monster and level up to 90 as soon as possible. Lai and the Earth Spirit are struggling to successfully destroy its tail. In the underground dungeon of the burning land, you are with Lai and the Earth Demon entering the tomb. The air inside is very hot due to the trembling magma eggs. There are a few lava quam and lava quad on guard here. You can't let your guard down because if you fail, and more than 10 rush at you, you'll be in danger. We need to quickly go down to the lowest level of the dungeon to catch the magma patrols. The deeper the level, the fewer monsters there are. A few monsters rush forward, the ground carefully supporting you from behind. Lai is waiting for orders. Whichever you shoot first, it will attack that one. After giving the order, you draw your bow, activate the boost, and you must quickly escape from these monsters while heading to the lowest level of the dungeon to catch the lava patrol. It's too intense. The lower the level, the fewer the monsters, so hopefully the next one will be a special. Looking back, I see how much SP is suffering, trapped in the dreams of so many sisters. You let Sap go behind. If it keeps rushing ahead headlong, the whole team is definitely going to hell this time. Lai's task is to attack the targets you shoot. It's time, brothers. Charge up, and Jin Zheng aimed his bow at the fire-faced monster and shot. Owan inhaled, unleashing his hidden power. Slap and Lai also work together very quickly. Hit your target or you'll kill your friend. With this steady progress, reaching the lowest level is just a matter of time. Oh well, after all, it's a rare type of monster. Who would let you go so easily next time? Jin Sung's rushing things too much. I should take it slow and then things will be easier. I knew they were fighting fiercely, but then I suddenly realized they had changed color. Are these guys contaminated? Is sniffing this strong smell their job? Never mind, I'll come back later. Now, let's explore somewhere else. Staying here forever might make me faint. The three of them soar up to the 10th floor. Excitedly opening the door, I was stunned by the blazing lava flames that burned fiercely, like grilling meat. It seems Jin Zheng was the first to discover the source of the molten rock. The fire attribute's attraction increases by 5% and fire resistance by 10. Since he had never heard of this existence before, he might be the first to discover it. Heh heh, so precious, I barely had 10 seconds to rejoice before another disaster appeared. Ah, the monster with 2 horns on its head. He said Jin Zheng is the one who meets the criteria. The requirement to enter this place is that he is the one, and luckily he didn't attack immediately earlier, which was the right decision. This goat-headed monster claims to be the guardian of the magma source, with the ID name Helion. He went straight to the main point, saying you could clear out the source of the lava abyss alone and handle its problems without beating around the bush. Not intending to refuse, but saying yes just to sound agreeable is pretty bad. Already thrown into the deep end without any mental preparation, he had to rush straight into the deadline. First, he asked you to catch 20 contaminated lava patrols. Is this beginner-level difficulty? My reason tells me to refuse, but seeing the 42,500 experience points reward, I instantly turn around and agree immediately. This price is a real bargain, equivalent to 12 regular lava patrols in that dungeon. Hell handed me in sealing stone. All right, I'll take care of it, everything will be in order. I thought this time I had a sure win and the reward would be easy as pie, but now there's only 3 hours left and I got fooled again. Material greed is too painful. 2 hours slowly passed and Jin Zheng felt like he barely had time to breathe. I told you, to rest. Helen is eating cake and drinking tea while watching him on his mission. Tick-tock. Time is almost up, but there's still no sign of love. Jinung always knows how to surprise us, running in breathlessly at the last few seconds. He even thought he was completely unreliable until he found out Jinung had caught a total of 31 of them. From now on, we conclude that we should never look down on others. He may seem calm now, but just a moment ago, he was chasing like crazy. So you've completed the mission and gained 1.3 million experience points. You're really rich now. Usually it takes half a day of hard work to earn that much, but now it only took 3 hours, almost level 71 already. If I keep going, I might level up again, so I accidentally blurted out one more thing to see if he needs any more help. As expected, there's still a lot to do. Take your time. The Emperor's spy wants to get an update on the frontline summoner, which is that well-known name, but he doesn't bother to show himself, and yet my guy prefers to live in complete secrecy with no news at all. Helm suggested that he would personally escort that person to the audience. Even hundreds of scholars would have to rack their brains for a year to find a solution. Yet the Emperor assigned him the task of finding it within a month. Moreover, the national holiday is coming soon. When that time comes, the strength of the royal family will be reinforced if the symbol of the empire, Jinfei, appears. If there's still no word from them in 2 months, bring that person here. Right now, they're still busy with their own reckless mission. I don't know when I'll finish this debt. You've been working on the national task for 24 hours straight. Are you planning to go on strike? If the reward turns out to be useless, you'll cut that guy into 200 pieces and cook him for Ha's anger. Luckily, you've completed the mission, but whether it's the last one or not, who knows? After getting his confirmation, the guy planned to sit and breathe for a bit, wondering if he should retire right now. You've already collected herbs 5 times. Please assign me a different mission. Oh, never mind, it's even better if there are no missions. Dinzung clasped his hands and muttered, Namo Amitabha. Damn it, I just sat down and felt an earthquake already. Are you about to kick the bucket? All right, you'll be the only one to survive in the dungeon. Sounds pretty impressive. Hey, the lava tower has stopped flowing. At that moment, Heli also appeared to join in. Seeing the old man smile broadly, he also cheered up and hurriedly thanked him. Finally finished the quest, but I still don't see the reward section. Oh, here it is. I thought I was being cheated. But seeing the notification that I received 12,135,000 experience points made my heart bloom. Yomos felt like he could level up even more if he didn't stop to hunt along the way. In addition, Jinung was also given an Earth Seal Stone, which is said to be one of the guardians of the core Dongnyam. He was supposed to reward you with something else, but since Jinung Oppa has contributed so much, this is the best gift he could give you. As a guardian, this is a level 80 lava dragon, capable of absorbing fire, reducing fire damage by 30%, and also possessing magma breath and magma lord abilities. Overall, it's pretty impressive, no kidding, but that's still nothing. What really shocks you here is that this one is a hero-level monster with a combat power of nearly 2,000. This one is truly top of the line. So greedy, I wish I could make a summoning contract and try it right away. But since I haven't finished dealing with the 2 big brothers yet and still lack leadership skills, it's okay. I'll worry about it later. He returned to the village to find items that boost leadership skills. After saying goodbye and not setting a date to meet again, Jin Sung left with a full load of battle spoils. As for Wai Hun, today was the first day of school, but he couldn't find his friend anywhere, and he couldn't reach him by phone. Remembering how his friend logged in for 50 hours straight made him feel sad. Because of his strong affection for his close friend, Wai Hun decided to stop by his friend's house after school to check if he was still alive. At this moment, Jinung was still busy gaming, forgetting that he had to go to school today. You must be level 89 by now, grinding like crazy so you can't just stay at level 71 forever? Jinung rides on the back of the magma dragon, while the rookie below handles the terrifying dragon monsters. The four of them just swept through, and dead bodies were falling everywhere. Deep pits and abysses are truly top-tier skills. Then one last attack. Jaw's erupting flames once again easily destroy all those young ones. Easy. Lai is in charge of chasing after those trying to run away. So it's pretty cool, huh? Less than 10 minutes of being awesome before you realize you're not even close to catching up. I don't know how to fly, so I can't catch them. It's really sad. This time, the family is stepping in. One Dragon King is worth hundreds of those other dragons. Together, with each of its attacks, the others didn't want to but had to die. Soon after, they finished off this group. Jinung successfully reached level 91, drooling with excitement. After many days of hard-fought battles, he finally obtained the special skill of his class. Oh no, if it gets any useless skills, I'll just turn off the game and delete it. You must reach level 93 within the time limit. Although today is the scheduled day to return to school, if I know how to change the timetable and so on, there are only 10 days left. Turns out I haven't forgotten the class schedule. Ha ha. I thought you dropped out because of gaming addiction. I'd be really sad. Poor my brother, leveling up to the point of losing sleep and appetite. Brit, please give me a useful skill, or I'm really going to come out right now. You have received synchronization and linking skills. What the F stock market? What are these things? They're really intriguing. The only thing that attracts Yainung is the hero skill line. Not bad, the skill is also called impressive. But it seems you have already seen it on the online forum of the Dark Mage, right? Still, you don't understand what it means for the blood of the two subjects to be balanced. When in doubt, what should we do? We have to practice until it understands. Immediately, Jinung took out the hybrid mouse and the wax to connect them together. Oh, so that's how it is. No matter what the blood of the subjects is like, their percentage stats will still be equal. It sounds both useful and like a double-edged sword that could stab you at any moment. All right, next is synchronization. Will my stats match those of the summoned beast? That sounds interesting. I should try it right away while it's hot and test it with those two since they're too brave to be afraid. Then I suddenly remember I still have that useless but adorable little one. All right, I'll try with it. Getting this one to synchronize with me is quite a challenge, but aside from the initial blinding light, it didn't turn out to be anything special. This damn thing has to check the strength stats again. It's so frustrating. The defense is up to 1500, but why do the agility and ability stats drop like my pants? But come to think of it, it's pretty good. Your defense stat is almost on par with a slap now. The only thing is, why does your appearance in the system look so weird, with a human head and a turtle body? Cancel quickly, and ruin my 4,000 years of beauty. I guess I shouldn't use this skill on that little brat anymore. Suddenly feeling tired, I'll deal with whatever comes up later. Even if the world collapses, I need to sleep first. Back at Korea University, our Yoo Hyun is feeling very sad because his best friend ignored his message. Hey, is this your crew? While you're all confused, Jin Sung's muse suddenly comes over to say hi to you. Not only our male lead, but even the chubby friend is captivated by this stunning Bai Yue Guang, though despite playing the role of Bai Yue Guang, his personality isn't much different from Bai Ko-tin. Har made her character resemble a real person, so Jin Sung probably found it strange that he couldn't recognize her right away. Heron met Wai Hun to ask where Jin Sung was hiding. Hearing that you didn't go to school, I knew right away you were just at home gaming. All right, next time you go to school, I'll personally talk some sense into you. At this moment, somewhere on a distant mountain, snow is falling heavily. The judgment of darkness causes this monster to suffer. Gancha Hnoi looks cool and commands the big bald monster to face the darkness army of his. Maybe they prefer to whisper into ears. He's confident he's already level 85, so that guy is only around 80. Adding 10 points of arrogance, but all the accusations are completely wrong. They're already at level 90-something, and now this guy who's only level 85 is bragging loudly. Ganchi HN thinks Jinung is a cowardly summoner, so he used dirty tactics to reach level 85 or higher. People say that, but he then pulls out a Jinung doll that looks like it's been cursed. So they call this one setting up the next move, and I thought if they cheat, I'll cheat too. Well, winning makes you king. Losing depends on how the other plays dirty. Just as I was about to curse Jin Sung to death, the system notified me that this skill cannot be used on the target. Oh my hometown, Ganchi Hu has realized that cheating didn't work, so he's determined to get stronger to beat Jin Sung. At this moment, at the university, when the professor calls roll and reaches Jin Sung, he's nowhere to be seen, reminding everyone that he was absent all first week of classes. The professor thought back and felt a headache because the first week was when the timetable was changed, so it didn't affect Jin Young's attendance grade at all. Truly, some people are just lucky. Since today is a mandatory class, our Jinung Park can't avoid being marked absent, and the re-enrollment fee is just enough to buy a Honda SH, so everyone relax. Just as he was about to mark the absent students, he saw a young man rushing in. "Hello, Professor. This is Jin Sung." Jin Jung ran as fast as he could and just made it here. Jin Ji waved his hand to tell him to find a Xian quickly. Jin Jung dragged himself to sit next to Hai Unun, then got scolded fiercely right away. He asked Jin Sung why he hadn't been to school all this time, nor replied to Tomi's messages or answered his calls. Jin Sung looked like a corpse and explained it was due to circumstances. Then he raised his phone. Hun looked at it carefully and then widened his eyes in surprise when he saw Jin Sung had reached level 93. Hyun's loud shouting drew sharp, piercing looks from everyone around him. Hyun was still stunned that Jin Sung, just after re-establishing his character, had already reached level 93. Jin Hung also openly admitted that Hyun might honestly be jealous of him. Hyun had no choice but to accept defeat. He keeps muttering that he's jealous, then notices Jin Sung excitedly looking at something on his phone. It turns out Jin Zhang just sent a message to Professor Jin Guk. Hyun panicked and called Jin Zhang an idiot. "Why did you send that to the professor?" Jin Zhang replied mysteriously. "Everything has its reason." On the podium, Jin Guk saw Jin Chung's message and told him to come to his office after class, reminding him that the deadline had already passed. Jin Zhang broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the message. After class, the two of them were at the designated location. After a series of cicadas chirping, Jin Sung broke the silence and asked the professor what he wanted to do. Jin Cook told him to first explain the photo he sent him. Jin Sung replied, "That is your Kailan character's state." Didn't the professor realize it immediately? "Because you are a Kailan player." After chatting for a while, Jin Sung noticed the professor's strange expression and hurriedly asked, "Are you sure you haven't forgotten our bet?" Jin Gooch immediately hit Jin Jung's G-spot and replied that the bet only counted before he went back to school, so that's why he said the deadline had passed. Jin Hung shamelessly explained at length that he had already reached level 93 before returning to school, but he had played continuously for 50 hours. His body wasn't in good shape, so he had to stay in bed to recover until yesterday, and finally he started to get better. Jin Guch just said, "Does Jin Jung really think he would believe that nonsense?" Even an elementary school student wouldn't believe it. Jin Jung swore to God that it was the truth. He thought to himself that since they had no contract, he could easily cancel the bet, and there wouldn't be much he could do. Jin Kooks never expected Jin Sung to actually reach level 93. While the highest summoner according to official game information is level 78, even though he is a bit late, it cannot be taken lightly. If he's telling the truth, then you can use him for your data collection. Jin Cook directly asked if Jin Sung is free this Sunday. In the Burning Land, Jin Sung arrived first. Thank heaven the professor almost overlooked him, and he even told him to go to the robot village at 2 p.m. this Sunday. But why does he want to meet you on Sunday? Anyway, it's a relief that you've finished leveling up. Jennung wondered that maybe he should start completing the remaining missions now. Right now, the ones he's most interested in are the Space Magic Tower mission and the J-Fin certification. You don't have enough information to complete the J-Fin certificate mission, so you'll do the other one first. You and Lai head towards the Space Magic Tower. This is the first time he's come here in person. He feels like this place is too deserted, which is understandable. Since most players have no reason to come here, the teleportation gate in front of you lights up asking if you want to go to higher floors of the Magic Tower, and you agree to go up. When you step through this gate, another teleportation portal appears. I'm a bit suspicious. Is it just going to keep climbing up through these portals? Suddenly, the gate lit up and countless giant demons appeared. And Jin Sung realized that this was probably the barrier before reaching that teleportation gate. So, he has to defeat all the monsters appearing on each floor. This will be tiring. Jin Sung quickly summons all the summoned beasts and orders them to wipe out those giant demons. The two sides fought fiercely, with Jinung having the advantage, while Chippy kept screaming loudly as if someone was stabbing it. Even Jinung has to be careful with it. It's really noisy. I don't know how many more power-ups he needs to evolve. Chippy has already reached 950 spirit mana points long ago, but it's still at 975. It used to level up quickly, but now its stats have slowed down a lot. Only 25 points left, so it won't be long now. Jin Jung thought to himself, so he continued to charge through the portals. Reaching the top floor of the space magic tower, Jin-sung saw a person sitting at a table who was a space wizard. She greeted Jin-sung, saying it's been a long time since she last saw a visitor. Zipper guessed that Jin-sung had arrived here, so she must be a skilled explorer. Jin-sung nodded, secretly thinking that she seemed cold but quite kind. So Jin-sung has officially completed the quest to find the ancient monster's lost trail and gained nearly 570,000 experience points. Even though this quest didn't give much experience, it's better than nothing. He introduced himself as Yan, a summoner here at the request of Master Wally of the Pure Dragon. Jaipur was surprised and asked if he meant the legendary Master Oli of the Pure Dragon. She never thought she would hear news about him again. She asked Jin-sung to sit down because she felt the two of them would be talking for a long time. After chatting for a while, Jin-sung asked if he needed to complete the current research to awaken the Spirit Stone. Receiving a nod from Zipper, Jin-sung thought to himself, maybe this way he would learn about the Divine Dragon. Zipper suddenly remembered something. She wanted to ask Jin-sung for a favor, and he couldn't refuse this request. The mission called Ancient Relic to awaken the Dragon Spirit's crystal. The space wizard must activate the magic equipment. To do that, she needs some materials, and Jin-sung must enter the space magic tower created by Zipper and bring back the fragments of the ancient relic. There are a total of 6 pieces, and Jin-sung must collect all of them. The condition is that he cannot form a team and must complete it within 3 days. Jin-sung almost fainted when he saw the requirements of this mission. He guesses it's because it's part of a bigger quest chain, and even the difficulty level is rated. Anyway, he doesn't plan to refuse, but even if he wants to take on the mission, he's extremely annoyed because he can't turn it down. Jin-sung asked Zipper, so you just need to bring back the pieces of the relic, right? Hearing her answer, he guessed he had to leave immediately, but now the question was, where to go? Zipper asks you to wait a moment because you probably don't know what the relic looks like, so you might need something. Zipper pulls out a magnifying glass. Jin-sung was a bit skeptical about the quality of this item. Zipper explained that it was a magical equipment piece that would allow Jin-sung to distinguish ancient relics. The 6 types of fragments you need to find are quite similar, so you'll need this to tell them apart. Then she points to the gate next to her and says it will lead to the underground dungeon of the ancient Nobel Empire ruins. And there, Jin-sung must hunt the souls of the tomb robbers. He will be able to take relic fragments from them. Jin-sung realizes that the spirits of the tomb robbers are holding the relic fragments. Zipper also reminds him to inform whenever Jin-sung obtains an ancient relic fragment. Equip it and return within 4 days after collecting all 6 types of relic shards. Jin-sung confidently replied, just leave everything to him. Stepping through the gate, Jin-sung looked around. This must be the underground ruins of the ancient Nobel Empire, and it's a bit eerie here. Thinking about it, the Nobel Empire was the predecessor of the Khan Empire, now one of the 2 superpowers on the Kerner continent. I wonder what level these monsters are. The lower-level monsters below level 90 are perfect for you to hunt. But where's the Tomb Raider's spirit? I don't see any of those guys here. Thanks to this mission, Jin-sung became the first to discover this dungeon. Over the next 5 days, the item drop rate in this dungeon will double. Seeing that, Jin-sung was overwhelmed with joy. Truly amazing. Jin-sung is only allowed to stay here for 4 days. I wish they had set the limit to 5 days. Faced with the monsters, Jin-sung quickly summoned Lai to go hunting together while searching for the thief's soul. He quickly found the first one. While Lai was chasing him, he used the Cropia Link technique to defeat the tomb thief. In the end, a piece finally fell out. Jin-sung sighed, worried about getting dust on his hands as he took out his magnifying glass, inspecting and praying to heaven and Buddha. It's piece number 4, not the one you have. People wish for what they already have. And Jin-sung, because of his actions, already got a piece he had. It's piece number 5. Jin-sung started to suspect that this system was cheating. He had already obtained the 5th piece dozens of times. He started crying over his fate. He had been grinding like a beast for 2 days and only managed to get 5 types. This mission is way off the mark. And why are the monster spawn rate and drop rate so low? And you also couldn't find anything useful on the online forum. The only helpful thing you saw was that the drop rate would increase if you didn't attack the thief's backpack. There's no information suggesting he's a doomed guy. Jin-sung is about to lose his mind because there's not much time left. There are less than 4 hours left. Based on the progress so far, you can probably only get 1 or 2 more pieces before time runs out. And it's also unclear whether you can get the number 4. You haven't been able to get it in the past 5 attempts. If you had known from the very beginning, you would have gone straight to find the Tomb Raider instead of hunting. Jin-sung summoned Leah to scout the area and asked it to inform him if it found any Tomb Raiders. Luckily, none of the monsters in this dungeon use ranged attacks, so it's easier to fight with melee. Jin-sung ran while looking around and discovered a strange monster. The soul of an ancient summoner, level 95. Jin-sung guesses that it is a hero. He has never seen a special level monster in this dungeon before. Jin-hyung wondered whether he should do anything because that creature was an immortal, level 90 hero-class monster, which would take at least 30 minutes to defeat. The remaining precious time to complete your mission will be spent on it. In just a few minutes, Jin-hyung decided to wipe out that monster completely. It's impossible to encounter a hero-level monster, especially when the experience points and item drop rates are doubled. As Jin-sung and Lai rush in, the monster mutters some kind of spell. Suddenly, countless monsters appeared. Jin-jung was startled and quickly ordered Lai to retreat. Jin-jung summons more Earth D and K to strengthen the forces. Seeing this firsthand, he is certain that although this monster is a low-level ghost, it is in Summoner. As expected, a hero-level monster won't be easy to defeat, but that doesn't mean you'll retreat easily. You order Lai to attack, and Lai quickly takes down dozens of monsters. Jin-jung muttered that the low-level demon probably knew that the Summoner was its weakness. Lai was ordered to step aside, then Jin-jung asked D and Jake to move forward. Day used the Abyssal Pit, but was counterattacked. Jin-jung couldn't assist in time as he was attacking a dragon and was knocked down by its tail. As he just got up, another monster behind him seized the opportunity to attack, and suddenly Jin-jung wore a sinister smile. He knew immediately that it would do that, quickly summoning Puji to defend behind him. The monster bites Puji, making her cry because she cares so much. Jin-jung takes the opportunity to shoot an arrow through the monster's flesh. You confidently boast that you'll win this round and tell Lai to come and finish off the low-level ghost. The battle finally comes to an end. Jin-jung sighed in relief. This low-level ghost is quite resilient for a hero rank. Maybe he just has to keep killing it until it's dead. Isn't its body already dead? The reward flashes, and Jin-sung smiles happily, saying, "That's the reason you joined the game." Jin-jung received a total of 2 items, the Ancient Summoner's Staff and the complete encyclopedia of the Ancient Summoner. Jin-jung is quite satisfied with this hero-level item. Basically, you already have another damage skill that scales with mana from summoning. Even though the encyclopedia is pretty useless since it changes flat damage to mana-based scaling, you'll be able to increase your damage level quite a bit. Luckily, Jin-jung didn't miss out on this hero-level monster. Suddenly, it rubbed against Jin-jung's body, confusing him. It kept rubbing against the bag. Suddenly, I remembered the fragment crafting quest and realized that after losing 30 minutes, I automatically started running like crazy to find the thief. Running and cursing loudly, stupid mission item. Where is it hiding, that damn mission item? Jin-jung and the lone wolf sprinted like chased by ghosts. After the marathon, he plopped down on the ladder like he was being haunted. I haven't even sat down to rest my butt yet when I suddenly remember the countdown is still going. If I'm too unlucky, the mission would have already failed. You've collected all the relic fragments, right? Jin-jung sighed heavily, as if he was about to collapse right there. Yes, they are all with me now. You truly lived up to my expectations. I'm worried because you spent too much time. It's tiring, but having my sister's care makes it a bit easier. Jin-dong completed the mission, carrying a bag full of artifacts and reaching level C. Min still hasn't leveled up at all. Poor guy, running tirelessly like an ox, but still no level up. The mission is over. I'm exhausted and still feeling down. Jin-jung staggered into the room, while my younger sister, holding the bag, hummed happily. You see, I finally completed the magic item, all thanks to you, Explorer. Thank you very much, sir. The girl excitedly jumps up and down while Jin-jung keeps yawning, unable to sleep. It's nothing. I'm just glad your experiment was successful. Now that the magic item is complete, can I use this to revive the Dragon God's Soul Stone? Unfortunately, since we don't know if this item is stable, it could backfire and destroy the Soul Stone. Both of them started to rack their brains, trying to decide which item to use. The dragon body must be a summon with incredible combat stats and possibly of legendary rank. Thinking about the giant dragons destroying the earth, Jin-jung shook his head repeatedly. If the Soul Stone explodes, I will lose sleep from the haunting images. So I think we should try on the Soul Stones of other ancient monsters first, and then test your divine dragon Soul Stone with magic. Well, little sister, I have no choice but to risk it all. The next task is to revive ancient monsters. The good news is that the difficulty level is A and the mission cannot be refused. Jin-sung happily grabs his ears and jumps up and down. This game doesn't give me a fair chance. You collapse to the ground, tears streaming down your face from overwhelming happiness, while your younger sister beside you just wishes you an early smile. Early in the morning, sunlight shines down on the closely packed houses. I remember the teacher said to meet near the gate. Jin-jung strolled out through the giant city gate, now realizing he forgot to ask who the professor's player was. Jin-jung just sat down on the ground when the teacher sitting right in front of him turned to ask, "Are you here? You might doubt whether this is the professor or not, so you need to check the label to verify." His teacher's ID is Jane Gookley. Does he only use his real name? Only then did Jin-jung realize and call him Professor twice. Yes, so you are Park Jin-jung. Why can't I see your ID and level? The teacher also didn't expect to have a student of such caliber. Professor, wait a moment. I need to change my profile from private to public. You're so humble that you didn't reveal your abilities publicly, so the teacher didn't notice your screenshot. Did you reach level 94? So the student leveled up again since that day. Yes, Professor, that's my summer break effort. Thanks to what you said, I feel so happy I could shake. Professor, are we ready to go? Because the teacher confirmed your level, you win the bet. Wait a moment, I think you should come with me now. The master refused all of Jin Sung's refusals as the blazing sun shone down on the ground. Professor, where are we? You were taken to a strange place by the master, probably not to be kidnapped, right? I heard you're a summoner. Come take a look and you'll know exactly where we are when you see it. Will you know just by looking? Hearing that, my curiosity is piqued. The master opens the warehouse door, looks at Jin Jung with a sly smile, a bit cunning, but still follows along. Jin Hung wandered in, looking around in amazement at the bears, wolves, and other creatures locked in each cage. Is this the monster breeding center? Does this place still exist? I was lucky to meet an NPC manager at the Summoner's Tower who told me about this place. So this is where the baby wolves and bears are born. When I first found this place, it was still under construction. And then they gave me a task to catch wolves, tigers, bears, and other trapped monsters. But they all seem quite lively. They sit and sing to each other. From what I hear, completing the construction tasks allows you to manage the place you build, so these kinds of tasks are probably hidden quests. Jin Sheng also feels quite interested and wants to come here to take care of the monsters. After I completed the mission, the monster breeding center was finished and I am currently working at this center. Professor, did you receive a message from the system about how the monster breeding center will be built after completing the mission? The professor didn't expect that his game character knew everything. That's the case for players who have quests to produce swords for managing facilities. Because I already know, it will be easier to talk. As I said, I need to obtain the certificate to build the monster breeding center, but I haven't met the requirements yet. The teacher's demand is a bit high. This item is the monster appendix RF gave to him. I can only meet the requirements to get the monster breeding center management certificate if and only if I register at least 50 monsters. Aren't you also supposed to get something similar after completing the Magic Tower quest? Jinung felt something was off, but looking at the notebook the teacher was holding, it seemed different, because yours doesn't have the monster registration function. To be able to add more monsters to this appendix, I need to catch monsters, but my current ability can only catch about 30 monsters. So, I want you to take this item and record the remaining monster numbers. The teacher is halfway through and the rest is up to you. And one more thing before you start the mission, summon Noun and wake the lone wolf to prepare for the task. I know the black wolf is among the common wolves, but I haven't seen one this big. Junhing kept staring at the wolf, making the teacher nervous. Well, once you step in here, there's no turning back. Like attracts like. Both of them sneer and walk towards Jin Sung, ready for a showdown. Either you won't be able to protect yourself or it's too late now as Jinung is only just realizing this and falling back in shock. The most intense free fire battle about to unfold on screen is between Jinung and Lejin Hook. Jinung is summoning her power as she sees her opponent, Lejin Hook, about to attack. Jinung's beloved little one has evolved further, with a blue aura surrounding it, making Ov look on in shock as it gains 1,000 times more power from the hybrid interface of the demon in Free Fire facing OV. Thinking Jin Suong had a sure 10 points in hand, he was only met with Lai Jin Hook's sneering smile, causing Jin Suong to panic. Jin Suong blamed his teacher for overloading him with tasks beyond his capacity. Professor, why did you do that? I was only helping you. Actually, teacher Lai Jin Hook only showed Vietnam to test Jinung's free fire power. It seems like you've also evolved your summoning beast. Lai Jin Hooks explains what happened earlier to keep the teacher-student relationship from being strained. I apologize for startling you. I just wanted to see your summoning of beasts. Oh, you want to see my summoning? Even though Jin Zheng passed this tough test, he was still criticized by Lai Jin Hook for skipping classes. But we will explain more about why you didn't attend the lecture during the schedule change. You haven't forgotten, have you? Oh, you think that's unavoidable? Teacher Jin Hook has been puzzled by the evolution of divine beasts ever since he started his career. This monster breeding center trains summoning beasts that trust the players we train here. My eagle has evolved into a black claw wolf. I also don't quite understand why it evolved. Jinung also roughly understood what teacher Jin Hook meant. I see. So your master's wolf is also an evolved wolf. The spiritual connection between the player and the monster causes the monster to evolve at its most intense moment, just like Jinung's hybrid pet evolved during the fight with Oliver. Your hybrid is also an evolved summoned beast, a red mane wolf just like your training skill. This place probably trains summoned beasts to awaken their potential, leading to their evolution. Jin Xung's reasoning ability is quite convincing, making teacher Jin Hook also go along with it. Teacher Jin Hook gives Jining the chance to unleash her skill if she performs well, as this training center belongs to Jin Zheng. If you help me, I will let you use this monster breeding center as you wish. What do you think? Seeing that the teacher is also enthusiastic, Jin Sung thought for a long time. She wasn't sure if the training center was as fast as her training skills, but since her skills have cooldowns, she thought she could benefit from increasing the trust of the monsters she wasn't using. And there might be other traits when this monster breeding center is upgraded. Your proposal is very reasonable. With the skill upgrade and access to the training center, I agree immediately. Yes, Professor, I will help you. Oh, I see. That's good. But what's with that expression? Din Zung's face looks like he has something to ask for. Can I ask you for a favor? Master Lai Jin Huk, what do you want to ask for? The scene shifts to a place with blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine. Jin Huang stands in front of a mesmerizing, lifeless summoning circle, looking exhausted. Jin Huang stretches, appearing tired. Maybe because I haven't been sleeping well lately, my back hurts, my knees ache, and my hands go numb. Jin Zung's suggestion is for Jin Huk to build a training center near Jin Zung's place. If you build a beast breeding and summoning center near Gun's base, I will do my best to help you. This request is not difficult, and you will help me. Of course, because Master Jin Huk trusts Jin Sheng, he accepted his proposal, and the bond between teacher and student should be further strengthened. Before entering this intense battle, Jinung is reviewing his monster list. Should I add the new summon I recently acquired before starting the mission? Even the brothers were stunned with their mouths open because of Jinung's huge monsters. Recently, Jinung summoned a very cool hybrid cow, boosting his influence. You have registered Crimson Tiger Wolf. Your reputation increases by 1200. You have registered the Abyssal Turtle. Your reputation has increased by 1700. You have registered Golem Votam, boosting your reputation by 5100. Just acquired a hybrid Jinsung. Jinung is stunned because his reputation has increased so much. What is this? Registering Pipo Puji gives me the most reputation points, even more than the big guy who is also rare, and it's 10 times higher than his. The sudden increase in points makes Jinung Maida so excited. Is it because Pipo Puji has the potential to become a great monster after evolution, or is it a system glitch? But before I could think about it, Jinung had to go on Jin Hook's mission. Now I've registered, I'll continue with other missions. Lai Kuang has been sent to fight Jin Zung in this mission. Jin Sung rides alongside Lai and promises a bright future ahead. Today will be a perfect day if we discover the dungeon inside the portal. Do you think like me? Living with Jinung has brought the first challenge of this journey. You have arrived at a Nobin Plateau. You are the first to discover this land. Your reputation has increased by 100,000 over 10 days. Jinung's reputation points will double along with numerous other titles. The amazing rewards above make Jinung obsessed. Sometimes the prices should also come with rewards like these. Jin Sung was immersed in the rewards from various dungeons. The rewards varied depending on the mission and the rank of the monsters defeated. So, the rank of the Soulstone monster is related to the rank of what I defeat and the rewards I receive. With this huge desire for the reward, Jin Sung will definitely hunt down the strongest monster in this area. I will take the soul of the strongest monster in this land. I just need to search everywhere here and also find the first person who discovers it within the next 10 days. Jin Zheng and Lai Zheng charge forward with great enthusiasm. Let's go, but now that I think about it, we're leveling up like crazy. Stopping in front of the tall cliff, Jin Sung wasn't sure whether to jump down or not. Whew, should I jump down the cliff or not? Down there are all higher level monsters. All paths are surrounded by monsters. Jin Jung gathers all the strong pets into a team, preparing for this battle, as Jin Sung's fierce gaze makes moving even more difficult. Let's see how the kids are preparing for the noon battle. Jinung has chosen 2 pets to evolve because of their incredible power and the trust in these 2 pets. It's about time Lai and Puji evolved. They both perform their duties as summoning beasts and have potential that is about to be unlocked. I think Deity is also close to evolving, and its soul point is almost filled. Along with the command to advance, Dui Sung's fiery determination also rose up. Let's go. We haven't fought these monsters before, so let's get used to it. Lai's heavy footsteps crash down the cliffside, linking souls with Copia. Jinung calls out for Lai to evolve to a higher level, as a blue light envelops his entire body. Because the surge of power was so overwhelming, Jin Sung also mutated, changing his face. Lai disappeared into the green smoke, evolving into a wolf with long fangs and claws, howling across the sky. It turns out that both Jinung and Lai synchronized with each other, so they changed completely from the beginning. I think syncing with Lai was the best choice for me, both in appearance and in other aspects. Order Lai Seung to move forward, the big one leading the way. This transformation surprised even the brothers. From the cliff, a giant wolf on 2 legs holding a magic staff charges straight down, all attacking the monsters below with an endless source of power beyond words. Jin urges Lai to choose a monster to kill like picking a meal. Lai bites and goes, "Your call." The fire dragon in its mouth unleashes a giant fireball that burns all the monsters, causing them to blaze wildly like in Free Fire. Lai worries that the creature's power is on par. "I can't afford to lose even half my health because its defense is too high." Lai uses his sword to destroy the monsters, but their power is overwhelming. I can't deal much damage. What should I do now?" "Keep up the second attack, Lai." But what stunned everyone was that while everyone else was fighting the screeching monsters, Chippy seemed to have been reborn, trembling with surprise. "Oh my god, what is that?" Chippy will struggle against the enormous super bright beam. System window? Just as Jinung predicted, Chippy has evolved to a new level, resembling an eagle spreading its wings printed on the uniforms of the police officers. Its wings spread wide with sharp claws like those of street girls' nails. The lightning spirit has evolved from a primary soul to an intermediate soul. Lai was amazed to see Chippy evolve. Wow, Chippy has evolved. Was that lightning just now from the evolution? After Jinung saw Chippy evolve, he quickly opened the info window to check. Seeing Chippy's new profile, I have to say it's super impressive. Wow, it has evolved to an intermediate level and gained this innate ability as well. It also drains blood from enemies. Wait, it might actually look a bit like a dragon demon. Jinung is busy researching the functions of the newly upgraded Chippy and looks very satisfied. Manipulating the environment isn't a damage skill, so its attack power is quite low, but its healing ability is pretty solid. Probably because it was recently upgraded, its temperament is unstable. Chippy ignores Jinsung's words. "Wow, that's cool. Come here, Chippy." Chippy didn't bother to look back and just walked away, making Jinsung very annoyed. Lai, seeing that he hadn't been praised, nuzzled Jinsung to get his attention. Me too, me too." Seeing how cute it is and how it devours all the monsters, Jinung also praised it endlessly. "So, our live went really well, so I praise you too." The idea of exploiting Chippy's power flashes through Jinung's mind. Since Chippy has evolved and gained innate abilities, should we wipe out everything? This greed makes even viewers agree, because it's so perfectly justified. The screen suddenly shifts to a table overflowing with sparkling bling stones. Those are the soul stones Jinung collected in the dungeon. Zipper looked at the bling soulstone table in front of him, while Met peeked over. "What the hell is going on? How do you have so many soul stones?" Jinung, after being praised by Zipper as a hero, recounts his adventure. Well, that's how it went. Zipper looks at Jinchung with admiration. Henry L. Jin Hook trusts him that much. "Thank you for fulfilling my request. Henry, Lord Jin Hook has sent you to see me." Seeing my reputation rise faster than reviving in Free Fire, no wonder they call me the king. The monster revival mission at great completion gained 20,457,500 experience points. So much experience points, I really earned this and it feels bittersweet. Seeing Jinung's incredible strength, Zipper suggested he come see the Soulstone recovery process. "Follow me, and I will show you how the Soulstone is restored. Please bring all the Soulstones with you." In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the castle gate, which looked old and majestic, while inside was a sleek and luxurious place for Zipper's Soulstone recovery. "Wow, so this is the place? This is where we restore the Soulstones." Zipper opened the Soulstone bag widely and prepared carefully. So shall we begin? Fragments of Soulstones soar into the air, gathering into a gigantic, dazzling gemstone. Its light fills the entire room, but no one knows what kind of monster is hidden inside. The blinding light makes Jinung and Jaipur doubt what's inside the cocoon, but it still hasn't broken out. I don't know what kind it is. After 7749 long hopes and waits, a gigantic monster appeared in a hybrid turtle form. The soul shard transformed into Jaipur, making the monster incredibly happy. Success, always a brilliant success. Jinung picks up the vocabulary list again to check because she still has question marks and doesn't understand. "You have successfully restored the monster cop ship DN. Your reputation has increased by 500 for restoring a common tier monster." Jinung is considering whether to revive the recent monster. "If I succeed in reviving an ancient monster, will it appear on the Corona continent?" Because I have another monster appearing on the Corona continent, these gains leave Jinsung stunned and speechless. It's so addictive. After Jepper's incredible success, Jinung continues to try his luck. Keep this momentum going and revive the next monster. In Jinung's imagination, inside the Soul Stone are powerful monsters that won't disappoint Jinsuung. But it failed to meet Jinsung's expectations, causing him to collapse as if his hopes were dashed. In misfortune, there is a bit of luck. Only one last piece of Soulstone remains for Duisung's unlucky fate. A faint light gradually appears, and the beast also begins to emerge. Lucky for Jinsung, it's a giant orange-striped tiger. It roars, "This arena feels so epic." Jinung successfully restored the high monster, increasing your reputation by 30 $30 when the monster was restored. Zipper also saw that high was truly impressive. I've never dreamed I'd see this monster with my own eyes, and I wish I had it too. Zipper and Jinung work so well together that they managed to recover this rare beast. Thank you for your effort. I can finally see the monsters I only read about in books. Jinung's pride flared up in response to Yepper's thanks. It's nothing. I also had a special experience thanks to you. Jipper trusted Jinung's credibility so much that he handed over the monster hide to Jinung for training. Well, I want to ask you to take care of this kid for me. With perfect timing and favorable conditions, Jinsung agreed to the deal without hesitation. Jinsung checked Hai's profile, and it was truly outstanding. Oh, it's only at level 1? Then I can raise it using my method of unlocking hidden potential to 100 before leveling up, so it might grow even more. Dianzung, haven't you named the summoned beast yet? You need to give it a name. What should I name you? After thinking for a while, I finally decided on a name for this cute striped tiger. Oh, so your name is Hal, then I'll just call you Hai. Jeeper, seeing Jining and Halai so close, can't help but feel jealous. Haha, I think this little boy also likes you a lot, Explorer. Jinung is also completely smitten with the new pet. I like it a lot too. It fits perfectly with the Summoning Beast title, but Zyper still has many major targets in his summoning journey. Now our target has appeared. The Soul Stone of the giant divine dragon it holds has a new mission for Jinzung in this conquest journey. Standing before the magnificent scene with European elegance in the palace, the glow shone directly onto the altar, leaving Yan stunned. Is that the divine dragon? He immediately took out the dazzling pink crystal and asked if this was it. The crystal in his hand shone brightly, its light dazzling and beautiful, making Yan feel that this was completely different from other spirit stones, including its exterior and edges. Without thinking much, he handed it over to the Gipper. She also took it accordingly, then gently placed the spirit stone on the altar. Immediately, the light shone even more brilliantly from that side. The gem radiates abundant energy, continuously revealing its essence. I am so excited. Could it be that after all my efforts, I will finally witness the divine dragon? The creature, vastly different in every aspect, will surely become Kailan's legend. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere seemed to tighten and then burst, causing the space to ripple for a moment. After waiting for a long time, you were so impatient you couldn't wait any longer, worrying about what might happen if something went wrong. Before you could even worry, a terrible beam of light shone directly into your eyes, blinding Yan to the current situation. It wasn't until the light softened and the scene before him gradually revealed itself that Yan was stunned. A single egg was now floating in the air on the sacrificial altar. Seeing that, she shouted loudly, "It's a success. The egg you're seeing is the divine dragon egg." Looking at the dark egg floating there, he became even more suspicious. Is this the divine dragon egg? Before the egg could settle, Geeper swiftly dashed up and tightly embraced its rough outer shell. If this egg hatches, I will be the first summoner to possess the divine dragon. That title was lost 100 years ago. She happily mentioned it without noticing her surroundings, only to be immediately punished with a twisted ankle on the red carpet. The egg in her hands was thrown out by inertia, slipping from her grasp. Yayan was so frightened she turned pale, speechless with terror, desperately clinging to her last hope. He used all his strength to rush forward and catch the egg. Luckily, the elders carried the burden of the egg and it flew straight into Yan's hands. Before 2 seconds had passed, the egg seemed displeased and fell straight to the ground, shattering the stone surface into pieces. It's truly unbelievable. Falling from such a height, the egg should have shattered. Yet, Nguyen Ivan scared you so much that tears were streaming down your face. Luckily, it's tougher than the floor. Geiper apologized profusely, almost losing everything. Luckily today the weather is on your side. Yan, after carefully inspecting from inside out and confirming there are no damages, breathes a sigh of relief. Seeing that you weren't very angry, she also felt a bit relieved. Luckily, it was really tough, but still needed to be careful. You also didn't forget to check your system bag, and sure enough, there was no additional experience gained. You are certain that the Divine Dragon Certificate is the biggest reward. The system now reports that the Black Feather item seal has been lifted, and as a result, your experience has increased. Your leadership has gone up, and now you are free to hunt any monsters without being limited by your leadership stat. Additionally, the leadership requirement to summon dragon-type creatures is halved, while the summoning ability increases. Seeing the countless rewards flooding the screen, Yan felt ecstatic. Just thinking about being able to hunt without limits, and having the leadership requirement reduced by more than half, meaning he could summon at least 2 hero-level creatures and still have leadership points left. His excited expression scared her, making her wonder if he had hit his head too hard and was feeling a bit dizzy now, but he didn't really care at the moment. He was more focused on checking the detailed stats of the egg, looking at the daunting information on the screen, but most of it is unknown, which makes him extremely excited. If it can be revived, he still wants it to be a dragon, not just an egg. Because he investigated the summoner's egg and the incubation mission for Griffin but found no information, now he wonders if maybe this way might actually be better. You have to find a way for the summoner to hatch the eggs because now you possess both Griffin-Fin's egg and the divine dragon's. Thinking that Jaipur might know how to hatch a summoner's egg, she indeed did not disappoint your expectations. She knows very well indeed. Hearing that, you immediately became so anxious you couldn't wait for her to tell you the method to hatch the egg. She also found it strange. Clearly Jan is a summoner, yet he doesn't know that this is very simple. As long as a summoner hatches, it will hatch. Simply put, it's the mother of the summoned beast. Just thinking about turning into a hen to hatch the egg makes me extremely scared, and realizing she set me up, I can't even handle spicy food. Could she really think that such a basic thing is known even by children, and you don't know? But the real issue is that Jin's mother can use a Shik creature of your current level, which would be like putting a noose around your neck. Even at the entrance, there are already monsters above level 130. After thinking for a moment, you decide it's probably better to ask the knight. Yen is looking for another way because the godly curse doesn't have a mother beast, but can still hatch. And hearing this, Jepper suddenly thought of something that left him speechless. If you think about it, she also has no other method, but she knows a summoner who is familiar with that issue. After hearing this, his eyes lit up like he had struck gold, and he hurriedly asked for the summoner's address, but her answer hit him like a cold splash of water. Because this person died in a Noban city 300 years ago, but since you are alone, she will open a door for you to meet their soul. The boy thought to himself, well, it's not worse, so he hurriedly thanked her. But thinking back on his attitude just now, as if he wanted to spit out some unkind words to a beautiful flower like her, she felt she might be displeased with him. He couldn't let the food go to his mouth and still drop it, so she had to lower herself and beg. Sensing his sincerity, she let it go and focused on the main issue. The summoner was the second most skilled person in ancient Anaban, and she guessed that person could answer his questions. Hearing the name surprised him, and seeing her respectful attitude, he also guessed that person was probably quite old. Before letting him meet that person, she also had a request that she hoped he could fulfill, which quite surprised him. It was only when he saw the ancient monster breeding notification from Jaipur that he realized she didn't want the long god he just Xiaomi revived to go extinct on the Corona continent, so she wanted him to learn how to raise them from the EL difficulty level A, but with the reward of the summoner's skill book, he read it all at once and found it quite confusing. She doesn't want them to go extinct, especially since there's already an announcement that monsters will appear all over the Corona continent. But when she saw the reward, the hatching skill book turned out to be exactly what he needed right now. You really got what you wished for. As expected, one arrow hits 2 targets. Completing this mission and also doing a good job for the Empire, only a fool wouldn't accept. He immediately rushed to shake her hand repeatedly, fully agreeing with her condition, leaving Jaipur puzzled. Seeing the reaction of the flower, she was very pleased and admired it, happily preparing to harvest her prize and then leave. But just as she was about to depart, an uninvited guest appeared behind her, seemingly out of nowhere. The white tiger swiftly leaps and stomps hard on the snow-covered ground, causing snow to spray everywhere. She also quickly notices something unusual and becomes more alert. An arrow whizzed past, causing her to cry out in alarm. Gawai seized the moment, quickly drawing his bow and releasing a swift arrow straight at the beast's chest, stunning it in surprise. Seeing that its fighting ability was still intact, he shouted for her to run. But before she could react, the ice tiger charged straight at her. Knowing that running now would be pointless, he shot another arrow. The scream made her startle and turn around, only to see the beast like it was about to pounce and devour her. She quickly drew her magic staff to block its unwelcome approach, creating a barrier around her that protected her from the beast's claws. At that moment, Duongkung aimed precisely and shot an arrow directly at the ice tiger, hitting a vital spot and causing it to bleed profusely, collapsing onto the snow just seconds later. But how could these tricks escape Gawi's notice? You stomp hard on its pure white fur, raising your bow to aim straight at its head and accuse, why did you dare scare it to the point of turning green in the eyes? Seeing that you don't seem to be sincere enough, it screams even louder. But little does it know that the more intense the reaction, the more Gawi loves to tease. Pull the bowstring hard. This will be the end. After dealing with that big trouble tiger, he turned to remind her that this place is extremely dangerous, especially the monsters, the weakest of which are at least 20 levels higher than her. If it weren't for him, what would she do? She couldn't argue back, so she pouted, which is why he had to go with her. Thanks. Hearing that, he also felt relieved, but the thing Gawi was worried about now was when she would finish collecting everything. He really wanted to go home. Seeing your impatience, she was sure she was almost done. The search for ingredients in such a dangerous place was only because Hajin wanted to find ingredients to improve the flavor. Actually, she wanted to go with Yan, but you said you had a mission, which is really frustrating. Gawe saw her sitting there dazed and wondered why she needed so many ingredients. You wonder how much food she's planning to make. It's already been an hour, and you're about to get upset. But when she said she would cook many dishes, Gawe suddenly turned around and flattered her. Does she want to cook something delicious for this pitiful little brother? But Trantru's silence shocked him. Could it be that she's not the one? In Dai Sung's rooftop room, Don Chat keeps pacing anxiously. Regarding the ancient summoner and the appearance of a level 150 red tiger, it seems the Titan Guild has given up attacking it. Reading this surprised you. Level 150 stars? Maybe Hal is actually a better monster than you thought, making you hesitate about whether to go check out the display. Just thinking of the fierce red tiger makes you eager to raise it quickly. Speaking of raising it, you remember you also have to meet EL today to get the skill book, because that's the only way to help Hal grow faster. The scene shifts to a galaxy-colored pine forest shining brightly. Yan steps through the teleportation gate, looking around with suspicion. Is this where EL is? It looks romantic, but you still have to stay alert because who knows what kind of monsters might appear. But the scene before him left him stunned and confused, almost falling backward. The pink atmosphere and the giant heart-shaped cloud in front of him were beyond anything he had expected. It seems this place is too peaceful, but that makes it even harder for you now how to find EL. Just then, the system displayed a notification that the famous love forest had increased by 1,000, and a pair of wedding ice rings from the forest was received. Seeing the information on the control panel, he couldn't understand what the wedding ring was about. When he read about the abilities it provided, he realized that wearing it increased affinity with elves and all monsters. But this ring could only be owned by Yan and couldn't be sold or transferred. But this ring also has the drawback that both sides must wear it. If one takes it off, it loses its effect. After reading it, you feel itchy. And although it's not on the same level as the dragon feather headband, its abilities are quite remarkable. Not to mention the ring can also evolve and might be useful for skills like speed boost, but that ring is only limited to females. The question is, who should you give the ring to? Suddenly, the lively and innocent image of Hajin appeared in Yan's mind, but it was quickly dismissed because neither of them had that kind of relationship. If I don't give it, the only thing I might get is an extra 30 charm points or something. Even the game distinguishes single dogs. That's really exhausting. As he was confused and unsure what to do, a sudden noise caught his attention. Yan also became alert, thinking it might be a monster. Thinking about that possibility, he hurried over to check the situation but was surprised to see a pair of majestic, breathtakingly beautiful horses appear. Only when he saw its long, sharp horns reaching the sky did he realize it was a Kylan. Seeing the two heroic-level monsters, level 170, made him unsure of what to do. Before he could process it, the pair of unicorns left again, showing expressions more ridiculous than ever, leaving him confused. What the heck is going on? Did it bite too hard by mistake? Its aimless action makes Yan wonder what's on his face. But then again, what kind of monster is level 170? If everything in this forest is that strong, there's nothing left for me to do. Because it's a skill book, he has to endure it with gritted teeth. Although he immediately encounters terrifying monsters, they don't seem to intend to do anything to him, so continuing the journey probably won't be too difficult. Thinking about it, you just grit your teeth and keep going. But the more you walk, the more you feel uneasy. Everyone around Dai is paired up, and seeing the atmosphere of love surrounding him, he wonders if this is the reason why this place is called the Love Forest. If I had known earlier, I would have fought the messy monsters, rather than regret too late. Just as you were about to collapse, a gentle voice suddenly asked if you were Yan. Seeing that, you immediately turned around to find the source of the sound. Only when you saw the woman with perfect curves appear before you did you suspiciously ask who she was, but the beauty of the woman left him stunned. Could she be a goddess? Her stunningly sculpted face with delicate, dazzling features shimmered brightly. The natural scenery filled with love and pink hues makes even your aging heart flutter. When the two of you reach the giant ancient tree, he is immediately stunned with his mouth agape. Seeing his surprise, she asks confidently, "What do you think of this love forest?" Needless to say, the scene was truly breathtaking, with the ceiling soaring high and fluttering. You've never seen anything like this before, truly a master of all summoners Isel. Being praised like that makes her feel ecstatic, and she keeps blinking at him non-stop. Yan secretly thinks, indeed that ring really does increase affection towards the creature. Thinking about this, he felt even more suspicious because he had encountered many monsters in the forest. But for some reason, they all avoided him. and just thinking about it made him dislike the smug faces of those unicorns. Hearing you ask that, I hesitated whether to tell you or not, but you kept insisting on knowing the reason, and if I didn't tell you, you probably wouldn't sleep all night. Since you've already brought it up, I guess I have no choice but to reveal it. The main reason is that you exude a strong smell of a single dog. Her words hit straight into your weak heart like a stone. Both Jan and her master cried bitterly because her words felt like salt in a wound, and no matter how much she tried to comfort them, it didn't help. After calming down, she then curiously asked what Zyper wanted from her. She asked him, only then remembering her purpose for today. Zyper wanted him to learn how to breed monsters from Easel. Of course, I agree with Jepper's decision, but I am also curious about why he wants to learn this. As she spoke, she moved closer to him, and Jan openly recounted everything to her. After hearing that, she admired him even more for successfully reviving ancient monsters and was sure he would need his abilities to maintain them. That's also why she asked him to see if her ability would be used for bad purposes. Mentioning bad things only made him more confused. Talking about that, she felt sad because if she passed on her ability to him, he could breed monsters artificially, but that goes against nature. Hearing that, he still couldn't understand. Normally, animals reproduce through mating, but that would take more time, whereas her ability reduces both the time and the process. Thinking about her ability to reduce time and effort makes him imagine some not-so-innocent things. But his thoughts are immediately cut off by her, as this power could be misused to breed monsters like farm animals. That's why she had to ask clearly about your intentions. Only then did he finally understand. As expected, with such a power, he would see these creatures just as farm animals to breed. But now he understands the consequences and promises never to abuse it, treating them as his own kin. Seeing your strong determination, I am happy to agree, but to learn this skill, your abilities still have many shortcomings. To gain this ability, you need to master the art of flirting. Her words hit Jan's young heart like an arrow, leaving him to wonder if being single is really a sin. But soon the love mission arrived, which was to help Wilson and Khan, two young immortals still without partners, find each other. If successful, EL would transfer her abilities to you. After reading the mission, you froze up completely, but what must come will come, and you hurriedly ran off to complete the task. The mission is already tricky enough, but it doesn't stop there. It also doesn't show the difficulty level, making it impossible for you to guess how hard it really is. How are you supposed to handle this? Just as I was complaining to myself, the adorable little turtle came over and nuzzled its small head against my leg like a cheer, helping me regain my resolve to succeed. In the end, after struggling for a while, I finally reached the residence of one of the two little fairies I needed to pair up. Looking ahead, there's a kid about the same age as me, which only makes my head hurt more. Kids are kids, but they still act tough. Could it be that EL wants you to set them up without knowing what she's thinking, which makes the little fairy look at you with confusion? You decide to put aside your doubts and happily introduce yourself. It was the person who helped Wissen and Keijon become a couple, and I thought I would get a heartfelt thank you from Xiaotian. Who would have thought that he would hit you with a painful blow because you exude the smell of a lonely dog, making him suspicious? After hearing that, you were so angry you nearly fainted, but you still had to stay calm and polite 1,000 times over, never showing anger to the customer. Just when I thought I could let it go, Qiu Tian didn't hold back and rubbed salt in the wound, asking how long I had been single. I guess I've been single for about 7,000 days now. Hearing that, Little Fairy felt more at ease because he had been single for over 55,000 days, so he probably was more capable than him. But he didn't know that the age of Little Fairy and humans was different. Anyway, he will help Xiaotian and Keijon become a couple, making Wilson so grateful he blushes and stammers for help. The morning sunlight filters brightly through the layers of leaves. Now Wilson and Keijon are picking mushrooms together under Jan's watch, constantly exchanging flirtatious glances, making him more sure that this mission will be as easy as pie. So he stayed still for half a day, watching both of them, then suddenly saw Wilson glancing at Keijon. But just stopping at glancing and picking mushrooms was pushing my patience to the limit. As soon as I got careless, I lost both of them. It took a lot of effort, but I finally waited until Wilson came home. I'm giving him a good lesson to understand why he let her go without saying a word. Actually, he also has his own struggles. He wants to speak but can't, which is even more frustrating. You're also speechless, which is indeed worse than you thought. At this moment, the crystal ball on the table lit up, drawing his attention, and he curiously asked if it was a message from Lady Keijon. The boy was just as surprised to learn that NPCs could send messages. Seeing the fat rising to his mouth and this little fairy still silent made him even angrier. He shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Just reply with what I told you." Threatening Wilson, he kept apologizing and urgently told him to respond exactly as he instructed. Hurry up. Wilson's eyes are spinning as if he's dizzy. still not understanding what you're saying. What should you say in response? Jinung was also stammering because of you. Just tell her that you got home safely. Wilson also obediently sent the message as you said. You said yes, I have safely returned home. Madame Wyson shyly scratched her nose and told him to add a little more salt. I also felt relieved knowing Kojan got home safely. Jinjong looked at Wilson with disdain, full of love. What are you so relieved about? Has a monster attacked or threatened this forest? Kojan here would pout and blame Wilson. If he cared that much, he should have taken her home. The two of them have no experience in flirting, just staring at each other blankly. Wilson shouted loudly, blaming Jin Sung for making Khan angry with him. Jin Sung was also feeling just as frustrated and exhausted. Things are getting worse every day. What should they do? If Wilson apologizes, it's basically the end of their relationship. Seeing that he had waited too long, Wilson texted him himself, catching Jin Sung off guard. He asked if he just messaged Kojan that she was sleeping. About Kojan? Yeah, they're just talking. Why ask if she's asleep? Jinung is also at a loss with this guy. Why did you answer like that? Wyson just realized he's rushing ahead of the situation now. You're right. Why did you do that? Jinung helplessly rests his chin in his hand. Was this mission impossible from the very beginning? Jinung sighed and called Wilson. Since things have already turned out this way, just confess to her. Wilson gasped in shock, tears streaming down as he waved his hands. Confess? No way. Your fancom said the worst way to confess is through a crystal ball message. Jinung was going crazy. If you don't confess right now, you'll never get another chance. Fine then, I'll send it myself. Jinjong said into the crystal ball, asking it to send the message. Have you eaten yet? Oh, I forgot. Do you want to go on a date with me? Wilson also decided to stop it, but it was already too late. Jinning quickly sent the message and then sighed in relief. It should have been done from the beginning. Wilson, with tears in his eyes, looked at him in confusion. Brother, someone is inviting a video chat. What should I do now? Dui-Su Dung opened her eyes wide in surprise. Video chat? Isn't it just a phone call? Deyoung now leaves it to fate, pats Wilson on the shoulder, and does his best. Little brother, just be honest with your feelings. I'll wait outside. Bye-bye. Di-Sung turned away immediately after speaking, ignoring Wilson's desperate cries for help. He wiped his sweat in frustration and subtly gave Vu a thumbs up. Good luck. Young quietly felt his heartache along with Puji. They failed the mission again. Life really loves to tease. Just as I was feeling down, Wilson hurried out of the house, shouting loudly like calling out. Tears welled up in your eyes as you emotionally announced, "We did it." She agreed to your confession. Wilson jumped up in excitement, shaking Daisung vigorously, and said, It's all thanks to me, completely thanks to me. Daisung couldn't believe her ears. Are you really successful? The notification system confirms you have completed the mission. Your charisma has skyrocketed by 20 points. Young couldn't believe how dazzling his protagonist aura had become. Young returned to EZL. I'm back. EZL smiled and told him she had heard the story from Wilson. Amazing. Good job, little sis. Young has nothing more to say. There's no one in this world born already a master of romance or a terrible dater. Only basketball guys and the rest of the world. Elle decides to give him part of her power. She casts a spell and a beautiful potion appears. I really hope you succeed in breeding ancient monsters with Gipper. The system has notified you that you have learned the monster breeding skill and can now distinguish their genders. Young, hearing about this twisted skill, immediately wants to try it. Surely the info window will have an extra gender section. Let's see if your monster is a shy one or a Batrang pottery expert. Duisungu looked on with a blank expression. Oh my god, why are all these monsters male and not a single female in sight? He wondered if EZL had more monsters than this. EZL looked surprised and replied, Not exactly, except for a few special cases, everyone is equal regardless of gender. Duisungu frowned. Then it must be just a coincidence. EZL reached out and handed him another item. Take this. With this crystal ball, you can message me anytime. Duidong looked puzzled as she took it, asking why she was giving him this. EZL replied that she couldn't say now, but in the future, she would need his help. Can I ask for your help then? The system screen shows a new mission, The Darkness of the Khalifa Dragon. Disung was shocked just by reading the title. You jerked violently. Demon Dragon Khalifa. Yeah. I've heard this name mentioned by the legend of the Pure Dragon Master Ok Lai before, not always lucky enough to find hidden missions, and there's no time limit either. I'll take it on. But wait, what is this, a 3 million summoner level? Even after becoming a master, you can still level up? I thought you couldn't level up after reaching master rank. He decided to take on the mission first and worry about the details later, so Young accepted the challenge right away. If I can help you with anything, I will do my best. EZL sincerely thanks him. The scene shifts to the skull-shaped tower, and Jaipur, seeing him return, greets him with a bright smile. You're back? Have you finished everything? Daisung reports the situation seriously. I have acquired a skill similar to a monster. Zyper knows EZL will admit him anyway. Cam H, baby. She has something to show him. DeYoung was led by Zyper into a room full of monsters. Each one looks incredibly fierce. He examined them and told Zyper she still needed a few more of these. Zyper chuckled and explained that she only collects herbivorous animals because they are safer without carnivores. She excitedly stood in front of two dung beetles, gazing at each other flirtatiously. Then let's try breeding these two. Daesung, you get involved too. First, register them as summoning creatures. Now just use the skill. Wait, hold on. Hopefully there are no scenes involving underage children or pregnant men breastfeeding here. Dung gestures to control the monster-like skill. After Daesung finished using the skill, the two dung beetles also charged at each other. Between them, a source of power gradually gathered and eventually formed an egg. Daesung breathes a sigh of relief that no forbidden images appear. He was worried for nothing. The system announces that you have successfully bred a monster for the first time. You will receive the title of Monster Breeder, and your reputation points will also increase significantly. In addition, he gained new knowledge and skills, and Daesung continued to reap the benefits. Finally, I completed the mission to testify for GF Vinner. Oh, it seems I also got a new title? The Monster Breeder? Looking at the information board, you can see that the title is also quite useful. It doesn't immediately increase your strength, but it enhances your abilities like a powerful monster. You like the fact that you benefit even without activating the skill. Daesung is starting to plot dirty tricks, so maybe you'll clone the remaining monsters too. The two dung beetles broke out in a cold sweat, their eyes seeming to say, "We're the same kind." The scene shifts back to the real world, and the class cheerfully welcomes the end of the school day. Everyone seemed to slump back, their bodies stiff after sitting too long. Yayun saw Young and quickly asked, "What's got you in such a hurry? Where are you planning to go?" Where else could Daesung possibly go? Of course I'm in the game. I have to complete the mission. Why? Hyun muttered. You're really a game addict. What mission are you working on now? Young replied. He's busy with the Empire's mission, so he's completely tied up. The deadline is right on our heels, so we have no choice but to accept it. Hyunun jumped up in surprise. The Empire's mission? Do you know that you work tirelessly like a beast to get an Imperial task? He completes as many missions as possible, hoping to get one. Daesung is also a bit surprised. Why did you have to do that when you returned? Hyun explained it to you. To increase your reputation, nothing beats an Imperial mission. They need a guild member with high status to upgrade their territory into a self-governing region. Daesung also nodded. To achieve a high noble status, you need 40,000 reputation points, right? If he tells them he has had over 50,000 reputation points for a long time, he'll probably get kicked out of the council. Jisung wishes Hyun good luck, hope he completes the mission and returns as soon as possible. After successfully completing the GFH certification, he spent more time overseeing the guild and the scene shifts to the place where ancient monsters are bred. Young has now become the owner of a breeding farm. This time you even brought the entire divine dragon egg. You might be able to hatch it. Daesung eagerly admired the egg. Look at this brilliant light. It must be legendary grade. He shouted to hatch the egg. Daesung's eyes brighter than headlights, eagerly waiting for it to hatch. It must be different with a dragon god egg. But surprisingly, nothing at all happened. The egg remained silent and still. Daesung hurriedly opened the status window to check and finally let out a sigh of relief. He's probably still too inexperienced. Luckily, if he kept hunting as usual, the egg would eventually hatch. Luckily, I didn't have to do any extra missions or collect special items. But what's so special about the star next to the legendary rank? It probably isn't anything bad, right? Oh well. Let's go back to Moran and finish the mission. Fast forward to the next morning, Daesung returned to Moran to settle the remaining matters. He curiously looked at the floating egg in the center. Could it be the G-Fin egg itself? Yes. Emperor Celius asked if he had found a way to hatch this G-Fin spirit egg. Daesung quickly forced a professional smile and replied, "The Divine has acquired the ability to make monsters hatch." Celius was very pleased and praised him. Very good. Daesung muttered that, but inside he was already reciting Buddha's name. Why is that monster still so strong? If you can't hatch that egg, this deal is definitely off. Just in case, I mentioned that I have the skill to hatch monsters, not the skill to hatch GFPH. Please hope to succeed on the first try. Daesung shouted, "Hatch the egg!" Celius excitedly widened her eyes, wondering if G-Fin finally hatched. Daesung noticed the similarity. Just like the Divine Dragon, it doesn't hatch immediately, so we should check its information. Daesung opens the information window at an angle. This time, of course, G-Fin is also a legendary figure. But it doesn't have a special purpose like other true dragons. What's the difference? Daesung would like to express his opinion. Where can the gods find the strongest winds? On the continent of Kelowna. Celius, feeling impatient, was a bit annoyed by the question. Why are you asking me about this? How is GF Finn's egg hatching going? Desung honestly reports that the process has begun, but for GF Finn's egg to hatch, one more condition must be met. Celiot asked curiously, what is the condition? Because the GF Finn spirit beast has the wind attribute to hatch this egg perfectly, the divine must let it absorb the power of the strongest winds from the place with the strongest winds on the continent. Helen thought for a moment and then said, if it's a place with strong winds, I think you're talking about the sky-high plateau, especially on the top of the sky altar where the strongest wind power is. Celiot agreed and followed along. That must be it. Helen has explored the entire continent, so he probably knows it best. Daisung listened to the two people banter and froze in place. The sky-piercing plateau is doomed for the soldiers. How did you get into that area? The wasteland around the towering plateau is filled with level 130 monsters. Going alone is suicide, especially when you don't know if the highest level monster will appear. Daisung timidly spoke up. The god has completed the investigation as requested, so even if he has to cancel this mission, he must get out quickly. But wait, 7B just remembered? Jung glanced at Helen and then smirked. I didn't have to go alone, did I? And so Jae-sung reached the highest peak of the plateau, and as soon as he arrived, he had to unleash his skill to crush the abyssal waves and punish the monsters. Daisung and Lai keep fighting monsters one-on-one. One drops down, another comes up, but these three in front of him are just like mosquitoes. He ordered the royal guards to attack and to seize the right moment. He commanded Lai to coordinate his efforts. Jung uses the bloodthirst skill to make Lai instantly take down the eagle. The system notifies Lai of his achievements, and Jung is also quite surprised. Almost 15,000 in one hit, Bowser's 20,000 damage from the bloodthirsty skills seems very effective. Jung checked the bloodthirsty skill information again and was quite satisfied with how powerful it was, and going alone was a very good idea. Reversing time, Jung expressed his opinion to Celius. The god alone cannot reach the sky-high plateau with the G-egg, so he needs your help and strength. Celius listened to him with suspicion. The power of evil. Jung smirked and confidently confirmed, yes, you have the greatest power. No one else but the unfortunate Helen. Since this is a game, the expedition begins in just one day. Although the number of members participating is smaller than you thought, the lowest level of the Royal Guards is 150. I also saw a few monsters above level 170. This is too much, so what level is Helen at? Could it be over 200? Helen is fighting fiercely on this side. One slash and a monster's head is gone. He happily sits back and enjoys. The points are shared among the team members. Then he will get over 10,000 experience for one monster. Not only are you leveling up rapidly, but your summon beast is too. Thanks to Helen for carrying this burden. Heh. Helen only just noticed Jung happily over there and calling out to him, making him jump in surprise. He praised you. You're a summoner much better than I thought. Your monsters are quite useful. Daisung chuckled awkwardly, keeping his mouth shut. Oh, really? Your level is low, so do you think you can't help in the fight? Helen shouted. Stop all combat. They will rest for a while and prepare for the next battle here. Daisung wiped his sweat and asked him, they haven't suffered any losses, so why do you mainly want to continue fighting at that experience point? Helen explained to him that when they cross this mountain, they will reach the ancient Paradise Desert, where they will face the mummy priest. Daisung just heard the name and knew it was a tough opponent, a level 150 monster. Helen warned seriously that the battle wouldn't be easy, so be prepared. Night has fallen, the snow is falling all around, and Floralin asks Wai Hyun how much longer their base's protection will last. Yi Hyun replied, about a month left before the northern continent erupts in battles over bases. After all, bases are considered the golden goose for any guild. But if a major guild prepares to attack, smaller guilds like ours will have a hard time driving them away, so that's a concern. But if they can upgrade their base from a village to a territory, everything will be settled. Because at the territory level, they can set up NPC teams and defensive mechanisms like towers. Floralin was surprised. She didn't know that. Then they just need to survive the battle until the storm passes. Love Hyun agrees with her. Yes, you truly hope Daisung will complete his mission and help them. They must defend the base at all costs until then. Daisung on this side suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if he had a sixth sense. Is it because he hasn't slept in a long time? Daisung looked around and wondered, are they already at the sky-high plateau? I heard the winds here are the strongest and very fierce. Before he could finish expressing his thoughts, a monster jumped out and knocked him out. Helen reacted quickly, immediately drawing her sword to block the attack. He swings his sword again to show the monster who's boss. He warns everyone once more. Kaun Nguyen Mak is extremely dangerous. Level 190 monsters might appear, so be careful. Daisung trembled with fear as he listened. He almost died when confronted by a level 150 mummy priest and a few others. But with level 190, a single sneeze and you're done for. But since we've come this far, failure is not an option. The howling screams of the monsters echoing loudly, Helen immediately ordered the entire team to prepare for battle. Be careful not to attract the attention of other monsters in the area, but this one always acts in groups of 7. There will be at least 4 or 5 more in the surrounding area. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of monsters from before immediately charged out to settle the score. Helen said she would lead. All the knights must protect the egg and Jan. His face was very determined, fighting fiercely when suddenly those monsters ran away. Which monster appeared? Why is the captain so worried? What is that thing? A dinosaur? Does it have red eyes, or is it a winged lizard? It's even bigger than Do. All the knights follow me will distract it from the front. When we do that, you run with the egg toward the altar. Jan respectfully obeys, holding the egg tightly and especially praising Helen. He is truly amazing, working efficiently and with strategy. Jan hurriedly ran away. If it turns around and hits him, he's done for. I need to act quickly while the knights are still holding it back, synchronize the potion, and boost my agility. Luckily, he escaped from that dangerous place safely. I did it. Yan stood frozen in the middle, only then realizing there was no wind up here. You are the first to discover the source of the wind, the heavenly altar. Attraction with wind attribute increases by 5%. Wind attribute resistance increases by 10. Charm with wind. Attribute monsters is no less than 30, and reputation rises by up to 15,000. Suddenly Yan felt something very familiar. Wait a minute, this really looks just like when I discovered the origin of Dung Ham. No, actually it's exactly the same, just with a different attribute. Then. If I have to hatch the fire attribute monster's egg, I might have to go back to the Burning Land. Anyway, I have to hatch this egg quickly. If I delay any longer, the knights will suffer great damage, and the Emperor will surely be furious. Here, now hatch it. The egg is glowing brightly, spreading across the heavenly altar. It's working, it's working. The egg is increasing to 11%, meaning it will hatch when it reaches 100%. I tilt my chin in suspicion. The knights have already been defeated. Hurry up before the monster arrives. But why is the hatching rate so slow in this urgent moment? What is this? This thing wasn't in Yan's pocket before, but now it's glowing. I took it out to check, but have no idea where it came from. I just try to remember and ask myself if I ever got something like this before. I looked directly and immediately saw the image from the past. This is the hot stone that some PK guys dropped during the priest mission. But why is it glowing like that? It's no longer in my hand, but actively surrounding the egg. Use the wind purification item. Yan feels confused. What's going on? I never said I was going to use it. I never expected the egg to hatch so quickly because of that. Jan gasped in amazement as he witnessed this dazzling scene firsthand. You made the egg hatch. The egg of a legendary monster hatched for the first time. The leader's popularity increased by 100 and charm by 50. He joyfully jumps up and down like a child. Success. Ooh yeah. Looking back, there are even 2 of them appearing. Are they twins? The information window shows health 475, 475, magic 265, 265, attack 23, defense 10, a legendary monster. A stubborn personality that cannot evolve, agility 28, intelligence 15, with the innate ability of Wind Guardian. If struck by a wind attribute attack, its attack power increases by 30% for 3 minutes. The King's Roar increases allies' abilities by 30% within 50 meters and reduces all enemies' movement speed by 30%. This effect lasts for 10 minutes with a 30-minute cooldown. Its powerful wing beats can create tornadoes that crush enemies, lasting 10 seconds and dealing 125% of its strength and damage every 0.5 seconds when activated. The cone-shaped radius is 15 meters, with a 10-minute cooldown. A legendary monster, ruler of the skies, born from wind, making it very agile and strong. I especially focus on this beast, a level 1 Han breed, but all its stats except for defense are higher, nearly twice as fast. The King's Roar skill is also impressive. But are they from different genders? Their abilities seem no different from each other. Yan felt a bit annoyed why she was caught up in this test. If there had only been one, she wouldn't have hesitated to hand it over to the Emperor. Maybe this is a chance from the Holy Spirit. There's no way I can be caught. I'll immediately seize it. There's no turning back now. There's no one here, right? Suddenly that giant monster appeared and chased after him, almost killing the tame master. Fortunately, he returned safely to the palace that night, but he felt a bit uneasy. Why hasn't the Emperor arrived yet? Does he already know what happened? No way. As I was just wondering, he appeared and smiled at me, saying, "You've worked hard, well done." I politely bowed and replied, "Not at all. Your Majesty, it's all thanks to the knights. They are very strong, and I've gained a lot because of them. You can consider yourself temporarily safe, and breathe a little easier." Celiot straightforwardly said, The Griffin you bring back will be cared for by the palace's summoners. Thanks to you, we can proudly introduce the Imperial Guard Griffin, a symbol of Lucifer on Independence Day. Jan is also quite proud to have achieved such a great feat. Of course, if your people knew a real Griffin was guarding the royal family, they would be very happy. The mission to make the Griffin of Lucifer Empire reach S rank is complete. You have gained 19,112,000 experience points and leveled up. Currently at level 103, you received 100,000 reputation points. Jan was stunned because it was the first time getting such a huge amount. I leveled up in just 3 days, and they even gave me 100,000 reputation? No way! That's why top-ranked players all have such high reputation scores. They've taken all the initial rewards and monopolized the Imperial missions. After completing the mission, Jan politely asks to leave. If you need my help again, feel free to call me. Now you have to take care of the remaining Griffin. As you turn away, Celius grabs your shoulder. Wait a moment, I still need to take something else from you. Jan started to fear being discovered. Something taken from my place? Damn it, have I been discovered? Celiot really scared me to death. And this is also a gift. Jan forced a cheerful reply. A gift? I will accept anything with gratitude. I wonder what he said he would give me. Hopefully, it's a legendary item. The Emperor's hand held a glowing orb. I am granting you this item especially because you have elevated the reputation of the Lucifer royal family. And was quite surprised to receive this great gift. Because you completed the Empire mission at rank 5, you have gained the status of Baron and can use your reputation to elevate your title to a higher rank. Now you can have up to 20 NPCs as servants. If you dismiss one of your servants, your reputation will decrease by at least 10,000. You must decide carefully. Now you are a noble in the Lucifer Empire. Unless you become king or your title is forcibly revoked, you cannot change your nationality. You will become a force opposing the Khan Empire. Ha was stunned to receive this shocking information. Wait, I am an opposing force against the Khan Empire. Yeah, what's going on? Is this title good enough? I should leave the palace and log out before doing more investigation. Celius asked if he liked the gift. In return, she would gain his loyalty. Yan didn't understand why he was moving on his own. There were truly many secrets behind it, even kneeling down. I am honored, Your Majesty. I will not let you down. His face gradually froze in shock, sweat beading on his brow. Is the game system moving my body on its own? As long as they don't take back the Griffin, that's fine. Ian, a member of the Lotus Guild, has become a Viscount. The Guild's reputation increases by 15,000. The Guild headquarters now has all the necessary elements to upgrade from a village to a manor. Players with noble titles are the ones who can upgrade. Kabul and Jan's friends received this information. Just as we were ready, he brought back a new badge. Now we have enough to upgrade. This guy timed it perfectly. His friend stands by the door looking dejected. I can't believe this guy. What kind of mission did he complete to earn the first noble title? That of Baron. Is it locking messages again? How annoying. At the same time, Florlin spoke seriously. What do you mean? What do you mean? Isn't Baron the first noble title one can receive? When I completed the Empire's mission, I only knew I would receive the Knight or Baron title. Kabuli is only now finding out about this. Are Marquis and Count different? So Jan received a higher title than Marquis? So isn't that better than us? That guy's really lucky. When Jan returns, upgrade to a manor immediately. Florilan is so wealthy that I don't even know if I should return the vice president position to Jan. They immediately objected, saying she's too young because she's always out hunting, so the vice president should still be a girl. Just a simple thought like that made her so happy. But Jan wouldn't get annoyed, right? Kabuli knows his personality well. He's the caring type. You already won this, so why are you worried now? Let's go, finish the job. Jan is still on his hunting journey. Griffin is lucky to be spoiled by him. Oh, Finn, are you hungry, little one? Then I have just the right thing for you. Let's see, where are the meatballs? After hearing that, Pooh looked adorable and begged for it, and Jan also seemed to consider it. I won't leave any behind. It eats as if it has never eaten before. You guys like this dish, right? If we go back to the guild, I guess I'll have to start managing the territory first. If I train NPC soldiers and use them for hunting, the efficiency will probably increase significantly. I no longer have enough leadership points to register more monsters, so I will focus on the ones I already have. I don't know when the dragon god will hatch here, but by then I'll probably find a way to increase my leadership stat. After some time thinking, he asked, "Are you finished eating yet?" Seeing that Pooji was shyly hiding behind a tree in front of Griffin's appearance. Look at those two. Fi probably isn't very greedy. Pooji must really like it. The two of them are so close, it's like they've known each other for ages. Let's all go now. It won't be long before we reach our guild headquarters. The Monster Nurturing Center is running very well. It's a bit difficult, but definitely worth the time. Uncle is waiting for Jan because he has to leave soon. Why isn't he here yet? At the same time, Har also arrived. Professor, I brought what you asked for. This is monster food. It smells so delicious. He probably would eat this if he was hungry. That's wonderful. Oh, Haran, that just reminded me. I think Jin Sung was on his way to the mansion earlier. Har hurriedly runs to meet him. Then the teacher should have told him earlier. So it turns out you also want to match these two young people. Aha, this is a perfect opportunity for them. A good opportunity. She silently blamed herself. Really, Jin Hung hasn't even bothered to contact me all this time. We decided not to use honorifics anymore. You should have told me first when she came back. Thanks to this, I can invite him to the northern continent too. I was on my way to meet you when the building changed. Does this have anything to do with Jin Sung coming back? When I saw him, I couldn't contain my joy and shouted out his name. He's holding a pair of rings in his hand and standing next to a friend who shattered Haran's heart. What exactly happened here? No way. Those two have finished everything. And the friend excitedly asks, what do you think? We're expanding the headquarters, right? He just wants everyone to praise and commend him. Ian had to go along with the wish. All right. Good job, President. Let's review everything before upgrading the manor. If we upgrade now, we might make some mistake inside. I think the first facility we should build after the upgrade without extra cost is the training center. Yu Hyun has his own opinion. Don't you think that's too risky? Wouldn't it be better to build an army to improve the defense of the farm? The protection phase is about to end, but Wyon thinks otherwise. Only low-level soldiers are qualified for training. Even with hundreds of people, all we need is a high-level mage to use an AoE spell to wipe them out. But if we build the guild directly and assign high-level NPCs to handle these duties, the army's strength could grow, and a few powerful characters might also emerge. Floraland summarized it into one idea. We should build a training center first to train NPCs into trainers, and then immediately upgrade our army. If we have a player with a role above level 100, 800,000 reputation, and a title higher than Viscount as a landowner, we can establish a suitable guild for that player at the headquarters. Yi-hyun reacted somewhat strongly, displeased. What the heck, are you messing around? Are you playing the game with us or not? All right then, go ahead and do it. Just wait a bit. The farm has been upgraded. All upgrade requirements have been fulfilled. The Lotus Guild headquarters has been upgraded from a village to a manor, and the upgrade has been completed. Everything has changed. The scenery here is so beautiful. Jan never expected the upgrade to make the manor materialize like this. At the same time, the system displays a notification that the Lord title will be automatically transferred to player Jan with the title of Baron. Do you agree? The upgrade will be cancelled because only one player has the noble title. If you refuse, Yun will simply click agree without hesitation. You have become the Lord of the village. After completing the basic setup, the village will begin internal management. This is amazing. Yun should start taking care of the Lord's internal affairs too. Set the export tax at the lowest level and build a summoner's guild. Oh right, Hareen is here. I should call and talk to her. I will also give her the kitchen and give her something else. Love Hyun pretends to demand it, just to tease him. What are you giving? Do I get a part too? It's this. This is the reward for the mission, but I have no one left to give it to except Haran. This is everything that happened before she saw the misunderstanding between these two guys, but luckily Jan managed to explain in time. Here you go. Har immediately blushed both cheeks. He said he gave it to me because I received a mission reward, and she froze upon hearing that. What is this? What's going on? Is this the item he randomly gave me? Am I overthinking this too much? Ian was so nervous the first time he stood in front of a girl that he stuttered. I mean, if you think this is too valuable, you don't have to accept it. Haran wouldn't easily refuse a gift from CR of mine. No way. Who said that? I hope I'm not too easy. She reached out her hand and discovered its amazing attribute, called the Laughing Ring. Could it be a cock ring? Seeing her suspicion, Haran asked directly, do you also have one of these rings? Here, look at mine. Haran felt happy inside, like she was on cloud 9. Thank you, I will wear it. This is also one of the reasons he was able to give up the level 50 ring. The wedding ring from the forest has been unsealed after meeting the requirements. The blessing of LMAOP is descending. All combat abilities increase by 20%. All class abilities are increased by 30%. All cooldowns are reduced by 1 second, excluding skills with cooldowns shorter than 1 second. Now you can summon your soulmate once a day using the power of LM Up. Yun is so happy, just look at those amazing skills. They're incredible beyond words. And I wear this couple ring with Har, so it feels like I already have a girlfriend. They both keep their shy thoughts inside. I'm worried for nothing. I thought he didn't like me. Frorlin and Yoon are frustrated to see this unhealthy scene, because it's not meant for single people like them. They've always forgotten about us. Truly, it's been a good time for them. Kabuli also especially praised the new building, saying it looks amazing. It seems to be the common opinion of everyone. Yoon is also glad he has arrived. Now that he's here, lend a hand. There are too many things to handle. Kabul is more than willing. Since you asked, I'll help. He. You said Jan is here, but he's probably already gone, right? Oh, he went to Fallen Bay with Florlin. They're probably hunting monsters in the dungeon now. Today we need to pick 3 more engineers, finish quickly, and then follow Yan. Ihyun seems a bit hesitant and worried, wondering if the 2 of them can handle the fight, but Kabuli recounts that yesterday it was only me and Loven. Ihyun modestly said that both he and Logan are warriors, so high damage is expected. I'm just a mage, so my damage is low. Kabul smiled and asked back, don't you trust me? I just need to deal a lot of damage. As long as I don't die, I won't suffer heavy losses. Since it's a dungeon, time is of the essence anyway. Seeing some hope, Yu Hyun was much more excited. Let's finish this and go. Do you think Florin and Jan can clear that dungeon? I have no idea how summoners fight, so I'm clueless. It turns out Wai Hyun isn't as skilled as the eldest either, but Jan will definitely protect Florin with his monsters, so it should be fine. Come on, hurry up, your hands look so idle. On Yan's side, the hunt is very intense and full of danger. Florland can't hold out any longer. If we wait another minute, my cooldown will be over. Please distract them while I cast the spell, Jan. Both sides need to work together to defeat the enemy. Seeing the danger ahead, he shouted to Hai to be careful. A lightning ball attack hit that monster, but unfortunately it missed. But that's just what you think, you fool. Holly continues attacking with sweeping strikes to stun it as much as possible, then retreats after inflicting a lot of pain on the monster. Jan is proud of the beast he has trained. Impressive. It's stunned. If we keep attacking, Jan will have to spend a lot of effort and mental energy, and that monster will recover again. Actually, its status resistance is too strong. There's no other choice but to keep attacking. Until we take it down, Floralin keeps shouting, and I ask him to keep distracting it. Florilan is probably about to land a big blow. All right, I need to buy more time for her to finish the spell. Done. While Yan is focusing on distracting him, the monster is using all its strength to attack him. He planned to dodge, but if he did, Floralin would be hit, and all plans would be ruined because he couldn't move while chanting. I advise you not to stop chanting. I will try to block the attack. Yun summons Puji to serve as a shield for himself. Puji the Water Lord's innate ability has been activated. Puji absorbs Fallen's water cannon, and you recover 37 of 49 health points. Yan is still struggling. Well done, it's working. Puji's innate ability, never before used, is now effective. It's time right now for everyone to attack together. Limong used Bloodlust. The fallen hero's tomb has been conquered. Unexpectedly, with combined effort, it was defeated. The time limit is 50 minutes, and it was completed in 31 minutes and 29 seconds. Completing the A rank rewards, 12 Thiaus, 252,000 experience points, 142,114 gold, and 8 thick fragment items of the fallen hero. The tomb of the fallen hero has been conquered with the highest score. You will be inducted into the Dungeon Hall of Fame. You will rank first until you drop in rank, earning 3,000 reputation points each day. Everything is temporarily fine. Janung is relaxing, sitting and eating chicken while watching TV with Wai Hun. Wait, this news is very important. The reporter is about to explain the rules of the territorial battle. On television, Lucia and Hen are hosting the program. We are at the Ganda battlefield. Most of you already know this is where the guild wars take place. Today, the first territory war will take place here, which is why we are here. To clarify, the Ganda battlefield is a protected space inside Kailan that does not exist on the map. When a guild war is triggered, all guild members involved are transported to the Ganda battlefield. Although not part of the guild, only Tiu Su and unrelated players can become spectators inside the Ganda battlefield. So before the Korean server battle between the #1 guild Dazuna and Guild 4 Oan begins, let's learn more about the territory war rules. Ihun thinks we should listen carefully to this and have Janung note down all the rules of the territory war. You must fight to seize the opponent's guild territory. There are 2 types of territory battles. One is inside the Brave battlefield, similar to a regular guild war, and the other is castle siege. The defending guild must protect their castle, while the attacking guild must seize it permanently. Castle battles will take place on protective battlegrounds because they display the respective guild's estate, so the map will change depending on each territorial war. All territorial battles end when all guild members are defeated, or depending on which side has more surviving members within 1 hour. For the protected battlefield, the protective crystal inside the defensive guild's castle must be destroyed to win. The attacking guild must win 3 matches on the protected battlefield for the map to switch to the daring battlefield. And if you win the 4th match, you can take over their territory. The defending guild must win 3 battles on the protection or brave battlefield to defend their territory. The territory battle will take place every 24 hours, and the winning side will be registered in the protected fortress for 1 week. All territory battles must have a maximum of 30 players per camp. If the scale of the battle increases to a national level, the maximum number of players will rise to 100, and there will be no limit on the number of NPCs that can participate. A player can only participate in 2 battles during each territorial war against an opposing guild. After reading all the rules, I was overwhelmed. This is much more complicated than a normal guild war, and the consequences are even worse than losing guild reputation and dropping a few ranks like in a regular guild war. It probably has something to do with the territory. The most important rule is that a player can only participate in 2 battles against the opposing guild. To ensure that only one strong player can carry the entire victory is impossible. Even if Jan is capable of defeating another guild alone in battle, he still can't win by himself. Seeing both of them so focused on talking that they forgot to eat, Yan gently reminded them, "The food is getting cold now." Thinking it through. In the territorial war, the abilities of guild members are very important, but NPCs are just as crucial. The maximum number of NPC servants Yan can register is 20 because of his rank as a Viscount, and if a servant dies, they will only revive after a week. If you already know, there's no reason to delay registering NPC servants anymore. Selen especially praised him on Lim Long's side. "It seems that we were able to conquer this place easily thanks to you." Lim Long responded coldly and modestly with just 2 words. "No." And then she wondered why he hadn't joined any guild yet. With Lim Long's skills, he could join even the most elite guilds. Isn't he the top in the assassin profession category? Lim Long's reason is simple: because I really enjoy playing alone. With the opportunity, Selen immediately promotes our guild. If you're thinking about joining or coming to us, the G Guild is one of the top 10. Although they are currently ranked 13th, they once reached as high as 8th. What do you think? Do you want to join? Lim Long crossed his arms and answered with a very serious look. "I don't think I want to join any guild yet, but if I decide to, I'll let Selen know first." Hearing this, she also sees a bit of hope. "I promise. See you again." As he turned away, he felt that the time to join a guild was near, but if the guild was already strong, he would just be seen as disposable. "I don't want that. I need to earn skills to have enough authority in a guild." In front of Lim Long right now is the Hall of Fame, the player rankings, and he's curious whether he should see who has the highest score. First place, the challenger Jan from Lotus Guild. Floralan belongs to Lotus Guild. A record of 31 minutes and 21 seconds. Second place for challenger Simu and the Dazuna Guild with a record of 34 minutes and 49 seconds. Rank A, third place, challenger from Dazuna Guild, and Makam from Titan Guild with a record of 34 minutes and 52 seconds. Seeing the result, he was just as surprised. Can the Fen dungeon be conquered in half an hour? Who are these guys? The Lotus Guild. First and second place are separated by 3 minutes. Dazuna and Titan Guilds are always fighting for the top 2 spots. But you've never heard of the Lotus Guild before, but I'm sure I've seen the name Yan somewhere. Suddenly I remembered it was the guy I met in the Tanbin tournament finals, but he should have been level 100, so how did he rank first? Is this player level around 112 or so? Even so, my pride is hurt when I see a loser sitting higher than me. Jealousy begins to rise. I can't just sit here doing nothing. That morning, Jin Chung strolled leisurely through the day. The professor happened to see him and asked why he was here today. "The Lord himself has come here. It's truly an honor." It's been a while since we last met, so I asked about how the professor's breeding facility is doing. He proudly replied, "Of course it is." Since the Summoning Guild hasn't been established for long, there seem to be many summoners in the area, meaning there are lots of customers. Yet Jan kept thinking we had no players as customers. "Professor, have any summoner NPCs stopped by? I need to register them as subordinate NPCs, but they told me they might have already arrived here from the Summoning Guild." "Oh, if you mean that pretty girl, she's over there and Kwai-Bon is playing the girl leaving our spot over there." Jin Sung looked surprised. "A pretty girl? Thank you, Professor. I'll see the teacher later. I wonder if that NPC girl has a mission. The girl often visits the orphanage, but she seems to be a pretty NPC." The professor almost forgot something. Haran asked me to contact her when Jin Sung arrived. He then sent her a message. Haran Jin Sung just arrived at the facility. When she asked Han what he was doing there, he responded in a way that would make any girl jealous. She's talking to a pretty girl over there." Only after everything was settled did the professor realize he had made a huge mistake. But it will probably settle down eventually. It's not my problem. Jin Dung just kept watching the pretty girl without saying a word. First, we need to check what type of NPC she is. Syria, level 108 Resurrection Master, is a civilian with human attack abilities, a lively personality, and her innate profession is unclear. Her innate ability is to heal summoned beasts, using up to 20% of the spirit mana to restore 60% of the summoned beast's health, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The protection of the spirit can increase the combat ability of all allied summoned beasts within a 20-meter radius by 5%, but is passive. The ability to clone summoned beast can replicate one of the allied summoned beasts participating in the battle. The cloned summoned beast will have 50% of the original's combat ability and last for 30 minutes. Even if the time hasn't reached 30 minutes, it will disappear once its health drops to 0. The cooldown time is 20 minutes. She is a fairly talented apprentice summoner with a lively and cheerful personality. Jinung really likes someone like her. He won't find a better NPC anywhere. After learning quite a bit about her, he finally approached her. "Hello, Syria. We met once before, right?" She hesitated before replying. "Sorry, Your Excellency. I didn't realize you were here." Jinung is not the petty type either. It's okay, no problem. "Actually, I came to see you about something, and since a man and a woman are just talking, Syria might feel a bit shy." He carefully takes something out of his shirt, and we can register her as an NPC subordinate by giving her his seal of authority. Will she accept this? I hope she can help me move forward. Upon hearing this, Syria's eyes widened with excitement. "Do you want me to help you?" "You suggested summoning Apprentice Syria to become your subordinate. Do you think I can be of help to you?" Lord Jinung deeply trusts his judgment since he already knows her abilities, which is why I suggested she do this. Her eyes sparkled with joy. "I am very happy to accept. You have recruited the Syrian apprentice summoner as your subordinate. Your current subordinate count for Yan is 1 out of 20. Stealing the innate talent of your Syrian subordinate is at the hero level. The profession skill is of a rare type. If you expel your subordinate Syria, you will lose 17,000 reputation points. If your reputation drops to 0, you will be considered to have a bad reputation. The two of you are working happily together. Please help her out. Syria, you too." "My lord, everything has been settled smoothly." He reminds her to keep leveling up. At the same time, Jin Sung instinctively senses a dangerous aura behind him. What is this? Why do I suddenly feel a chill? So that was Jin Sung's appearance. The voice echoing in the ear sounded very frightening. Dad asked who that girl was. "You two seem close. Are you still holding hands?" Jin Sung stammered tremblingly. "That's her, an NPC I recruited as a subordinate to a summoner NPC. We were just shaking hands, just a greeting." Hearing this, Heron calmed down, but still felt uneasy. Why did my first NPC subordinate have to be such a young, cute, and adorable girl? Jinzung could only force a smile and say he didn't know. It took some time, but luckily he managed to soothe her. Jinzung encounters the space witch Zyper. She must be extremely powerful, but since she's an NPC, can I register her as a subordinate? He was confused about how to persuade her. He always thought it wouldn't work, then changed his mind. There's nothing to lose, so why not try asking? She was very comfortable talking to me when we met. It's been a while since we last met, but I heard news about you, that you've become a baron. I don't know how she found out, so I asked, where did you hear that from? I have some connections with the royal court of Lubico, quite extensive ones. At first, Duinzong just overheard casually, but suddenly he was surprised. What? How could Jepper have a connection to the royal court? Could it be? Oh, we've been talking for a while. I just remembered I haven't made tea for the guest yet. Please wait a moment. Taking that opportunity, he opened her information window. Zyper's rank is still unknown. Her profession is a space witch. She is human, curious by nature. Her innate talent and attack abilities are unclear, but she continues the legacy of legendary space witches. Jin Hyung began to speculate. Could she have the same education as that freak Helen? And being a countess, her status is higher than mine as a baron. I can't have subordinates with a higher status than me. He was just pretending to probe for more information. Jepper, you are also a noble from the Lubico kingdom? Just as I thought, the former emperor granted you the title of count. From then on, she still occasionally helped the palace witches. Jin Jung, knowing his place, could only cry inwardly, feeling regretful, thinking he would earn a higher title and try again. Later. At this moment, the 6 of them gathered around the round table. Floralyn was the first to speak. Right after the protection phase ended, they requested a territorial war. Ihun looked tired and replied, I guess there's no avoiding it. Considering our guild's level, our territory is higher. Many guilds are eager for it. Our guild has grown stronger. This battle is a castle siege, so there's no need to worry too much. The opposing Poise Guild isn't much different in rank from us. Because 70% of territory battles are successfully defended by guilds, Wai Hyun also asks if anyone has useful information about the Posit Guild. In fact, Kabuli knows quite a lot too. He's eager to volunteer. A friend of mine used to be in the Posit Guild. Unlike us, they seem to keep changing members constantly. Besides the leader and deputy leader, they also frequently change their executive members. They have about 200 members in the guild, but only 10 are founding members. Just having that information is enough to make him proud. See? I know a lot, right? Floralyn will hit you on the head with a punch. So how do we help ourselves beat them? But from those clues, it means they keep recruiting new members, showing they lack experience fighting as a team, and only a few leaders are very strong, while the others are not. Kabul also has that idea, but just hasn't figured out how to express it. It seems they give a lot of gold to those who join the guild. Hyun laughs and jokes, so maybe this battle will be easier to win than we thought. But with Jinung, that's not the case. It doesn't mean they are easy to defeat. Because they are at the diamond level, I'm sure the key members have extremely outstanding combat abilities. Looking at recent territory battles, most defensive guilds tend to skip the brave battlefield and focus on the protection battlefield instead. A similar strategy might be more suitable. Yeo Hyun opens the rulebook and reads that the attacking guild must secure 3 victories on the protection battlefield for the map to switch to the brave battlefield. If they win a 4th match, you can seize their territory. The defensive guild must secure 3 victories in either the protection or brave battlefield to defend the territory. That is the classic and least risky strategy because we only need to win 3 matches. Besides, Jinung also has a very good idea. We can go against the classic strategy. He said that, and immediately acted, making everyone gasp. The only member participating in the first battle of the territory war was Yan. They trembled as they asked for clarification. Are you saying your brother plans to fight alone in the first round? Is it too much? All the NPCs will fight alongside me. It's okay. When it comes to NPCs, Har feels both sad and worried. The Poise Guild will think we've given up on the brave battlefield, so we'll use the smallest number of fighters. That's what we'll use to fight against them. Don't worry, I will definitely win the 2 matches in the brave battlefield. Yun and the NPC team are already here. It's been a while since I last participated in the brave battlefield. Syria, a level 110 summoner hero. Kus, a level 109 wizard, and Tempu, a level 114 priest. Loten at level 11 is a rare warrior. Malim at level 107 is also a rare warrior. Yun must control both the summoning beasts and the supporting NPCs, so his control level needs to be extremely high. The guild war will start in 30 seconds. Your opponent didn't expect to be here and didn't even bother hiding their level. From what I've seen, no one is above level 100. The maximum level is around 95. There are definitely some strong members among the hidden stat members, but I am the only player on this side, so they will definitely underestimate me. They already speak with a condescending tone before anything has even happened. I was right again this time. See? I never expected the Lotus Prince to give up such a brave battlefield. I really want to run over there. The final blow is mine. Don't even think about stealing it. From that, Floralin guesses that the mid-levels in the Posit Guild are around 90. Looking at their equipment, most of them are low-level, including those with hidden stats, but the number is greater than expected, so I wonder if Yan can handle them alone. After all, why Hyun still trusts him very much. The countdown is ticking from 5 seconds to 0, and as the last second arrives, he closes his eyes calmly, treating this as just a monster hunt. The real battle begins, with Yan summoning his creatures first, but missing the earth barrier, which is his best defense. Yan had already planned everything carefully long ago, so he just followed the plan. Do you understand? Just follow my instructions and the opponent will panic when they realize Yan is a summoner, only summoning the Earth Shield when the battle is at its most chaotic. This is also the first time they see this monster. Then it used the Abyssal Pit skill to make them uncontrollable, causing them to fall freely. Their bodies became impossibly heavy. Those 2 leaders are just standing there. Damn, what kind of slowdown effect is this? A horde of Yan's monsters rushes forward. Now, everyone attack. Rake uses his breath attack to make them unsteady, eyes wide open and unable to close. Damn it, just 1 hit and I've already lost half my health. Damn it, this is a trap. Besides, Phi will crush them. The innate crushing ability of the summoned beast has been activated. They can only scream for help now because they can't fight back. Their counterattack power is unbelievable. What is going on? What are these monsters? They didn't tell us anything about this. Fall back. Long-range attackers focus on the ice golem in front. We hold them back while channeling all our strength into the Earth Lord. It's time for Yan to start worrying. Experience makes a person wiser. Earth Lord's blood has halved, but its defense remains formidable. I knew this would happen. Now is the perfect moment for Syria to step forward. Follow my instructions. Syria's subordinates used Healing Beast summoning to restore 60% of the Earth's health. They are not willing to give up easily. We worked hard to extract its blood. Have they already restored it? The demon is about to give out. In a corner of the house, Yan is also casting a spell. Consider this a gift for the meeting. He struck him with a powerful blow, so strong it seemed like he wanted to kill him on the spot. His magic orb hit directly and dealt 20 damage to Lucan. You successfully restored 5 spirit magic by hitting them, gaining 3.7% contribution to the battle. But Yan never intended to hit that idiot Lucan. Suddenly, a purple light radiated from his entire body, leaving him bewildered. Was this an attack? What is this? I've never seen anything like this before. It doesn't affect the battle, so it's not important, but you need to shoot from left to right. Shout to alert your teammates or surround the enemy. I already gave them this order earlier. The battle might end sooner than I expected. Yan only now notices that the clueless Mylan is also here. He immediately orders Fi to attack from behind. She tries to use the storm arrow, but it's no match for Fi's current abilities. Even though the summoned beast has taken wind attribute damage, things don't end there. The Wind Guardian ability has been activated, increasing the attack effect by 30% for the next 3 minutes. Spectators outside are watching the fight with great excitement. The #1 summoner really is different. He's truly impressive. Soon, all the members of the Poi Guild were dead. You have contributed 100% to this battle, reflecting your participation. You earned 63,500 reputation points in the first battle of the Gansda battlefield. Lotus Guild wins against Posit Guild. Night has fallen, and the round table with 6 faces is still gathered to chat. Kabuli is a fan of Yan. He's really talented, winning all by himself. Really, I didn't expect much, but basically you're just messing around with them. Yan smiled and said, "What did I say? I told you to trust me." The atmosphere suddenly grew quieter as Kabuli asked, "But do you know something? We only lost 5 teams in the whole match, almost no casualties at all." Yan carried them through the first battle, so they felt confident they had the victory in hand and were quite relieved. Floralin asked to gauge his fighting spirit. As Yan said, "You also think we can win the second match, right?" He still insists he's right, because they need to deploy all their elite forces before the second match, so they won't be able to quickly compensate for the strength anymore. The second match will also be won very easily, but according to Yan, that's not the case. Like I just said, the second round won't be as easy to win as the first. Yan looked up with fiery eyes. Back then, they saw me fighting alone and underestimated me, so we won easily, but I'm sure from this round on they will have a more cautious strategy. Har asked more pessimistically, "So are you saying you might lose this round?" "But no matter what, I won't let myself lose. This time, I'll crush them. This victory is just not easy, but it doesn't mean I can't win." The next morning, they arrived at school, Jinjung stretching and yawning loudly with Wai Hun. "I thought I was going to fall asleep in class." Even more surprisingly, Yan actually paid attention in class. Everything has its reason. Professor Jinguch said that if I keep sleeping in class, he will make me retake the classes I am allowed to skip. He also knows very well that we are busy fighting for the territory like crazy. Of course, there has to be a good reason. "But Jinsung, are you sure we can give up the territorial war after the third match tomorrow?" "I guarantee that let them win, it will only benefit us in the end. If an opposing guild uses up all their manpower and resources in the first 2 battles, they will have nothing left for the third, and we will win." It sounds like a great strategy. Jinung Moi wants to participate more in the territorial war, but they only allow each player to fight in 2 battles. I also didn't expect Cassius N's success rate to increase. Just by winning in the territory battle, it already went up 5% after only 2 matches. It must be the energy source that increased the hatching rate, so now I only have 11% left. When this territorial war ends, I think I should suggest attacking the nearby low-level bases. At that moment, Wai-hun was holding a water bottle when Jinjung called his name, so he thought Jinjung also wanted a drink. Jinjung just waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Actually, I want to ask about something else. It seems you've had dating experience, right?" After hearing that, Yu-hyun immediately spat out his water in surprise. He didn't understand why he looked so shocked. "You said you had a girlfriend in high school, right? So you also had a little romance back then, didn't you? But what I want to ask is, do you think Haran is interested in me?" Jinjung is innocent from the start. Innocently and naively, she recounted the sequence of events. She gave me food and even fed me some resort-style dishes. Yun was utterly helpless. "Oh my God, I knew he never had a girlfriend before, but is he always this clueless? Just by how close Haran is with him, it's obvious." Yu-hyun sighed and said, "I think there's a chance." The innocent light is clearly visible in Jin-sung's eyes and expression. "Great, I finally found love once in my life." Yu-hyun silently wishes Haran good luck. "I don't know why you like this idiot anymore. Haran is feeding Pooji very happily, eating quickly before he comes home. If he sees me feeding Pooji a lot, he'll get jealous. So eat quickly now. It looks better than before. And what about you? It's delicious, right?" It seems that any animal close to Jin-sung also loves Haran, so Fi, try this. Here it is. Fi is a bit picky. I hope it will like this dish. She gives it a very big piece. As it eats, Pooji senses that its owner has arrived. It imagines being caught by him and sharing the food with him. "Why are there so many meatballs?" "No, I'll put this away and give it to you later." And then Jin-sung also arrived. "I just checked the internal system and came here." Seeing Pooji acting strange, suddenly it kept pressing its face against the corner of the wall, doing something suspicious. He immediately asked Haran, "What's wrong with him?" This accidentally made him get annoyed. "Aren't you going to answer me, Pooey? Do you enjoy a tasty lunch?" It turned back, tucking its head in, with food still in its mouth but too full to tuck in any further, and in the end it was bound to be discovered by him anyway. What are you doing? What did you put in your mouth? You ate it all without leaving any for your wonderful owner? Even though I know the truth, I won't make a big deal out of it. Jinsung asks Heron if she wants to go somewhere together. Heron's heart is pounding. Could this be a date? I thought today would be a romantic outing. So Jinung is so stiff after all. Today, let's go to Plato Shooting Range instead of Norman Mountain. The commoners are quite skilled, but I can protect you easily. Still, at least say something that makes Heron happy. He will protect me, which makes me a little emotional. But Jinung, is it okay to release Pooji like that? It's not dangerous, right? Since it's called my close pet, I understand its nature very well. It's not dangerous at all. Even if it gets beaten up all day by those monsters, its health won't drop even halfway. Its defenses are fully equipped, making it very hard to deal 10 damage with normal attacks. He gently reminds it. Pooh, if you find any monsters while you're out playing, just hide like usual, okay? This is its own way of self-defense. But Har has long wanted to ask Jinung why he never gives Pooji enough meatballs. Is there a special reason? If you don't explain clearly, she'll assume you're trying to bully Pooji. Of course not. You know how much I love Pooji, how could I do that? Actually, at first I couldn't get that many meatballs from you, so I was trying to save them. But once I started giving it more meatballs, it began to gain weight. It's very heavy. Heron also found it funny after hearing that, because when it gains weight, carrying it on the back becomes quite difficult. If that's the reason, then I guess there's nothing we can do. Pooji, you have to hang in there. Its previous owner was terrible, a hunting addict, and poor Pooji couldn't even enjoy eating meatballs freely. Suddenly, Jinsung noticed Pooji had a strange reaction. I think it just happened to stumble upon a few monsters or discovered something. We should get there quickly. No way, Fungan. Am I going to ride you? The owner isn't worried, but Heron took care of it. Weren't the two of you quite heavy? But Phi said it's okay. He can make it to Pooji. On Floralin's side, we still have a week until our next territorial battle. Because a week before the territorial battle is the defense period, our army will be at level 3, and the defense system will be completed by then, so we can defend ourselves against a stronger faction for a week. But Wai Hyun feels a bit embarrassed because he thinks it seems like we won without doing much. Almost all the plans were made by Jinsung, and we just followed the tactics he devised for us. Anyway, thanks to him, our guild has been promoted 2 levels, and Jining even suggested we keep moving forward and attack other guilds to take their territory. But do they have enough resources to do that? That's what every member is worried about. If all our key members leave during these attacks, other factions will attack us then. Wai Hyun also knows that this hasn't been decided for sure, and she might think it's dangerous, but I believe Jinung has a plan. Don't you think so? Anyway, we should go hunting now. Jinung will catch up with us soon. Floralan asked back, caught off guard. Didn't he already catch up with you? Wai Hyun is confident he is 1 level above Jin Suong. Probably so. He silently wondered if that kid Jinung had been playing games all night. Returning to Jinung's side, he discovered that Pooji had found a strange cave. You are the first to uncover the Blood Prison's secret. All experience points gained will be doubled over the next 5 days. The chance to find items will also be doubled during this period. He felt a surge of joy inside. What a stroke of luck. It seems that players can still claim dungeons by letting their monsters roam around. Before making the next move, he asks Heron for his opinion. What does he want to do? Should we start the dungeon right now? Har repeats the old question. Jinhung will protect me, right? Then I'll go in. Jinjung stared at her intently. Of course I will protect you. All right, let's go inside. At the same time, Lai appeared to fight the monster in the row. This tunnel seems quite long. We've come this far, but we still can't see the end of the tunnel. It seems we can't go up to another level or something, so we can only keep going straight ahead. Har wants to change the scenery a bit, but isn't sure if there's a brighter place somewhere. As for Jin Chung, he wondered about something else. Yan, looking rather dissatisfied, kept complaining, "Why do only a few monsters appear each time? I just want to encounter more monsters. This guy is so eager for double experience points that he's not holding back. I need to hunt as many as I can while we're getting double experience points, but this is too easy." Hearing such unbelievable confidence, Heron couldn't help but be amazed. He can level up very quickly, so why isn't he happy? Hareen widened her eyes, wondering how he could say this hunt was too easy when all these monsters are above level 120. The two of them moved like shadows, always side by side without leaving each other, when suddenly an unfamiliar sound echoed ahead. Yan was curious and heard a faint voice of Chu, a sound he had never heard before. But strangely, it sounded quite familiar, and then the mystery was revealed to be a pack of red-eyed wolves. A whole pack of Bloodfang wolves is eyeing him menacingly. Their appearance makes him think of something. They look just like Lai. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. I hope they're not childhood lost siblings or something like that. Har also notices the similarity. Harin also realized that this Bloodclaw wolf was the same species as Lai, but she never expected that it could also be found on the battlefield. Before the battle begins, Yan carefully reminds her, yeah, this time we have to be more careful. Step back a little. I'm analyzing the situation. They're all around level 125 and are rare, and the initial number wasn't small either. At this moment, there are 7 of them, but more could appear throughout the fight. Just as I finished thinking this, they launched their attack. The Earth Spirit charged forward. Jan shouted loudly, with a powerful voice. He shouted with a powerful voice, "I knew you would dodge the attack from the side, and that's exactly what you were about to do." The Earth Demon didn't disappoint its master, creating a black hole that pulled those Bloodfang wolves deep down. At the same time, the other Guardians also joined the fight, and the team worked together. Now Hai and Lai are no exception. Guardian Ha activates her special skill. Guardian Ha Lei uses her Wind Guardian ability, increasing her agility by the sum of all her attack stats. The entire team fights with a determined spirit, battling fiercely with their innate strength. Jan launches an attack, throwing an electric orb at the enemy, then H Lei supports by biting directly into their weak spot. Their perfectly synchronized coordination is incredibly harmonious, but this opponent is truly tough. Yet despite their relentless attacks, none of them have fallen. Damn it, their level really is that high, isn't it? He sighed, worry clearly visible on his face, and despite trying, even that had no effect against the massive damage. Harin stood beside him, feeling helpless, blaming herself for being so useless and thinking there was nothing she could do. Every battle was carried by Jan alone, but then Jan rallied the team to lift their spirits, and everyone launched their attack. And the result came. A system notification appeared saying you have defeated Blood Mao Lang, earning 104,300 experience points and 4,122 gold coins from Blood Mao Lang. Jan cheered happily. Great! The experience points are fantastic, and I feel much more excited. Moreover, he received a blood shard, but he had no idea what it was, whether it was a quest item or something else. The information about it was too vague, with no details in the item's info window. Ian turned to Harin for help, asking if she could heal his guardians. Satisfied with her response, he quickly shifted his focus to another pressing matter. The guy started to consider, thinking he should bring his subordinates with him. If only I had Saria, she would be a great help in healing the guardians. Har, with her sharp woman's intuition, seemed to guess Jan's thoughts. She looked a little jealous. Har realizes she's jealous again. Looks like my urgent treatment isn't enough. Yan was startled, sweat pouring down, voice trembling. "What's wrong?" Har coldly replied. She answered in a cold voice, "Nothing's wrong. I thought I could smell someone else in your thoughts." Her tone sounded like she was mocking. Yan quickly explained, noticing Harin's strange behavior. "No way, how could that be? I really didn't think of anyone else." This girl is also very easy to comfort. Just a few words and her mood changes. This girl is really easy to please. Just a few words and her mood changes. Harangui angrily said, "All right, I believe you. We should go further inside." On the way, an obstacle suddenly appeared, and as they were walking, the path was suddenly blocked. Not sure what to do now. Should they turn back? Yan thought differently and didn't think it should be blocked. He immediately ordered Phi and told him to try using his skill to break it apart. However, the way Phi is acting is not what Yan expected. He muttered, "What are you doing?" It's all mixed up. A strange scene unfolds. What is this? A wolf wall? I'm not sure either. It looks a bit like a religious temple. Y stares intently, mind spinning, unable to stop thinking. What is this? We should have been able to open the stone wall after solving the mystery of the planet. A sudden system notification appears. The blood orb item can now be used. Do you want to proceed? Jan suddenly remembered, recalling the 2 words blood crystal that he had just been curious about. It seems those fragments had already come together into this long ago, and then Y decided to use that item. The effect occurs immediately. The blood clone has been fully restored. The seal of the blood gate has been broken. The mysterious door is starting to change. That door indeed begins to show effects. The wolf's eyes on the door gradually light up as it is approached by the bloodhound. Harin, with curious eyes, suggested, should we go inside and take a look? Jan, being more perceptive, sensed something. Because Y was more perceptive, she realized there was something inside and hurriedly told her to turn away, but perhaps it was already too late, or maybe she didn't make it in time. They had to face the blinding light, shielding their eyes with their hands but unable to resist it. A dazzling appearance. That dazzling appearance seems to be either a werewolf or perhaps even more terrifying. A boss monster. More precisely, it is the bloodthirsty Fenri at level 128 hero grade. Yan couldn't believe how enormous it was. Faced with this terrifying threat, Y had to summon the Earth Guardian for protection. The battle between the 2 giant monsters begins, but the Earth Guardian was struck by a critical hit from the bloodthirsty Fenri. The Guardian's health has dropped to 12,740. Jan is facing a devastating critical attack with enormous damage. The Earth Guardian used the maze trap, taking the opportunity to attack immediately. Lai's Guardian delivered a critical hit to the bloodthirsty Fenrir, reducing its health to 576. Even with Lai's attack, the damage is still below 6,000. It's not even a defensive monster, but its level is terrifyingly high. This battle will likely be very difficult for Jan and the Guardian Spirits. Lai was attacked by bloodthirsty Fenrir. Her health dropped sharply and continued to decrease. More importantly, Lai is close to death. If it's a critical hit, it's definitely dead, so Jan had to cancel its summoning. That's my most cherished Guardian Spirit, so my fury rises. I roar, "How dare you hurt my Lai!" He calls out now and demands justice. Good, its health bar has dropped significantly. With a monster boss, its health bar isn't very high. Now Ake accidentally let his guard down and was dealt a fatal blow by the opponent. Its health drops to 12,140. Fenrir drains AKE's blood and restores 44,640 health points. If this situation continues, it will lead to brutality. Yun, are you bitterly draining blood? That monster has gone crazy. You canceled the summoning once again. This time it's Ake hour. If we're going to fight to the end, I can't waste any more attacks. You tell him to retreat immediately. Luckily, Heron has been supporting them all along, or things could have been even worse. If Heron is helping to heal us, then Earth Shield should be able to withstand that fierce attack. From this position, we'll fight with a blitz strategy. We have to take it down before its health bar recovers. Yen orders the Earth to block it from the front. Har, please heal it. Guardian Spirit. Hay has activated its ultimate attack. Fenrir the Bloodthirsty was stunned for a second, giving a glimmer of hope. It's time for Yan to take action with his ultimate power, he roared. This is all his combined spiritual techniques. He finally defeated it and gained 997,710 experience points. We almost died in just 1 minute. Yan breathes a sigh of relief. Wait, let me check the items first. Yan received 32,145 gold coins from the bloodthirsty Fenrir, a necklace, and a soul orb. The last item made him pause and reflect for a moment. The Fenrir spirit orb has been released. Its soul appears and asks, "Where am I?" That object has freed Fenrir's soul from madness. To my surprise, it looked at Jan and asked, "Who are you? I feel so confused." But the first thing they wondered was whether the wolf could talk. It introduced itself as Charlotte, the guardian of the Bloodlord, and said, "Don't compare me to ordinary wolves because I am a tamer." Yan wondered if he harbored any resentment. Maybe it would be better to just kill him now. But there's no rush. First, Charlotte wants to thank you. I want to express my gratitude for saving me from the chains of this madness. Furthermore, even though my power has been sealed multiple times, you are still able to defeat me. I also wish to show my respect to a tamer like you. Yan also seems to be reconsidering killing it. Even sealed, it still has this level of ability. So how strong does he have to be after all? Charlotte expressed his regret. If among your summoned beasts there were our race, I could have contributed my strength to repay you. Depending on the attributes of that race, I can help them gain a little strength. That's what I can do to repay you. Yan immediately thought of Lai. Wait, I wonder if I can get any help from him for Lai's next evolution stage. He asked, maybe my summoned beast Lai is of the same race as you, a gray-blooded wolf. Charlotte replied, if among the gray wolves there is also a bloodlord, then it would indeed be Charlotte's descendant. But I don't see it among your summoned beasts. You just explained that you canceled Lai's summon now. If you can wait about 20 minutes, I can summon him out. Now, Charlotte finally understood the problem. I can clearly sense my race somewhere here, but I can't see it. Unfortunately, I only have 9 minutes left to maintain my real body here, before I enter the spirit realm. After hearing that, Jan was immediately furious. Damn it. Why are they making a game like this? I finally found a way to evolve Lai. In short, as long as Jan's soul is freed from this imprisonment, I will pay you a price worthy of this. Immediately, he received the item and looked at the name written in purple blood, clearly belonging to a hero-level item. It's a good item, but right now he has no idea how to evolve Lai. Charlotte briefly explains that item. It's like a symbol of our pure bloodline's bloodlord, so please use it carefully. Let's consider everything settled and move on. Before leaving, Charlotte asked for your help with something. I also have a brother whose soul is bound here. Charlotte's plea for help, the guardian of our race, has been freed thanks to your assistance. Charlotte is very grateful to you, but her brother is still suffering and his soul remains bound. Based on Charlotte's information, please help Dengir break the soul's bonds. The S-rank mission is extremely difficult. The conditions for freeing Charlotte's soul have no time limit and the reward is still unknown. Will Jan agree to take on this mission? This is also the first time he's heard about an S-rank task. I heard that not long ago on the forum, even someone at level 130 can fail. All right, but there's no time limit anyway. Just accept it, Jan replied. All right, I will help you. Charlotte smiled happily and expressed his sincere gratitude. I hope you will definitely save my poor brother. He has been bound this way for 100 years. If you continue along this path for another 10 minutes, crossing the Poses Cliff will lead you to the coast. Follow the shoreline north and you'll see Oliver Village. Find Eel in that village. He might know where my brother is. Yan suddenly stopped. Isn't Eel a human? He said the two of them have been imprisoned for 100 years. If they are human, are they really still alive? Charlot is certain that person is still alive because they are my only friend and Ovo, and their fate is tied to this matter. Time's up. Jan follows Charlot's instructions. Old Eye, this village really exists here, and the village is quite large. If this is a village that no one has discovered so far, it wouldn't belong to any country or guild, right? This is too complicated. Yan confirms the information about Oliver Village. It is classified as a non-affiliated coastal village with an area of 5582 square meters and a population of 1995 residents. This is a town located at the northern end of Oliver's coast, with developed shipbuilding and fishing industries, and a territory value of 2758. If this village truly isn't affiliated with any country, it could be registered as Yan's new base of operations. However, his desire was not fulfilled, and he could not seize the position at Oliver Coastal Village. The first condition is to own a territory level higher than the village. I've already met this condition, but the second and third conditions are that the village's friendliness must be over 70%, and not just military strength. After thinking it over, it's right that I can't take it. How could they make it so easy for me to seize it? If I want to, I could meet the military strength requirement in just a few days, but having a friendship level with the village above 70% is a bit difficult. First, I will complete the mission I received, and then find a way to solve this village's problem. Haran only walked with him for a while before saying goodbye and see you again. Jan stopped to check the item he received earlier. Ludi Endurance. 55-5 classified as a combat talisman for heroes only usable with summoned beasts. Cooldown time reduced by 15%. When used by wolf-type races, it increases attack power by 15% and agility by 30%. The item belongs to the player and cannot be transferred or sold to others. It will not drop even if the player dies. It can only be transferred once. This is a protective talisman created from a fragment of Ludi Holn's soul. It possesses a very powerful ability. Ian was extremely surprised, not knowing what this strange item was. Could it be a special item for summoning beasts? Only then did he summon Lai, and the two of them cuddled affectionately. Lai seemed to want to say, I miss you too. Try letting Lai use it. This is really good. Lai's ability is amazing. Is there no way to find a special item for summoning beasts? Maybe I can find one at the auction house. It would be great if I could get a few more for Lai, too. I went searching late into the night for the Ling village, but I still have some doubts about whether it's correct or not. The light inside was already on, and he slowly stepped in and asked, Is anyone here? Is there anyone named EK? There is a girl here holding a book and calling out softly, Someone's here. But Jan's eyes are extremely sharp. Seeing that face, Jan is stunned and taken aback. What's going on? She looks exactly like Jipper. After a while, he realized she was Zipper's twin sister, but she looked at most to be over 30. This old lady, on the other hand, is definitely much older. Are they really twin sisters? Jan's suspicion is growing stronger. She saw your face and asked, You still don't believe it, do you? Jan just sighed, mainly because she looked much older than Zyper. She explained, she is a time wizard with the ability to bend time with just her thoughts, so time doesn't affect her much. Would it have been better to clarify that from the beginning? This explains many things from before. They drank tea and talked for a long time. She asked, So Charlotte has been freed. Did he tell you that I could find out his current location? First of all, she wants to thank you very much for freeing Charlot. He is the savior of this town, and also my old friend. Honestly, Charlotte and Ov are heroes who sacrificed themselves to save this place from dark witches a long time ago. They won, but in return, they were cursed to be bound by their souls. Unfortunately, before losing control completely, they chose to seal themselves. But when it comes to freeing the beast, she seems helpless and worried. It's a bit difficult because Ov is much stronger than Charlot. Maybe you've managed to defeat Charlot, but if you're not confident, you can do the same with Ov. I can't tell you where Ov is hiding. So how can I convince you to trust me? Oh no, how can I defeat Alvo? You asked if I am a summoner, right? Then he said, I recently heard that a talented summoner from across the ocean came to the eastern continent. If you can learn their secret technique, I will trust you and reveal the current location of his brain that must keep working. A secret technique? Is it a special summoning skill or something else? I have a good feeling about this. Learning magic from Amtron, a summoner from the eastern continent with special abilities. However, for players to learn this, you must catch 100 normal monsters and bring them to him. The difficulty is unknown, but the reward is learning a special skill. Hearing such a huge number, Jan almost fainted. The sexy pig, 100 of them, damn. Oh no, I have to catch all these monsters and bring them to him. Luckily, the artifact I owned earlier helped me avoid the limit on how many I can catch, or I probably wouldn't bother to do all this. Now that I've committed, I'll see it through to the end and see what I get. If it's 100, then 100, I'll catch them all. And then, in one night, he can fulfill the required data. The next morning, Jan went to find him. Excuse me, may I ask if Mr. Damkron is here? Seeing that he hasn't responded, I also wondered if he was the person I was looking for. Turns out, I was right. Who are you? I am Jan, and I am a summoner. He sits calmly on the unworthy throne. He must have done very well to get here. Hurry and follow me. You definitely need a bigger space to bring what you have to me. When you reach the right place, summon those 100 monsters. Keep summoning continuously until at some point you can no longer summon any more species due to a lack of leadership points. I realized I couldn't summon more than 20 at a time. Amchan was curious about my abilities. You said there are more of them, so specifically, how many did you catch? I lightly replied, of course 100 creatures. That number truly impressed him greatly. Usually others only catch about 6 creatures at a time and have to go on multiple trips. You have completed the White Soul Collection mission and learned the Summoner Damkron skill, gaining a new skill called Soul Binding. Classify active skills. Skill rank is level 0, and proficiency allows players to convert captured monster souls into soul stones. The rank of the monster determines the quality of the soul stone, its color indicates rarity, and the mana amount depends on its stats. Monsters cannot revert to their original state once they have turned off. Souls are the basic materials for all the activities of the fortune tellers. Using the soul enhancement skill, you can increase the rank of OP. After reading this information, almost everything is confusing for him. Now that you know how to lock a soul, I will teach you about soul enhancement. Watch my hands carefully, I won't show you again. From his expression to his eyes, Jan looks focused and confused. What is he doing? It happened so quickly I didn't even have time to process it. This is soul enhancement. After observing for a while, he realized that the green opals were of higher quality than the white ones. He couldn't understand why he was given it. So he told Jan to try it. After hearing that, Jan was immediately stunned. I'm terrible at drawing. What should I do now? How should I proceed? You can gradually feel your body moving on its own. You have acquired the soul enhancement skill and completed the symbol enhancement task. In his hand, he is holding a gem that has been enhanced. Amkron happily praises him. Congratulations on learning so quickly. You are now officially the intermediary connecting the souls. Jan is the first to successfully acquire the soul connection gate profession, the fortune teller class. Jan is visibly happy because being the first is always a good thing. The basic spellcraft skill table at level 1 with 0% proficiency has been initialized, and the symbol creation skill table at level 1 with 0% proficiency has also been initialized. My next goal is to prepare thoroughly. First, I need to test the new skill I just acquired. He sat alone in a secluded part of the forest to see what he could create, with each drawing costing 3 op. Then I think I can make about 30 sheets. Anyway, I still have to draw them, so I might as well try my best. He congratulates himself on his artistic skill, but his spell creation fails and will be cancelled. The system demands he put more heart into his drawings. Yan was shocked to receive this result again. Despite so many attempts, she still failed as usual. In the end, only a few charms were left unfinished, and the total number was not a whole number. An sat with his head bowed in helplessness. This job is a bit tough, but luckily I am a genius of effort. After escaping the game, he directly called Sister Mai Jen, who said she had graduated from the design department and would help him out. He would practice drawing the symbols she taught him 100 times, and gradually his skills improved, leading to successful creation of charms. Jan happily lifts his head. I did it. The information about the complex talisman item is that it's a rare grade and can only be equipped by a specific race. With each attack, you will receive 3% of the damage directly into your health, created by apprentice Jan, the fortune teller. He sticks a talisman on Lai's forehead to test it. That's amazing. Your twin sister's grandmother also keeps praising you. Well done. Now I will tell you the location of the Vo. No matter what, you must get there during the day because Av will become stronger at night. Head south towards the end of the Pola Plateau. The highest peak that can catch the moonlight is where Avo is imprisoned. When he arrives, he summons almost all of his guardian spirits. Il says that the items she gave need to be placed on this altar, but there seems to be some instability. So he temporarily cancels the earth summon, and now a key. The others were careful, but the ground suddenly started to collapse uncontrollably, and then it appeared, causing an earthquake across the area and accidentally putting Lai in critical condition. Ovo has activated the shadow covering skill, roaring loudly and fearsomely. The world is shrouded in darkness. What's the point of coming during the day now? Jan tries to stay as calm as possible. Maybe I should use my magic staff first. Lai, you should stay away until you recover. He's level 120. Even though he's legendary, I think I can still defeat him. The furious roar grew louder and louder. Yan stepped forward to fight it directly, while Finn delivered a critical hit, dropping the blood to 13,250. It's okay, we can do this. It won't accept being attacked like that, so it activated the Shadow Invasion skill, increasing movement speed by 50%. Every attack now deals critical damage, and 70% of the damage received is immune for 3 minutes. This chaos has probably reached its peak. What kind of crazy strong move is that? Eel at home was so worried he couldn't sleep when he saw the Shadow Invasion skill. Is Ov really going all out again? Things are getting serious. If things go as expected, he alone won't be able to defeat Ov. Yin fights while panting heavily. Earlier I managed to summon AKE and Earth, but I had to cancel them. How am I supposed to defeat him now? If I want to end the fight, I have to act now before he uses darkness to invade again. I've already been torn apart by him before I knew it. I'm about to die. I guess it'll take 24 hours to resurrect, but I still need to evolve Lai. Luckily, Lai appeared just in time to save him from death. It was truly a close call. Despite that Lai's reckless actions, he couldn't bear to see it go, so he hurriedly canceled the summoning. However, what's strange is that this command cannot be cancelled, something that has never happened before. Lai's remaining blood is completely gone. I'm frustrated, but I can't do anything. Why can't I cancel the order? But why isn't there any notification that Lai has died? It turns out Ludi's hidden skill has been unlocked. Jinzhong's eyes widened as he saw Lai in the process of evolving. He secretly hoped that if that was the case, there would still be hope. Jinzhong suddenly realized that the guy didn't attack during the evolution process. Jinhuang saw that guy muttering something, so he realized it could talk. Lai completed the evolution process and replied, "He's not Charlotte." Jinzhong was about to drop her jaw when she saw Lai also talking, and on top of that walking on 2 legs. Alvo said, "If that's not the case, then die quickly." It charged at Lai, and the two clashed, but Lai had the upper hand. Lai slaps it first, then it hits back with a punch and more. Jinhuang, realizing Lai still can't fight, orders Hei and Finn to help Lai quickly. Lai takes a shot, Fai then supports. Jinzhong sighs because nothing has been resolved yet. Even after evolving, Lai still can't win. Lai starts to fight fiercely. Using transformation to exchange blood, Lai's life decreases while his ability stats increase. The transformation lasts for 5 minutes. Jinung was stunned to see Lai Qian so fierce. Lai kept attacking Ov until Ov finally fell. Jinyoung gained over 1 million experience points and received the Great Sword along with the soul of Alvo. Ovo's soul appeared for the last time, thanking them for freeing him from his bonds. Jinjung outwardly smiles, but secretly considers that Lai has already evolved and wonders what reward he received. Ovo suddenly says, "I suppose Jinjung received an item from Charlotte's blood. He will give you an item from the Shadow Clan." Jinjung pondered with confusion. Alvo points up at the sky. Jinjung startles when he sees the Lunaticon star. Alvo sighs. It's been 100 years since he last saw it. So nostalgic. He's been lost in darkness for too long. Under Jinung's curiosity, Alvo explained that it is the power of the moon buried deep underground. The 3 stars descended to the earth. Lai quickly absorbed the Lion Dion artifact and Lunaticon. The light forced Jinung to close his eyes. When he opened them again, Lai Banner had evolved into Sovereign Banner. This is the first time Jinung has received a summon of the primal beast. Jinung suspects that if it's the primal form, then Lai has already evolved to the highest level. It has reached level 120. Jinung couldn't swallow his saliva in front of Lai's peak. Ovo gradually disappears. His role has come to an end. When the quest was completed, Jinung received nearly 30 million experience points and almost 300,000 gold coins. He shouted happily, "This quest was really worth doing." Lai congratulates Jinzhong, who then turns to ask Lai, "Can I talk now?" Upon hearing the answer, Jinzhong ruffles Lai's head, praising it for defeating both Alvo and now being able to speak. Well done. Lai's tail wagged happily, showing how excited it was to be praised. Now they have arrived at the gorge, and there might be a new mission there. Upon arrival, Yi claps and praises Jinzhong's summoned beast as the king of wolves. But she also has something to ask Jinzhong for, and I guessed it right away. She will give Jinzhong a very important document of the Empire and ask him to deliver it to the Emperor to help out. Jinzhong agrees and then sets off. Even though you could go to the palace right now, it's quite far. You also want to go hunting with Lai, who has evolved, so you'd better head to the dungeon first. Haiyan contacted you, sent you a link saying it's a major upgrade celebration event, so check it out quickly. Post the dungeon battle video on the event board to receive rewards based on the conditions. If it's a new type of simulation technology, the synchronization rate could increase by an additional 2%. Jinung called Hun to gather all the guild members quickly. He still thought there was enough time, so there was no need to rush. Jinung said we need to train. Staying up all night might not be enough. He and Lai set out, probably going to be busy later. In an office, Mina reads the news and sees everyone saying Poland is the easiest. Along with a 15-minute video, she feels that although she has already reached level 100, she still couldn't clear even 3 floors of the dungeon within the 50-minute time limit. She clicked to watch but accidentally forgot to mute the sound. So her colleague Boo asked, "Mina also plays Kaylin?" Ask her what level she's at. Mina was about to faint when luckily they noticed the video on her computer. Everyone couldn't believe that they had only spent 15 minutes to clear the Poland Fortress dungeon. After watching the video, they had to accept this harsh reality. But what draws the most attention is the summoner up there. The one who always seems familiar is the guy who always sleeps at the back of the class, Jin Sung. At the Federation Development Department, the four-eyed girl asked Boy Tumai, "Do you think he's going to review these videos again?" "He doesn't mind watching them with you because this player is extremely crazy." The four-eyed girl asked if it was the first video. "All I see on the screen is Jinung ordering the film to use the curse to wipe out a group of skeleton soldiers." The four-eyed girl looked closely and asked, "A wide attack, huh? Taking out the entire first wave with just one move? Not bad." Botumai explained that a wide area attack would have a longer cooldown time. What will he do next? I only saw Jin Sung summon Lai, and the four-eyed girl gape in shock when she realized that was Lai's ultimate form, the apex of the wolf, passing through the bone soldiers and wiping out the second wave under her increasingly fierce gaze. Jin Sung quickly orders to freeze it because as long as the door is open, it will remain invincible. Frorin immediately follows, and the freeze only lasts for 2 seconds. The boss, half buried in ice, was kicked by Lai, and with just a few basic moves, she sent the boss to the afterlife. The four-eyed girl watched with bright, excited eyes, pounding the table loudly, causing her heart to bleed from her own table. She wondered whether she should find their contact information. Maybe we should just upgrade to first class and send it to them directly. At home, Jindung nodded in satisfaction, seeing that their group's viewership was the highest. He was also wondering whether he should play a little longer. Now Jinjung has decided to carry out Eel's mission to deliver the documents. He is unsure whether to go to the royal palace, but since secondary missions might appear, he will probably take Sia along. If Sia had treated the wounds last time, the land wouldn't have needed to die. When you arrive, ask Sia right away if she wants to go to the palace with you. She smiled brightly and said that if it was with Jin Sheng, she would go anywhere. Jin Sheng was happy but worried, and noticing Heron wasn't around, he let out a relieved sigh. Jinung brought the documents to Emperor Celius. He asked if you knew about the Pascal Islands. Jin Sheng honestly said he's not quite sure. The Emperor said, "Even if you're an excellent explorer, you probably haven't been to our enemy's kingdom yet." Jinung broke out in sweat when he learned it was a vassal kingdom. The Emperor said, "The Pascal Islands consist of 18 small islands. On one of those islands is Pascal Prison, a prison of the Khan Empire. It is where the Empire's war prisoners are held. He wants you to bring them back. Among the students, Jinung must definitely return the swordsman named Kasa, because he is the strongest swordsman in the Kingdom of Lion. Because the Emperor has received the prophecy of the Black Fog from the Calabas Valley dispersing, and the battle between the two empires continuing, he wants to rescue the prisoners first. The swordsman is the key figure determining victory." Jinung was surprised to see he would receive a contribution point for the royal family upon completing the mission. This is the first time he's seen a reward like this. Jinung agrees to take it, but Pascal's prison is hard to find because he doesn't know which island it's on. Even if you find it, there will still be many guards around and the structure will be very complex, so it won't be easy. Jin Sung is the only person CIS trusts with this task. Jin Sung's brain is a little cooler than that of an ordinary person. When he sees difficult words, the next thing he thinks of is happiness. The Emperor continued that in 10 days, the Calabas fog will disappear, and the battle with Empire C will resume. Jinung needs to bring them back before then. He remembers that in 10 days, the new update will be released. Celius will provide Jinsung with 3 sailboats and Sir Paulin, hoping he returns safely. On the way to Pascal, Jinung felt like he was going to vomit even the blue syrup. Was he really seasick again? Why is this monkey game so detailed? Pooh shakes his head, showing that its owner is really useless. Even though Jinung is about to die, he's still alert because he just summoned it. Wait a little longer, and you'll see. It argued back, but it won't get seasick. Jinung said just wait and see. A little later, each owner took their turn. Both Jinsung and Puji seemed to be competing to see who could vomit more. By late afternoon, both master and servant were exhausted, and they received shocking news that Jinsung would have to go alone from now on. Bolin clarified that it wouldn't be alone, but the infiltration boat could only hold 5 people. Jinung quickly chose Syria Polin, himself, and Captain Jolin, but Jolin immediately refused. Jinung directly confronts him. Who is the strongest here? Stepping onto the island, Jin Sung thanked Fi for helping them find that place easily. He didn't expect it to be hidden in such a place. Jin Jung sneaked a peek and was so scared he almost peed his pants at the sight of all the guards. He discussed with Paulin whether they should go straight in. If everything gets chaotic, it will be easier to escape, and should we spare one to lead the way? Leave it to me, Paulin. He directly used his strength to charge in, and was quickly surrounded. A few sword swings were enough to take down the soldiers. Contrary to his fierce fighting, Paulin smiled kindly like a neighbor inviting everyone inside. Pu was completely shocked, while Jin Jung couldn't help but marvel. The Emperor Sias's plan to secretly undermine was rejected by him. Seeing the disaster before him, Jin Jung painfully said, "I told you to wait for one guy." Bane hesitated slightly and replied, "It's because they are too weak." Jin Jung paid no mind and moved straight ahead. Countless paths appeared, leaving Jin Jung stunned. In the room where Casa is imprisoned, Laum walks in teasing that Casa has been locked up here for over 10 years, and that surely the people of Lucan no longer remember anything about Casa. He continued, saying that not long ago there was a prophecy that the fog covering Calabas Valley would gradually dissipate. If he and Casa joined forces, they could even work together to unify the entire Kernel continent. Casa chuckled and replied, "Even though I'm not in Lucan right now, Halim and Jaipur are still here. Cowardly, you won't even be able to get close. Are you still deluded enough to think you're the strongest swordsman in the Empire? You will rot in this prison until you become food for the rats." Meanwhile, Saria, seeing the many paths, anxiously asked Jin Sung what to do now. Jin Sung confidently said, "You already have a plan, so just relax." He gently placed Puji down, surprising it, and ordered it to find someone quickly. After a while, Jin Sung praised it for finding so many people. Truly a genius. Although they might not be the prisoners Jining was looking for, in front of him was Paskin's soldiers. Bane, in a serious tone, told Jin Yung, "These ones are much stronger than those bastards earlier. Handling them alone will be tough." Jin Sung then summoned Lai and Jack, and a few minutes later they sent all of them to hell. Looking up, I saw the paths from earlier had split into 3. Jinung picked up Puji and begged it. Just find the right prisoner. After a while, the innocent-looking Puji discovers another pile of Pascal's spirits. After 5 times of that, Jinung also got discouraged. Bin sighed and said, "It really feels like an endless cycle. And the deeper they go, the stronger these soldiers become." Pu suddenly pointed up at the wall, and Jin Sung immediately saw that only around that area were trees growing. Jin Young hesitates and informs everyone, "I'll go up there to check it out. Like and Z, stay and hold your ground for the guards." Jin Jung rode Defin into the air and saw that it was just as he thought. He responds by jumping into a hole and orders Fi. "Whenever you go down there, Fi, use the sweeping attack. You'll attack from below, while Fi attacks from above." Fi asks Jin Jung how he plans to go down by himself. He replies not to worry and then uses Hale. The guards immediately sounded the alarm of an intrusion. Fi launched his attack as instructed while Jin Jung used a fireball. The two of them wiped out all the soldiers. The wall collapsed with a loud crash, revealing someone being held captive inside. A strange voice echoes, "It seems Jin Sung is a player from the Lucan Kingdom, but has gone to great lengths to get here, huh? Are you searching for something?" Jinung awkwardly asked Sajian. "Is this person whose identity you don't know what they're looking for? You guess they come from the Kament Empire. If they fight, it could get complicated." The mysterious person replied, "If that's the case, then what?" Jin Sung spoke to mediate. "So, what if we each mind our own business and avoid fighting? Reckless brawling isn't really a good look." The mysterious person also nodded in agreement, but now he was eager to heat things up and took the initiative to attack first. Jin Jung was overwhelmed and frustrated by how things had turned out, so he had no choice but to defeat them quickly. Ha was ordered to use the Wind Guardians, and Jin Jung guessed that the opponent was probably at the warrior level, so he had to win through agility. He realized Jin Jung was a summoner capable of summoning Hao Kan as an ally, and then he continued to attack. His slash shattered the wall like tofu, terrifying Disung. One strike was enough to end a young life. "You need to finish this battle before the Wind Guard's effect wears off in 2 minutes. You and Hai combined your attack successfully, injuring him and reducing his power." Jin Jung frowned when he saw the system display the player's name as unknown, but he just said it was an empty shadow. This bastard isn't the real body. This clone of him is impressed with your Duong Dong Keech Tai strategy, but let him see a few things from you. The whole group attacks at once. Jin Jung breaks out in a cold sweat. If he takes this move, he'll have to go blind soon. Jin Jung quickly rides his flying film into the air to dodge the attack. Seeing that surge of power, you have to swallow your saliva. The destructive force is terrifying. If it weren't for the film, you would have definitely been hit by the spear. But such a powerful skill would require a long cooldown. While Halei is busy dealing with him, Jin Seung attacks with a monosphere. After that move, San has sustained significant injuries, and his strength is in critical condition. He blocked the attack and had to marvel at how powerful a summoner could be. Truly terrifying. But still, he's still too inexperienced. Sejan has already completed his hunt, so I guess we'll meet again someday. Seijin has completely disappeared, leaving Jin Seung confused. I wonder why he initially provoked you. Some are truly beautiful, but also really weird. You still have to go after the snow. Jin Seung's heart skipped a beat when he glanced at Kasa, not knowing when he started observing. Kasa called Jin Seung Kid and told him there wasn't much time left. Hurry and get the key to unlock the other side's cuffs. Jin Seung saw with his own eyes him opening the cuffs with his bare hands. Kasa rubbed his hands and said, "From now on, let him handle everything. Please lend him a sword." Jin Seung didn't have time to ask why before Lao and the soldiers rushed in. Kasa quickly grabbed the sword, the countdown timer ringing out until the remaining time ran out and the iron lock was suddenly opened by the red-haired person. He then directed everyone to escape the prison quickly and head south to find the gal ship. The group silently thanked heaven that the king still remembered them. Seeing the mission nearly complete, the young master knew he could breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had sent the ship's alert earlier, but suddenly the notification screen appeared, leaving him stunned. The message clearly revealed a surprise event related to the mission to block the Imperial reinforcement fleet. There are 12 minutes left. Seeing the main screen showing the approaching army as large as the UN fleet only deepened his confusion. Obviously, they arrived quietly, so how did the guards find out? But now is not the time for Trantru. You must act quickly. Things on your side are also not easy. The battle is reaching a climax, with both sides charging at each other like opposite magnets, constantly exchanging fiery glances. In no time, the general was pushed back and fell to the ground. The nearby soldiers worried for his safety, but he was quickly stopped by the same man. "Today, he must fight you to prove he's a real man." With that, he swung his sword fiercely, a blinding light flashing as he aimed straight at Jay's head. "But Zamba, how can you repair this so quickly? With just one strike, you blocked the opponent's move as if nothing had happened." The general sneered and said, "Do you really plan to keep fighting like that with that broken sword?" As he finished speaking, Jay's broken sword suddenly began to heal, with shimmering light swirling around it like glue sealing the cracks, and Duihan seized the moment, silently pouring all his strength into raising his sword with a blank expression. Immediately after, a strike descended as if to tear the air apart. All the scenery faded before that divine power of yours. Along with that, the mask on the general's head also rolled onto the ground. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, never expecting that just a broken sword could do such a thing. As expected, you are the Empire's greatest swordsman. The moment his words ended, he took his last breath. But he didn't care much about his praise because the sword strike in his hand was already broken beyond recognition. Still, he didn't forget to encourage him. After all, he had done very well. He finished speaking and turned to leave. At that moment, Yan suddenly rushed out of nowhere to seek Ko's help because the Khan Empire's fleet was about to arrive. Hearing that, he calmly asked for a new sword from you. Until you saw the half-broken sword in his hand, you were so angry you almost burst a lung. Because that sword is a special request item, you're a summoner, right? He's not a blacksmith, so he kept taking advantage and didn't say much, so I couldn't help you. So his words made Yan turn hostile even faster than flipping a pancake, and he had to carry his ass to find more swords for him. While you were choosing a sword, the legendary one-eyed sword, the deadly poison blade, suddenly struck his eyes, making the old tree insist on that sword. I pulled out the sword in my hand and wasn't stingy with him, but this sword is set to return to me automatically, so he has to become one of my subordinates to be able to use it. The dew tree then gave you a long, piercing stare after hearing that. Who's clever enough to challenge it? You also guessed that he wouldn't accept the request, so you hurriedly looked for another sword, a level 1 iron sword. Before he could even draw his sword, the notification appeared. Tree accepted your request to become a subordinate. As expected from your prediction, Softlat, who tightly bound you, is truly a genius for coming up with this method. Seeing Yan's face twist in pain, he urged you to hurry up. Yan also didn't want to wait for a long night and quickly agreed to the request to make Ko his subordinate. Currently, he already has 6 disciples. Seeing the main tree as a legendary swordsman scared you so much that you jumped up with wide eyes and froze stiff. Seeing you still standing there, he kept urging you to move your legs quickly. If you're so slow like a snail, I start to doubt who is the subordinate and who is the master. At the same time, Khan's army has also arrived and is storming onto the island. Led by the arrogant red-haired man, he was quite surprised by the unexpected reception on this island. Ko's formidable army was glaring intently as if ready to tear his troops apart. Seeing his appearance, he also realized it was truly too late. Too damn late. As he finished speaking, the rusty sword swung in a wide arc, tearing the air apart. After creating the seal, he stabbed the Manthon sword into the ground, causing a continuous burst of smoke and light to scare the soldiers rushing forward with wide eyes and gaping mouths. The fiery gaze of the tree reeked of gunpowder, warning the Khan people that if they dared cross this line, they would all die. He heard that and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is he really trying to bluff? What can he do against an army this overwhelming? The fierce and mighty troops now facing the Manhwa character. He only orders an attack to crush Lucifer's men. Seeing the enemy ready to fight back, the earth also fights fiercely without hesitation, launching a kick into the abyss and striking the stunned soldiers, helping to eliminate some. The tree stands firm, leaping high and unleashing hundreds of strikes at the Khan soldiers, causing them to scream in pain and despair. Seeing this, he was so terrified that he froze in shock, spraying glue, while he quickly wielded his sword with expert skill. Thanks to the help of the tree, he kept completing the rescue missions and even got an upgrade, making him feel it was all worth it. After a long and tiring fight, Jan also starts to feel exhausted. He is unsure whether to turn off the machine when suddenly a new notification appears, informing him of the rescue of prisoners of war and the request to bring the prisoners onto the ship. The deadline to complete the main task is 1 day, and you have to continue the fight. Now, countless ships are appearing on the sea, each following their own route. On the battlefield, the battle is now extremely fierce. Both you and Lai have to strain yourselves to fight against the enemies. With Lai's appearance, the chat board started to explode. Everyone was amazed by the scale of the battle and Lai's incredible peak performance. Jan is now exhausted because the Lao La keep attacking him, and he can't avoid it. As he mentions Cao Cao arrives, forcing him to fight back while trying not to tire himself out. Just then, good news arrived. The naval support from Lucifer has arrived. Seeing the fleet charging like war horses across the sea, I finally could breathe a sigh of relief because those bastards are about to retreat. You keep receiving countless rewards from the mission. The system announces that there will be a short maintenance soon, so players should log out quickly, and finally you can enjoy a good sleep. After finishing, he turned off the game and neatly lay on the armchair, ready to drift into a sweet dream. At the same time, someone rang the doorbell, but it seemed he was sleeping soundly and didn't respond. Seeing that, the person outside the door started to get anxious. Clearly, someone was home. Thinking he might be busy, she also consciously entered the password and asked for permission to come in. The system simultaneously displayed a mysterious new update notification, removing PK and restoring the central continent. Not long ago, the appearance of Kailan's sleep box moved him to tears. I never expected my close friend to be useful like this, so I kept thanking him and sighing. She felt that way, and was quite jealous of his luck because she didn't even have the old version. Hearing about the beautiful girl who doesn't have an account, Dudung's urge to flirt comes back, demanding her old login account. It would scare his friend so much he'd be stunned. Just by selling the old login account, he could earn at least 1,000,000 GA. Could it be that my friend really lost to Jinzung? She felt his sincerity in wanting to give it back to her. Her addicted heart fluttered again, but she still refused out of shyness. She didn't buy it just because her father didn't like it. Jinjung thought for a moment and then suggested selling the room, but she hesitated and shyly asked if he could keep it so she could visit sometimes. Hearing her inner goddess say she wanted to visit often, his long-starved heart started pounding faster, and without hesitation he agreed immediately. The atmosphere filled with love is once again shattered by Yenkida with orange hair. He reminds her to tell her father about what she plans to do. And Kaidakam's fate is to be slammed against the wall by Jin Sung, leaving her frozen in place. After dealing with the disheveled orange-haired guy, Jin Sung then begins to flirt with her, promising to stay in touch with Hajin, filling the air with a pink hue of love. Returning to the present, Hajin is peeking outside the door, calling, but getting no response. Thinking he is asleep, she boldly steps inside to check, but finds no one there. He scared her so much that she was searching all over for him. After confirming he wasn't in any corner of the house, Hajin finally noticed that Kailan's login room door was tightly shut. Sure enough, when the door to the room was opened, he was lying there, sound asleep, as if dead. She approached him softly and whispered, "Why aren't you in bed sleeping instead of lying here? Could it be that you're not uncomfortable?" Before she could finish her sentence, his strong hand wrapped around her slender waist and pulled her into the login room to lie down together. Her quick action scared her both with fear and pleasure, wondering if he was really asleep, but seeing he didn't react and kept his eyes tightly shut, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Just when she let her guard down, he suddenly closed the distance, face to face just a few inches apart, making the young woman's heart race wildly. Seeing him sleep so soundly, she couldn't bear to wake him, so she decided to stay silent. Hein had no choice but to sacrifice himself and stay here a little longer, until he woke up and found himself holding a small, plush bunny tightly in his arms, making him panic as he wondered where the bunny came from. Just when he was completely confused, he suddenly saw a small, neatly placed box on the table. As expected, the goddess is truly exquisite, down to the last detail. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a note reminding you. You can play games, but remember to study, along with a very attractive bento box. While eating, he also kept his composure. Maybe today he should go to school too. After finishing his meal, he grabbed his bag and headed to school. After searching for a while and still not finding Hajin, just as he was about to call her, Cam suddenly rushed over. Without saying a word, Lu Song-sok left, leaving you stunned and confused until both of you arrived at the auditorium where the esports competition you were participating in was being held. But you didn't register, so of course someone else must have registered for you, probably Cam. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Zung shot him a sharp glare. Only then did he hurriedly apologize for not informing you earlier. Coincidentally, the esports event is about to start, so you won't be late and will have to compete. The battle between the Virtual Reality Technology Department and the Creative Writing Department is underway, with a member of the Creative Writing Department looking around nervously because he's lost the group. He took the opportunity to land a decisive blow on him, including the team captain who was clueless and got kicked out of the server, while the spectators kept marveling at his skill. Among them, some recognized Jin Sung as the person in the event video, and only then did everyone remember that Jin Zheng, as the champion, had attracted a large fan base. After a tense and intense effort, Tichko Mong finally finished. The overall winner was Jinung from the Virtual Reality Technology Department. As he was casually walking down the stands, the crowd realized he was Yan and started rushing over to ask for a friend request and an autograph. Yes, he was so scared he ran away without looking back, struggling for a long time before finally escaping from the crowd chasing after him. While he was still confused about what was happening, his phone suddenly rang loudly, making him even more suspicious of life. The caller was the Jot player. Someone uploaded a video of you alone taking down 30 of your enemies on social media, edited it a bit, posted it on Kat, and made quite a lot of money. So now he wants to share some of that reward with you, making you pretty curious about how much money you'll get. He also didn't hide it and said directly that he would take about 3 million, which is 10%. An impressive number indeed, not too bad for him. Moreover, you just need to send a few more clips to him so he can edit and upload them. Then both of you will share the profits again. Just hearing about this deal sounds really good. Getting paid just for playing games makes me quite hopeful. Just as he was about to leave after folding his phone, he was discovered at his hiding spot, forcing him to run for his life from the fans. In the central continent, the black-hooded group was preparing to clash fiercely with their opponents. The first guild looked at the desert land ahead with a dismissive attitude, as if it were nothing more than a candy, while the second guild of titans continued to march forward undeterred by the scorching desert heat. The third guild is also preparing to head to the central continent, but as expected, it's not as easy as they thought, so they decided to observe first. At Guild BN Watlan, the leader is very confident because other guilds have already paved the way, so his only job is to follow along without any effort or trouble. And finally, Lotus Yan Guild and Kerrang rode swiftly on the Lang Dien. Luckily, Seer knew the way, or it would have been a nightmare. The mission announcement now appears, requiring the search for the Holy Grail, Hao Jim and Sik, with the condition to see the Kayan Empire first. If that's the case, then you must be the first to find it. Both of them stopped at the gate of the Sik relics and became the first to arrive, which made him very excited. He smiled brightly because everything was going smoothly. In the blink of an eye, evening was approaching. The sky subtly changed color, and the second team had also arrived. But as he stepped onto the battlefield, Yu was so furious he clenched his teeth and cursed anyone who dared to find the target before him. He had to kill that person to feel satisfied. His aura is so powerful that Yan on this side also feels a chill down his spine. The late afternoon sun grows even more intense, making Balam doubt Huni's direction. But in truth, he himself didn't know which direction to go. With supreme confidence, he believed that the master needed to follow the trail of darkness to find him, leaving the guy speechless at this arrogance. Suddenly, a thick black aura appeared right in the middle of the desert, catching him off guard, but he also wanted to feel it for himself. So he began to chant, "Does your darkness desire me?" Immediately, his body acted like a magnet, pulling the thick black smoke toward him. Only when everything was destroyed did he notice the dark purple orb with a rare, strange logo appearing in his hand from nowhere. Jin Sung, who was at the sick historical site, skeptically asked if they would soon have to enter the tomb and face monsters. But could there really be someone inside? As he spoke, he stared intently at the sealed gate. Kay's words made him very alert. Clearly they were the first to arrive, so who could be inside? It wasn't until the gate slowly opened, leaving him stunned and speechless, that he looked up at the man standing right in front of Ganshi Huni. He also didn't expect that you would be the one he's been searching for. Recalling the time when he was beaten so badly by him that he couldn't lift his head, he felt so bitter his eyes turned red. But coincidentally, this was the moment to settle old scores and new debts with Yan. Just thinking about it makes him so satisfied that he can't help but laugh out loud, while the tree, seeing that, shivers with fear. Could this guy be getting soft? He finally managed to hold back his laughter because today he's going to show you what respect really is. After saying that, he swiftly charged forward, knelt down in front of you to admit defeat, making him so angry he almost cried with frustration. The boat hadn't even reached the destination before being forced to kneel and raise its hands by your power. But thinking about it, I have to admit, this guy really has gotten stronger. He looks quite familiar with this dungeon. Hearing that, I called his name, almost making Huni's heart hanging on a branch skip a beat. Suddenly out of nowhere, you praise him as a pretty amazing person, making him question his existence. I wonder which part of Yan's mind is malfunctioning today. To make my words more convincing, I openly said that he is not only smart and knows a lot, but also skilled in dungeons, truly amazing good chop. So I would be very happy if he became my teammate, but I don't know if he has any other wishes. Being acknowledged and humbled by his enemy only made him more arrogant, and he immediately demanded the crown How the Gym. Of course, I happily agreed because I had no idea what that was, but the rest would be mine. He wasn't really interested because all he wanted was the crown. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan's eyes lit up like headlights, making Ba Lam next to him sense something was wrong and ready to warn him. Lai was interrupted by you, urging to quickly go and defeat the dungeon boss monster. The group then boldly headed towards the large hole inside the ruins. Huni announced they had arrived, making him somewhat incredulous and ask again, "Is this the gate?" Seeing his confident expression, it seems this is really it. As he finished speaking, he placed the purple crystal into the black part of the eye, causing the purple smoke to spread continuously, and the gate gradually shifted open wide. Nu Hai looked pleased as the power of darkness had finally merged together. A source of energy burst in from behind. Yan and June couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the Holy Grail and the crown. At the same time, he also believed and asked again if that guy's level was really 270, but June told him not to worry. How Jim was an ancient king of the giants in that central continent. He was a great ruler who governed the continent peacefully. But as his reign was coming to an end, he became a puppet of the immortal god and spread the seeds of darkness across the entire central continent. The immortal god needs to restore the crown to regain his power. Because How Jim's crown contains all the dark power he accumulated over the years, Ganshi Jun, holding the orb, shouted loudly, "I am here to reclaim How Jim's power. I am Ganji Hun, the successor of the immortal dark god who made the pact 1,000 years ago." As a result, that skeleton also roared in pain. Its stats dropped by 40% over 10 minutes, and it was temporarily blinded. Yan happily praised, "Well done, Hun, but this is only his basic moves." Yan orders the team to defeat the boss as quickly as possible so they can get what they want sooner. Immediately, the earth demons charged together, trying to take down How Jim, causing him to roar again. But this time, the stamina of the earth demons and Finn kept decreasing, leaving Yan in disbelief. Ha really is terrifying. Without Duihun, I would have been in danger for sure. Even Kasa can't compare to it. Speaking of Kasa, I just realized I don't know where he went. Ian turned to see him lying relaxed and carefree. Yan asked if he had been here all this time. Kasa closed his eyes and replied, "That's right, don't bother me with that weakling like a snail." But Yan looked pleading, "That monster is too strong. Help us out." Seize the opportunity and ask, unless he has a legendary armor, he won't help. Now he's too exhausted with his outfit. Seeing that, Yan had no choice but to go along with him, but he wasn't very willing. My butt was muttering, "What a waste. I mean, here it is." The legendary armor, do you like it? Ka now woke up and immediately thanked you. After he put it on, he was about to leave and told Yan he would be back soon. Kasa swung his sword and split the face of that Haim in two, causing the magical crown to fall in pieces, but he managed to catch it and felt as joyful as spring. This meant he had completed the mission. Duihun happily lifts the crown, but the system announces it's choosing the strongest person in the room to be the new owner, so it suddenly jumps over to Kasa and hops onto his head. Jae-hun's face darkens like a pot bottom, and he starts cursing. This is really annoying. Casa puts on the crown and keeps showing off. Wow, this crown really suits a handsome guy, doesn't it? Didn't you see? I'm truly amazing. Huni was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Damn, if it weren't for Haim's crown, I wouldn't have completed the chase, that kid said seriously with frustration. Hey, we didn't agree on this at the start. Actually, Jan didn't want things to turn out this way either. Huni's eyes are filled with worry. Damn it, what should I do now? Seeing it, I realize I'm not capable of challenging that white-haired guy. There's still another way for us to complete the mission. This crown is simply a conduit for the immortal god to fully take control of Haim. So if you stay by its owner's side for the next 100 days, you can absorb the leaking dark aura with the wooden coin, which has made Huni look much more lively. Really? That's a relief. So that's how it is? Who gave you permission to do that? Don't even think about coming near me. He frowned and said, Huni is annoying. That kid is not satisfied. How dare you say that to the future Lord of Darkness? You will inherit the power of the immortal god, which is really disrespectful. That's why Kasasa hates it so much because of its childish and arrogant attitude. Yan softly pleads for one chance. Why don't we help him just this once, Lord Kasa? Do you see? He is a very unfortunate child. From the way he speaks, you can tell he's not normal. After hearing your advice, Sia also intends to reconsider. If you agree to my proposal, you must become my subordinate. However, if you can become stronger than me, I will agree to set you free. If you truly are a descendant of the immortal god, you should at least have the courage to do so, right? When Huni heard the order to become his subordinate, it got even angrier. This guy wants to humiliate me, but to increase my strength, I have no choice but to become strong enough to crush that white-haired guy. Even if it means sacrificing a bit for an arrogant person like Huni, in the end, he still agrees, putting his own benefit first. At the Titan Continent Central Guild Hall, a fierce fight is happening. It's hard to believe that Bao Zong was the first to arrive there. Everything has been completely destroyed by him. I am sure it was the Luna Guild. They are using binoculars and seeing something over there. Is that a historical relic? Did you find it already? Is that a dungeon? She looked surprised with her eyes wide open. No, that's the War Tower. It's at the Luna Union base in the central region. The Guildmaster asked Solon if he had found any clues about the Holy Grail. His face was always cold. Sir, I have found out. According to the intelligence gathered, it is located in the central part of the historical site in Hajim's tomb. Lyrion told him to immediately lead 30 people and depart. I will follow closely behind. Things are not over yet. Sir, there is a small problem. Someone had already entered the relic before us, but judging by the flags, it seems they came from the Lucifer kingdom. Legrand didn't expect that even in the Lucifer kingdom, there would be people able to reach the central area so quickly. At this point, what's the best way to handle it? Quick attack and quick victory, seize the Holy Grail as fast as possible, or do we have another plan? But according to the Guildmaster, we don't need to rush. We can take our time. That means we just need to make sure we don't let them find us. We will take down the Lucid people as soon as they step outside with the Holy Grail in hand. Go inside. Jan thinks that besides the Holy Grail, everything else becomes useless. Well, at least I've completed this difficult hunt. You now possess Hojim's Holy Grail. You have completed the exploration target of the Seeker Relic and achieved production rank. You have earned an additional 25 million experience points for successfully completing the hunt. A new bounty link has been established. Use Hojim's Holy Grail to seize a camp. The holy water in Hojim's Holy Cup helps increase the expansion rate of the base in the central continent and also shortens the occupation time of the camp. Use the Holy Cup's ability to seize a base without a hunting difficulty. The specific conditions for the hunt are unclear, with a time limit of 7 days. If you lose or the Holy Grail is stolen, the system will automatically consider the hunt a failure. If you want to retrieve the Holy Grail, please restart the pursuit. He paused slightly after reading. Wait a minute, if there are instructions like these, it means other forces might want to steal the Holy Grail. Why? And thought with her chin resting on her hand, then looked over at Casa, considering the current situation. Even if we hold the base, the Holy Grail will still be taken away. Big Brother Casa won't listen. It's really unlucky. If we lose this hunt, we still need to grow stronger first. After thinking everything through, Jan called everyone to go. Where did it go? Cancel the summoning of Pooji, but Pooji's close one refused to cancel it, so it can't be canceled. He shouted its name to find it. Turns out it's just wandering around. I keep smelling something really delicious. Then I accidentally followed it to a very high place, but I just need to climb up here, I can do it. So, that's where the delicious smell is coming from. This irresistible fragrance is too tempting. So good. Jan is trying to cancel the summon while Pooji is biting the petals. I still want to eat more. However, the recall cancellation was nullified by the power of the 100-year rainbow tree, and so it fell headfirst with a loud crash. It secretly curses Jan, the master, as useless. Just after taking a bite, he already canceled the summon. But thanks to the power of this medicinal herb, Min remains safe and sound. Suddenly, a clone of Pooji steps out and asks who you are, causing Pooji to panic and shout. No way, suddenly recalling what Yan once said. In the northern continent, there is a turtle named Paji. Clearly, it is the most handsome turtle in the world. But you know I can't stand hearing those words. I know there's no turtle as handsome and amazing as my Pooji. So, do you know what I was thinking? Maybe it's because my Pooji has eaten too much and gained weight. Could that be the reason you're not the most handsome turtle in the world? I've fed you too many meatballs, so I can't let you eat too many anymore. Pooh, you understand how I feel, right? So just wait and see. I will turn you into the most handsome turtle in the universe. Yan remembers every word he said, and never forgets a single one. I never thought I would meet him in a place like this one day. I was so furious, even before talking to him I already hated Paji with a burning passion. Paji has sparkling eyes with long, stunning eyelashes. At that moment, Ian also appeared. It was only with great difficulty that Lai managed to catch your scent, so we almost couldn't keep up. We didn't notice until Paji turned around and he was completely stunned. What's wrong with this turtle? Is this PI or what? That was a lie I made up. It was very touching because Yan found the lost identity for it. To show my gratitude, I will offer you something I cherish. Yan also extends his hand. If it gives it to me, I guess I should accept it. It spat out something sticky with saliva. Although a bit dirty, it is a spirit relic. Its classification as a legendary magic item determines whether equipment can be used or not, depending on familiarity, with all combat abilities increased by 55%. All cooldown times of innate abilities are reduced by 15%. When worn by ancient turtles, it allows the wearer to use their innate abilities. Water curtain. The water curtain prevents any weapons from piercing through. The effect lasts for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of just 1 minute. Returning to the user, Yan can be switched once at the start. It is an artifact containing a fragment of the legendary ancient turtle's soul, holding the secret for an ancient turtle to grow and become a dragon turtle. He silently thought that if Pooh evolved, it could become a dragon. Baji had been asleep for a very long time, so I don't remember much. Please help me recover my memories. The mission of the giant turtle Baji in the ancient historical site, a fan of giants. The dragon turtle has awakened after its long sleep. However, due to that sleep, Paji cannot remember its past. To recover its memories, you must find the Holy Pearl of the Imperial Dragon Turtle hidden somewhere in the tomb. Find the Holy Pearl of the Imperial Dragon Turtle and return to Paji. This hidden quest has an SS difficulty. Mission condition: the player must earn Huangqui's trust. The player must successfully defeat Hojim with no time limit. The reward is the Huangqui badge, which only one team member can receive. The Dragon Scale Armor. All team members will earn reputation based on their clearing level. Yan needs to gather information to upgrade Pooji, but it even assigns him tasks that benefit itself greatly. Right now, Kasa's lying alone, looking up at the ceiling. Everyone has gone to find that ugly turtle. So boring. I should go outside and get some fresh air. He stretched and yawned repeatedly. Solin's people are watching from behind, ready to assassinate. He lunged to ambush Kasa, but Kasa reacted just in time and dodged with incredible speed. He grabbed his arm and struck him hard in the middle, causing him to cry out in pain. Not just one, but on the cliff above, many masked figures were surrounding him. My brother bravely pointed and asked, "Who are you?" Solin hesitated a bit. I know they are strong enough to conquer the dungeon, but if they are this powerful, I will ask again, in a stern voice. I ask who you are, let's bring out the Holy Grail and kill him. Kasa alone can temporarily handle them. Solin directly challenges and kills that bastard. I didn't expect Kasa to wipe out the gang members with a single strike. While the boss is on his way, I have to buy more time with all my might. Solin charged downward, trying to hold him back as the guild leader was leaving. Sia smirked wickedly, taking her life with a single slash. Oh, I don't think I told you I didn't bring the Holy Grail? Solin felt truly guilty. Damn unlucky fate. Sorry, my lord. Kasa sighs regretfully while holding her weapon. My weapon is broken again. There are some good ones around here, right? Maybe I'll stop by that bastard lord's place or somewhere. Later, that event became known as the Nightmare of the Central Continent. Among the members of the Dark Luna gang, Cyan and Siong also joined. It's good that we received that mission. Cyan heard about the war tower from Lazo Milu in the previous mission. Back then, someone told him he looked really pathetic. Sorry, I failed, so you probably won't be able to achieve your goal anymore. Instead, I will give you information about the war tower, a place to hunt monsters or buy rare artifacts and items. However, you need at least 5,000 contribution points to enter. What I am looking for is the FAIA flag, the relic that doubles experience when hunting monsters. As long as we obtain this artifact, we will become much stronger. The Kaiman territory will win the battle. Suddenly, Sajan realized that the item was the Desert Warrior's Heart Loyalty skill book. It's a legendary passive skill with no consumption cost and no cooldown. You can create a sword barrier by focusing your mind, with a 15% chance to form it before a surprise attack. The barrier will block 300% of damage to the user and reflect 150% of that damage back. To use the skill, your swordsmanship must be higher than the level of a swordsman each time the sword formation appears. Player damage increases by 10% over the next 15 strikes and can stack continuously over 10 attack waves. This is probably a legendary item. Saj thinks that if he gets this skill book, he can increase his stats rapidly. But I have to spend all my contribution points to buy it. If I do, I won't be able to buy the FA flag anymore. Is it okay to use all my contribution points right before a major battle? But I won't have another chance to get this skill book. And then he bought the Desert Warrior's Heart skill book. Your contribution points decreased by 12,000, leaving only 375. That's right, once I become stronger, the team will be stronger too. I didn't expect San to also harbor hatred for Lilihan. This time, I will definitely defeat that bastard. Inside a square capsule holding a legendary item, Yan is standing outside waiting for Florin and Yu Haiyan to arrive. Finally, it's here? You're so slow. Yu Haiyan asks if there has been any progress. Yan shows off his achievement. Of course, I still have the Holy Grail, but I still have some questions. Yan's intention now is to find the magic gem of a turtle named Paj, but how could there be a turtle called Paji? Florin has heard this story many times before, but there is a hidden NPC related to his job, which makes sense since hidden NPCs are named based on the setting. Huni felt the darkness within him boiling. I want to face the enemy as soon as possible. Yan casually asks Huni if he wants to go hunting since everyone is here anyway. Yu Haiyan, confused about who this kid is, protests. I'm not a kid, and I don't belong to anyone. I will become the Lord of Darkness, you damn coward. Yan is worried about Casa, but I'm sure he'll find his own way. Yan summons Rake to attack first, with Yu Haiyan and Florin also lending their strength. The blessing of the wizard, Yu Haiyan's power has increased by 30%. Death Knights, make our enemies suffer with despairing darkness. In this situation, that Than calls Lai, the friend who defeated the monster. After the fight, Yan thinks we've mostly finished the hunting here. Suddenly, Puji looked panicked. Something was coming, and everyone was stunned, clueless about what was happening, when unexpectedly a monster emerged from the Earth's cage. Selen, level 200 Earth Dragon, hidden boss equipped with a magic gem. A giant hand emerges from the ground, revealing a level 200 hidden boss tank carrying a magic gem, and with just the force of wind, it's trying to throw everyone out of here. Yan hurriedly stepped forward to shield them, but it was already too much to bear those flying stones. An had to do something himself, but he couldn't fight alone without Ka. Suddenly, Selene leapt up, leaving the hole behind, heading toward him. Both Florin and Ganchi Huni are terrified by Zen's breath skill. It gathers a fireball, the magic gem suddenly flashes, and it unleashes a column of fire aimed at them. Even you were frightened by it, thinking you would die here. But suddenly Puji appeared out of nowhere. He struck Zen with a tidal wave that immediately extinguished the flames. It's not the heavens or ancestors protecting, but the fat turtle carrying the burden. Puji used the spirit summoning technique it learned from Papaji and gave Yan a thumbs up. You look so cool, totally awesome. Casa also arrives at this moment, showing off his top-notch physique, muscles bulging. Salt is salt, plus the rain from the fire and water resonance earlier. The armor and weapons Yan bought earlier are put into the bag by him. Tell me, you did it on purpose, right? You were just warming up and ended up being late, scaring everyone half to death. You told Casa to kill X-Len, but he looked and said, this X-Len hasn't absorbed the magic gem yet. He tilted his head, twirled his ear, and said he didn't want to bother. If there's a reward, I'll do it. No one likes working in this cold weather, especially for unpaid jobs like this. Yan recalls the past. This guy really only works if he's rewarded. Anyway, they've found a way to destroy it, so he has no choice but to do it himself. Ian, Puji, Florin, and Ganchi Huni gather. He summons Pin and Dagda, recalls Rake, and orders Dagda to hurl them into the abyss. A stream of purple light pulls the debris inside, freeing Yu Haiyan, who has been holding out. Then he orders Yu Haiyan to keep tanking with Dog. Ganchi Huni and Lai continue to draw Selen's attention. He orders his servants to attack everywhere, keeping Selen constantly occupied. Taking advantage of the moment, Florin buffs Yan and Pin just as he takes off. He rides Pin into the air with the Len vehicle below, and even at level 200, if they attack together, its vitality will decrease. Its health bar keeps dropping, Yan's attack power increases, and he concentrates his strength at the gem in his scepter. Trio Hoi Chi unleashes lightning, combining with your power to create accumulated electric energy in the crystals, aiming directly at Zelen. The rain absorbs the lightning along with the charged energy crystals, piercing through its wounds. Selen chooses a column of chilling lightning that spreads across the body. He lands to pick up the gem that Papaji requested, an item capable of changing a person's evolutionary potential. And of course, Jan plans to use this stone to upgrade PJI holding the gem. After examining it, he will understand the reason why he's been working so hard these past few days. He suddenly remembered he hadn't eaten anything, so he told Ganihuni to clean up, while he stood there dazed, not knowing why he had to do it. Then Jan suddenly disappeared somewhere. Back in the real world, he was exhausted and dragging himself as he planned to order food when Hajin was already waiting behind him, grabbing his hand. Today, she is determined to drag you out of that game world. Hurry up and get dressed so we can go on a date. A guy who has never had a girlfriend before now holding hands and walking through the amusement park looks awkward. They ride the roller coaster, eat together, and watch the fireworks. At night, under the fireworks bursting in the sky, he suddenly asked Hajin what he would do if he could take someone else's belongings, especially if they were items he needed. She thought you would confess your feelings, so she was very disappointed. But she also told you that no matter how much you need it, the item should go back to its owner because it doesn't belong to you. Yan smiled brightly and said, "You're right, thank you very much." He took Hajin home, and she guessed that he would also be playing games all day tomorrow. Suddenly she asked how she looked today. You said she looked very beautiful, and the two of you parted ways shyly. The next morning, you entered the game to meet Papaji and returned the magic pearl. Suddenly it turned hostile. Lucky you didn't mess with the wrong person, huh? But he just responded with a nod and went back to his owner. Although he also wanted to use the gem to upgrade Pi, only then did it become gentle again. Controlling your thoughts is easy, but your heart is not. You have miraculously overcome temptation and greed. Although there are fluctuations, it appreciates your honesty. Now, it can return to its glorious past. The gem gradually merged with Papaji, and its body suddenly shone with a golden light as its constitution transformed. After the light disappeared, a three-headed dragon-turtle hybrid appeared. Seeing Papaji's new body, Jan wondered if it might look even cooler if used for Puji. Papaji makes a proposal to you because it is very grateful to you. Hojim's soul is no longer here, so it doesn't need to protect this place. It wants to join you. As it spoke, it slammed its three heads into the ground, and although you were a bit confused, you still opened your arms to welcome it. A quick overview of the central continent shows that the top guilds in the Khan Empire are Dark Luna in first place, and Titan in second. Meanwhile, the guilds belonging to the Lucifer kingdom are Olin, Swender, and Valian. Jan is standing in a new continent that is a barren desert with no resources, making it difficult for guilds to spend money on developing their territories. The Khan Empire is home to many overwhelmingly powerful guilds. Jan's alliance has just been formed, and even if they rush, they can't avoid the fact that the central continent is filled with monsters above level 130. Even if you establish a core, there's no guarantee it can be protected. When mentioning the core, Papaji might not know what it is, so I asked if there's a village, and he understood, but he also wasn't sure if it still exists. When they reached the origin, they discovered that it was a war trading post. You were hoping for relics, but the only things exchanged are food and resources without the origin. Suddenly, Casa mentioned the war tower, and you wondered how he knew so much. Then he revealed that he used to operate on the central continent before being captured by sea. Why didn't you tell us? You didn't ask, and I also forgot. But if you go to the war tower, you can trade your contribution points for relics. However, the tower is located in the west, where C needs to hold. The scene shifts to the tower, with Sean and Li Han discussing. Sejan looks frustrated, wondering if the two empires had already agreed to share information or not. Li Han also isn't pleased. Luna's guild seems too focused on expanding their territory, so I forgot to mention it, thinking to myself that the war between the two empires is just a mess. Cyan suggested using the tower, and although annoyed, Li Han had no choice but to accept, because if Dark Luna turns away, it would only be a loss. Sajin worries that they might have missed something like an artifact on the other side. Lan steps out of the tower, bids farewell, and reports that they found nothing. But in reality, he found a relic of Magellan. Returning to Jan's group, they were discussing establishing the origin, and he proposed to seize the frontline territory. Everyone was shouting, but you explained that despite the high risks, the competition is low, so it wouldn't be a waste of a lot of effort to take over the origin. Lucipo is on our side, so we only need to worry about him. You already have a plan for this. There is a large fortress in the desert, and about 4.5 hours remain to occupy the base. Yu Haiyan cheerfully said, "Thanks to the UD Divine Sword, construction is going quite fast." That's right, Jan's efforts are paying off. We're not sure if building a military base on the front line was the right decision. It's okay, Florin, trust me. Since my teammates have arrived, I will go out to welcome them. Kabuli happily waved and called out, "Over here," as Bolin also greeted him. It's been a while since we last met, Lord. Meeting them again makes you very happy. Kabuli, go on. Bolin, Celia, thank you for coming. Then did something come to mind, Celia? Do you still have leadership points left? She also respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness. Why do you ask?" "You don't seem to have any intention of hiding it. I just got a new attendant but lack leadership points. Could you take care of Jiang Ye for a while?" Celia respectfully obeyed. "Of course, it is my honor." At this moment, many future plans came to his mind. Thanks to Thuan Longvu, I really don't need to earn more leadership points. But I don't have enough leadership points to summon all the spirit beasts. Since Papaji is a heavy warrior, even if I summon Jiang Di, it wouldn't have anything to do. If I leave it to Celia, I can use Jiang Di as a secondary fighter when I go with her. Celia looked confused after seeing you, deep in thought, then you shouted loudly to summon Rangde. Then a huge stone monster resembling a chimpanzee appeared. You gently petted it. "Jiang Di, I'm sorry, but can you stay with Celia for a while? I will become stronger and come back to pick you up." It obediently came to Celia's side, and according to his instructions, she was very happy to be traveling with it. "Let's work together. You may feel a bit reluctant, but you still remind me. Don't cause trouble and remember to listen to her." In the distance, two mysterious-looking people are observing the distant city. Laihan asked Solon who those fools building the base at the front line were. Solon respectfully replied, "Yes, rank 107. They are the Lotus Society from the Lucifer Kingdom." Khan looked interested, just when I was really bored. Perfect prey. Solon hurriedly reminded his master to apologize for interrupting. "But if you attack their base now, there's a risk that the Lucifer guilds from the outskirts will send reinforcements." Then she hints at a conspiracy. "Why don't we use Magellan's relic that you received from the War Tower?" She pondered for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. "Fine. Since you've been defeated by those strange guys, the current guild members are all at a low level. If it weren't for that, we could have attacked them right away." Then she raised the red badge and smirked cunningly. "It's the same either way. We should try Magel's relic to test the strength of these desert warriors. Magel's relic is an item you can only receive after being recognized by the desert warriors on the central continent. The person who receives this relic will be protected by the desert warriors, and all NPCs on the central continent will become allies of the relic holder and their nation, giving you the power to command the desert warriors." At this moment, she turns back and orders someone to wipe them out. Suddenly, an undead warrior appeared behind Katoan, startling Solon, who then drew 2 daggers in horror. "When did he arrive here? That guy's very strong." The bell is ringing loudly in the city now. The patrol soldiers see the approaching desert warriors, dust billowing everywhere, and shout, "It's the desert warriors. Everyone prepare for battle." The desert warriors, fearless and with blazing red eyes, rush toward the city, while Casa and Yan stand on the wall watching. Yan asked Casa, "Aren't all the desert warriors neutral?" He didn't hesitate to explain. "It's a relic of Magellan, an item that allows you to command the desert warriors. I guess it has fallen into the wrong hands." Hearing that, Yan was furious. Of course it's a scam. How could he possibly command dozens of level 120 NPCs to do his bidding? "Could you help us, sir?" But in response, Casa simply turned and walked away. "I won't get involved. I owe a lot to the desert warriors." At this point, Yan seemed to realize something more. If that's the reason why Casa's loyalty points are only 3, it's already incredible that he hasn't turned against me, so I probably have no other choice. Somehow we have to try our best and stop the desert warriors. After preparing everything, Yan summoned all 3 of his divine beasts, summoning Hay and Papaji again. Celia excitedly asked, "Is that the servant you just received? Do the desert warriors also recognize that yellow dragon as the Imperial Dragon?" "The truth is, it's the Imperial Dragon. If those who are guarding Uderjim's treasure are fighting like this, does that mean they've defeated Ujim's guardian spirit?" Katwin quickly warned his subordinates not to let their guard down. They are not to be underestimated. Everyone behind them started to murmur, "Yes, sir." An idea suddenly flashed through Yan's mind. Should I try out the combo I have in mind? "Think and do it. You give the direct order." Lai charged forward, but Katayan was no coward. He directly blocked Lai's attack alone and countered. Lai was also lucky to have Papaji's protective long turtle skill. When using this skill, Papaji will absorb 1,274 damage instead of Lai. Katojin's sword was knocked away. Yan pressed the advantage. Lei, the Wind Guardian. With just a roar from Hay, the agility of all allies increased by 30%, and then Lai used Fenrir's Fury to enter a rage state. All stats increased by 50% and critical hit rate by 20%. With just one swipe of her claw, Lai severely wounded Katojin. Now he realizes who he's dealing with. Is that a spirit beast? How can a young spirit beast defeat all of our desert warriors? No, if we can't kill that spirit beast, we must kill the summoner. Katoan, overwhelmed by anger and losing reason, charged at Yan intending to kill him, but before reaching him, Bolin knocked him away. After defeating Katayan, Bolin couldn't help but marvel and said to Yan, "Just as you said, they immediately turned their attack towards you." Yan sat confidently on Hai's back, watching his overwhelming victory. Of course, it would be like that. Jahan watched the entire battle from afar, furious. yet he was defeated by a level 107 guild. Is Kadojan too weak? Solon was about to say something, but seeing Jahan's anger, he could only call out Master before falling silent. Jahan had already left, but he was still seething inside. First, Solon's failure, and now the Desert Warriors. It's a string of defeats. This is a disgrace to Dark Luna's reputation. Then she turned back and told Solon to send a message to Titan. The time has come. We will start hunting Liba. Her expression now seems capable of killing anyone who gets close. At Jan's place, the pile of bodies on the ground has now turned into streams of purple smoke that he has completely absorbed. As he gathers them all, 1,000 question marks seem to appear above his head. At this moment, he heard a notification in his head that Cassius's hatching rate had reached 91% and was delighted. That's good. Cassius is about to hatch. Then he ordered all troops back to the city. Now let's go inside. After the Desert Warriors' surprise attack, Jan started to feel worried. Luckily, I arrived just in time, but protecting the base without me seems difficult. We need a plan. Thanks to Jan, the city has been kept safe. Ion felt deeply grateful. Thank you. We didn't even need to go in anymore. We have always held on to our hope. Everything will be fine. Seeing that my friend looked worried, I tried to reassure him. Isn't it better when nothing happens? Then you fell silent for a moment and said sincerely, the Desert Warriors I just defeated were much stronger than I thought. If Papaji and Bolin hadn't joined the fight, we would have lost. So there must be something we can do, right? Can you protect the base for a while? He agreed wholeheartedly without hesitation. Of course. Thanks, I'll be back later. Take care. In the kingdom of Lucifer, Muran capital, a soldier shouted loudly, if you are here for the Central Continent mission, please line up here. You arrived later than the others and looked at the line in amazement. Damn it! Do all these people want to go to the Central Continent? The soldiers kept shouting to line up, all you fake adventurers heading to the Central Continent. As I queued up, I felt anxious. This line was so long. How long would I have to wait? Suddenly, soldiers came to call, interrupting your thoughts. Are you Count Jan? I may not understand everything, but I still introduce myself. It must be me, so who are you? The soldier patted his chest proudly. I'm not sure you'll remember, but I was with you in the same camp when you took part in the Griffin mission and the prisoner of war operation. You also vaguely remember something, but the soldier keeps talking nonstop. What brought you here, Lord Count? I just want to go to the Central Continent, but seeing this line, the soldier chuckled and patted his chest to swear. Leave it to me. I will take you to Captain Helm right away. Hearing that, you couldn't be happier. Really, thanks a lot. Meanwhile, far away, two people are chatting animatedly. The mysterious hooded figure asks curiously, who is that guy? The royal guards have recognized him and are giving him special treatment. The muscular boy also guessed. I guess that even in the game, knowing the right people still matters a lot. Does the mysterious boy suddenly realize it's him? In those top-ranked announcement videos, the muscular boy immediately understands what his friend means. Are you saying that's the summoner? I think its nickname is Yan or something like that. So, that guy is a famous summoner. The mysterious boy shook his head. I don't think so, but I'm pretty sure his level is around 110 or so. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their argument. No, Yan must be over 130. Both of them said in unison. Who are you and how do you know? The girl takes off her hood. Because I am the #1 summoner, Lauren the Idol Summoner. The two of them just lit up when they saw Lauren introduce herself. Lauren confidently continued. The summoners are judged by the spirit beast they summon. People might not know this. Since Jan turned on his hidden stats mode, he's been the strongest summoner here. But he just doesn't want to show it. Jan has now arrived at Helm's room. He is very pleased to see him again. Jan, why are you here? You didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. Lord Helm, I want to fight on the front lines in the Central Continent. For on noticing you high on deep in thought, approached and asked, what are you thinking about? No matter how hard I try, I just can't understand Jainung. Don't worry, everything will be fine. After all, it's Jan. As time passed, the battle between the Dragon King and the Empire continued without end, with the Empire's victory firmly established as the kingdom kept suffering defeat after defeat. So Jan returned to the base to strengthen the forces for the upcoming battles. The goals Jan set were all achieved thanks to the remarkable achievements he contributed. Yan was assigned to oversee the construction of a fortress with 3 watchtowers and a supply station outside the front lines. Yu Haiyan looked at Yan with gratitude. Thanks to you, the fortress was completed, but how did you do it? Jinung Yan still doesn't understand what he's talking about. What do you mean? Yu Haiyan started to ask each detail carefully. Even with many remarkable achievements, you still wouldn't have enough money or manpower to build such a massive fortress. But in response, Yan's face bore the smile of a victor. If you want, I can do it, Yan started rambling on. Your nose is about to point to the sky. Now let me explain the most important part. Saving up materials and resources in a deserted wasteland is extremely difficult, with nowhere to trade. Even if you have money, other factions have used funds from their command centers to mobilize resources from other areas to expand their bases. Of course, basically we do the same, but the difference lies in the boundary and the prior preparations. When I built the spiritual beast breeding facility with Professor Lyman, I prepared a lot of things to prevent any accidents. That task was quite difficult. But at that moment, Professor was still very excited, thinking that the money flowing into his pocket from this game was even more than his teaching salary. Yu Haiyan was so shocked he wanted to scream out loud. How many summoners are out there? I didn't think the summoner profession was so widely known. Hey, listen to me first. I've posted all the strategies on how to become a summoner on the Secret Evolution of Monsters notice board. That is essential for summoners and their spirit beasts in how they care for them. As a result, the number of summoners in our land has increased rapidly, leading to a boom in trade and making this land prosperous. In addition, I am opening a second large-scale spiritual beast farm in a city I recently set my sights on. These places will serve as resource hubs for us. You couldn't believe it, that's incredible. And what about the personnel? Leon just appeared out of nowhere and interfered. I can explain that. Yu seems to be a huge fan of Lauren, so when he sees her, his eyes light up immediately. Summoned mages are revered. What is a noble person like her doing in this dark place? Yan saw his friend criticize the brothers for a girl and immediately defended them. What? The place I built with blood, sweat, and tears is actually a dark hideout? Lauren pounded his chest and explained that, in general, the workers are provided by us, the Golden Summoners. Yu Haiyan wondered what a Golden Summoner was. They are a group of about 20 highly talented and top-ranked summoners. A dream team for every summoner, but in reality they are a secret group of followers of Yan's unofficial rival. When it comes to idols, Lauren is super enthusiastic, and Lord Yan starts helping actively. Since Lord Yan, who never publicly revealed this, she shared a post on the bulletin board about the touching story of why we help, and Yu Hansen got goosebumps hearing Lauren say that Lauren, everyone's idol, is actually a founding member of this amazing organization. Yan also had to admit to Yu Hansen that he was quite shocked at first. In the end, Yu Hansen managed to regain her composure. But is it okay that she helped him for free? She immediately denied. Oh my God, what are you talking about, free of charge? Of course we will receive our proper reward. Yan also explained, I gave her a few talismans, all of which had Pupuji drawings. Mentioning those charms made Lauren happily jump up and down. The charms with the familiar spirit symbols of Lord Yan, Pupuji, and Yu Haiyan, now fully understood. So basically, you've handled the staffing and labor issues after meeting Lauren in Moran, and accepted Olivia's unarmed village as part of your assets. And to raise more funds, you're also building a spiritual beast breeding facility. Yan is now gritting his teeth as he responds, yes, because he has to deal with Lauren swaying and teasing nearby. Please take good care of me, Your Grace Yan. Suddenly, a personal belonging fell from afar, drawing everyone's attention. Hajin glared angrily at him. Jinsung, what are you doing? Seeing her like that, Yan was about to faint and shouted out loud. Hajin, it's not what you think, but she left with a gloomy look as if she was about to kill someone. Anyway, have a good time. Then she closed the door, leaving Yan's mind in turmoil. Why was Hajin there at this moment? I didn't think he would be at a level to come here. But when I saw Yu Haiyan scratching his head and saying, he said he finds the North Farm very boring and wanted to come here. Did I forget to mention this? Then he understood everything and was so furious he could hardly contain himself, his whole body burning with rage. At the headquarters, Luna responded. San mockingly said, it seems like there will be snow on the central continent tomorrow. Do you plan to attack Lucifer first? I thought you weren't interested in the Lucifer kingdom. Jahan's anger grew as he listened to her talk, and he couldn't even reveal our defeat to them. If they found out, they would definitely try to surpass our faction to take the top spot. San kept talking nonstop, saying, it's fine. If we attack them from the front together, we won't need any strategy. Jahan immediately disagreed. No, let's do it this way. Our group will attack from the front. Titan should take the detour and handle Lua and Spano. Saiyan also disagreed with Jahan's strategy. Is there a particular reason for that? There would definitely be heavy losses if Dark Luna acts from the front without us. You girls aren't afraid of Oakland and Spano. Yeah, Jahan isn't at a disadvantage. No, of course not. This is just a one-sided slaughter. We will act strategically tomorrow. In another place, a talking ball floats in the sky. Hello to all viewers. Everyone quickly recognized that voice. It was the announcement from Han and Lucia. The news anchors continued to deliver updates directly to the audience, reporting ongoing clashes between the K-Kingdom and Lucifer over the central continent. But this is the first time the K-Kingdom's guilds have contacted our announcers to issue an invasion warning. Lucia continued after Han saying, yes, as the K Kingdom advances with the highest morale, we can infer that they will strive to fully conquer the central continent. Han leads the way, and now we can see the scale of the armies of the Khan Kingdom, the Dark Luna faction, and the Desert Warriors. Seeing the crowd flowing like that, Han can't help but be amazed. It's truly an incredible sight. The Desert Warriors are fighting alongside Dark Luna. I guess the rumor about the Magellan Relic being in Li Han's hands is true. On the other hand, isn't the army of the Lucifer Kingdom a bit suspicious? Which faction is occupying that base? Lucia starts checking the ranking information. I think they just recently made it into the top 100. Will the 3rd and 4th ranked Okalan and Spino guilds support them? Okalan guild leader Saimu support that nonsense. Is there any change? Even if we send reinforcements, right, Ma, leader of the Spino guild. Ma, you're right. Valiant Roy Chen's leader remains unchanged despite being ranked 95th even if they receive reinforcements. Yu Haiyan is extremely tense right now. Are you sure we can stop them? Do you think any guild will send reinforcements? Yan still straightforwardly replied, no, there won't be any reinforcements from other guilds. But don't worry too much. We have them too. At this moment, Jahan handed Solon a short sword and told him to hold it. Solon looked puzzled. Jahan explained that this sword is enchanted. This is the sword enchanted by the summoner's charm. Use it to attack the back gate. Solon did not dare to delay. Yes, understood. Jahan returns to command the army. All right, all soldiers crush these bastards. Yu Yan was feeling very confused right now. It's starting, we're going to lose. The opponent is Dark Luna, so it will be a tough battle. Yan patted him comfortably on the shoulder and said, enjoy it. After all, it's just a game. Seeing his friend say that, he also felt more encouraged. All right, all soldiers are ready for battle. Activate the defensive tower. Immediately, the cannons on the wall open fire continuously at Dark Luna's group. Jahan rode his horse, watching them without saying a word, as the people below fought fiercely, desperately clashing like moths drawn to the flame. The cannon was also brought out and carefully aimed, firing a massive shot. The crowd below watched in silence, unable to move at all. As it just touched the ground, a destructive explosion erupted, accompanied by screams that filled the sky. Those two young men looked so scared their faces turned pale. The sweaty gang leader is in a lot of trouble this time. He widened his eyes in horror as Long looked terrified. The other cannons were also quickly fired, bringing destructions and causing everyone to scream loudly. Gahan still watched carefully. Their fortress defenses weren't ordinary. Could it be they've upgraded? He frowned in displeasure. With this formation, half of their forces would be lost before crossing the gate. Unexpectedly, a giant cannonball flew nearby, and I wonder if I can react in time. He quickly activated the magic array, cutting and so on, which slowed down the enormous cannonball. At the last moment, it exploded with a boom right above his head, making him almost jump out of his skin. Then he looked straight ahead as if he wanted to do something. The reins were pulled tight, and he galloped straight through the chaos and exploding bombs that terrified the soldiers. When he was close enough, he quickly shot up into the air. His extreme leap allowed him to observe easily and quickly cast his magic. Jahan's eyes narrowed with determination. Take this magic. He descended rapidly. A large explosion erupted, as if responding to a great blast for them. He landed swiftly, and Gan had successfully destroyed the defensive wall perfectly. He looked serious as he created a path for their forces, and happily watched the remaining debris. Did those crazy guys spend all that money just to reinforce the base? But where did that money come from? Looking at the strange tower in front of him, it seems he has never seen a defensive tower like this before. Jia quickly drew his sword, as thinking about this would only cause a chain reaction. He narrowed his eyes. Now there was an even more important issue at hand. Jia quickly drew his sword and charged forward. Now he had to eliminate them all to feel truly satisfied. Right now, Jinjing is busy admiring his achievement, truly a top-tier guildmaster. He and his spirit beast are full of excitement, even though he had high hopes for it. But still, they can't let Jahan break through this wall easily. Looks like it's time to step in. Each Jade Naga has been fully activated, everything is ready, just waiting for Jinzung to make his move. Something is approaching the city walls at high speed below, and he's just as fast in the sky. Let's see who's quicker. The entire city is now engulfed in flames, yet a sense of solemnity still remains. Looking around with excitement, the battle has been going on for a while now. Below is a pile of debris, weapons scattered around, and bodies lying all over the place. Looking at it now, it's no different from a mass grave. Both sides have suffered heavy losses. Some are exhausted and sleeping right by the wall, others are sprawled out on the ground. The scattered corpses and bodies are a terrifying result of this battle. Right now at the back gate of the Lotus base, a group of soldiers has gathered there. The leader is Solon, who said he would send a signal from inside. But has it been too long? And what about that strange guy now? He took out his binoculars. Fakan and Gachihini were already waiting. They are with that strange guy he faced before. What if he's part of the Lotus Society? Fakan looked very bored as they had to guard the back gate. Suddenly, the gate opened, making him extremely panic-stricken. He looks very focused, still holding a small chance to win. That is, when the owner's sword is in his hand. Inside the gate, the atmosphere was eerily silent and terrifying. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, and someone had already quickly reported that the gate had been opened. Now everyone, move forward. The soldiers quickly follow the order and rush ahead. You didn't say anything there, and when everyone had left, you slowly took off your mask. You're done here. Now just wait for him to handle it. The soldiers started pouring in, leaving Cha confused. He looked at the people below, not understanding what was happening, still needing to break through many defensive towers before his army could advance. Suddenly he realized something more troublesome. Jincheng is coming very fast. As soon as he saw him, he recognized who he was, one of the core members of Lotus. The two young men from earlier still looked at each other with confusion. They suddenly flew through the gate that had closed behind them, knowing there was another wall inside this one. Should we go now? But they have to fight. Jahan sensed something was wrong. This can't be happening. Jinung raises his staff, but it's too late now. The power is unleashed along with his excitement. This is revenge for his comrades. Suddenly, everything widened their eyes as if they had received energy. Within them lies an overwhelming power. Suddenly, with a strange force, the sky darkened and a massive lightning bolt struck the center. It spread to Jahan's soldiers, causing massive damage to each of them, one after another, with no one left untouched. Everything has returned to normal. The crowd was electrocuted to the point of being unable to stand. Everything around has truly turned into a pile of corpses caused by a very strange person who covers his entire body, looking like a mummified corpse. Seeing him full of destructive aura, Jinjung was also startled by what was happening before his eyes. In just a brief moment, he stabbed the ground to minimize damage by allowing electricity to run through his body. Right? Truly, a formidable willpower. The bodies lying scattered are no ordinary foes, but fighting him in this state is truly difficult. He suddenly smiled with a look of pride. That's all there is to it now. A knight in armor full of heroism charges fiercely at that terrifying creature. He's not a child. As soon as he got close, he sensed everything. With a decisive move, he easily blocked that attack. He lands on the ground and asks, "Can't fight anymore?" Looking at him with a hint of fear, but still acting tough. Does he really think he's here just to be defeated again? With his blazing red eyes, he speaks quite impressively, so let's see if he can keep it up a little longer. He channels his internal energy destructively, his power surging wildly. This time, he won't be defeated like last time. He charges forward like a god, making the boy startled and terrified. His sword tip was right beside him. It was indeed too late, and just like that, Zero burst out fiercely. Pulling back a little at the back gate of the Lotus Guild headquarters, Solon was still watching intently. He peeked out, and if he's not mistaken, the timing is right. The whole army is ready to attack. That signal belongs to the master. Everyone advance. They will break through quickly from the back gate. He drew his sword decisively, leading the large army with the sword given by his master. Now, the chaos on the side is intense, but even though they see them coming, they must remain calm. Before, no matter how much they resisted, they could still be defeated this time. As he approached, he swung his sword at the monstrous, ugly, but numerous army led by the bronze giant. A bronze figure with blood-red eyes appears. Now look, this is the power of Juna. The bronze giant quickly strikes without mercy, and Ganchihuni swiftly uses shadow magic to fight back. Very quickly, the bronze giant's movement speed was affected. Solon remains very calm. Those things are useless. On the Fihaken side, your sword was shining so brightly it blinded everyone. Your eyes are fixed on him. This time, you're definitely going to die. Solon was also frightened. The bronze giant, lacking awareness, kept attacking despite not being afraid, but was quickly cut down with a clean strike from the spear. He was panicked, Long Day was frantic, and you easily cut a 200-level equivalent ogre in half again? The ogre decisively fell back. Look carefully, what level do you think this person is at now? I don't know anymore. In this way, the copper giant received super damage and was defeated. Those beneath it are also crushed and destroyed. Ganchihuni was stunned, not expecting his teammate to be so powerful. You're annoyed with yourself, I really am too stupid. Even if you gained power from the immortal god, you would never be able to beat that move. Number 301. Damn it, this person is both beautiful and strong, truly a monster. Your opponent has to be that strong for it to be fair. Right now, the knight is still fighting fiercely. Suddenly Yu Haiyan appeared, startling him, and the sword was drawn, delivering a swift and decisive slash. In this way, the enemy was easily defeated. But looking back, that damage still wasn't enough. Now you're so scared your face is pale, waiting for the right opportunity. The sword radiated destructive light, shooting forward at lightning speed. The mummy shivered all over. Is this how it has to die? The knight charged so fiercely that even Yu Haiyan couldn't believe it, let alone Katon, and he laughed proudly. At this moment, Jahan was so furious that veins bulged, and a terrifying wave of power emerged, filled with pure hatred. He stared fiercely at them, these fools of this life. He shouted loudly to unleash his ultimate mage technique, startling Jin Sung, then used the illusionary ghostly rage that made heaven and earth tremble, causing even birds and people to be startled. At this moment, Bin has been defeated. It's terrifying. Is that all it takes to kill him? That caused Jinung to fall over, and soon Papaji was summoned. It quickly caught him after the high fall to a safe landing. He is very grateful to Papaji. At this moment, he must summon Lai and Pupujui to face Jahan together. He glances without saying a word. He stands against the light, creating a lot of darkness. Is Zhou that powerful? But it's useless. Jinzong is a little afraid. What should I do now? Things don't look very promising. He knows fear now. He only needs one move to take down Pin. It seems I can't rely on aerial attack tactics using magic bridges and arrows anymore. Use it quickly. Remember, its defense is even weaker than a Pin. The same thing will happen again. He quickly swings his staff, preparing to strike. The wind's blessing, the warrior's blessing. The abilities have been enhanced. The protection of the Azure Dragon and the fury of Fanalai have been strengthened and taken upon themselves. Too powerful. Jinung is extremely excited. This is great. If I can be in this fully supported state again, it's worth trying. Awesome. Gon still stood there in deep thought for a long time, then he had to make his move. The wizard's blessing, the power once again spread wildly, and his sword shone with a radiant light, his mask looking truly terrifying. Destructive power is spreading throughout him, filled with hatred, and his strength has increased significantly. Yu Hian looks on in fear, and even Hen is stunned, unsure of what is happening. Jinung laughed eerily, looking up at the dark sky, realizing he might have to take back the daring move from earlier. Hen and Lucia were filled with panic. Lucia was extremely scared. Jahan's transformed form was truly terrifying. Han also thought it was quite accurate. I guess this is the first time you've seen this, and surely some viewers won't know either, so let me explain to everyone that Jahan's profession is a hybrid class called a wizard, allowing her to use magic while the swordsman uses swordsmanship. But so far it hasn't been revealed which one he is proficient in. Everyone assumes that the top swordsman of San is Jemmy, and the reason his appearance changed is because, in fact, witches use dark magic, and when they cast dark spells, their looks also change. Lucia listened and trembled with fear, thinking it was because of the dark magic, but in reality, that wasn't the case. But look, Jinsung is being overwhelmed, and that overwhelming feeling is truly terrifying. Right now, Puhi is just lying there, scared and praying to heaven and Buddha. Is it a defensive move? Lai was knocked back and collapsed against the wall, and even Papaji couldn't withstand it and fell down. It's truly terrifying. Jinjung grits his teeth. Now Jahan alone can overpower him and the three spirit beasts. Clearly, he's also made him feel incredible. But now it's your time to die. At this moment, someone quickly took a staff to create a shield. Everything was created by the support player. Ha! You were protected by the unexpected shield, making Jahan unable to believe it. He can tell something's wrong. Where did this supporting player come from? You were so proud, but it caught you off guard? You quickly activated the ring on your hand, now the real game begins. Hein did an excellent job. She quickly lands. Jining feels very excited. It was definitely the right decision to apologize to her when she was upset. I'm so lucky right now. Jahan's face turned pale with fear. He thought it was terrifying that no one in the guild came to support him. What exactly is he hiding then? Is Hein a priest? That's a headache. Lucia was also surprised that Jahan's attack couldn't break through the priest's defensive skill. It seems that the skill gap is too big. H is curious about what dark magic the wizard will use. So what kind of magic does the priest have? Is it the one that counters dark magic? This is definitely a win. Suddenly, Jahan burst into loud laughter. He's just full of ridiculous, murderous intent. Where does he get the confidence to face him with only a priest? He desperately struck the shield. Although their powers are opposed, the difference in level and skill between him and Hajin is huge. Look closely, that magical defense armor is about to break. He smirks cunningly. After smashing through this barrier, he vows to bury you and Hajin together. But at this moment, Hajin boosts his magic, causing all of Jahan's efforts to be in vain. He's very annoyed, almost at his limit, and his defense is even stronger than before. Looks like we need to attack faster. Jin Zung is very pleased. What is this? I knew it. Florin is already standing beside Hajin. Knowing this was bound to happen, Jinung had already prepared some high-level support troops in advance. These two aides combined their strength to make Cha tremble with fear. Given the situation, it's normal for him to be scared, since they have gained the upper hand. He was so angry he trembled, shouting at them to be quiet before rushing to attack. The two aides worked together, creating a solid barrier to block him. Jinjung remains calm, shifting the space now. This time, Puji will take action. It stands in front of Jahan and unleashes its power. It screams fiercely. Immediately, the giant shell of the turtle lifted up suddenly. Even though Jahan knew the turtle shell was very tough, he still attacked as if a cloud of smoke had made them disappear. "You're really fast," he looked at Puji in surprise. "Pooh, with that attack you only took 3 damage?" Seizing the opportunity while he's distracted, Jinsung told it to spray water. Hearing the news, it quickly gathered water in its large belly and spat out a fiery stream of tea that Jahan couldn't withstand. The powerful water force blinded him completely. Now it's Hajin and Florin's turn, wielding the sacred law of the primordial. The staff in Jinsung's hand also begins to move. He quickly summons Gi and prepares to shoot the bow. The bowstring releases, unleashing destructive power. Jiadai quickly rushes forward along the arrow. An arrow shot from a bow sped towards him at incredible speed. Jahan, just opening his eyes after the water strike, was startled. By the time he realized the situation, it was already too late. Each arrow had pierced him directly, causing immense damage and leaving him paralyzed. Not only that, he was also affected by a slowing effect. Hin and Lucia are overjoyed. Jahan has been hit. Now will Jinsung succeed in turning the tide? Everything comes to a halt and everything around Han seems like a chaotic mess. He's still so confident. After just 1 hit, do you really think you can beat him? Of course, that's obvious. A figure slowly steps forward from behind. Clearly, this is just a warm-up attack. That person is Fakon. I'm a bit surprised. Has he not been defeated yet? Jahan was already scared just by looking. Is this the person Solan mentioned? He approached from behind, so Solan's army was completely defeated. Hajin begins healing. Yu Hyun and the knight quickly catch him to recover. He's scared now. They've all gathered together, both supporters and those taking the damage. It's truly too much to face all at once. With the paralysis and slow effect on him, is he really going to lose? Thinking that, he suddenly burst into loud laughter, laughing like a madman. That's really interesting. Seeing Jahan like that, Jinsung was taken aback. What's wrong with him? His face suddenly changed, but still he swore to make you pay for this insult. He pulled out a piece of paper, tore it decisively, and turned to leave. He began to shift, and the entire army followed, including those who had just fought, and then everyone quickly disappeared. Jin Wang-I's surprised, just backing off like that. He's really wealthy too, using the Hammer God's power for 600,000 yen. He sat down relieved, a smile of happiness on his face. After all, everything has ended well. Hen stands above and looks down, then laughs loudly. I really can't believe that's Lotus. They successfully protected themselves from the #1 Luna Guild, which is truly an achievement, but maybe due to excitement, he spat out all his best words in Lucia's face. She keeps wiping her face while he keeps talking. Oh no, this situation can no longer be considered an ordinary feat. Everything was successful thanks to the #1 summoner of the Lotus Guild, player Yan, and his rare strategy. Yan was still stunned when he was mentioned. Then he reflected that yes, his strategy was just enough for him to survive, but winning is winning. However, suddenly Yan snapped out of it, realizing he shouldn't let his guard down. The reason Luna's team can stay strong is because the guild at the top is haunted by Laihan's obsession with victory. Pooh walks over from afar, and when he sees it, his face suddenly clears up. You were really scared just now, huh? Good job. Thanks to you, I survived. It remembers the time Yan told it to switch spaces, which made it so angry it was about to blow steam. It went over, gave you a loving paw, then pouted and left, leaving Yan sitting there crying. Yan sobbed, not knowing when it would grow up, evolve, and become stronger. Suddenly, a voice called out to Yan, making him open his eyes. Master, how much do you know about Pi Paji? Yan didn't answer immediately but asked Paji if it was okay, then responded to Huang Kui. My Paji is a big-headed turtle that loves eating meatballs. The dragon seems to think Yan doesn't know much about Paji, so it decided to tell you everything from the beginning. Puji belongs to a deep-sea species that lived in ancient times. There are 2 ways for this ancient species to become stronger. The first method is to use the magic orb like the one you got from it. But if Yan tries to evolve using the magic orb, he might not level up and could also face additional side effects. Hearing this, Yan still doesn't see what's so great about leveling up. According to that dragon, a Kuai-Long aspires to become a Kuai-Long than with the presence of a true god, so it's extremely important. Since Puji is a deep-sea species, it can freely and comfortably use water-based powers. At this point, Yan wonders what method to become stronger without using the magic pearl. It is the soul of the divine dragon residing within the golden dragon. You need to gather all 3 souls and bring them to the water god's shrine. Spiritual spirits can be created by Puji, or entrusted to Yan by anyone of their kind. That's all that the dragon knows. Yan once again pondered deeply, feeling it was complicated to make Puji stronger, but it wasn't the only one that needed power. He had realized this through many battles, but the summoner role was too weak to fight PvB. Yan quickly opened the system to check the inventory. The screen displayed Cassius's egg with a hatch rate of 93.7%. Even if things could have been different if Cassius had hatched, this time Yan didn't kill anything, and Lan came back, so he didn't accomplish anything at all. Yan gazed into the distance and silently vowed to fix the base next time. Laihan frowned, that damn summoner. Suddenly a voice from behind made him jump. He always comes back after losing almost everything. He shouts angrily, "What's with that attitude, Saiyan? I told you to attack Lucifer from behind over there." Saiyan looked indifferent, and his attitude at the meeting yesterday was a bit suspicious, so I did some investigation. He lost her Jim's crown, and right after the Desert Warriors died and were punished, he resurrected them just to erase them all. I guess Laihan is now just a punching bag, huh? Feeling insulted, he grew even more angry and gritted his teeth. "Shut up and tell me your target. She is here to take the top position after destroying Seijin. Sanjan just finds it ridiculous. Of course she wouldn't do that. Even if they were the top guild right now, rumors could still spread. And those damn Sipo bastards managed to unite and claim the title amidst all this chaos." Seijin was quite stunned to see Lotus's base looking like a fortress. "How did you manage to strengthen your base when you're not even elite soldiers?" "I saw you mention that, so I asked, how did you do it?" Seijin leaned in close and said, "They have a monopoly on the war communication station. I will give you the power to hit the target, but in return, you need to give that to us, okay?" Suddenly, he burst out laughing, making her awkward. "All right, I accept." Jaha looked at the broken arrow in his hand. From the beginning, he knew Saiyan was a spy. But her knowing so many details means there's a traitor in Lucipo. I can't believe they actually protected themselves against Duna. Have they finally had their spring in Luciep? But he still believes it's too early to say. Why don't they start strengthening the Lotus Guild right now? The other person realized it was too late to do anything. This is the worst part. He looked panicked and asked, "What do you mean? Wouldn't it be more beneficial for us if they stopped everything from the front line?" He rested his chin on his hand and explained, "We rank pretty high, enough to be 3rd and 4th among all guilds. Because our guild is standing still while a guild with a rank over 90 is struggling on the front lines, the community must be busy talking badly about us. And what's even more frightening is their growth. They went from over level 100 down to over level 90 in just a week. And who knows what will happen now since they can defend themselves against the Dark Luna Guild. We might be swallowed up by them." You slam the table and stand up. "So what should we do now?" He smirked. "It's easy. Just make your move before they do it." Anne sighed in relief as she finally finished. It took a whole week to repair the base. At least they can earn some special service points and reputation after stopping Dark Luna. Even though the numbers are huge, he can still aim for the top rank. Yan thinks all he needs to do now is level up. Yan looked very confident. "Then let's go." Puji is looking for a hidden dungeon. Huang Kuai chuckles softly. "Master, Puji doesn't have that ability," Kasasa asked from afar. "Are you looking for a place to level up?" When I regained my memory, I remembered a few things. Yan asked him right away where it was. Kasa said it was at the Camus altar. Huang Kui just spoke up. "If it's Samus, what do you mean by that?" Kasa smiled knowingly and confidently said, "You guessed right. It is the sacred shrine of the Selamis tribe, the ancient civilization that created summoners." Hearing this news, Yan felt like a thunderbolt struck him, filled with shock, truly unbelievable. If it is the ancient summoner tribe's temple, wouldn't it contain countless relics and legendary monsters? Kasa excitedly said, "So the next destination is obvious, let's head straight to the temple." But Yan hesitated for a moment, wondering if Kasa planned to go like that, barely dressed and looking so shabby. Pooh even complained that he smelled bad. Only then did Ka notice that his hair was matted as if he hadn't washed in a millennium, and his pupils were smeared with dirt like he had just crawled out of a muddy pond. "Why are you able to take a nap in a place like this? What's going on, kid?" Nuhai clenched his fist, trying to contain his frustration, reminding himself that he had followed this guy day and night just to learn how to absorb ancient power, but this mission must be completed by escaping from him. Nuhai gathered all his courage and strength, shouting for Kasa to fight him. Hearing that, Kasa immediately guessed that the boy was trying to escape his slavery, and he teased, "If that's the case, I admit defeat," and then encouraged him. "Come on, kid." Yan then asked, "Do you think you've already lost looking like this?" Ka sighed and replied, "Are you stupid or what? I could never lose, right?" And then he added, "Don't you have eyes to see?" Turns out he was still wondering why his older brother looked so filthy. Ka was speechless, unsure how to explain. Lady Lamb was the one who attacked first, rushing in with a dark slash, but Kasasa easily blocked it and didn't forget to pray. "You're quite capable, aren't you?" Nuhai's face changed color, terrified, wondering if he could really block Balam's deadly strike with that knife. Now it's Kasasa's turn, and in an instant, a knife is embedded straight into Balam's neck. At the same time, Nuhai uses the dark energy to pull, turning the ground beneath them into water. Ka's attack caused the ground to sink, unintentionally triggering a wide area move instead of a normal thrust, and suddenly Mrs. Lamb and Nuhai looked terrified. An explosion happened, and when Nuhai opened his eyes, he found himself already sitting up, but still didn't understand what just happened. The new character asked Han if he was awake. "Thanks to you, now they're all dirty." Nuhai put on a sullen, tearful face, then rummaged through his bag to pull out a rope, tying Balam up and dragging him away. He didn't forget to shoot Kasa a sharp glance. "Warning, don't go looking for me," CA shouted loudly in the distance. "I don't care where you're going, but you have to come back next week." Nuhai gritted his teeth, furious, thinking, "What a heartless bastard. I thought he would be kind enough to stay with me longer and show some mercy. Who would have thought he would blow me away without hesitation? Even if I die, I won't come back." Kasa reminded Nuhai to be careful of that foolish lord. He might attack unexpectedly, so don't go too far. That statement only made Nuhai angrier. He swore that once he gained the power of the immortal god, he would come back to settle this score. After hearing Kasa's story, Jan realized they might have misunderstood each other. After walking for a while, Kasa said they had arrived, but Jan saw nothing in this god-forsaken place. He turned to complain. "Honestly, it's just a desert." Then suddenly he fell down with a scream. Kasa also jumps after him. Jan falls from above, taking 126 damage, and he braces his hands on the ground as the tiles start to appear beneath him. They have arrived. A door appears in front of them. This is the Temple of the Gods. Jan's eyes widened in amazement. This place is truly incredible. He felt his heart pounding so hard it seemed like it might leap out of his chest. Kasa extended his hand like a domineering CEO, making Jan's world blossom, thinking to himself, "Is he reaching out to help me up?" He's become more gentle. But then Kasa said something that shattered Jan's hopes. "Apologize. I told you to apologize for doubting what I said before we came here." That statement left Jan stunned, his heart pounding. Truly a cunning person, but he still had to mumble an apology to him. Then the two of them went to explore around. Standing at the gate, Jan didn't know what to do because the door wouldn't open by itself. Kasa put his hand on it and used all his strength to open it. A flash of light lit up and the door swung open. As the light softens, Jan opens his eyes in shock, wondering, is this really the Camus temple they were the first to set foot in? But Yuan wondered who that scary old man over there was. Kasa, seeming to know him, said, "It's been a long time. He looks so much older now that it took me a while to recognize him." The old man glanced and said, "You haven't changed a bit since the old days." Yan asked curiously, "Do you know him?" Kasa explained that he is the only survivor after fighting him in a duel, a guardian of the Salamis tribe, Eclip. Yan suddenly realized that if he had fought Kasa and survived, he must also be incredibly powerful. Eclip also didn't forget to ask Yan who he was. "Kasa is taking a tamer as his disciple?" He looked at Yan and said, "I am under the command of this tamer lord." He couldn't believe it and shouted loudly, "What makes you willing to bow down and serve like this?" Yan scratched his head, looking innocent. "I gave him a legendary item. The old man couldn't believe it, and I couldn't understand why. Eclip seems to want to see who's more of a tough guy. After all, he keeps asking what you're doing here. I heard that the Salamis clan is a clan of summoners. So are you also a summoner?" The old man turned his back and glanced. "Am I a summoner or not?" Suddenly a strong wind blows in. "Yes, I am." Eclip, a summoner and brave warrior of the Camus tribe. The strong gust of wind almost blew Puji away, and Yan still didn't understand what it meant to be a summon warrior and warrior at the same time, wondering if he was a dual occupation person. At this point, Kasa finally spoke up, saying, "Enough joking. We're here to face Salamis's challenge." Hearing that, he approached Yan and assessed him. "You look like you're up to standard, so you should be able to overcome all the challenges." Yan then asked him what would happen if he succeeded in a challenge. Lip replied that to enter a challenge, he had to demonstrate his skills. Lip changed his attitude and asked, "What do you think, Beast Tamer? Do you think you can pass the challenge?" Yan said confidently, "Of course." Another gate opens and Kasa is the first to jump in. Yan didn't expect there to be a secret passage in a place like this. When he entered, the system announced that this was the first stage of Salamis's challenge. Puji suddenly disappeared. While Yan was still stunned, Eclip laughed loudly. What do you think? Salamis' challenges only recognize you as a true warrior if you pass without relying on companions or equipment. Hearing that, Yan felt like a cold splash of water, thinking to himself, well, what kind of real warrior is that? A summoner who can't summon a spirit beast fights with faith? That old man still just smiles casually. Everything depends on your ability. I am also a summoner, but I've gone through similar trials to overcome my own obstacles. And Yan then sulked, thinking it's only because you're an NPC with a pre-scripted story, Mr. Eclip. He told you to choose now. You are given a weapon to use, and these weapons will help you complete this stage. Yan thought for a moment and then told himself, since it's random, it doesn't matter what you pick, so he chose the one in the middle. After choosing, then pray with your hands together because that's the only way to help you. Please include the spellbook, bow, and magic wand. Then the blind box is opened and a giant sword appears. It's twice as tall as you. Yan wondered, is this the Judgment Great Sword of the Spirit King? But all the effects of the Spirit King's Judgment Great Sword had been sealed. He muttered to himself that at least he could still deal 1,500 damage. Then Yan froze and looked panicked. 1,500 damage? Oh, this great sword is so powerful. Eclip doesn't know if his skeleton-like body can lift that sword, but he keeps shouting anyway. Yan just remembered he's a summoner. And you've never used a great sword before. He explained the challenge set for you. The ancient Salamis clan classified warriors into ranks based on their combat ability, from the lowest elite level to commanders, emperors, prime ministers, and the highest, the Great King. They will summon a warrior spirit with strength equal to Yan's. When he is defeated, a higher-level warrior will appear. Yan asked, equal strength means you're only judging physical power? Then he laughed loudly, looking very confident. All right, soon the king-level warrior will be in the fight. Clip really likes your confidence, so he says, let's get started now. A magic circle appears, and an elite-level warrior emerges. Yan's eyes turn resolute as he faces his opponent, and then they both charge forward. They have a saying, preemptive strike, and Yan's words made the other guy spit out his tomato in shock. The Camus clan's challenge officially begins. The scarred old man laughs with malicious glee. That kid is really good. Yan sighed in relief, thinking to himself, luckily, that method worked. I know that the preemptive strike tactic will be a successful trump card, but this is a strategy that can be used thanks to my high agility stats and the powerful attack capability of my weapon. If that bastard can block my attack, I will definitely have to take a hit from the great sword. The system notifies you have completely overwhelmed the Salamis warrior. Your class will be adjusted to suit your abilities. We will proceed to the battle against the Salamis warrior with the priest class. The old man was very pleased and delighted, praising loudly, then continued, all right, choose one more item. Summoner Y looked around with interest, wondering if this time he was truly chosen or if it was just random. Are my options dagger, spear, staff, bow and arrow? It's quite diverse. Using a bow and arrow would be quite convenient, but I wonder if I can defeat a priest with a bear glove. But if I use that glove and can't switch to another class later, it would be quite dangerous. I was a bit curious, so I asked him directly, will that weapon disappear when I move on to the next round? And I get to choose a new weapon from these or not? He grinned maliciously and then offered his condolences. No, kid, that totally depends on me. Yan tilted his head in confusion, wondering if this old man was losing his mind. So, according to this old man, even if I win with a different weapon, I won't know which weapon I will get to choose in the next round, so the answer is already decided. In the end, Yan decided to choose the Judgment Bow of the Spirit King. He would pick the weapon he was most confident in. The item classification information for the legendary Camus Tribe Warrior's Bow provides the limited equipment for the king profession. Innate power, magical arrows. You can shoot magic arrows even without any arrows. The Storm of Judgment has been sealed. There is a 10 chance to summon the Storm of Judgment when attacking. The Storm of Judgment is influenced by the Soul Mana stat, and all enemies damaged by it will take 1 of their remaining health as damage. This item is exclusively owned by the user Ian. It is a temporarily provided quest item. All options have been sealed. He holds it and can only wish to be given this as a reward. He wants it so badly he's drooling. Eclipse speaks. Now that Yan has chosen his weapon, let's begin. A warrior of the Camus tribe, a priest by profession, has been summoned. Before attacking, Yan politely said, sorry to do this while you're still being summoned, but I'll strike first. His eyes suddenly lit up as if awakened, then dodged his attack, though he was still cut across the face. That is a Salamis tribe warrior with a priest class. It seems that tactic won't work anymore from this round. Both sides are using bows to fight, but Yan's side still seems to have the upper hand a little, as the force of the arrowheads colliding is very strong. Sia and the scarred old man stand calmly with their arms crossed, watching and then laughing loudly. The old man said. Your master is quite skilled. Sia coldly asked, straight to the point. No need to worry about that. What is your purpose? There were no witnesses in the previous round. He was quite curious why Casa chose to stay with you and asked, you must have gained a pretty big benefit from him, right? Actually, he doesn't have many memories of the past. I was captured by the Empire, lost everything, and was tortured like a prisoner for a long time until the owner came to save me. At first glance, I sensed something from the master, a feeling somehow connected to my past. Jan scratched his head and said a few words, but it was set that he would return to him, so Casa had to become one of his subordinates to be able to use him. Casa thought this was his chance to learn more about this bastard master. Casa urged Jan to hurry up. I thought you said we were running out of time, Casa continued, and I became his subordinate to find out what that feeling is like. The old man laughed with joy when he heard the news. It really works out well for you. Jan interrupted. Wait a minute, I heard you say you lost your memory. So, how did you find this place? He looked at his hand and pondered. Slowly but surely my memories are returning from the moment I set foot on the central continent. Maybe here is where part of my memory will be restored. We just talked a few words, but Jan already handled everything neatly. The system notifies you that you have successfully defeated the Selamis warrior with the priest class. The class will be adjusted to exclude the Chancellor class. We will proceed to the battle against the Selamis tribe's warlord warrior. That old man is very interested in Jan. Hen is pretty amazing. Even I couldn't fight like that at that age. Jan kindly asks to summon the weapon and the professional warrior king, as his health has fully recovered after drinking that green potion. That old man suddenly drew his sword and declared that I am the final stage of the Camus clan's challenge and the Eclipse warrior. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his dagger at me. Summoner, show your strength. The final battle has begun. The battle with the professional warrior from the Selamis Eclipse family has begun. Ian feels the pressure weighing down on him, leaving him stunned. Everything happened so quickly that I didn't have time to adapt, so I called out, Wait, old man. I thought you said you fought Casa and survived, and you're still here to tell the story for future generations. The old man then told Jan that he didn't need to defeat him. What's more important is just proving his own strength. He didn't want to waste words, so he charged forward. Jan was too timid to stand still. For the first move, you chose to dodge. At least now you know his fighting style. Your footwork is really quick. Jan asks again about the weapons. Aren't you going to give me new weapons? You've already launched a surprise attack, and now you suddenly realize you forgot about that. And yet you still stand with Ha and me? He said, all right then, it's free anyway. I allow you to use any weapons here freely. The system then displays a message. You are permitted to use all of the Spirit King's judgment weapons. If you want to change weapons, shout out the name of the new weapon along with the change. All options are available for the judgment weapons of the Spirit King. Jan thought that if he was willing to accept such disadvantages, Jan would switch weapons whenever he saw fit without worry. He shouted to change to the greatsword, seeming very confident that he could win. The judgment fire effect has been activated. Now that everything is in place, he finally asks if you're ready to fight. All right, old man, get ready. The very first attack already gave Jan a hard time, blocking with a greatsword, a weapon with a wide surface, then attacking with a spear, a long-range weapon. Lin Vuong's judgment has a 10 chance to activate the ice judgment effect when attacking, freezing the enemy. Jan seems stunned, his eyes blank and unresponsive. He is about to launch a powerful attack, but I keep switching to the staff. He didn't expect you to dodge. I think you're not just quick-footed. And so, all the moves were entirely executed by that scarred old man. In this situation, Jan could only block or dodge. He thought to himself, luckily he had carefully considered all weapon options earlier. The Judgment Staff of the Spirit King has a 60% chance to activate the Spirit King's shadow effect when attacking, immobilizing the enemy. After trapping him, he switched to using a bow, telling himself he would attack from afar. Since there was no limit to weapon changes, he kept switching weapons to suit the distance and situation. Currently using a dagger, the Judgment Dagger of the Spirit King has a 60% chance to cause bleeding and deep wounds on the enemy. Jan was about to finish him off with the dagger, but things weren't that simple. The old man smiled confidently and grabbed his arm. At this moment, if an unexpected variable appears, he switches to gloves and plays a different card. Lin Vuong's Judgment Gloves have a certain chance to activate the Lin Vuong aura effect when attacking, creating a dazzling light. He started to concentrate his strength into his fist and punched straight at him, then switched back to the dagger. He thought that with such close range, only a small, sharp weapon should be used. Finally, the battle is over. I thought I could defeat the final boss, but at the last second, he threw a punch that echoed 1,000 meters, smashing into the wall and cracking it open, likely causing serious injuries. Jan was stunned. Only 3 left? Just one strike reduced his vitality to only 3? What kind of skill is this, after all? I feel confused and extremely restless. Eclipse said, "The challenge isn't over yet, Summoner. The will of the Camus warrior clan. All combat stats increase by 40% for 20 minutes, and the duration of negative effects is reduced by 50%. He gasped for breath from pain and exhaustion after pushing himself too hard on the final blow, thinking he had already won. But no, what is that crazy skill? Do all the stats combine to boost another stat? Is that how he can move so quickly? Jan now thinks no, he's sure Eclipse is faster than him. He now seems like a different person. Jan wouldn't accept losing, but he kept praising, saying your attack was quite fast and effective. So I decided to match your speed. You don't have much time left, and those previous attacks caused Eclipse to take 825 damage from bleeding and 717 damage from the Storm Judgment skill. He is continuously taking damage from the previous attacks. This battle is ultimately just a fight of time. Eclipse has dropped his weapon and is taking continuous damage. Although Jan will be defeated with one more hit, he still possesses a weapon that can transform into a ranged form. If you keep attacking the time, you will definitely regret it. Before I could finish my thought, he punched the wall really hard. If he can't dodge in time, he'll be the one receiving that punch. Lep pushes him to the limit. Yan just ran without having time to think. He told himself he needed to keep a distance between himself and him. Yan had to succeed no matter what, so he could fight back. That night, Lim Long was confused and couldn't understand what his true purpose was. At the far eastern edge of the continent's center is the Oalan Guild's base. Lim Long stood with arms crossed, looking serious and asking, "What's going on?" Samu entered, but strangely he locked the door first before whispering to Lim Long. "I have a request to ask you as your employer." He summarized briefly that this was what happened in the meeting with the Lucibo group. They were arguing fiercely at the time, and I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. "Is someone else attacking them?" "Why should we do that when we are on the same side?" Samu replied. "Honestly, we're secretly selling information about Lucipo to the Titan Guild, and not long ago, when we learned that the Lotus Guild had exclusive control over the transit base, we sold that information to the Titan Guild for a pretty good price. They informed us that they would form an alliance with the Dakuka Guild, the guild that failed in the assault on the fortress. And they just made us a proposal for a major deal. The reward is 50 million military coins in cash." Samu was stunned, wondering what kind of deal this was. The other person continued. "The item in the exchange is the blueprint of the Lotus Guild's base. They want detailed information about each tower inside, but our guild is only composed of mages, so capturing that information alone is too difficult for us to do alone. What does everyone think?" Dojin or Samu are both sweating profusely. Another person firmly believes that Lucipo's collapse is unavoidable. If things have come to this, why not take the opportunity to get rich before losing? Dogen then spoke up. "After hearing that nonsense, I felt like I'd been punched in the ear. Please consider us withdrawn from the alliance from this moment on. We don't want to do that." What if Martin sternly asked Samu what he thinks? He stammered and asked back, "What do you want me to do then?" Samu recounted to Lim Long. "That's everything that happened. Since you're from the assassin class, we're not. I hope you can come and help. Oh, since you're also a mercenary, you might as well see this as just another job. But it seems like I've set a ticking time bomb on my own shoulders. I need to quickly find a way out as soon as I finish this task." Lim Long uses a shadow drone to go on missions. He mutters to himself that this is truly a huge base of the Long Tor Society. They have a well-fortified wall with a watchtower. Everything is designed with the best quality. They have plenty of resources. In addition, they have access to the trading headquarters where they can easily replenish resources through buying and selling. The reputation of the Dakuna Guild truly makes it impossible to infiltrate here. There's definitely truth to that. Lim Long carefully emerges from the ground, thinking it's time to head back soon. Suddenly, someone appeared and struck him directly, catching him off guard and making him furious. Who could that crazy person be? It turns out Jan has arrived, and he even admits that he's a little crazy. Casa is also there. Eon arrogantly asked Lim Long, "What kind of bastard are you then?" Lim Long just glanced without wanting to argue. Seeing that, Wyan thought he was intimidated and didn't dare to speak up, so he said, "Are you exercising your right to remain silent? Do you know something?" Then turning to Casa, "Why are we facing this suspicious guy right after that test? Is this a sign from the Holy Spirit to test our new weapon?" Yan just asked and then slammed his weapon onto the ground to shake the spiritual barrier, but still failed to prevent the opponent from using the Shadow Spirit King. At this moment, Eclipse is attacking him with the speed of a lightning strike. Yan, now completely powerless, closes his eyes in fear, tears welling up at the corners of his eyes. As the attack range drew closer, I thought he would punch me straight in the face, but he didn't. He slowed down and lightly pointed a finger at my forehead, saying, "That's enough to make you scared and fall down. And so the challenge is over. My summoner friend, you did very well. Although Yan did not win this battle, he was recognized by a Salamis War Spirit King. The system congratulates Yan on successfully completing the challenge and achieving victory. As I said, this victory was entirely recognized by Eclipse himself. I looked at the results without understanding what was happening. He saw that and burst into laughter, saying, "Congratulations, you've surpassed the challenge with an extremely high score." Yan, still out of sight, asked, "But haven't I already lost? Haven't I told you yet? You just need to prove your strength to me. From the very beginning, this wasn't a battle you could win. Actually, it was quite dangerous to me because you fight very well. Even though you're old, your daring is still very high." Yan ponders deeply. I think he's right, but for some reason it still makes me uncomfortable. Could it be that the reason is because I didn't win fair and square? Even though I lost, I guess I fought well, right? The important thing is that I completed the mission. Eclipse continued. The intense battle has ended. Since you earned the rank of Spirit King, I suppose you deserve a reward. This is a gift for the warrior who endured the trial. They are dazzling, luminous objects. The system notifies you that you have obtained the Judgment Weapons of the Spirit King and the Salamis Warrior Will Skill Book. You suddenly realize that these are the silly skills from before. Salamis Warrior Item Information, a legendary active skill type, usable from level 38 and above, with a 30-minute cooldown, available abilities. All combat stats are increased by 40% for 20 minutes, and all non-combat stats are combined to boost the desired combat stats. Additionally, while the warrior's will of the Camus tribe is active, the abilities of all handheld weapons will increase to proficiency level 15, allowing the user to fully utilize their combat potential. No skills can be used while the warrior's will of the Camus tribe is active. After reading all the private information about this item, Yan suddenly panicked. What the hell? When I look at the details, they all seem to be huge risks. I think it would probably be cheating if a skill is so powerful and has no limits. And please, let it be the bow and arrow set I used before. He closed his eyes and decisively opened it. It is the Judgment Spear of the Spirit King. Leadership ability increases by 200, stamina by 150. The stamina of all summoned spirit beasts increases by 15% and their attack power by 35%. The legendary tier optional long spear boosts all combat stats by 150. The SR ability has the divine response. When a decisive attack is used against an opponent, there is a 20% chance that one of the summoner's summoned allies will be activated. The lightning bolt has a 10% chance to summon a lightning strike attack in a single hit. The lightning strike can become more powerful based on soul mana, and any enemy within 5 meters of the summoned lightning will be hit with an attack that deals 50% extra damage. This item belongs solely to Yan, the chosen one by the Spirit King. The one who guarded the ancient Salamis tribe among all the Spirit King's weapons, it is the rarest and most powerful. Eclipse seems to enjoy laughing with that excited, mischievous tone. How captivating is the summoner? No, my Salamis warrior. Yan asked casually, "What's so funny?" Casa still had to ask if he was okay, but he insisted he was perfectly fine. That weapon is the Judgment of the Spirit King. It is a spear once wielded by the most skilled warrior among the talented Salamis fighters, Eclipse. So far Yan thought he was a swordsman, but it turns out he was just too shy to tell the truth. Eclipse warned that if Eclipse had the spear in his hands, you would die in just 5 seconds. Yan realized the truth and found it more interesting than ever, so that's why he fought hand-to-hand in the end. Because he's not used to wielding a sword, he told Eclipse. "Anyway, thank you very much, I will use it well. It's still too early to thank me. There is a condition that must be met to firmly grasp that weapon. The Judgment is an evolved weapon. The Salamis clan's challenge? A continuous hidden quest. You have been recognized as a rank S warrior by Eclipse, guardian of the Salamis tribe. Now you must complete this mission to become the strongest Salamis warrior. If you awaken the Salamis dragon, it will guide you through the SSS level difficulty mission. The mission's condition is that the Salamis warrior of rank S, recognized by Eclipse, a level 200 summoner, must be summoned. There is no time limit, and the reward is the evolution of the magic seal, the Judgment of the Spirit King, and the summoning of the Spirit King. The system is asking if you want to accept this mission. Yan guesses it's an evolution system through completing tasks, but since it's a level 200 limit with SSS difficulty, maybe I should do it later. Ian had to carefully plan his moves. Eclipse guessed that the will of the Salamis warrior would live on forever. His body is a bit strange, but he told me not to worry about him. I'm simply returning to where my family is waiting. It's almost time. Soon he was gone forever, and before disappearing completely, he told Casa to take good care of the last remaining Salamis warrior. Casa suddenly didn't understand why he had to do that and followed his orders, but everything was urgent, so he agreed to the request. The old man said his farewell. So, goodbye, Yan, our last remaining wish. Ian looked up, thinking to himself that he should go back now that he was gone. Meanwhile, Lim Long's situation remained unchanged, and Yan, acting like a fool, kept talking with his face contorting. If you don't answer me immediately, you'll face the death penalty. Lim Long calmly picked it up and tore it apart. Ka saw Yan's current situation and felt guilty, thinking to himself, sorry, Eclipse, after all he's just a crazy guy. Yan gritted his teeth and said, if you're planning to use him like that, then return him quickly. While lost in trivial matters, Lim Long suddenly disappeared without anyone noticing, just like Yan turning to Kasa. But did you hear what he said? That bastard Kasa just mentioned Oa Lan. Kasa reports that the Oa Lan Guild ranks 4th among all Kailan, the Royal Archery Guild of Lucibo. Oa Lan specializes in espionage and intelligence. A guild like that once brazenly invaded our stronghold. That's a concerning feeling. I should inform Wai Hyun to come and defend our guild's base. Samu keeps pacing nervously inside the room. Then Liam Long immediately returned. Samu asked, did you come back already? So what's the latest on the Lotus intel? Lim Long said he got a secret report, but during that, I was spotted by Summoner Yan. Hearing that name, Samu also had to be terrified of the core member of the Lotus Guild. So, did you defeat him? Lim Long replied, of course not. There's some strange guy beside the summoner. I guess the best move is to run away, so I came here. Mrs. Lam knows Huni has decisively left, but she wants to know what he plans to do now. Huni clasped his hands behind his head, thought for a moment, and then said he didn't know either. I can't go to another continent because my contract with Kasasa is still in effect. So I still have things to do in Trungchao, but there aren't many problems I can handle on my own. Suddenly, the kid noticed the fight over there and invited Ba Lam to come see. The kid hid behind the rock, watching and eavesdropping. That guy loudly shouted and charged forward to attack the tail, but after a scuffle, it was actually himself who ended up suffering. That guy just stood there, staring blankly. Huni wondered what he should do. Huni slightly opened his eyes, unable to control himself. Yan is indeed very strong. It seems like he has only just reached level 100. So what is he doing in Trungchao? The monsters here are all level 120 or higher. At the same time, Mrs. Lam noticed something strange about that backpack. It kept emitting a purple glow, and she wondered if it was the Dark Lord's contract. Huni realizes that this is the item we need to attain the power of the immortal god, the Dark Lord's contract. Huni must save him and find out how he has it. Ms. Lam also agreed to help the kid from then on. Seeing the situation getting worse, he told Yang Yang to run quickly. It was so scared that it just stood still, holding its head, neither dodging nor fighting back. Just as the scorpion was about to strike its tail at Yang Yang, Hero Balam appeared. Seeing that I was still safe, I opened my eyes to look around and was moved to tears by what I saw. Thanks for saving my life. You two are really amazing. I've never seen a shadow necromancer this powerful. Huni just got a compliment and now he's full of himself. In front of my darkness, the scorpions are just kids. Praise him. Smiling happily, Huni suddenly straightened and asked, who are you and why are you hunting monsters here? Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Huni also introduced himself and said he would become the Lord of Darkness. This is the dark tin box named Balam. The kid didn't beat around the bush and asked directly where he got that belt from. Kano got it after defeating a lich soldier somewhere in the dark dungeon in Trungchao. He suggested, if you want, I will buy you an identical one at the auction. Huni was stunned. The dark dungeon. Huni has defeated it 20 times, yet the belt only drops from random monsters. Hearing how Kano talks, it sounds like he's mocking. So I explained that it's an attribute item and you can't find it at the early auctions. Because it's an attribute item, it won't drop even if I defeat the opponent. Kano seems to know quite a bit about these things and said, there's an item in the shop that allows you to exchange attribute items. If you agree, I will give you this old waste bag. Huni was stunned, thinking the item was worth 300,000 world, but in reality, it wasn't worth that much. Kano said, then I'll give it to you right now. Huni thought, looking at him so clueless, but he always has the best stuff. Kano thought it might be good to buy another backpack, so he said, I just sent it to you, check it out. Summoner Kano is the second son of South Korea's top electronics company, SH. Huni, overwhelmed with emotion after receiving the precious item Hang wished for, ran to hug Kano tightly and cried, if he wants to try any dungeon, just call me. I will carry him. Yan carefully observed everyone here, thinking that although they weren't the 3rd or 4th guild, they were the only ones helping them. He started a conversation with Roy in a cheerful mood, thanking him for the assistance, even to the point of breaking his own alliance. Roy was quite polite and kind, and he even felt guilty towards him. It's okay, I apologize for arriving so late to help. If you need anything, just tell me. It's time to start the battle. Sakjian rides his horse closer to Liahan and softly asks, do you think the Lotus stronghold has become more powerful since you tried to weaken it? Sakjian is still innocent and naive, so naturally we will win. You haven't forgotten our promise, have you? Lirahan responded, but looked quite displeased, her eyes shifting away. Yeah, she would have that trading station. I just want the head of that damn summoner. You shout loudly. Get ready. Yan summons them all at once. Lai, Puji, Baji, and Phi. 5 seconds remaining on the countdown. Everyone get ready. Rihan is using the wizard's blessing spell. Valiant is ready to defend. All the troops are ready to fight. 5 seconds have passed. Start the attack. They fight fiercely. Rahan and even Sakshian are determined to take Yan's life. He uses the illusion Shadow Clone. Wai, Hun, and Roy support him partly, but it's also quite difficult. At that moment, Lai leapt high and struck down from above. Rian drew his sword to block, but Lai was already within close range. Yan is sitting on the back of the flying ship above, thinking Lai is doing very well, but against Rahan he won't last long. He orders Phi. Just go deal with that damn seductress. If she tries to attack, Yan will stop her. Smirked maliciously. We've met before. Isn't that right, Master Wayan? You pretended to be close and said it's been a long time since we met. John replied that it was really bad back then. When I was on P Island, my sister didn't know who I was. Because of her, I almost failed my mission. Still, she really destroyed a lot of the fortress. Do you know how much money they are spending? Yan ordered. Fire at the soldiers besieging the city gate. Once they retreat, I will summon him to fight. Yan confidently claims that she can't surpass me. Casa also has its own mission. Floralin stands below, reporting that all preparations are complete. Now open the city gate. The gate is open, and there are many people lined up outside. The bandaged man has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, you've appeared at last, damn bastard. He doesn't care about the situation and rushes out, shouting, Die! Casa can tell this is a trap, but those bastards won't listen because they are NPCs. The bald man struggles with all his might, but the white snake coils tightly around him. Casa uses the unrivaled sword technique, Lucifer. No matter how he thrashes, it's all in vain. At this moment, each side has their own opponents. Yan and Hali face Sak, while Lai battles Rahan. After struggling for a while, the masked man is exhausted. Will he die or not? Casa drew his sword and taunted them. Come at me, Kaon's hounds. What is it? What does this mean? Lotus. Lucia replies, there must be a problem with this. Lotus must not open the gates and release the soldiers immediately. So the people inside the city used bows and arrows to shoot at those outside, and some even climbed up to attack from within. Lucia ordered, Lotus, strengthen the defenses immediately. So the NPC just pranked a whole street? She saw them earlier. Back in the classroom, she saw Yan sleeping and muttering in his sleep, even though Hareen wasn't there. She was about to tell the story when she hesitated and shouted, Anj, you don't know anything. Even though her drawing is terrible, seeing Mina's excitement, An had to approach her slowly and tell her to calm down. But she said how could she stay calm? It was all part of Yan's strategy. Kas on horseback charges straight in, shouting, Die, you bastard! This chaos is like the rebellion of the 12 warlords. The speed of the horses made those below fall over each other in a pile, and the cries for help echoed loudly. Lucia wonders who that incredible NPC is, as he is performing an astonishing feat as if he were fighting in the final battle. Hand replied, If the information I found is correct, then he is the undefeated swordsman Casa, a once-in-a-century figure. His rank is legendary. Hearing the word legendary, no one expected it, making you wonder if even a legendary-ranked NPC is part of the same group. Is it possible that Lotus can actually win this siege battle? Before he could reply, there was something interesting to watch. Hen pointed at the screen and looked at it. They had already wiped them all out. Lucia was stunned and asked what just happened. Hen explained that the focus of the battle was probably Casa, but the players and NPCs near the gate were no ordinary opponents, each with their own strengths. It can be seen from the replay that when Floralin used his ice magic to freeze the enemies, Bin the Lightning and Lauren's close allies launched powerful attacks to finish them off, while reliable shields protected them. But mainly, those little snacks were divided through dishes prepared by the new chef named Heron. This is the first time Hen has heard about that corn dish. Everything still feels unfamiliar and strange. Hen concluded that each of them demonstrated excellent abilities in their respective roles. I already knew this, but that guy Yan had Casa act as the center to wipe out the entire army, and then retreat to recover health and mana, also known as hit-and-run tactics. Angie guesses they are very confident because they are all masters. At this moment, Mina's expression is very strange. Her eyes are dull, her cheeks are flushed, and her mouth is drooling. She thought that if she were a summoner, fighting one-on-one would be very difficult and she might die fighting alone. Yan told the spirit beast that it was time to return. Holly B. When the opponent launched their attack, someone shouted his name loudly. Luckily, he was able to dodge. However, Yan still received a fatal blow and took 74.27 years of damage from the void illusion. He doesn't understand how he dodged but still got hit, and is that skill called the Void Illusion? I thought I only attacked him once, but I heard two different sounds, a spear and a sword. I think I understand the hypothesis behind it now. You've figured it out now, huh? That's incredible. Yes, my profession is Illusion Warrior. I can create a clone to attack, delivering a decisive blow with two swords and more. Jan thought a continuous attack with the clone reminded him of that anime. That was a bit surprising, but you're not an ordinary summoner either. He said, "Now, let's end this duel. The villain wants to be the winner. I am the summoner Jan here." Jan started to get annoyed, thinking he could block all attacks but had no chance to counterattack. You have to use your skill to eliminate her clone immediately. Call out Hallie's name, her agility increases by 30%. This speed is too fast, making the evil spirit dizzy, but there's a clear opening. She split into clones and struck Pooji, but something strange. How could there be damage like that? At the moment of carelessness, she couldn't react in time, and Jan delivered a finishing blow, but there are still more. This is just one of her clones. Now there are 3 Sakjian around him. The Scarlet Demon is confident. I guess we all have a trump card up our sleeves. Yan is sweating nervously, thinking this is clearly cheating. The illusionist doesn't want to end the fight too quickly because he's still enjoying the fight, so he suggests to Yan that if he still wants to keep fighting, he should summon the rest of his clones now. Yan grits his teeth, exhausted and worried. Just one clone was already tough. Now there are 4. I'm definitely doomed. The evil spirit's attack has ended. The illusion summoner continues to strike relentlessly. Poland is doing fine, he thought to himself. This time Lord Kassa is a bit terrifying. He muttered, ever since Lord Kassa endured torment in the Empire, he has been filled with hatred. Jan is now suffering continuous damage, and for some reason, purple lights are distracting her. She seizes the opportunity, the chance is here. The Void Illusion received 137,172 damage from Yan. The judgment effect of the Spirit King was triggered by the successful attack, and the Light of Judgment was summoned. Sakjian now looks like its system is burning out. The Void Illusion has taken 999 damage from the judgment of the Spirit King and has been completely eradicated. Sakjian took 561.63 damage from the judgment of the Spirit King. Yen thinks Kusa's energy has 6% left to bloom. Is this really the effect of the Spirit King's judgment? Luckily, she mistook the energy used to incubate Kusa's proof for an attack. In fact, summoning this energy means everything is going according to plan. Fai and Pooji did very well. Yan praised them a lot, Foy. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan jumped onto its back to escape the encirclement of the 3 clones. Hallie also leapt up and clawed fiercely. The illusion of the void was damaged by Hallie and completely destroyed. The evil woman was speechless with bitterness, unable to believe the situation had been turned around with just one strike. Yan asked what that weapon was and excitedly said, "Now you can show off. All right, let's go for another shot." Maybe now Sakjian is finally using sword energy. Could it be her most powerful weapon? It's not even ordinary sword energy. It's radiating everywhere. Sakjian thought that if she wanted to turn the tide back to how it was, she had to use this skill. Before she could react, Hallie blocked the damage and disappeared. It was defeated with just one strike. The Scarlet Demon used the Desert Warrior's Wish, exactly the same skill that the damn ice-covered bastard used. Yan wondered if this guy had also gone through some kind of trial. She even knew how to eliminate all her copies to avoid Thuong Lan's attack. "Your fighting ability is truly formidable," Sakjian said weakly. "Why don't we end this?" He hurriedly ordered the sweep, and she had to take damage. Because Sakjian was caught off guard, the Desert Warrior's Wish was activated, and a curtain of swords was formed. Thanks to the sword curtain effect, Sakjian's attack power increased by 15%. After a while, Fai was counterattacked with such force that a single blow destroyed its summon. At that moment, Yan was sitting on Fai's back and fell into free fall. Sakjian shouted loudly, "Enough is enough, the joint photo cut ends here." At the most dangerous moment, Yan reached out and grabbed her face tightly, while his other hand swung a fist, but it was useless. No matter what he did, she could always counter with an even stronger blow. Yan takes 10 critical damage from the evil spirit. Even with such a strong attack, only 10 critical damage is too little. No matter how many times they attack like that, they only take a little damage as the sword curtain keeps shattering. Yen thinks if this keeps going, the one in trouble will be her. "I need to try something different. Use instant skill." It struck once. Yan immediately fell into the abyss. The 2 reporters are nervously fidgeting, anxious to know what's happening. It's been 2 hours since the invasion by Dakruna and Titan began. What we see on the screen now is the first wall of the Lotus Guild and the protective towers that have fallen, along with the sinful one advancing inside after defeating Summoner Yan. Yan's arm is still reaching up, so she's still trying to push herself up. It takes some effort, but at least she's safe now. The Celamus Warrior Willpower skill system has stopped activating due to time limit exceeded. Yan breathes a sigh of relief. She's done for. Luckily, we barely survived by transferring the excess stats into defense, thanks to the effect of the Camus Warrior's will. That sneaky bastard looked confused when she realized she was actually causing self-harm. I wish I had taken a picture. Yan thought to herself, well, even if the first wall is destroyed, this was expected anyway. I should go help Lai. He stepped forward, pulled the weapon stuck in the rocks out, and said, "All right, let's go." While Sakshiyan also kept a wary eye on Yan, wondering who that bastard really was. He looks normal and steady. He should be a summoner with limited defensive abilities. A thought to himself, whatever. The biggest obstacle is gone now. The only thing left is to find a way inside. The victory belongs to Khan. Kano sat alone in the cave watching the match. It was more intense than he expected. Mrs. Lamb asked, "But is it really okay for you to stay here? If I remember correctly, you have someone you need to defeat over there." Hun finished the match, and Yan came to help Heron recover the guardian angels. He also casually asked, "I think we need to go help Lai. Do you agree?" Heron is a kind girl, so she definitely won't refuse this invitation. He summoned Reek to take the two of them and told them to hold on tight. And then they arrived at the battlefield of death. And he saw Lai looking pale. What the hell is going on? What the hell just happened? Rewind to the moment when Lai was fighting Rahan, when they were approaching closely. Rahan could land a strike to make him retreat. Contemptuously, I say, "You stupid wolf, you must want to die. I guess you still haven't had enough from that beating." Lai still looks very fierce. Of course, he hasn't heard it respond back to him yet. He's stunned. Does this wolf know how to talk? "So you know too, huh? Your dear summoner and priest aren't here to protect you." Lai responds like a mighty hero. "Since no one is here, I can unleash my full power." Lai is an ultimate fan and the king of all wolves. But even after evolving from a blood fen into an ultimate fen, it still hasn't had the chance to showcase its true power. Because it had seen Slot and Ov, which belonged to Lunasi, with its own eyes, and knowing that Lunasi would target Yan and his allies, Lai limited its use of power. Its power can only be fully unleashed when it is completely alone. Lai has unleashed the true strength of the ultimate Fenrir, but Han still dismisses it as a joke. He attacked so suddenly that he was stunned, eyes wide with surprise. He said, "The battle has only just begun. No matter how strong you are, there will be moments of mistake." So Lai was knocked back by that attack, and seeing how unstable the situation was, Yoon and Roy stepped in to fight. "I don't know if we'll survive, so please protect Yan for us." They all took heavy damage from Rahan. Lai uses Shadow Duel. All of Lai's attacks will deal critical damage. Lai's movement speed increases by 50%, and her dodge rate rises sharply. Rahan switches to using the Cursed Mask to attack for a long time, but the blessing effect from the sorcerer on him has been nullified, and the Cursed Mask effect is also disabled. He thought to himself that, after all, he truly admired Lai's strength. "You did well. Even if you're just a subordinate, your master and Lo Tat will fail anyway." After hearing that, Lai burst into tears and cried out, "I'm sorry, master." It seems to collapse in the depths of pain. Lai was defeated due to a fatal injury from Rahan. The system announced that the Spirit Beast's Dark Invasion skill has been deactivated. The skill becomes disabled in the sky. The darkness gradually dissipates, leaving only Roya. Yan hurriedly calls Heron to heal him. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Yan, who was always by his side, immediately asked, "Are you okay?" "Luckily, Roy is fine, but you shouldn't be here right now. Yan, okay?" Rahan has entered. At the same time, Gawa sent him an urgent message, telling him to come here immediately. The second city gate has been breached, and I don't know how they discovered the trap in the basement. Before Yan arrived, I asked Gawan and Casa to try to hold them back. But the NPC also reset. He's not reacting at all, as if there's a glitch. It seems the battle has already taken place. I have to go now. Yan was annoyed, one problem after another. He showed his frustration openly and told Royan what had happened, but he still couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Royan thinks that Samu and Martin's people have finally taken action. Sighs and realizes that Lander and Oan have joined Titan's forces. So the assassin has returned to Oalan from before and showed them how to open the city gate. And it seems the situation is getting worse. Yan sighs, and even worse, right now the only divine beasts close to him are Rake, Baji, and Puji. What is Casa doing right now? Har curiously asked what that over there was. His eyes widened in shock at the overwhelming death and destruction around him. Len burst into tears as her pet was taken away. Casa could no longer move, and her teammates were gradually defeated. Lord Poland collapses and lies on Syria's lap. Yan is panicked, wondering why he feels a heartbeat. The Shadow Lord is also here, breaking Syria's ice. Casa seems haunted by the past, and it's that same feeling again. This feeling is like when I met the Lord again. Sakjian and Haran, after a long time and many battles, have finally come face to face once more. Sakjian said, I have opened the city gate as promised. Haran has already wiped out all the monsters. The only thing left is that monster. He pointed at Casa, but Casa showed no sign of movement, as if he had been paralyzed or malfunctioning. Sakjian suggested that we just need to cut off his head. Her thinking was really simple, and Haran agreed to do it quickly. What is that thing? A highest-level dimensional magic tower appears. Jir is secretly delighted. Finally, he has awakened. She is the master of the lower elemental magic. Pure Dragon Master. Wally is present in the northern continent. He also realized that in the end, everyone seemed to be waiting for that awakening. He said, My old friend, one of the 5 divine dragons, the battle dragon Cassius. It roared loudly as soon as it woke up, shaking everything around it. The deafening noise made the 2 guys' faces turn pale. His body suddenly emitted a purple light. He was confused, wondering if Cuss's energy came from the bastards Lei had defeated earlier. The system has confirmed that the energy required to activate Koza's N has been met. One of the 5 legendary divine dragons is shedding its shell. Without a leader, all summoning commands from his subordinates are cancelled. The surrounding guardian spirits immediately vanish. You are now facing an overwhelming new power, Casa thought. So this is the battle dragon Casus. It growled at Jan with a sharp gaze. Are you the one who awakened me? I can feel that there is a soul like mine out there. I will go there first. Follow me and stop staring so intently at that flying thing up there, wondering. What the hell is this? Is it not a snake but a real dragon? In this situation, you still let her hear Rahan's awkward laugh? Do you find the current situation funny? He said that the dragon seems to be part of it, but only at level 1. Rahan said, I don't know how that damn summoner managed to tame a dragon, but we still have a chance. The situation is more urgent now. Jan didn't hesitate and told Haran to follow him. Sakjian trembled. How could this happen? Should we gather an air combat team and launch a joint attack? The monster politely asked Casa, Can I borrow your power? It's only now that he realizes this feeling was caused by you. Casa replied, I'll lend you one of my other powers. He raised his hand to pass some of his power to him, while himself was exhausted and collapsed. Jan happened to see this and was panic-stricken, a wicked smile of pleasure spreading on his face as he watched the scene. That stupid dragon is attacking its own ally. Rahan immediately scolded. Hey, are your eyes just for decoration? Its current level jumped from 1 to 302, a huge level-up process. Sakjian stopped laughing and could only gape now. Rahan said, So that dragon isn't attacking him, rather it's absorbing him. At this point, the situation has become more intense than simple. Rahan orders, prepare for battle. It's about to use that skill, everyone get away quickly, but it's too late now. Everyone will have to face the black hole of death. Sakjian was about to leap in and fight recklessly when he sensed something was off. What's going on? What is holding me back here? Damn it. A clone split off to help her escape from this black hole. Knowing she couldn't stand directly on the ground, she stood on her sword instead. Kana was just watching, but already reacted so fiercely. Ah, they are running away. Tunan Mo reveals a square of bones trapping them inside, running for their lives to escape the sun. Ian and Haran witnessed the entire process. Haran asked if this was real, and it looked so magnificent. The Titan and Dakruna factions were completely wiped out in an instant. The battle is over. Huni then turned around and said, Let's go. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Casa, exhausted, couldn't stand up and was almost crying. About 5 centimeters from his breath, Lotus's stronghold was blown away by an ally. Floralin said, The defense was successful. Casa's power has returned. After all, that final moment was thanks to his skills. He has become much stronger. I look forward to meeting him again soon. Yao Chan, hearing Casa Sa muttering to himself, also became curious and ran over to ask, What do you mean success? That stupid dragon blew away the entire stronghold. Casa replied, Although it's quite impressive, thanks to that we can hold off the second-ranked guild from Kylon. Now they won't be able to challenge us anymore because we've taken some spoils from those bastards. We can repair the stronghold and level up at the same time. In the middle of it, he suddenly remembered. Oh right, what is Lord Kaya's relationship with that dragon? Casa explained. During the founding of Kylon, there were 17 gods with various powers. And among those gods, 5 descended to the human world to stop the invasion of the demon realm, but could not intervene directly in human affairs. So the war god Chizet granted his power to the battle dragon Cassius and the heroic humans of Lucipo. Then Cassius fought a battle against the demon dragon Khalifa alongside the dragon trainer master in the northern continent, and everything ended. The war god Chizet feared that Kasa might also be in danger, so he sealed his memory. That is how Kasa's wandering journey through the human world came to an end. But over time, the seal weakened, and Kasa's memories fully returned when Kus bloomed. Because of the connection through the power of the war, god Chizet Yan rests his chin, pondering. Is that a default setting? Kasa asked. But this story has nothing to do with me. The point is I need to help him regain his original strength, and I need him to reach the hidden power at level 100. Kus is wearing construction clothes, and those around him are especially praising his skill. Thanks to it, things are going smoothly, Kasa thought. But since he borrowed Kasa's power and leveled up himself, he's probably only missing about 2%. Even if it doesn't make much of a difference, if I summon this one, I won't be able to summon other subordinates because of my lack of leadership, so I guess I'll need some help. Seeing how enthusiastic Cassius is, Yan finally spoke up and said enough. I'll just ask Kasa for help. At the Titan stronghold, Rahan's rough fighting against his own men is causing chaos. Rahan, what will you do now? Our ambush failed against them, even though we control many of the Khan's kingdoms. Are you worried and asking if I have any other ideas to double this anger? Are you so weak now that you're about to give up right at this moment? We will develop a new strategy to attack them, so let's go into the meeting. Sakshian didn't join because he's afraid of causing trouble, so he asked Zen to go instead. You go in for me. Just report back to me afterwards. It's over. Yan returns to reality. At least with Kasa's help, Cassius should reach level 100 soon. The central continent is the best place for leveling up. Then the phone rang. He reached into his pocket to take it out and said hello. Turns out it was the announcer Sojin looking for him. I'm reaching out to discuss the profits from the second siege defense video. Yan is also quite interested. Oh right, you said the video will be live tonight or tomorrow, is that correct? How much will the profit be? She replied. Well, I will know more details once the video is released, but the total profit from the full video will be around 8 million, and the highlight clips will be about 12 million. That's just your share of the profit. Yan heard the number and was instantly stunned. How could it be so much? Soan explained. After all, now he is one of Khan's key supporters. Thanks to you, I can hire an entire editing team with the profits. I'll get back to you once the video is released. Yan wonders what to do with this money in the future. Should I transfer it to my parents' bank account? No, don't think about that. They'll suspect that I stole them. I think I'll just use them to go out for a meal with Har. It's been a while since I checked the community, so I might as well take a look since I won the siege battle. The hottest topics right now include stories about God Yan, Yan's strategies, who are Yan's close allies, along with positive comments. Yan's subordinates are truly outstanding. Lotus really is the light of Lucifer. Lotus is amazing. Is there still room for others to join the Lotus Club? Rahan and Sakjian are both imposter bodies. No way. You'll die just by touching a single strand of Rahan's hair. Some say you'll die because of the vice presidents, but those desert warriors will kill you first, all just cowards. This feeling makes Yan proud and happy. Yeah, it's really great. Besides, they are criticizing Lucipo's strongest imposters who are hiding. They're disgusting. Just quit the game and delete your character. Why don't you try to be a little braver? There are rumors that they made some dirty deals with Titan. It's truly a betrayal. It really doesn't matter that the Lotus Guild in 41st place can beat Condon on their own, while the top-ranked Lucipo guilds keep hiding their heads in the sand. Moreover, they put us in danger by forming an alliance with Titan. Lender and Oan have decided to team up with Titan. Looking back, if we didn't have Cassius, we probably would have lost. This really pisses me off. How dare they cause trouble with us? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I will take revenge in the cruelest way possible. Yan kept sitting on the lounge chair, lost in thought, knowing he had once vowed to take revenge on Oan and Lander. But how? Apart from what Roy said, I have no evidence at all. It would be great if I could find something. He decided to go look for some useful information. But unfortunately, there was no clue at all. Suddenly, not long after, he found what he needed. On Lucipo's side, Rahan is sitting inside the tent with Selin to discuss. According to Selin, right now the Kailan community is buzzing about the Khan Empire. Juan and Lender are making a deal. Rahan asked if it was with Titan or the Khan Empire, so Rahan, you don't need to panic like that. Selin finished speaking, then immediately looked angry and pointed a dagger at his neck as if to assassinate him. Come on, you already agreed. But that's just a scenario Selin imagined. It's a real possibility, but it can't actually happen. I would die. Back to the present. Rahan is curious. What is the deal with Titan? Sen forced a smile and replied, Our strategy is to turn it into our ace in the hole. On the forum, a hot topic about Lotus reveals they are deploying all their efforts to hunt spies from Oan. The plan is to use this very information. When Lotus dives into a fierce battle with Oan and Lander, Veda will ambush and take down all three guilds at once. Raha frowned, admitting that it was indeed a good plan. If luck is on our side, we might defeat them without lifting a finger. However, Rayhan also emphasized that we need a detailed plan to ensure this strategy's success. We must push Lotus to join the fight against Owen and Lander as soon as possible, because they can only hold each other off and end there. And then we can take over all the surrounding strongholds, excluding LT, and Lautat will be pushed out of this battle, completely destroyed, with no way to retreat. Hearing this bold plan, Rahan's eyes lit up. This idea is interesting. I like it. All right, let's deploy. A few days later, at Lotus's stronghold, the atmosphere was also extremely tense. Are they seriously discussing the upcoming battle? So there's news on the forum that Oalan and Lander are about to attack us. Are those bastards stabbing us in the back and still not satisfied? Could it be a scheme by C to divide Luciipo's forces or something? After considering both options, Ian believes both are possible. Oan and Lander are cornered. Who knows what they'll do when they have nothing left to lose? Floralin interjected. As I said, this is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All the strongholds around them have been taken. That is the clearest evidence. They are using this situation to gain an advantage. Yu Hyun exclaimed in panic. So what should we do now? Don't worry, I have a pretty great plan here. Meanwhile, Haran and Solon, with murderous intent on their faces, Lam Louis approaches, then kicks open the door and they burst in. He presses close to Sen, glaring coldly. What the hell is going on, you bastard? It's been days since that post was made, and the Lotus dogs still haven't shown any signs of movement. Sen was so scared that he was trembling all over and couldn't speak, so quickly spoke to soothe him. Please stay calm, we are also planning. Since your son has taken nearly 80% of the central continent, Lotus has no choice but to act. Solon, furious, pressed the blade to his neck and warned him to be silent. He hasn't allowed you to speak much. Are you trying to cause more trouble? Seeing the situation worsen, Seon quickly reassured himself and everyone else. Please stay calm and don't make things worse. This is one of the scenarios we anticipated. If they don't make a move, then we can only invade them. We have more strongholds. Our task is to strengthen our forces and strike at the right moment. Time is on our side now. It seems these words are what Har also wants to hear. That's why he let go. It's best if you take responsibility for what you just said. Solon also handed it over for that reason. Once everything was done, they left immediately. Sen and his group let out a relieved sigh. They really are hot-headed. But what the hell are those bastards doing? Why is there no movement at all? At this moment, Jan summoned Kuss and checked its information panel. It belongs to the legendary lineage with destructive traits and the ability to evolve. The passive War God skill increases the attack power of allies within 150 meters, depending on the number of enemies, while the passive Dragon Skin reduces 40% of magic attack damage and 10% of physical damage. If you avoid taking damage for 10 seconds, your health will increase by 2% every 2 seconds. Long Roar induces fear in enemies within a 50-meter radius. The higher your level compared to your opponent, the greater the chance to activate the fear state, the more likely the opponent cannot attack Kuss while in that state. The Battle Dragon's breath causes continuous damage equal to 40% of attack power for the next 10 seconds, but its effectiveness is halved for the user. Shapeshifting allows Kuss to transform into a human form. When in human form, all combat stats are reduced by 30% and active skills cannot be used. Kaz the Dragon God is one of the 7 legendary holy dragons endowed with abilities passed down by the gods. Its power is not yet fully restored, so it hasn't reached perfection. After reading the rare skill list, Jan is very excited. Who would have thought it had this skill too? Cassius. Use Polymorph. Immediately after, it transformed into a human form. But to everyone's surprise, it was hideously ugly and even quite pathetic. Jan was stunned. What the heck is this? Kuss seems to haven't been in this form for a long time, and Jan just sees him as a friendly neighborhood uncle. After shifting shape, all of Kuss's stats decrease by 30%, and he cannot use active skills during this time. Kusis slowly admires and examines each part of his body. It's been a long time since I shapeshifted into this form. Yun, using this move for the first time, nervously asked if this was your default form every time you shapeshift. Even your way of addressing me has to change gradually. Kosis replied that this is not his default form, but he feels most comfortable in this shape. What's wrong? Don't tell me you're upset that I didn't turn into a woman? Eon immediately showed some pictures of Samu and Ma Yu, then asked if he could transform into the shapes of these people. This is quite simple for him, of course. No problem at all. A week later, Samu clenched his fist, fuming with anger. Damn it, we've been played. I shouldn't have listened to that damn demon. It's probably too late now that I realize. Thanks to him, now everyone suspects us about why we didn't help Lotus and whether we made a deal with Titan behind their backs. That damn mercenary assassin ran away in an instant, and we also fell behind Valley in the guild rankings. This is such a damn situation. Samu looked down from above and saw that Ma Yu was being blocked. Even if you are the leader, we need to verify your identity." He didn't say much and immediately attacked them. No matter how they try to run, they can't escape. Samu, still confused, ran like a fool. What is going on here? What's going on? He tried to run after Ma Yu to catch up. The mission immediately shifts to him, after Ma Yu looks directly at him. All members of Olan draw their weapons and approach the Lender Guild. The Lender City gate was opened due to an ambush, and Samu was the one who shot an arrow straight inside. Everyone gathered together. They used hooks to cling to the wall and climb into the fortress. It was only at this moment that Samu realized it was a trap, with chains surrounding him from all sides. "Oh my God, I can't move my body at all. Why did you do this to us?" Samu blamed Ma-A. "You attacked our guild members first and then ran away. You despicable coward pretending to be innocent. You are full of sins." "What are you talking about? Why would we do that right now?" "There's no time to reflect on myself right now. 2 days ago, a member of our guild was assassinated with an arrow at the scorpion hunting ground. That's the action of Olan, a cowardly traitor." Hearing this, Samu felt even more annoyed. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why would our archers go all the way there to hunt those stubborn scorpions?" "I think someone wants to divide us." Samu took a long time before he could move normally again. "What the Demon Lord says is not certain either, just a guess. Samu, you're not as clever as I thought." Outside, Ian and Samu, disguised by Cassius's shape-shifting, are hiding behind the grass. "They detected us earlier than I thought. Are you planning to stage a scene at Samu's base? How boring. Anyway, it seems they still suspect each other. Maybe this will give me enough time." Casa found something strange and called Jan to check it out. The Immortal Dark Lord is an ongoing hidden quest. You have met all the conditions to awaken the power of the Immortal Lord. He established an eternal empire beneath the ground thousands of years ago. You have completed all the tasks from the Immortal Soul and meet the conditions to become the next Dark Lord. Now, awaken the sleeping Immortal at level 100 in the underground dungeon and defeat him to become the Dark Lord. The SSS level mission is challenging, and a player has been acknowledged by the Immortal Soul. There is no time limit, and the reward is a class change to Dark Magic. Depending on the player's class, the rewards may vary. Casa also seems to think that the kid was trying to trigger this quest. That's why the mission window was shared with me, because that kid is my subordinate. But he wondered why even missions undertaken by my subordinate's subordinate are shared with me if the difficulty is SSS, comparable to the challenges in the Camus clan. Langon doesn't know what this guy is doing, and he might be able to get the legendary summoner's divine item, so he doesn't think he can ignore it. At that moment, Jan immediately sent a message to Huni. "I heard you just received a big mission, right? Don't pretend I already know Casa is my master. Since you are Casa's subordinate, this mission is also shared with me." Huni sighed and couldn't hide it from Jan anymore, then asked directly, "What do you want from me?" Ian just wanted to join the mission with him. He immediately agreed. After all, it was a stealth mission, so he wouldn't gain much, right? Yan doesn't care about any of that. Don't worry, we'll discuss it after we get there. Seeing Huni's face getting worse, Kanan immediately showed concern, but he didn't want to say it out loud. "It's nothing serious. It seems someone else will join our mission. We need to finish this mission quickly and settle everything with that person." Hearing those words, Kanuan was overjoyed. Could it be the summoner Jan? Huni said seriously and coldly, "Maybe he will be there too." Kanan was more excited than ever. "Great, I finally get to meet him." He ran around happily like a child. Huni was stunned. "Are you such a big fan of him?" He immediately explained, "You know, Huni, he's the strongest summoner. If I meet him, I'll definitely ask him to teach me how to train dragons." While the Lotus Society was discussing, Jan was absent. It turns out he said he had something important to do and has already left. Actually, it's not that important anyway. But Floralyn was going to ask him about the next updates of Killen and also about what was recorded in the book Jan showed us last time. Yu-Hyun firmly put the pen down on the table. "If you said so, then those are plans for the future." Lotus's plan is to leave the central continent. Floralyn was completely clueless until he heard the news and gasped in shock. "So what about everything we've built so far?" Currently, more than 85% of the central continent belongs to the Empire. With only defensive gunfire and our strength, we cannot make a difference. When we target this fortress, we will return to the northern continent's strongholds and seize all the surrounding fortresses around Lupio Empire. Even if other guilds resist, it will be fine. We now have the excuse that we are the only guild standing up against the Empire in the central continent, using the reputation we have built up there. Yan will be promoted from vice commander to commander, and we will establish the Lotus Kingdom. Floralyn ruffled his hair. "This is too complicated. I can't understand it right away. Right now, we can take over the Knights Guild or the Magic Tower, the Special Defense Tower, and other game content in the Central Continent. A kingdom is being formed solely from our guild. Understanding the situation, they are all ready." When we declare independence, Khan, you truly have the ambition to unify the continent, and you will definitely attack us. Do you know what rank our guild is? Floralyn answered without hesitation. We are ranked second, not too high or too low. Then she suddenly paused, her eyes wide open. Wait a minute, has our ranking been completely manipulated? We need to hide our strength while continuing to grow stronger. When we're ready, we can face Khan. Ian and Kas are walking together on the snow-covered ice. The atmosphere is bleak, even the sand is gray. It's simple, because this is the land of the immortals. Kasa, do you know anything about the immortals of the Black Sea? Ka muttered, immortals, simply put, they are allies. The Dark Lord can manipulate the undead and turn them into subordinates. Their true nature is cruel, but over a millennium, humans and the living have united to fight against the demons of the underworld. And because humans also need to protect their territory, their goals align. The purpose of the demons is to punish this dimension. And during their alliance with the zombies, the witchcraft profession was formed. The immortal supreme being is the source of all witches. At the same time, Jan encounters the Dark Lord Huni. He enthusiastically waved, "Hello, it's been a while since we last met." He's different now, maybe taller too. That kid doesn't want to talk much, and he seems more mature now. That's enough, let's go, we will defeat the immortal. Jan orders Lai to attack first, slashing and tearing through each enemy with its claws. Kanuan even gets to witness Jan's fighting style firsthand. You're really at the top. After a long time without being summoned, you're quite enthusiastic. Kanuan also has a role in this mission. Great, I can't fall behind either. Diong rushed forward but was caught by the opponent's grasp, causing him to fall hard, almost like an earthquake. Yan was trying to remind him that his skills still needed a lot of improvement. As for Huni, he only stayed calm, didn't speak much, used the spirit slash technique, then the curse of the dead, followed by the deadly revenge. The ghost of the immortal envoy was stunned. The skeleton of the immortal envoy was stunned, and the immortal scorpion master was stunned. Congratulations, you have completed the 36th dungeon of the immortal clan. Xie lies down comfortably and observes. Kid, I could tell from the last time, but your skills have definitely improved a lot. So are you a wizard recognized by the immortal clan? Yen is also very happy for Huni, he has truly improved. By the way, was it you who captured Rahan and Sagon last time? Yen talks a lot but was ignored by that kid, which hurt his pride. At least say goodbye before you leave. I really appreciate you. Hearing this, Huni finally spoke up. I don't need to. I just don't want that bastard to be killed by someone else. He's someone we can't easily deal with. By the way, the beneficial effect of discovering the dungeon for the first time is still the best. Jan has leveled up and his leadership skills have improved significantly. Now you can summon Lai and Cuss at the same time. Hurry up, finish quickly, and let's go hunting. At the 100th underground level of the Immortal Race's prison, as expected, the SSS level dungeon is not easy. Everyone's summoned beasts are exhausted, and our stamina is nearly depleted. Can we defeat the Immortal in this state? That's probably what everyone is worried about. Suddenly I remembered I still had a question. If the Immortal Clan is an ally, why do we have to kill them? As I said, they are only temporary allies. Now that the battle against the demons is over, the Immortal Race could become enemies at any time, and the number of zombie monsters has increased recently. Don't you see? It seems the Immortal Race is plotting something. I'm sure Rufo and C don't want to see the zombies causing chaos. Basically, what we are doing is helping to cut out the tumors. From the information above, they have decided to open it up. Huni begins to recite the spell. O immortal Lord of Darkness, your descendants have completed all the preparations and arrived at the Dark Cathedral. The Dark Lord appears and asks, have you seen the true realm of death with your own eyes? They hear a voice and are filled with terror, all falling into the darkness of the Dark Lord. It's pitch dark here. I can't see anything. The Lord of Darkness takes slow, deliberate steps. I guess you want to see that realm. I will lead the way and show you the domain of death. The Immortal suffers damage from Kuss, Lei, and Yan. Kanan and Huni are stunned, thrown off balance as they realize Yan's power can completely overpower them. That Dark Lord Chi uses a savage tone to call his allies to rise up. My army of zombies. The zombies, upon hearing that call, slowly crawled up from the ground. The Soul Devourer activated on them. You, the Immortal, have already restored all your blood and attacked while I was speaking. Are you in such a hurry? Huni has only just matured and has already witnessed such harsh scenes. He is devouring the zombies to recover health. We need to eliminate the skeletons first. Yan quickly handles it efficiently. Kozus and Lai attack them together. The Immortal laughed and said sarcastically, so you really want to kill me? He used an aging spell on them, draining their strength and blinding them. But only Casus was immune to the curse, thanks to the dragon scale. Lai and Balaam are also immune to the curse thanks to their dark resistance. Thanks to this move, the Immortal realized that some bugs seem to be immune to my curse. Well, it's okay. Just let the zombies finish them off. Why? And sweat nervously. What should I do? We are at a disadvantage fighting with the negative effects, and I can't focus because of the blindness. The only ones who can fight are your 3 invincible guardian spirits. Does the Dark Sorceress have any weaknesses? Huni believes a powerful magic attack might work. We can't let him absorb all the souls at once. Maybe Kozis's Dragon Roar will be effective. Is this our last hope? But if we use it, the dungeon will collapse on all of us. Jan hesitates, pondering how to pull off a decisive move to take him down. Huni immediately came up with a strategy, but it would require risking our lives. Hearing that, Jinjung was stunned. Risking your life? He collapsed, his face full of panic. What kind of terrifying strategy is that? Duihan replied calmly. From Yingbao, you also know this skill. That's the counterattack skill you used at the arena last time. You guessed right, but to target the Immortal One, 2 conditions must be met. The conditions are not that simple. First, the Immortal must deliver a really powerful attack. And secondly, they must withstand that extremely powerful attack. You already planned this with Balam, but they can't cause significant counter damage because of that wizard's innate dark resistance. As for Dinzung, Nuoch Nguyen is too weak to withstand his attack now. Since he dealt the most damage earlier, if he gets close, he will fight back fiercely. So, basically, your idea is to use him as a human shield. No matter what his attitude is, it's still the same. Whether it works or not. He smirked confidently. Of course I will. Everyone, watch your moves carefully. Kosis suddenly touches Jinzung. He knows exactly what he needs to do now. He stands up confidently. Just a test. On the outside, it looks fine, but inside, I feel a bit worried. This really is a reckless strategy. I need to approach him from above, which isn't really my strong suit. But it's okay, I completely trust Duhan's skills, and moreover, I'm not sure I can withstand his attack in this state. Look at him. His aura is truly terrifying, completely opposite to mine. Quickly, I order Kuss to fly toward the Immortal. In just about 3 seconds, they will clash. It quickly charges forward at a very fast speed. But the Immortal One is not afraid at all. Truly, attacking is useless. Just as planned, Long Hong makes his move. Kosis suddenly appearing unfamiliar surprises even the Immortal, who then sees Jinsung rushing in. He was stunned and taken aback by this formation. He refused to give up and quickly used a fake age. Jin Sheng is no pushover, so he immediately used boost. At this moment, Daihan quickly responded with a counter. A giant serpent begins to appear. The atmosphere is now truly chaotic. It stuck out its long tongue, but I wasn't really afraid and looked at it determinedly. Suddenly it bit into my neck and I couldn't resist, jerking all over. What should Jin Sheng do now that he has taken a huge amount of damage? What should I do? It's biting harder and harder. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Kosis stared at it in shock. Even the White Lake was surprised, and the others were completely stunned. Now let's see how it turns out. Ho was stunned. You look confused and don't understand what's happening. What's the outcome of this? What just happened? Jinung is lying unconscious there. Fortunately, he used the Saram clan's willpower to hold on, and now he only has 2% health left. The Immortal is not that surprising after all, he's just not that special. He was startled again because he spat blood. Oh no, could this be a backlash? Did you activate that skill during that brief moment of darkness? He looked at the bride holding Jin Sung. That damn little black mage is really something. What is this? He fell freely, a huge fall that caused a destructive explosion. He lies motionless from a damage of 1 billion. Truly a failure. Suddenly, the skeletons gather around him. Uncle just saw that he's about to use the soul devouring again. Duihan turned back, but he didn't think so. Those skeletons want to attack him again, making him afraid. Clearly, he is their master, but they are turning against him. It really is a great failure for a mage. He shouted in despair, "It hurts so much." And then he was mercilessly defeated by his own soldiers. Does Jeho suspect they have already won? Jin Hung angrily shouted, "That bastard is really a pain. If it weren't for Sister Thuong, I'd be beaten up too." He gradually calmed down. Their wedding was very happy because their strategy was successful. He was excited and praised you. That's truly perfect. You did an excellent job. That made me blush with embarrassment. Suddenly, another big explosion occurred, and the Immortal charged out in a furious rage. Do they think they've defeated him now? Jin Sheng was startled. He had turned himself into a zombie to come back, and they couldn't avoid this. He rushed forward, ready to die. Suddenly, Duihan stood up to support him, surprising him, then turned to smile affectionately at him. Jinsung trembled. What do you want to do? The powerful strike of the Immortal hit Duihan, but in that moment he still smiled. Her smile made Jinzung feel so sad it hurt, and Duihan stepped forward to shield Jinzung, surprising him. You turn back with a gentle smile. He frowns. What are you planning to do? The sweet strike of the Immortal cuts straight down Duihan while you still smile. It seems he won't last long, still scared and grimacing, but feeling nothing. The boy slowly opens his eyes. Is that weapon just pressed against his neck? Did Han suddenly realize that Ka had arrived and stabbed the immortal directly? His huge sword struck with decisive destruction. The immortal couldn't defend himself. He stammered, "Who are you?" Ka clenched his teeth, his anger blazing. Jinjung immediately recognized it and enthusiastically praised Kasa. His head was severed and he was furious, saying, "How dare you!" Kasa stomped his foot down, having unexpectedly succeeded in defeating the immortal. Just then, Jinjung happily ran over to Kasa. He was so excited because he thought Kasa had already left, but unexpectedly he appeared here. Duihan also quickly picked up the staff. He proudly examined his staff. "So, the mission is complete, and thanks to that, you received many delicious items." Suddenly, the gem in his skull started to glow, surprising Jae-han. It shone so brightly it almost blinded him, and a surge of power suddenly overwhelmed him. Jae-han's eyes suddenly shone with a strange color. Could it be that he was possessed? But no. He returned to normal, only in a more powerful way. He has successfully leveled up from Dark Mage to Lord of Darkness. Jinjung, is that Duihan's new profession? Suddenly, I wonder why he saved me. He was momentarily confused. Duihan looked at Kasa with a not very happy expression. "You wonder why he saved you?" Kasa has no idea what this person is talking about. But Duihan angrily shouted, telling him to stop pretending, clearly indicating that he wanted to kill him before, but now he acts like he doesn't know anything. Have I ever done that before? Did I suddenly realize, is he talking about that time? He quickly opened the screen, and only then realized that his relationship with him had been broken off. What the hell is this? Are you saying that he's not worth me fighting properly? He stepped closer. Everything was just a misunderstanding. Kasa said it was just a scare, but unexpectedly, you were too good. So I accidentally took it seriously and fought you. You two used to be so happy. I just wanted to play with you a little to release the contract, but then you didn't show up and I couldn't do it. You seem really shy. Kasa, still apologizing to John, surprised you a lot. He reached out with sincerity and joy, congratulating you on becoming a hero. Jae-han also extended his hand, happily shaking Kasa's hand, and this time he will forgive him. The two of them looked at each other happily, so the misunderstanding had been resolved. Jinung and Cohen clapped and congratulated, but Jinung's face didn't look very pleased. He happily opens the gift box. Everything is over now, best to check the reward. He equips the item, not bad at all. That is the Immortal's Cloak. It offers many benefits, not bad at all. Jinung was a bit curious. Kanuin is also a summoner, so she probably received a legendary level item. That's right, she really got the command earrings. She showed it to him and it boosted her command stat by a full 15,000. That's amazing. Jinung was jealous again, he needed it so much. He angrily asked if there was anything else, but I wish she would stop showing off. Of course, she still wanted to share with him, and he wanted to stop but didn't have time. She shared with him the mission, which is the Pure Dragon's wish. His task is to find GLA's soul wandering somewhere in hell and overcome the challenge to complete the mission. He felt a bit sad. That was his grandfather's mission, but when he couldn't share it, Kanuin got angry and pressed so hard that the screen cracked, scaring Jin-sung. It's okay, no need to share it. He hesitated, but he thought that he had disappeared after doing something with his legacy. Suddenly, the eye on the Immortal's staff asks if he knows about Oale. Hearing the strange voice, all four of them are startled. The most panicked person is probably the heir. Explain immediately. I didn't mean that about this tree. Suddenly it laughed loudly, and everyone wondered if he would really die. The two of them were panicking and about to rush forward, but Xia recognized it and stopped them. It'll be fine. Clearly, Kasa isn't sensing any killing intent at all. I think it's best if they keep listening to him. He said it himself. He already transferred his soul into this staff when his body was destroyed. That doesn't matter. What's important is whether Jin-sung knows about Oale. I'm embarrassed. I've met him before. I had to say that, or else my identity would be exposed because I had already taken on this mission before. Actually, he thought there was something unusual about you confronting Chunglong, and he could even sense you from your hand. Jinjung was surprised. Is he talking about the person in the love forest? He immediately made a proposal. Will you agree to his request? He accepted the mission immediately. That's the demon's action. This mission will be linked to the one with the demon dragon Kafa's jar again. I suspect something. So, they killed the person preparing for the battle against the demons? It makes you feel terrible. And another person is his descendant. Dihan, are you unexpectedly the one? He solemnly entrusted you with the battle against the demons. Just hearing that made your body tremble. His eyes suddenly lit up, but then faded, as if nothing happened. Dihan tried shaking the staff but saw no response. Did he disappear? Jae-han seemed to realize something and turned around to see Kasa furious. He looks at Lam Lam with anger. Did he just say it's a demon? At Jinjung's beautiful house, the weather is really nice today. Inside, the lights are shining brightly. Jinsung is sitting absorbed in his computer, apparently focused on watching a video. What you're watching is the Kailan Interdimensional War. Just hearing about it shows how massive it is. The video begins in a frozen land stretching across each continent of Kailan, as gateways to different dimensions start to appear. And through these gateways, creatures from other worlds will join the battle. Here, the first barrier opens in the other world, and that is the barrier. The creatures from that world are truly strange. They are demons. Many explorers have entered, but unfortunately, they are no match for us. They tried hard, gaining new strength from their strong desire. Each willpower gathered together creates a great strength, which is Zack. It is a mode that combines players at different levels to defeat creatures from the other world, and gradually they formed it as a way to combine with players on a different level. Get ready for the new battle. Jinung observed carefully. This must be the mode that the system has updated, right? Looking at these two, the mage can shoot red lightning. A builder is fighting with a sword in midair, but something's not right. What the hell is a summoner supposed to do, messing with beasts? He suddenly realized something. Upon closer inspection, they are demons, not monsters, so they are not easy to deal with. Demons are much more terrifying. Jinjung cheered up and said, "That's right, maybe I remembered it." He happily concluded, which made him scare himself to death. Remembering Kasa's strange look, the way he said the words demon sounded truly terrifying. Kasa looked extremely tense, which also surprised Di Suong. Actually, Kasa knows that many people made great contributions in the battle against the creature from the other world. These people are called heroes because they fought directly, like Faker. They are the ones who know that creature better than anyone else. Because of that, each hero prepares for the battle in their own way. Kasa wondered how they would get to the Love Forest. Jinjung thought there was no need to rush. Just take it slow, and the porridge will be ready eventually. Actually, until Huayongkam's first exploration of the Undead Clan's dungeon is over, they will have to clear all the obstacles here to maximize the effect first, and then decide what to do next. Jinung also suggested that Jay and Cohen should join them in this battle. Those two are very surprised. Everything is divided, now it's time to start fighting. Jinxing is very happy now. Thanks to the battle in the dark prison, they have become much closer and even improved their skills together. But the greatest reward he received was the Ring of the Spirit King. He is very happy. Finally, he has obtained an item that increases his leadership stat. Thanks to that ring, Jinung can now summon Kus, Liv Fim, and Holly all at once. Now, if I get Ken's command earrings, I could summon Puji Puji and Paji Paji at the same time too. That would be awesome. But this is the most important step yet. He opens the glasses box. Now he thinks he should go to the Love Forest. Jinung puts on the glasses and quickly logs in, a bright light shining directly into his eyes. Right now, the sun is shining over the central continent of Lotus. Jinung and Kasa are discussing their strategy. Since the Love Forest is in another dimension, he had to climb to the top of the magic torch and ask Pillar for help to take them there again. But suddenly he remembered something. When he was in the Love Forest, he was given a gift. It is a crystal ball. If I have it, I can contact them anytime I want. But why would they give me something so valuable? He quickly opened his bag. Jinjung excitedly rummaged inside. He took out the crystal ball. With this, it's enough. Jinjung hands it to Kasa in surprise and confusion, then leans back. He quickly calls out Israel's name. The crystal ball quickly lit up, startling Israel on the other side. She gazed at the crystal in confusion, and what appeared on the screen was Kasa's 8-pack abs, making her blush. What does this mean? The response on this side makes Jin-sung happy, but he doesn't know that the other side is cursing at him. She covered her face shyly. Put on your clothes and use that. At this point, neither Jinjung nor Kasa understood anything. Clearly, Jinjung was wearing clothes. Now look at what's in front of you. Jinjung froze in surprise. I see now that it's not yours at all. The two of them quickly approached the teleportation gate, and even I felt amazed. I didn't expect that just by rubbing the crystal ball 3 times, I could reach the Love Forest. That's amazing. The two quickly stepped through. As they passed the gate, a breathtaking scene unfolded before their eyes. Standing there, Israel was already waiting. She cheerfully greeted him, and indeed, the bracelet on her arm was the goddess's ring. She stands in the sun, becoming even more beautiful. She quickly greets Dewey Sung for returning to the Love Forest. She looked at him with a very affectionate gaze, almost falling in love right then and there. She told Kasa and Yan to drop by her house and continue the conversation later. Yan looked around, then a very mischievous idea appeared in his mind. I think she's fine, but I already have a girlfriend. And what about Kasa? He doesn't look very comfortable. He's been single for 1,000 years. Kasa's face is all scrunched up like a monkey's butt. Master, is the atmosphere here always like this? Suddenly he pulls out that huge sword and says we have to cut down all of them. Then, the 3 of them decided to sit down, eat some cake, drink tea, and chat. The girl spoke up. I know the reason you came here. You want to learn about the demons through the Immortal Clan, right? Then why don't you ask Lord Kasa about those who have fought against the demons? Ka, resting her chin on her hand, said she wasn't the type to remember such trivial details. Yan just chuckled, saying my friend wasn't quite normal, and she was also shy and bashful. You're right. So Kasaza turned away in disappointment, while the girl suddenly stammered nervously. Anyway, with how urgently you're helping the Immortal Clan, when will it be my turn? So Yan forgot about that mission. You've tried to level up as quickly as possible. She stood up and said she had something for you. A vessel like a gourd was brought out. According to her, this, Kothu, and the Holo bottle were used in the battle 1,000 years ago. There is a clue about this battle there. The clues about the demons are top secret. Kothu is currently sealed, and the gourd is an ancient artifact created by ancient magic. If you use that gourd to capture monsters, you will be able to imprison their souls inside. Yan thought for a moment, wondering if the monsters lived in the demon world. She asked which monster's souls she needed to collect. If Yan can subdue low-level monsters and bring back the souls of 200 of them inside that jar, she can break the seal on the ancient book. Hearing this, Anne became excited. You think we can now infiltrate the demon world, right? That's correct, but the demon world is a different realm, just like this one. She can open the barrier for you to the outskirts of the demon world, but at most you can stay there for half a day. But Anne feels that half a day is too short. The girl also knew that. She wished she could keep the barrier open longer, but since she's not a demon, it took a lot of effort to open it. In the end, none of this could stop Yan gaming. In the auditorium, the woman announced, "We have now finished presenting the third update of Kalen. Thank you all for listening." As the commotion starts below, Mr. Guo-chan strokes his chin for a moment before speaking. Thank you for your report. Director Kim, in your opinion, what is the biggest difference compared to the previous update? Director Kim immediately responded, Mr. Chairman, that is a feature that allows content to change based on the player's decisions. Of course, our original story has a lot of room for development, but upon closer inspection, players can only change the content within the allowed boundaries. No matter how they play, it's just differences in timing and outcomes, while the direction of the scenes remains the same. But with the latest update, depending on the player's ability and decision, they might branch into a different realm. W-chan just asked the director to give examples of what was just said. Director Kim is still as quick as ever, like in the first example involving the demon world in the game. Buyer can choose the battleground based on completing the mandatory quest to liberate the entire continent. We don't know if this battle takes place in the player's human world or in the demon realm where demons reside. It's impossible to predict, even the game development team can't. Ideally, if players complete the mission as we expect, the battle will continue with the invasion of the demon world. Gan crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking smug. If they can't complete the mission, the human world will be invaded, right? Director Kim confirmed that depending on the battlefield, the story details would change, praising it as a bold idea and asking when the player could carry out the mandatory mission. She confidently replied, the mission has already been scattered across the continent, but the demon world is still being completed because we estimate users will only be able to access it in 2 to 3 weeks. Suddenly, someone burst in and shouted, "Alert!" Seeing the manager, Director Kim asked what was wrong because she remembered telling him not to interrupt the meeting. He was panting and out of breath. Sorry, but this is really urgent. The demon world. The map to the demon world has already been accessed. This news hits everyone there like a thunderbolt. Yan and Kasa are facing the fierce rats, and Yan quietly wonders if these are the monsters Israel mentioned earlier. After regaining his composure, he decides it's time to start the battle. Yan charged forward and knocked each mouse away. Kasa asked if he was sure these were demon beasts, saying they were much weaker than he thought. Yan tells him to trust him because he's sure these are the demon beasts. As for why they are so weak, it must be because of that thing. As soon as he arrived, Yan looked around carefully. Is this the demon world? There's not much, huh? Suddenly the system appeared, making him feel confused. What is magic resistance? You have entered the temporary open area 125 of the demon world. Yan has to face a new challenge, which means the demon world map is still in development. They are increasing magic resistance for them to carry out the challenge. So that means they are significantly lowering the difficulty to gather data for quality analysis? Anti-magic is also granted to all subordinates and close allies. That means in this demon world, Yan is the king. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile to himself, feeling triumphant. Who would have thought that Kai Lan, so perfect, would have such a flaw? While he was excited, a demon beast suddenly leapt out and bit his hand. Yan was attacked by a low-level demon beast and fell to the ground. Thanks to his magic ability, 90 ward out of 5 damage was absorbed, and his health decreased by 95. Yeah, even if your level is low, you can still easily defeat these demons. Are you saying that thanks to our anti-magic we became stronger? Why is that? Yan scratched his head and said that even if he explained, he probably wouldn't understand a thing. Right now, they just need to focus on killing all these bastards. In the large room, everyone is concentrating on their tasks. Director Kim looked uncomfortable. Fan Nan couldn't believe that there was still a crazy person sneaking into the demon world at this time. The manager hesitated and asked if they should contact the server team to disconnect or do something else. The director sighed and asked, "If we could do that, do you think we would still be here now?" Kalen is a full immersion VR game, so if we suddenly disconnect the server, the players will be directly affected. The moment that happened, our entire team's career was basically over. And if this incident reached the chairman's ears, W. Chan, who has always been the top strategist in the industry for decades, would be in serious trouble. That is why he chose to be involved in every step of each can update, leading to the resounding success that Kailan has today. Thinking of this, Kim was so terrified she was trembling. She still couldn't forget that look. Wuchan gave her a chance to make amends, so she should use any method necessary. She told herself she had to resolve this by any means. The manager suddenly realized something, which made her even more anxious. He said that bastard was digging up all the hell crystals. Yan seems very excited. Who would have thought that the warehouse would actually contain items like these? He was quite disappointed with how much experience he gained, but with items like these, everything changed. He inserted the stone into his staff and a bright light flashed, blinding Yan. Yan jumps up with joy after the enhancement is complete, and all his actions are clearly displayed on the observation screen. Director Kim's face and the manager's expression are indistinguishable, so don't make things worse. This crazy guy still looks like he's found the love of his life. Since each enhancement increases stats by 10%, if you upgrade the weapon to +10, everything will be doubled. Lai approached and told the young master, "I believe you've already killed over 200 monsters. How much longer do we have to keep doing this?" Kosis also agrees. They didn't even give us any experience points. In that case, their attacks are even less effective. Why do you advise us to dodge when fighting? Right now, our magic resistance is extremely high, so their attacks don't affect us much. However, next time we come here, we'll have to fight without the added magic resistance. Wouldn't it be better if we remembered their attack patterns now? Huh, you idiot. Casa guesses they will keep hunting until the gate closes. Yan thinks for a moment, then says it will be a long time because he plans to settle here permanently. That statement turned these two into ghosts instantly. Manager Yu stammered, "How long do you think that user will stay there?" Director Kim sighed heavily because she couldn't go home to sleep tonight and decided to hold a meeting to find a way to kick that player Yan out of the demon world. Meanwhile, in the demon world, the monsters keep appearing and jumping onto Yan, but he shows no reaction because they are no longer a threat. Their left eye is their critical weakness, as it provides better vision than the right eye and has the lowest defense stat compared to the rest of their bodies. And you figured out their attack patterns. We've already collected 200 souls from these monsters, and now they're just avoiding the trap that catches them. Yan's teammates were already waiting behind those Chut creatures, so Yan didn't need to lift a finger. He just needed to collect 140 more of their teeth. Kosis grumbles, "How much longer do we have to keep hunting, Master? This is boring as hell. Lai told that subordinate of yours not to complain anymore. Say it's not as bad as it sounds." Yan confidently declares they'll keep hunting until you feel like going to sleep. He decides to cancel the Summon Lai and Cuss, replacing them with Summon Fin. He jumps onto it and they soar away swiftly. Let's start the journey to explore the demon world with Yan and his friends. The monster opened its mouth to threaten them, but it was defeated in just a second. This portal here is different from the ones earlier. It's not a gate, but a summoning magic seal. Koss nodded, saying, "I can feel the immense amount of magic emanating from that gate." When Yan still couldn't believe that huge thing was a magic seal, something was coming out of it that made him terrified. The monster materialized and spoke. "Why do you dare to walk into the demon world so boldly without a hint of fear, creatures from another dimension?" Yan's face was as pale as a tomato, but he recited Buddha's name inwardly, scared, but still brave. "Holy gods of heaven and earth, you're the ones who should be afraid. Can you please give me a name?" He is one of the 12 acupoints guarding the entrance to the demon realm Yan-sun. Yan summons his weapon. The 12 palaces are just like the stomach's Ta Trang. This made Yan-kun furious. "You, little brat, are quite the chatterbox, but I hope you're not just good at talking." Yan faces the world without fear. "Come at me." That damn monkey. But honestly, his level is even higher than Ka's. That guy didn't wait and charged right away. He punched the ground hard, but it seemed like nothing happened. Yan didn't expect that the magic resistance potion would cause so much bleeding. Without it, after taking that hit, I would have been on the top of the cabinet watching the naked chickens. But with magic resistance, it should be different. Yan ordered his brothers to make Yankun disappear right away. Kosis was the first to strike, hitting Yang Kun so hard he felt a bit dizzy. Then Kasa and the giant cat jumped up and bit him. At the Federation's planning department on the 6th floor, Director Kim entered and asked about the situation. The manager reported that the player Yan was currently fighting Yankun, the gatekeeper of the 120th Demon Zone. She is a bit happy because Yankun is a high-level monster ranked in the top 100 in the demon world. If it's Yankun, then she might be able to hold Yan back. But why does Kim feel like she's watching everyone gang up to dominate the boss, with the dragon and Yan working together to make Yankun clutch his head and cry? He doesn't understand what's happening. How can an ordinary person have such power? Then it was electrocuted and lay still on the ground. But the pride of a demon servant wouldn't allow it to admit defeat. You're strong, human. But if I hadn't been vigilant, I could have easily defeated you all. He raised an eyebrow. Huh? Then he shouted loudly, "Everyone stop." It asked confused, "What do you want to do to that human?" and then stepped on it to challenge. "I wanted to have a proper fight with you while you were on the defensive. Then you used a healing skill to treat it." The dragon and Holly both found it very confusing. "Master, what are you doing?" Kasa asked somewhat irritably, "Are you finally losing your mind?" But unlike everyone else, he was very relaxed. "It's okay. I have a plan." After being healed, Yankun, the demon guard, regained his vitality and looked down from above. "I have never met a human as arrogant as you. Your confidence in victory and your strength will lead you to your death. I won't back down. Of course, I'm the strongest Ceramus warrior. I don't need allies. I'll fight you alone." And so, after countless battles, the result remained the same. Yankun was still lying on the ground, struggling to get up in defiance. "No way. Yan is ready to fight again. Hey, dragon, let's go against him." And the result repeats itself, demanding a rematch again and again. Once more, this time Yan sends someone else. Holly, inside a building, two programmers are feeling conflicted. The female programmer bites her lip, wondering why the player Yan doesn't kill and keeps healing Yankun instead. Does he no longer want to explore the demon world? Yu wonders if she thinks he's trying to understand Yankun's attack mechanism. Maybe they think they won't gain any more experience or reputation points and that their items will be confiscated, so he's probably fighting to figure out its attack mechanism. The female manager is about to lose her temper. If that's the case, when will we finally get to clock out? The battle keeps repeating endlessly. Yankun is still the one taking the hits. And Yan is smiling happily. This is my 63rd victory. Again? After enough suffering, Yankun doesn't want to try again. "No, I don't need it anymore. I want to serve my master." Seeing it kneel down, he couldn't help but be surprised. "What did you say?" It patiently repeats once more. "I have been conquered by your power. I wish to serve you." "You seem very happy." "Oh, I see. Then I accept." Yu feels itchy. "So, Director, should we follow the plan we discussed in the meeting?" The female manager only now reacted to the love confession, saying, "Yes, now we can only keep observing." Remembering what was said earlier in the meeting, she mentioned that this was the main topic of discussion. "My goal is to send player Yi off the incomplete map of the demon world. Even though we've prevented his experience points and reputation from increasing, the items dropped and the information inside the demon world are still appearing, as is the enhancement system. There was an employee suggesting that if we've already frozen the experience points and reputation, we just need to call him out after restoring all the items and enhancement points, but she immediately refused. "No, player Yan played normally and it's clearly our fault for missing this case." Yu raises her hand to suggest. "So what about rewarding him? How do we make sure he doesn't leak information about the demon world?" "I'll let him keep the enhancement points and items." The female manager is pleased. "That's a good idea since we're often rushing to prepare everything for the demon world map update. So my manager will delegate authority to you. Make Yan log out now. The meeting is over." "Thanks for your hard work." Then everyone leaves, leaving Yu standing there in confusion. They plan to let me do everything. In the game, Yan is trying to recruit Ian Kun, but the system keeps saying no. No matter how many times you try, you won't succeed. You regretfully say, "Ian Kun, I'm sorry, but maybe you can't be my subordinate anymore." It cried and begged, "Is it because I am too weak?" He quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, it's not that. I guess it's because I'm not noble. He thought it was something big, so he showed you the way into the demon world afterward. If that's all there is to it, then I feel relieved. If you continue down that path, you'll truly enter the demon world. And could you grant me a favor?" You happily agree. "Of course, what do you want?" Suddenly, a notification appears on the screen, and curious, you read it. It's a mission. But what is pure demon blood? Yan is dull. He immediately explains to you. It's simply pure demonic blood. But if you drink it, you'll become a half-demon. I was stunned for a moment before opening my mouth in amazement. Half-demons are like those in the fantasy games. They're called dew glass. You might think they're just average, but mid-level demon crystals are impressive. and pure demon blood is just as valuable as high-quality crystal. After thinking carefully, you told Yan-kun, I will help you solve this problem. It is very grateful to you, thank you. Then handed you something, take these items. You don't understand what they are, do you? It enthusiastically explains to you. That is a high-level demon seal and a demon world map. If you possess a high-level demon seal, low and mid-level demons cannot touch you. Are you really happy? Thank you. It doesn't forget to continue. The number of cunning monsters everywhere in the demon world is high, but most of them only appear in zones 115 and 107. He carefully thought that even though his eyes were about to fall out, he had to endure until this mission was somehow over. Then he bid farewell to Yan-kun and said he had to go. Yan-kun, see you next time. Casa entered the demon world with you, and on the way, you kept talking, but Casa didn't say a word. Getting assigned a mission is a good thing, right? Seeing that he didn't reply, you called him again. Now you realize time is passing? Suddenly a notification from you appears, piquing your curiosity to check it out. I was very surprised to find out it was the system operator. I thought they would talk to me at some point, but I didn't expect it to be now. I am, of course. The surrounding space disappeared and was replaced by interconnected networks. You're confused. What's going on? Yu appears from the void and bows to you. Nice to meet you, Yan. I am one of the Kailan system operators. Please also remain polite. Yes, hello, sir. I can chat with you, but I'm quite busy, so I probably won't stay long. I don't know what's going on, but on the surface, I say that, while deep down I know I need to stay firm. While Yu was scratching his head and scratching his ears, unsure how to start the conversation, he only paid attention to the number 500 on his head. Isn't level 500 a bit too much? Viger isn't a demon, so I can't do anything to him. Just a simple touch. And I would be gone. Yu finally apologized sincerely, saying he didn't mean to waste my time. First, the Soft Federation sincerely apologizes to Yan for the mishandling of the situation, forcing you to continue the game amidst many irregularities, all our fault. You quickly waved your hand and said, it's okay, but with him being so kind inside, I find it hard to act indifferent. So you're starting to show your true cunning side, then what do you plan to do? You're not just going to apologize to me and be done with it, right? You grab Yu's collar with a sinister smile. I just abandoned my conscience to seize the advantage. Yu was shaken back and forth but remained very calm. Of course not. We admit our mistake, but instead of simply giving you power in the game, we want to propose a deal. Are you suspicious of the deal? Yu affirms. That's right. So why don't we make it a win-win situation? You know, a big update is coming in a few days. Our game developers have finished the final task before I release new content, but we can't do that because you're still here. Yeah, and that's why we propose to deal with you. The condition is that you will exit the game, yeah. You wouldn't want to lose your effort like that, so what do I get in return? Yu begins to propose a deal. What if we leave 5% of the resistance for your character? You're secretly calculating. They're still letting me keep 5% resistance, right? This deal is better than I thought, but the problem with resistance is that the numbers only increase naturally through fighting demons. I don't know if that 5% is really worth it. In a situation like this, you have to push forward. Yu continued. Of course you can increase your resistance through missions by continuing to fight demons. But just 1% resistance is hard to increase, and 5% is not a small number. As he said that, he acted as if everyone knew this. Still wanting more, he brushed it off casually. But is there a maximum resistance level, or is it like the other stats? Yu immediately said, yes, the maximum resistance level is 30%. Hearing that, Yu immediately set the price, so if I can get an extra 5% on top of the 30, I'll agree right away. Yu saw him whispering and calculating the conditions. If he agrees, his maximum resistance stat will be 35. It's quite impossible if he demands to maximize all stats should I go along with it. After thinking for a while, I have an answer. Yes, we can do that. You see him agree and then want to ask for a little more. Is he truly willing to accept it like that? Should I ask for more? Then you ask about the confiscated items and what about the items and equipment I gained in the demon realm? Yex replied immediately. As soon as you exit, the items and possessions will disappear because this is the demon world's mission area, and the items will be automatically erased. You asked, what about the items I enhanced with demon crystal? This question was also part of Yu's meeting. We will let you keep your enhancement points and your current mission will also remain active. Hearing this, you feel quite satisfied. Of course, I spent hours enhancing those items. Wow, you smile and say goodbye to Yu. Thanks a lot then. Yu also said goodbye, but didn't forget to remind you. It's nothing. Sorry for bothering your gaming experience. So when will you log out? You bow your head deeply to him. You go ahead first. I will pack everything up and log out as soon as I can. Yu looked at the time and calculated mentally. Please try to escape the game within about 10 minutes for me. You scratch your head and smile. Of course I can do that. I'll be done in 5 minutes, don't worry. Goodbye. See you later. That's really strange. Am I back already? Suddenly, I took off all my clothes along with Casa, making Casa jump in shock. What are you doing, Master? No matter how much Casa screams, you don't care. If they are not taken away, then we have to make use of them. He started removing all the clothes on himself. At this moment, he steps out of the game console, stretches tiredly, and then checks the time on his phone. Is it already too late? No wonder I felt like I was about to faint. I'm sure I got a great deal. Thanks to them, I was able to choose a fully upgraded super item. Remembering when I was still in the game, I used all my stones to upgrade my outfit until it couldn't be upgraded anymore. Once fully upgraded, does it emit a white light? You put it on and spun around. Being this bright is a bit too noticeable. I don't want to attract attention, so you start fiddling with the control panel. I've set the privacy mode to hide all personal information. There's no reason for me to walk around with this. Luckily, I chose to turn off effects for equipment in the settings, and I got extra items to trade and healing options as well. Although it's an option for control, this still fits my playstyle. At least agility remains my main stat. You don't pay attention to other things and go to bed. After all, it's hard to believe. Got it. While you were sleeping, the guild leaders were discussing. Seuss, feeling frustrated, rested his chin and said, I have successfully resisted the kingdom. Even now, despite the danger we've faced, Ma-On still focuses on reading. Even now, because the honor of the Khan kingdom has left the battlefield to carry out a foreign mission. Seeing Ma's indifference, Samus was a bit annoyed. Should I stay here for the 5 days before the update? It doesn't do any good. Without us, Lucifer would collapse soon too, Samus asked again. But don't you think that with this situation the Little Kingdom will be entitled to the next update? The Shadow Man closed the book at this moment. It's just temporary. The amount of goods they receive from the central region isn't enough to stop them. And I don't know what new content will be added. I guess they'll introduce something strange that can't compare to our skills, but in the new content you'll obviously receive a higher tier reward than usual. Samus was a bit surprised. What do you mean? So wasn't I right from the beginning? Shadow Demon, keep analyzing. What if I do that? I will create a war rumor to prevent war and search for aliens to expand the content about the alien world. Every week I will rotate the team. Even if this method is a bit slow, I can prevent chaos in the central region and continue with the content about the other world. Samus, hearing the demon spirit speak, suddenly comes to her senses. That's a good idea. Then I will trust you. One last time. A new day begins and Jinung sits down at the gaming console again. Let's start the new day. When you log into the game, everything around you feels completely different. Isn't this the Forest of Love? I guess I've been sent to the demon world. Looking at this pile of pink, it's really overwhelming because in the demon world you only see darkness. Let's see what my ancient books and scrolls are for. After checking the map, he happily exclaimed, Great, I confirm they are still intact. Now it's just about meeting Yen. After a while walking, he finally stands in front of a house. Yen looked out to see who was knocking and was very happy to see Yan again. Oh my god, you have returned safely, Lord Yan. I was worried because you wouldn't come back until the barrier closed. I'm a bit sorry for breaking my promise. Sorry for being late, Yen. There are some complicated matters in the demon world. She politely invited him into the house. I am glad to see that you are still in good health because this is not an easy task. Why don't you come inside? After inviting Yan to have tea and some cake, she then gets to the main point. Did you bring all of Jiahuk's souls back? He immediately took out the gourd and the scroll. Very good, here they are. When you checked the level of those souls, you were surprised to find they were only grade C? Maybe it's because I completed the mission too late. But either way, I gained more than I lost. 3 points of favorability isn't a big deal. But Izen was very happy when he got the item. Impressive, you have collected exactly 200 souls. Now let me begin restoring the ancient manuscript. Yen begins to murmur some incantation, and shortly after, a book with a bright red cover is placed in front of Yan. She saw that Yan didn't seem to understand the demon world very well, so she said, Let me explain the demon world to you first, then used her magic to vividly recreate the demon world to introduce it to him. At night, in a small house, Yan propped his chin with one hand, admiring the ancient book and the pen on the table, silently thinking, so basically, I think my drawings look good. Right? The memory of Izen's explanation flooded back. Demons and evil monsters, two completely separate forces, with no fighting for power between them. Demons are divided into royal and noble clans, while evil monsters have ranks from high to low. These classes do not exist without reason. They are shaped through fierce battles. Evil monsters also have ranks, using a similar naming system as the monsters in the mortal realm. These high-ranking evil monsters beyond legend possess incredible intelligence and can even communicate with humans. Any species can become a half-god if they harness pure demon blood and learn to unlock a new energy called dark energy, as well as connect with lower-ranked monsters than the heroine. Finally, the players can join the official battle to determine the rank of the demon. Yan is lost in thought, a worry creeping into his mind. What worries me is whether the author of this manual also went there or not. The summoner, the one who became a half-god thanks to pure demon blood. The half-demon Jaban. Night has fallen. Darkness envelops the space. A small house hidden in the forest still emits streaks of light, illuminating the surroundings and flickering fireflies. Jan is sitting at the table, carefully reading each line, not missing a single word from the system. This is the next part of the Demon's Move mission. Basically, a top-tier EL-level character completely trusted and entrusted you after seeing your success in restoring the Ancient Beast Guide. She wants Jan to infiltrate the demon world and uncover their plans. To do that, first you must infiltrate the armored city to meet Seraph. With Serapin's help, Jan needs to find the Demon's Move and stop them from invading the human world. Could it be that the mission involving the noble half-demon is related to some kind of betrayal? From what I overheard, it's a human hero turned half-demon. Still, this pile of unreliable information doesn't help much with the current situation. Jan sighed heavily, unable to do anything until there was an update from the demon world. Just now you tried to open the gate to the demon world to experience it, but the result was a humiliating failure. Jan rolled his eyes analyzing the situation, and with the limited time left, it's unlikely you'll level up. Maybe you should go back to the central continent to gather information on Chun and wait for your genius brain to come up with a new plan. Just thinking about it, Jan felt excited and eager to hit the road immediately. The next morning, Jan returned to the central continent and recounted what had happened over the past few days. The other two were, of course, so shocked they couldn't speak, their expressions like they'd just swallowed a chili. And of course, during the recount, Jan couldn't pass up the chance to subtly boast about himself. After all, during the meeting, the three of them agreed on the goal of becoming the #1 guild from their current 10th place. They must strengthen their forces to the point that even the top guilds cannot reach. With Lucifer as the foundation, they can create a new independent nation where Jan will proudly sit on the highest throne. A day before the Demon World update, Ian and Hajin met in the real world. Hajin finished his glass of water, visibly excited, eager for Kalen's latest update. Jan is no less eager, feeling anxious and restless. Hajin's younger sister is very happy, considering herself lucky thanks to the update that allowed them to have a wonderful date today. Is that right? Suddenly, the younger sister shifts her attitude, her tone changing abruptly like a deflating balloon, threatening Han with a fierce glare. Yan was so nervous that her words caught in her throat, and she had to swallow them back, forcing a nervous laugh and scratching her head. Of course you're enjoying it, right? Even if I give you 100 guts, you wouldn't dare to speak against me. Suddenly Yan suggested, why don't Hajin come to my place and play Kailan with me? Of course my sister didn't refuse. Wait a moment. Our boy Tinte has already prepared a heartfelt gift for her. He patiently organized some information about the mission so she could enter the demon world with the ingredients she might need for cooking. Maybe the two of them won't be able to do the mission together, so Yan thoughtfully prepared a notebook for her. He kindly reminded her to call him once she's finished. Hajin was very happy. She smiled brightly, and the two of them sat together sharing stories about everything under the sun. Things only lovers would tell each other. The next day, as promised, Hajin went to Yan's house, hurriedly urging her to move faster, and she quickly got on. The server will be up in less than a minute. Seeing Yan's eager and flustered look, Hajin was just puzzled. Does he love Kailan that much? Those things don't really matter. The two of them quickly logged in. As soon as Yan logged in, he saw Lucia happily welcoming him back. He has returned. Lord Yan, the notification of your first successful login also appears everywhere. When everyone sees that big message, their expressions relax and they breathe a sigh of relief. And of course, the opposing side looks pale and grim, grinding their teeth in frustration. Sejiang also joins in, throwing a half-hearted teasing remark, saying she'll go crazy over that girl with anger management issues. And with a loud explosion, a wall was shattered by a punch, and Rayhan's fierce aura roared as he cursed. That bastard! It seems she won't let Yan go. On this side, Yan has successfully entered the demon world, and the notifications keep popping up. You can't help but be surprised by the extraordinary feature of discovering this new space. It's on a completely different level compared to exploring dungeons or mining areas. Ian quietly calculates, increasing resistance by 2%, so he no longer has 99% resistance. He probably has to fight with all his might just to catch that damn difficult one. Yan calmly quickly summons Ba Lam. As soon as he finishes speaking, a huge surge of power rushes out. Your beast is fierce, its power tearing through space with lightning flashing around. Yan gazes at the frantic creatures rushing toward him like foolish animals, slightly smirking as he gives the command. Let the hunt begin. In the end, Yan and the Guardian Angels finished everything smoothly, but I have to admit it was really tough. Huang Kui said to Cassius, I think the master will continue hunting, and he thinks so too. What should we do now? I don't think we'll get a break in the next week. Huang Kui is feeling jealous of Puji again. I also want to rest. Sias, meanwhile, is mocking it. But haven't you rested enough? I'm the one being constantly summoned. Huang Kui, even at this point, you're joking about others' exhaustion. If you don't work regularly, you won't want to do that work. People call it the Monday syndrome. That's what the owner's girlfriend told me. Everyone goes to work with their shoulders slumped in boredom, leading to depression. The Monday after the weekend is called Tired Monday, and people start to hate working. The sky of the demon world is a dull, gloomy red. Kasi always teases with every word, not because we are bored inside, right? Yan and Lai watch them talk to each other with helplessness. These two are probably just acting. Why do you consider hunting as work? You're so lazy. Unlike those two dragons, Lai is very enthusiastic about hunting, so Yan cares for him a lot. And then Song Long thinks Lai is crazy. Why would he want to go hunting? This is called work addiction, a dangerous disease. 4 hours later, Casa, Syria, and Helim arrived. It's been a long time since they last met, so Yan is very excited. I have a task for everyone. Syria, only pick up items of hero level or higher. Helim, you go hunt the monsters with us. His eyes always look vacant and sleep-deprived as he straightforwardly replied, I don't like it. These ordinary monsters are really boring. If there are rare-level monsters, I will take action. Yan shouted, No, what's the point of wasting time fighting rare-level monsters? Normal monsters give more experience. From Kasa's eyes, it's clear he's still suspicious. Yan touches and opens the ranking window. My current level is 179 and the top rank is 181. I thought I was close to catching up, but it seems like it's still a long way to go. Isn't Remia the current top of the rankings? At first, Remia, a famous mage who was ranked first, but now her information has disappeared. So she must have set it to private mode. Why is that? If Remia hadn't taken a break from playing, she should be at least 1 or 2 levels above the current top 1. Yan reminded himself to work harder and started to join them. Is this the demon world? It's more comfortable here than I thought. The Red Fire King is actually Remia, a former member of the Lendo Gang and once ranked at the top of the level leaderboard. The magic she used most often in the past was Red Fire. When she was on the Central Continent, she completed the Fire Dragon mission and created the first legend. She became the Red Fire King, the heir to the Fire Dragon's will. Granin. Remia was excited to learn that the first person to enter was Yan. The Red Fire King has entered the demon world. She's also quite curious about how Yan managed to get into the demon world so quickly. But Remia won't give up easily. The two sides fought fiercely and injuries were inevitable. Thanks to the judgment effect of the Soul King, you recover 10% health after dodging an enemy attack. It has been a week since Yan entered the demon world until now, when he started the mission. Tasks related to the demon world, one from Iriel and one from Yankun. You must complete the task from Yankun before you can take on the one from Iriel. Let's start the first mission. Yan felt a bit hesitant recalling it. Wait. To do this mission, I have to go through Yankun's guard post. Could the intimacy level have dropped because of the update? Last time you easily defeated him thanks to your broken magic resistance stat. Now, you're not so sure you can win. If the mission is still ongoing, then our rapport should still be maintained. The 120 area is in the demon realm, but Yankun isn't there, nor do we see the large summoning circle like last time. So can I handle the corrupted monsters like this? Since it's your first time in this area, you'd better be careful. The ground below is still cracked and bulging with many creatures, even screaming out loud. Yan was hit by an attack that left him confused. Damn it, what kind of monster damage is this? Casa and Syria even tried to help, but he just waved his hand and said he's fine. I can handle it myself. This is the first time you've seen this kind of monster. He's already level 262 and 263 too. Their names seem to be father and son. If my magic resistance is less than 1%, I'll probably be done for. Yan, summon a series of attacks all at once for a full assault. Here's the blessing of the Dragon Turtle for Lai and activate absolute defense. Finn uses crushing pressure to block the enemy's vision. Cassius keeps watch over that side. Lai fights alongside him in close combat. Salamis the warrior's will shifts all stats to speed, but Yan still maintains his calm demeanor. Chakas kept fighting and clawed at him. After a moment of struggle, the supreme judgment effect of the Soul King was activated when avoiding the enemy's attack. There is a 15 chance to deal lightning damage equal to 30 of attack power. When avoiding enemy attacks, there is a 30 chance to recover 10 health. At this moment, Lai stands in the middle of the battle, its claws sharper than a blade. Thanks to the blessing effect from the Dragon Turtle, Baji takes the damage instead. Baggy is in an undefeated state thanks to the absolute defense effect that makes him immune to damage. In an instant, Lai successfully defeated them. After the fight, Yan underestimated himself more easily than I thought because all the stats had shifted to speed, so his attack power was weaker. But thanks to the supreme option, I can heal while dealing damage to opponents just by dodging attacks. And from this battle, I also identified the weaknesses of the Uong team. Yan's team currently has Baji.Day and Saria, and probably Puji as well. For damage, there's Kasa, Helim, Lee, Finn, Hallie, and Cassius. Right now, only Saria has healing ability among the supports, dealing too much damage but not enough support. We've come so far, it's truly amazing. Yan quietly wonders if Helim, who has a pretty high defense, should join the Uong team. It seems we need to find more support quickly. Starting now, Gang 37 also entered the Demon Realm 10 days after the update, and finally found this place. Yet, the Kailan community page mentioned that the terrain of the Demon Realm varies in each area. Then this must be the outskirts of the Demon Realm. Let's level up together, everyone agrees enthusiastically. At that moment, a type of beast attacked him. He squeezed its neck and told everyone not to ignore them. We will defeat it. The community post said, we will become rich by collecting magic stones from them. He ordered everyone to eliminate all the beasts of the wild. 10 days later, in the Demon World update, the high-level guilds gradually entered this area. Meanwhile, Area 115 in the Demon Realm looked around in confusion and asked what this crystal was. This place is incredibly eerie and dark. The tip of a stone stood tall there, sharp enough to pierce everything. Jinzhong was also startled. What is this crystal? It's a very large one, with sharp ends and emanating a strange, ominous power. What could this be? Area 115, a dark and gloomy place. Moreover, the buildings are in ruins and abandoned. Just by looking, you can tell this is the demon's dwelling. Jinzhong and his group are slowly walking along the dark, foggy road. He's not in a good mood. It's been 10 days since he entered the demon world. But even now, they are still stuck in this terrifying zone 115. Right now, he's very cautious. On the way here, besides Dadcut, I encountered countless other monsters. And I can't forget the horrifying, mutated monsters mentioned in Yang-kun's mission. Up to now, I haven't been able to get past this place because they blocked me. I'm pretty tired from all this, so let's take a break. He opens the mission page. Luckily, they are getting closer to Yang-kun's task. If you kill the rare-level mutated monsters, you'll receive a mid-level magic stone. He picks up the red mid-level magic stone, and unexpectedly, it appears right then. But throwing it away is the best option now. If it can't be purified, this thing is no different from a piece of stone. It's truly useless. Looking around is really boring. I don't know where those damn corrupted monsters keep appearing from. They just keep coming non-stop. In this difficult situation, a confident smile is enough, but solving the root of the problem is more important. Jinung quickly used magic to summon his spirit beasts. The two adorable spirit beasts appeared swiftly, and he quickly explained the situation to them. The mutated monsters keep appearing non-stop. They can't keep fighting like this forever. Go around and check if there's anything suspicious, then report back to Jin Sung. The two quickly received their orders and flew off to complete their mission. Now put on your glasses. You need to rest for a bit. The two quickly flew away swiftly. C.A. Cut started to feel a bit annoyed. Lately, the owner has been summoning them quite often. Maybe it's time to report to the Employment and Labor Department. The movie also responds, but the language is very strange. C.A. Cut is helpless and doesn't want to talk. Does it even understand anything? What is it saying? Oh my god. It seems like it remembered something, which made Phi jump in shock. Now let's do our best. Jinjung is currently enjoying himself as if he's at the beach, even though he's in the demon's base. Not just you, but everyone else too. Fa Khan was even caught sleeping without any guard up. At this moment, Phi suddenly flies over. Seeing Phi, Jinjung is overjoyed. Did you see anything? It quickly revealed the information. Of course, with such a difficult language, but Doan being the owner, he understood immediately. He stood up and told everyone, if break time's over, let's move out. Fa Khan loudly snored again, making his teammates helpless. Jin Shung immediately caught on, knowing he wasn't asleep, so wake up already. Returning to the present, when Jin Zhung saw the huge crystal, he approached to examine it more closely, and just a quick glance was enough to surprise him. I wonder what this is used for. The people behind also looked on, clueless about what it was. Fa Khan suddenly shouted for everyone to get out of the way, catching everyone off guard. Those with weapons quickly raised their swords, ready to strike. The strike was so fast that no one could block it. Even Jin Zhung didn't see it coming. So, the seal crystal of the demon world has been attacked, and its stability has decreased significantly. Jin Zhung was stunned. What is going on? How dare you do that on your own? Seeing your anger, Faken just sees you as a fool, and it's obvious right away that there's a problem. The thing to do is smash this. He finally calmed down and turned to the screen, seeing the notification that made him suspicious, but he couldn't tell what it was just by looking. He was truly surprised. Did the system say there was someone named Jeban inside this crystal? Jinung tries to rack his brain to figure out who that guy is. He recalls the guidebook he saw, and really, its author made him endlessly puzzled. Is the creature called an elf actually a half-demon using demon blood? Yes, that's Jeb. This face looks way too satisfied. Yes, it's a half-demon, the summoner Yell mentioned before. Syria also has some questions, so what should they do now? How to destroy it without hurting the person inside? That's what I'm thinking. He will summon more people to help them work. He quickly uses the summoning command. Now everyone can start chipping it out. After a while, the pieces kept increasing. He looked at it affectionately after working hard and succeeding. They had finally broken the huge crystal. It's so addictive. But on the bright side, its outcome makes everyone very happy. This item has a durability of up to 3 million, truly destructive. Suddenly, a fierce light emanates from within it. The flashes of light grew more and more numerous, blinding Jinzung. What is this light? It marks the awakening of Zebian's soul. Another mission has been unlocked. A figure with an imposing presence appears from within. Maybe that's Jabin. He slightly opened his eyes to look at this person. GB quickly lands. Are you the one who took him outside? He politely thanks everyone. Thanks to all of you, his long-sleeping soul has finally awakened. That's right. He really is the person named Jeb. Jinseung quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. He looked at Jeban with admiration. I thought he must be very old, but look at him. He's still so young and handsome. Jaebun is very grateful to Jinung for saving him and hopes he can listen to his story. It might be a bit of a bother, but could this be some kind of mission? In fact, Jaebun is the first among all races to become a pure demon master. He has captured countless hated demons and studied and collected a lot of different data about them. He worked tirelessly and learned that there are even stronger and more mysterious demons out there, so he immersed himself in research and hoped to capture even more powerful ones. Therefore, Jaebun created countless legendary-level demons. He tried many times, but all ended in failure. On his journey, he created Heo Han, the highest-ranked demon he could tame, and it looks undeniably terrifying. His eyes started to avert. That was truly the mistake right from the beginning. His biggest mistake was letting that savage demon become a hellhound to hunt even stronger demons, and then he pushed his luck further. He conducted an experiment to merge two demons together, and of course, the experiment was successful. But at this point, its power hasn't improved much. Seeing that, Jebian decided to continue this experiment once more. And then there was an even worse result. He created the world's first legendary demon, the Demon Dragon. Then he continued to combine legendary demons with each other. Truly a stroke of luck for the mysteries he uncovered. At that moment, Bien had become a pure demon master with greed as deep as a black hole in space. And then, wanting to create a supreme demon, he combined the dragon demon with other legendary demons. Even Bien couldn't have foreseen that the creature he just created would be a disaster. It shattered the experiment tube in his shock. That guy is the Demon Dragon Khalifa, but he's truly ungrateful. As soon as it was born, it cruelly sealed Zaban in a crystal prison and then destroyed his research facility, leaving it as a pile of volcanic ash. And then it disappeared, without a trace. Jinseung was stunned when he heard this story. Could that be the Khalifa Demon Oe mentioned before? Did he create it himself? I just can't believe it. Even now, Jebin deeply regrets what he has done. It's all because of insatiable greed. Forget about the creation issue. So I wonder if he knows about the mutated monsters that appeared in this area. Jian is still very sad. What is this twisted monster? Jinzhong opened the screen, holding a piece of energy, and handed it to Jebian. In his hand is a strange piece of energy. Looking at this energy source, Jin guesses that the problem arose when his laboratory was destroyed by that evil demon. Jinjung was extremely stunned, so it's another incident at the laboratory? Jebi admitted, without any explanation. Clearly, to merge the demons, he needs the Furious Seed to control their demonic power, and the demons affected by it will definitely not be normal. They will be influenced by the seed and go insane. So what exactly is that crazy seed? The most accurate explanation is that it's a type of seed made from Chaos Stone, and if refined, it can produce a Chaos Seed. Talking about it, the crazy stone is the easy part. Jebi said that behind your laboratory there is a mine area containing a large amount of buried crazy stone for a long time. Usually I would keep a close watch on that place, so even legendary demons couldn't get in. But when Khalifa destroyed the laboratory, the demons had already infiltrated. Jin Yung hesitated. So, if they can seal that mine, Janken's mission will be complete. He opens the mission board. The above is a lengthy introduction. But basically the main task is for Janken to acknowledge Jinung's strength, and currently Janken is in the city of Tichno. Seeing the notification, you were surprised it appeared so quickly. Could it be because you passed through the area protected by Janken? So now, how do we close that hole? Of course, Jebian can tell you the method, but first listen to his request. Why demand to keep it like that? Honestly, Jebi wants Jin Sung to succeed him in the demon fusion research, so he has to go to Area 107 in the demon world, find Jebi's destroyed research facility, and eliminate the demons. What kind of request is this to keep it? He remains very calm. So all I need to do is eliminate all the corrupted demons at the facility? Wait a moment. I need to ask carefully because he might disappear like a coward soon. He looks confused again. He will go with us. You can tell he's feeling uncomfortable. Then why don't you do it yourself, huh? Isn't it Kefila that he created and then went to cause trouble with? At this point, Kut nodded in agreement. Dabian has to handle the problem he caused himself. But it has been sealed by that dragon demon, so there's nothing it can do. Jin Sung was very surprised. Ka, if you keep saying that, it's like you're risking the mission being cancelled. Jebi scratched his head, feeling very embarrassed. Actually, he also wanted to do it confidently, but now he doesn't even have his own body anymore. He also doesn't know the whereabouts of the tamed demons anymore. Jin Sung seems to have to complete this mission quickly. He forced a smile. They had no choice but to help Zeben. Anyway, they have to deal with the corrupted monsters anyway. It's really awesome. Finish the mission quickly and head to the City of Rage to find the hideout. Then he will use demon blood essence and become a half-demon. By then, Jin Jung will be promoted to a hidden profession as a pure demon master. That's awesome. In Area 111 of the demon world, this place is much more terrifying than the previous one. Explosions keep happening and the sky is blood red. Jin Jung is fighting the demon fiercely, determined to win this battle. He waits for the right moment to fly up, aiming carefully. Miss, and it's over. As soon as he touched it, a blinding light appeared. The demon still growled as if nothing was happening, leaving Jin Jung puzzled. Now it's its turn to attack him. He tries to block it. It will probably be a bit difficult. It crashes down hard on the stone floor, sending debris flying everywhere. At this moment, Fa Kan also attacked to help him. Fa Kan swung decisively, knocking the blue Zero out, but he targeted the wrong person. The demon roared in pain. Jin Jung was terrified when attacked, but luckily managed to defend himself. It seems the farther away they go, the stronger the monsters become. Why is it all piled up like this? The group quickly went over to check on Jin Sung. Jebi is very excited. The reason these demons are getting stronger is because they've been poisoned by the crazy stone, just like humans taking stimulants. Jinung did a great job. Everyone is so talented. Puji is terrified to death. Where will we end up if we get past this place? In front of everyone, if they pass through them, they will enter Zone 110. Hearing that, Puji was extremely scared. Jebian leads the way, excited and talking nonstop. Jin Sung watches with suspicion. Everyone was already exhausted from listening. He talked way too much. He explained each point one by one. Lute's weakness is its lower back. Its spine is extremely weak, so even a small force can make it twist in pain. Then comes the introduction of another one, Hei Kazun. Just pay attention to its eyes. When they turn bright red, that's when they will attack fiercely. Jin Sung thinks it's pretty good. Although this old man talks a lot, not everything he says is useless. He's just providing useful knowledge for these brains. They have already encountered something very terrifying. In front of them is a huge and strange purple magic circle. Jebi instantly recognized it. They have already reached Gate 109. To reach the next area, you have to face one of those gatekeepers. It's not going to be easy. Are you ready to fight now? Whether you're ready or not, it's still a fight you have to face. Jebi wanted to step forward, but Jin Sung panicked and stopped him. You haven't mentally prepared yet, man. Take it easy, old man. My head is pounding. What should I do? In the fight against him, I won because I had 99% magic resistance. Now it's hard to say, fighting someone on par with Janko? With this situation, it's probably hopeless, and failure is 100% certain. Jinung is shy, but he can still fight now. Debian was very surprised. Weren't you already past Zone 120, so why are you afraid? Jinung was very embarrassed. It's true that it's over, but by luck he's a little disappointed, so he slowly explains that there are other ways. If you don't want to fight now, you need to get the demon mark from the gatekeeper of Zone 120. He feels like the chance to get it is as rare as the sun appearing in the demon world. But who would have thought Jin Sung had one of those? He produced a sphere with the mark. Is this the thing? Jebian walks around inspecting every corner in amazement. Is this a mark of Kunsao, a very high-level demon? How did Jinung get it, I wonder? I feel so helpless. So how do I use this now? This is actually very simple. He points to a nearby tombstone. Now, just put the mark into the hole. Jin Sung quickly approached and decisively placed the mark into the hole on the tombstone. It fit perfectly with no gaps at all. Suddenly, the magic circle shone with a divine light that terrified everyone, releasing a burst of energy as lightning crackled around it. Now, it has become a very strange pit. This thing coming out also startled Jin Sung, right? Are you ready? I am very happy. So, we can pass through Area 1 without fighting. That's amazing for everyone. He happily leads the way. Now it's okay, let's go, guys. In Area 107, it's quite dark here, and there's a huge, terrifying maze. Be careful and look around because this place looks just like a maze. Jaebion also admits that's why he set up his laboratory here. The demons of the royal and noble families are such a hassle for him. Because they are much stronger than the other demons around here, but JN doesn't want them to interfere with his experiments even a little bit. So he arrived at a place with a maze-like terrain where they wouldn't pay attention, allowing him to conduct his experiments freely without interference. He stomped his foot hard. Jinung was completely surprised. Now they have arrived at the place where he set up the laboratory. It's large, but completely sealed. This is the Devil Factory. Jinzung looked up and was blinded. Is this factory the Devil Factory? Everyone quickly moved inside. It really is completely abandoned inside. Of course, that's only natural since Khalifa destroyed everything and it's been abandoned for over 1,000 years. That's when Fakan finally voiced his question. They've gone from 110 to Area 107 but haven't encountered any demons at all. It's all because of the Chaos Stone. Jaeban reveals information that surprises everyone. All the demons nearby Area 107 can smell the scent of that stone and gather here. Jinjung was completely stunned. What are you talking about? Are you all gathering here? Jin doesn't seem very surprised. Not only the areas they've been through, but also areas 105 and 106. For those demons, the Frenzy Stone is like a human drug. He once said that the Crazy Stone was similar to an exhilarating drug, but in reality, it's even more powerful. If a demon absorbs the Crazy Stone, it will no longer feel pain and will start craving the stone, smashing it. Jean touched a door. Open it and you'll find something surprising. The door slowly opens, revealing a dusty interior that makes Jain Sung cough and gasp. He can't see inside clearly because of the dust, but what's inside is already revealed. An enormous crowd of demons devouring the Frenzy Stones. Everyone fell into a panic as if they couldn't move. The demons also saw them. The door was quickly shut in time and everyone stood still without moving. Jinung Seria and Jebi looked at each other awkwardly. Why did they open the wrong room? But then a loud noise startled all three of them. The tense moment saw the sword swing fiercely. Bin also looked at the door with interest. A loud noise sounded, and 3 large claws pierced into it. It drew a long line, revealing a terrifying demon eye. The door was quickly destroyed by the demons, causing everyone to scream in fear. Jin Sung shouted loudly, telling everyone to stop the demons quickly. The annoying demons, relying on their numbers to bully the weak, charged forward without any mercy. At this moment, Yan's group was being attacked by a horde of monsters. Yan struggled to block the cave entrance while ordering everyone to hold back the demons, who were threatening to use chaos to buy more time for the team. Seeing this, Lai also helped summon the Baj Kus, but as the Chaos Dragon was summoned, it hit the ceiling painfully because they were too low. Seeing its pain, Lai hesitated a bit, then transformed into a large old man to fight more easily. Once the army was fully assembled, he ordered everyone to attack together, but before he could finish speaking, Lai had already charged forward. In just a moment, Lai has taken care of all the monsters surrounding the group. Even YA, watching this scene, finds it hard to understand. You try calling Lai, but Lai seems not to hear you and keeps fighting. Although Lai looks different, Yan is still very excited by Lai's brave appearance. What's going on, Lai? What's happening? Are you always this strong? He immediately said. Because the moon is very bright here, Master. You look puzzled. Is that so? Jebian only then remembered. Starting from Area 109, there are 3 moons here. I think it has made your wolf stronger. Yan is also a bit skeptical. Is that really okay? Then he started checking Lai's stats. He reviewed from the first stat and was shocked. Lai's innate stats tripled, meaning a 90% speed increase and 9% HP recovery per second. His eyes lit up at that. So the moon here turns Lai into a zombie assassin. Jebi saw that everyone was too absorbed and spoke up. Let's go deeper. The storage of the Crazy Stone inscriptions is in the center. Everyone went inside, but only Lai, overwhelmed by the smell, was unable to be summoned again due to the increased stats making him more sensitive to scents. Master, I smell the blood of a monster. Are you sure it's blood? What do you mean by the smell of blood? Jebi pushed the door open and saw a giant bird pecking at its meal. He glanced at the monsters on the floor. They're all dead. Seria was trembling. What is this crow-like monster? Jebian recognized it. That is a monster that took a lot of effort to create. Lake is a hero-level monster, but its power is comparable to that of a legendary one. Leo's soul is the best ingredient for creating a legendary monster. He was stunned, so it's the material used to make a legendary creature? Jebian confirms, yes, that is an extremely rare monster. If you can't tame it, you won't know when you'll find another like it. You're also a bit annoyed to have met it. Damn it, what a waste. I still don't have demon blood, so I can't tame it. Why did we run into it now? Suddenly, it turned back and shouted at the crowd. Jebian saw that and realized it had pinpointed our location. Ian immediately summoned the 3 Bajis and told Saria, "The restraining is in progress," and she immediately followed the instructions. The summon is suppressing it. Jan begins assigning tasks. Bob coordinates with Dongdae to hold it off, then turns to ask Leo if it has any weaknesses. He also straightforwardly provided some information. There are a few things you need to pay attention to. Its fur will catch fire whenever its blood drops to a certain level, and this burning state will last for 5 minutes. If the flame is red, it will be immune to all magic damage. If the flame is blue, it will be immune to all physical damage. You were very surprised to hear that. Is there a specific order to the colors of the flames? I'm not sure about that either. Sorry, I don't know. You also started thinking of another way. I understand now, thank you. So far our forces haven't suffered any losses, but it seems we have to accept sacrifices to defeat that monster, and I really don't want to kill it. Lu keeps flying high, making it impossible for Huang Kui and Dangda to attack. Huang Kui, annoyed, looked up and shouted, "How can we fight when it's just hovering in the air?" But Yan confidently said, "No problem, we can fly too." Then he snapped his fingers to summon the film, which immediately appeared, and he confidently challenged Lu to an aerial battle, shouting loudly and shooting fireballs from his mouth towards Yan. But he quickly jumped onto Phi to soar into the sky. He orders. Phi uses crushing pressure, Rake uses long ngam, Baj uses long quais trukfuk on cuss. Honmang Long also transformed and flew in to lend some strength to the battle. It grabbed Lake Yu's wings, causing it to spit a fireball toward Honmang Long, but it was also retaliated against painfully and then dropped freely to the ground. But ironically, Lai was waiting for it below. Lai jumped up and swung his sword, forcing it to quickly fly back up with all its might. At the same time, its body was engulfed in blue flames, which it used to hurl fireballs over a wide area below. Anne struggled to both shield herself and command the battle. What is this? That crazy bird just did something? It can shoot fiery energy from its wings that are burning. That's the blue flame. So it's immune to physical damage. Then Lycasa and Helm's attacks won't work, but Fake's damage is too weak and Cuss's long chant skill has too long a cooldown. You angrily shout, "Damn it all." Focus on dodging until that fire subsides and endure. Suddenly, Lichia changed its attack direction, surprising you. What's going on? Why did it attack head-on? Is it because it's out of its mind and going berserk? Then that's good. The flames are dying down now. You order everyone to charge forward. Lake Yu used the Roar of the Shadows skill, causing everyone to suffer serious injuries except Phi and Yan, who were above. Seeing everyone injured, he shifted from anger to concern, tense with worry, then charged forward with Phi to attack Lake Yu. Each spear you throw directly into one of its wings, injuring it so it can't fly. After you land on the ground, Lake Yu looks at you with a rather unfriendly expression. But you're not afraid of it either. What should we do now? You can't fly anymore, right? But you still feel regret. Unfortunately, the effect from the Soul King's judgment has no power. It still wants to resist and spat out a fireball towards Huang Kui. He reacted just in time to order Baji to activate the Absolute Shield. A protective barrier formed around Huang Kui, but its power could not compare to that of a legendary-level monster, so Huang Kui still took heavy damage. You turn back and order Xia to heal B once the absolute defense ends. Even though she is well protected, Saria still nervously asks if there's not much blood left. Meanwhile, he remains determined to prioritize himself. Heal Bai first while Huang Kui struggles to resist, then seize the opportunity to give the final orders to Casa. Attack with me. Casa agrees immediately. Understood. You have made up your mind. Even if it means taking more risks, you will fight alongside them. Because without the summoned beasts and support NPCs, my hunting efficiency would be cut in half. Then, he ordered everyone to charge together. After a fierce battle, neither side could claim victory, but both were exhausted. Unfortunately for Yan's side, Finn and Rake had fallen. Yan also saw the situation and ordered everyone to stop. Casa is a bit stunned. What? Honmang Long is the same. We need to attack now to defeat it. He ignored them and kept calculating. The flame had changed colors 6 times. If what Ziban said is true, Lake E has less than 20% health. He looked back at everyone and made a decision. I will tame it. Jaban was stunned. What? Don't you know that only demon hunters can capture monsters in the demon world? But you still remain confident, I know. Then perform first aid on yourself. You order Badge. When I signal, use Long Kuai's Blessing Bamboo for me. It nods. I understand. Lei looks much weaker now but still tries to fight back by shooting a fireball at Yan. But you easily countered that move and even told Jabin about it. That's why I wanted to challenge him even more. You signal to go ahead. You jump up and slash at Lek Yu, causing it to fall to the ground. It didn't just let you hit it, then swung its wings to knock you away, but Baji took the damage for you. You jump up to continue attacking it, but this time its entire body is surrounded by red flames. The red flames make it immune to magic damage, so that means it's below 10% health. So before it uses a wide area attack, I have to make it surrender. Then the battle with Yan-kun will be replayed, but this time Leo will endure the hits and lightning strikes again and again. You keep attacking and provoking. How does it feel to be struck by lightning? Even if you don't take damage, it still hurts, right? You keep fighting relentlessly. My basic attack deals physical damage, so it still hurts it. But the effect from the Soul King's judgment has no impact at all, so I will move while dealing basic damage and electrocuting it without worrying about it dying. Kasa and the Chaos Dragon are watching the battle outside and keep feeling that this looks familiar. I think we've seen this scene before. Then they remembered the battle with Yan-kun as a truly exciting experience. When they saw the flames on Leo's body start to die down, he also executed his plan. The flames are dying out. At this moment, you use the capturing move. A large net is cast around Leo, trapping him inside. Lackey growls. The system reports that there is no demonic blood flowing in Yan's body, so he cannot demonify this monster until he becomes a half-demon. He has failed to capture the hero-level monster. He stands there, cursing it silently. Damn it. Then he rotated his wrists and ankles. Or maybe I haven't been sincere enough? Lackey sensed that your attitude had changed, as if he had realized something. Jaban sighed. Threats are useless. You can't catch a monster from the demon world unless you become a half-demon. A series of memories flooded Lakey's mind, then suddenly it fell silent and knelt down, bowing its head to the ground in front of Yan, leaving Jeban stunned and bewildered. He couldn't believe what was happening anymore. At this moment, the system appears and says that the hero monster Lecky wants to become your summon, but since Yan does not have demon blood, he cannot control Lecky after summoning him. Will you accept to let it accompany you? Yan happily obeys, which is good, making things easier for both of them. All right, I agree. Jebi, witnessing this scene, realized how absurd it truly was. What he thought was impossible for hundreds of years could be solved through violence. Only now does Yan notice him, and he only then mentions violence. Then he turned back and gave Jebi a warm, affectionate look. Those were just adorable, cute gestures. Jebi was unwilling to willingly hand over the pure demon master profession to Yan. At this moment, he checked again which information confirmed success in taming an untamable monster. It meets the conditions to activate the hidden class. It will evolve to the next level, and then some. But something made Yan hesitate. He didn't expect his profession to have levels. How does it level up according to the rules? So Yan has to study it thoroughly. After reading the two notes, he understood communication and sacrifice, but he still didn't know how to use either one. Yan shouted loudly at Jebian to find out where the remaining mutated monsters were. He has now lost his bloom and whispers, "Do you still want to hunt more? You should rest." But Yan still wants to complete the remaining tasks. Jebi tiredly stands up and says, "If you want, I'll do it." Later, he saw the monsters lying exhausted on the ground. He said, "So we have dealt with all the remaining mutated monsters in the laboratory. Thanks for your hard work." After thanking Jaban, Yan realized that because it took a long time to catch Lecky, he thought his mission completion rate would be low, but it wasn't. When reading the next mission, Yan was surprised because the condition was to sell a demon human. So how the hell was he supposed to do that? Everything should have gone like that. Zaban interrupted your thoughts. At first, to test your qualities, I was going to assign you the task of taming monsters, but you caught Lecky while still human. Do you understand what that means? Yan looked confused because he had no idea about anything. Then boom, a notification announced that he had completed the mission, marking the beginning of Kim Ma Demon Sorcerer 2. Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. How come you haven't done anything? How is the mission already complete? Anyway, Yan should thank Jaban for the recognition. You ask what he plans to do now, and he intends to stay here to repair this laboratory. The two sides then shake hands in a peaceful and friendly manner. Then we will part ways here. I will return once I have obtained the demon's blood essence. So the two of them left together. Yan was telling everyone to go to the city, but before he finished speaking, he fell asleep, drooling. Seeing that, Puji splashed some water on him, though I don't know what kind of water it was to wake him up. But Yan still has to thank him for waking him up. All in all, they've been gaming for 17 hours straight today, so it's time to log out and sleep. Your friend asked Noan if he knows what Yan is doing, or where he is right now. Noan thinks Yan probably defeated a bunch of demons and monsters to become something like a demon king. You don't think your friend is asking that because he remembers Yan or what? He forced a smile. There's no way that's the case. Noan laughed loudly. Of course not. Then let's go for a walk and look for him while we're at it. I have some things to ask him. The next morning, warm sunlight shone down. Sunlight streaming through the crack in the door wakes Yan. He rubs his eyes and groggily checks his phone. Strange. How long have I been asleep? I feel like something's off. But I am very determined to grab a bite first and then quickly get back into the game. As soon as you log in, the scene inside is a pile of ruins with no intact structures left. Everything is shattered and collapsed. Jan excitedly smirked as he looked at where you left before logging out. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Jan unleashed that deep, intimidating voice. As everyone finished speaking, your spirit beasts stormed in from all directions and obediently stood before you. Jan asked if the hunting trip was successful. Each one had their own opinion, and soon they started fighting and tearing at each other. Ian is excited. He understands what his beasts are saying. This is the power of communication, so he might have to switch to automatic tracking mode. He eagerly activates the inspection notification, waiting to see what treasures his beloved pets have found after their hard hunt. Nan is a bit stunned. There are more gems than he thought. Well, he can't refuse then. He took his staff and began sorting it, from low-level stones to countless mid-level ones without missing any. The system pops up a notification, congratulating you on leveling up your item, the Judgment Staff of the King's Soul. Looking at the lonely final gem in his hand, Jan grinned slyly. If he let it go, he would definitely regret it. Well, I guess you can use it then, but the truth is no matter how many gems you use, the poet's Judgment Staff remains the same. After 6 or 7 attempts, he kept failing again and again. Yan was in pain. Jan collapsed, tears welling up as he was utterly devastated. Damn it, the heavens are just teasing you? That damn sky? The white dragon looked at your exhausted and hopeless expression with concern and asked, "Are you okay?" Jan laughs and jokes. "Always like that, huh? Is it just you, guy?" It don't bother with him. It's brimming with murderous intent as if ready for 100 battles, speaking coldly. They still have to go eat, so of course they had to wake up early to ask. At the city's arena, the towering, sturdy spire looms, shrouded in an eerie, sinister aura. Inside, a red-eyed demon is meditating with eyes closed. Suddenly his 3 eyes snap open, and he can sense that person's energy. Over here, Ian, Casa, Poyne, and Saria are standing outside the arena. Finally, someone speaks, and the city of arenas has guards at the gate with level 300, which surprised him. "Hello, my brother. I am Jan, a messenger sent by Jan Kun, one of the demon lords of the demon world. Can I go inside?" You show the symbol of the Demon King on the ball, and after a moment of hesitation, he agrees to let you in. Ian stepped in confidently, but just as Ka's group was about to follow, he blocked them and sneered, "You guys are not allowed to come in." Casa couldn't take it anymore and was about to draw his sword to teach these fools a lesson when Jan quickly stopped him. "Don't worry, he'll be back soon. Let them rest for a while." Ka frowned, about to explode on the spot, but luckily his sense of reason still held, so he reluctantly agreed. All right. Suddenly the gatekeeper demon spoke a shocking thing. Soon Yang Kun might no longer be one of the 12 demon lords. He kindly advised you to be careful because this is a sensitive issue in the city. If you're looking for Yang Kun, he might be inside the tower in the city square. According to the guard's words, you walk straight ahead, glancing around you with caution. There are many demons, but overall you're happy to have safely passed the test. The notifications kept popping up with updates after some searching. Jan finally found the right place. Could this be where Yang Kun is? The Tower of Punishment echoes with the clanking of iron chains and deafening screams, as gaunt, skeletal bodies cling to the bars and demand to be released, with even those demons howling with all their might. Oh my God! The oppressive atmosphere and the sound of metal scraping are enough, and with these terrifying demons with their dark faces, it's really scaring me to death. Yen screams in fear, almost peeing himself, shrinking back, tiny and trembling as he timidly walks among these horrifying demons. What kind of creepy atmosphere is this? Could this be a slave market? Oh my God. The system suddenly announced that you had discovered the Tower of Punishment for the first time, your reputation increased, and you even received a slave contract. This is the fastest way to make fear disappear. Holding the scroll in his hand, Jan was filled with 100,000 questions and a slight sense of confusion. How do I use this slave contract? The system immediately provides the information. Normally, to sign a slave contract, you need to be at least a high-level demon or above. But with this scroll in hand, you can sign a slave contract with any demon regardless of your level, even if you are not high level enough. If the demon level is too high, the fee will be reduced next time and the paper can only be used once. Hearing that, your face lit up with excitement. It really is a treasure, but for now, Jan hasn't figured out where to use it. For now, just put it away. The most important thing now is to quickly find Yang Kun. 30 minutes later, he was stunned and almost fell backward. It seemed like this was the road he had run through earlier. I have a headache and stumble along. Why is it so hard to find the way? Oh, heavens. There are so many slaves like ants not knowing which way to go. Just when I was about to give up, your sharp eyes spotted a well-dressed demon, unlike the other slaves here. Without hesitation, Jan rushes to greet his comrade. He cheerfully asks if he knows where Yankun is. Maybe it's at the 10th floor of the crime center. After finishing, he quickly left before you could ask anything else. The YN looked confused and asked, "Did you do something wrong?" The scene shifts to somewhere else, where a red-horned demon covered in wounds struggles to strike back. That powerful punch lands squarely on the face of a long-haired, red-haired knight. But just when the red demon thought it was all over, it wasn't. A long, purple-haired knight swiftly, like a gust of wind, took advantage of the red-haired knight's blind spot to launch an attack. A swift, decisive slash was unleashed, causing the red demon to fall to the ground immediately. It struggled to hold its body, sneering, as expected, from the strong bullying the weak. "That's right, you should give up now, you can't beat us." The red demon thumbs up, recognizing that these people are really strong. They are qualified to go inside. The red-haired knight points his sword at the demon and threatens him. "Is that enough?" "Ridiculous. As long as I kill you, it's not up to me whether I want to or not. Besides, killing you would earn me reputation and items, so there's no reason to keep you alive." The red demon didn't object either. It's true that killing it would earn them fame and items, but they should think carefully. If they kill it, the gatekeeper demon will be appointed immediately. If they want to pass through the gate, they will have to fight again. Think carefully about which option saves more time. The young knight quickly realized and advised her teammates, "Enough, step back." She asked why with annoyance. "Dealing with the next gatekeeper demon is really annoying, but now we can get the item. Charging forward and grabbing her hand will definitely get us the item, but this is the best way for everyone. If they kill him, they will have to wait for the next gatekeeper to be appointed again. Now they need to ensure everyone's safety so they can monopolize the area inside Zone 110. Sajian finally heard and understood, and she said excitedly, "They defeated the gatekeeper, so they must be faster than Jan, right?" The little demon didn't answer, instead asking back, "If it's possible, then why not?" The wizard was confused. Could it be that Jan was the first to defeat the gatekeeper of 110? The little demon pouted and said, "No, they are the first to defeat gatekeeper 110, but if he has a high-level demon seal, that's another story." The wizard was stunned and asked, "What is that high-level demon seal?" The little demon explained that it is similar to an item that allows the user to be treated as a high-level demon. If you have it, you can freely pass through the gate area. She pondered that except for gate 120, which has no guards, it's highly likely that Jan has a seal because she is the second person to arrive in the demon world. The girl mage asked the little demon, "She's also a demon, so could she hide the seal from them?" She looked a bit dejected, having lost all her power and with the conditions to regain the seal being very difficult. Maybe only by fighting a bunch of demons and showing superior skill can I have a chance. After listening for a while, the wizard girl muttered in fear. So that Jan guy might actually be a monster. After a long and tiring search, Jan smirked in victory, finally finding Jan Kun. In front of him now was not an ordinary strong demon, but one that was enormous in size. In front of it, Jan was like an ant, full of excitement. "Jian Kun, I have returned after completing all your demands." Although secretly worried whether he still remembers me, it didn't stop my excitement. He actually praised me. Yan proudly pointed at himself and boasted, "I not only solved the problem, but also discovered the source of the corrupt demons. It was the cursed stones, the glowing purple stones." At that moment, the system also announced the reward you received after completing the task. You suddenly blush shyly like a young girl when the system announces that you have received pure demon blood. Your heart races. This is the key to solving all the ongoing missions and achievements. Jianka's voice echoed. And anyway, thank you, I was able to reduce my sentence. It turns out he was imprisoned here, and once again he thanks you, so I can be freed sooner." Looking around, I see no barriers and wonder why he can't escape. He slumps down helplessly and explains, "The pillars around suppress my power. I can't move my body out of here." Jan immediately showed a heroic spirit and declared, "I will destroy these pillars." Seeing this innocent yet reckless act, he laughed helplessly and said, "If you do that, neither of us will see the sunrise again. The owner of this place will come." Hearing that, you immediately become submissive, and he patiently responds, "The fifth in the three worlds is the demon king of hatred, the master of this place." You seemed lost in thought, imagining the battle with the demon king. Interrupting that train of thought, John Kun asked you to help with another task, leaving you stunned. The system menu pops up, and his lengthy request makes even Yan sigh. This isn't a novel, for heaven's sake. In short, Jiangsun wants you to help prove his innocence, but what's notable is that he hopes you do it as quickly as possible, because each day that passes, he becomes weaker. Every 100 days he will lose 10% of his power, and the longer the time, the more he will lose all his strength. I wonder what happens if his magic power exceeds 50,000. He then explained in detail that he would have enough power to attempt the challenge of becoming a high-level demon. The boy thought that if he completed the task, he could turn Jiang-kun into his own person. The condition to become a half-human, half-demon Kamian can be fulfilled with pure demon blood. Just thinking about turning the noble demon lord into a slave after completing the task, he eagerly agrees to the request, making him worried. At Bizo territory, Flora Lan, as if crushed by a deadline, lay sprawled on the table. She quickly regained her cheerful demeanor when she heard that Jinung had sent her something. She just criticized Hajin, but when she saw the gift and remembered someone like you, she immediately changed her attitude upon learning that the gift was a magic stone, while Yan is the best. Meanwhile, Hajin's face was full of killing intent. I wonder where he is. Is he looking at some other woman? I'm truly exhausted from fighting a large number of monsters, but the system just announced that you have successfully defeated 25 monsters. Are you wondering if there's a specific number of times I have to fight? No one answered that question for you. Just recently, you received a virtue gem from the demon, a rare treasure that allows you to experience the feeling of becoming half-human, half-demon. You immediately examined the information about it. This is a rare item, a type of essence oil extracted from the demon's red horn, and the user must prepare themselves carefully before using it. Looking at the current situation, you feel this deal isn't promising. The gem is hard to use, and you're not even sure if you can survive to the end of this trial. Just as you were about to risk everything in a final battle, the system notification announced that you had passed all the trials. You were more stunned than a bewildered deer. So it's over. The blue bioluminescent light from the system shines down, along with the notification. This time, it announced that you have officially become a Cambion. Immediately, everyone rushed to find you. I found him. He is smiling happily and cheering. Yan has become a Campion. That person shouted happily with a big smile. The wandering ghost is lurking. Congratulations, Lemay. Even if you can use the power of a demon, you're not the first one, right? She thought she had found the stone first and wondered if her prediction was correct. Then she remembered Jan's guards and quietly considered her options, especially when everyone else thinks his talent is nothing special. But they're wrong. In fact, Sarah seems to be the most accurate in judging him. Determined to achieve her goal, she and the ghost continued their search for him. The ghost teased, just like a dog chasing a chicken. The itching drove Lemay crazy, while Jan was searching for Seraphin's house, as Jankun had instructed. Tell him I am being held here, and you can explain that you have handled my investigation request. The rest he will take care of. Hearing the name Seraphine sounded familiar, he checked the system information and quickly bid farewell to the shabby stall. Jan's turtle still leisurely munches on grass. Proudly, the turtle says, I've eaten a lot of herbs. My head is bigger and my shell is harder. I can't wait any longer to show it off. But immediately the wolf passing by mocked it as boring. Suddenly the turtle eating the strange herb lit up brightly. The scene shifts to Jan as he approaches Seraphin's castle. The three-towered fortress is dark, with no lights, and the wind howls through it like a haunted place. You feel creeped out. Is this really a place of demons? Even your companions find it strange, not just in size, but the garden itself doesn't seem to belong here. The lush green trees shimmer with light, but the surroundings are dark. As they step in, Jan Trantru asks, Do you so see any signs of life here? Maybe there is an invisible fence around this garden. Suddenly, a voice echoes, A human and a dragon. What a rare combination. The sarcastic voice continued. Not just an ordinary human, but a Camion. It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of thing. That person's laughter echoes throughout this entire castle. Jan stammers, Who's there? Who is saying that? The voice responds proudly. I am the owner of this castle, Seraph. You look up to see Seraphin sitting on the throne, his eyes cold and commanding. You also don't hide, explaining that Yel brought you here, and that you want to learn about the demons. He realizes that you are more important than he thought, and this is not a place to discuss it. He snaps his fingers. A magic circle appears beneath Jan and Kuss, then both vanish along with the magical light. On the battlefield, Lan stands with arms crossed, watching everyone fight the monsters. Reaching the double class is no longer the only option. There might still be another way, but no one knows about it. He still has Jan pinned down. You are impressive both in skill and luck. The subordinates have reported that the reconnaissance around has been completed. La will take down that monster himself. He raises his sword, his eyes filled with deadly intent. Although he entered the demon world later than you, he received a hidden quest. Thinking of that, he approached beneath the monster, jumped up and slashed its back, causing it to stagger. Laihan jumps again, this time higher, reaching over the monster's head and slashing straight down, splitting it into two halves. Amid the shouts around him, he sheaths his sword. If he completes this hidden mission, he will become a true demon. Your half-hearted effort won't be enough to defeat his true determination. Over with Jan, he's now sitting facing Seraphim, and the two are beginning their discussion. You have heard about the troublemakers and want to seek his help. Yel says that to prevent the war between humans and demons, they must first stop the internal conflicts among the demons. Seraph was surprised that Yel knew about the internal affairs, even though she was far away. A new mission appeared on the system. Find the owner of the Demon Island, the Demon King Diado. Seraphim raised his hand and a scroll appeared, which was Seraphim's letter. He asked you to send this letter to Jikato, so it's better to prepare carefully before moving. You agree, since you also plan to reach at least a double class before leaving. If you combine it with this mission, it will be easier to achieve. However, what I need is the hidden class, so first I have to go to Jaban's Research Institute in Area 107. Suddenly, I remember to ask Seraphim about the high-level demon named Jakun and recount what happened between me and him. Seraph has no idea that John is being held in the punishment tower. Because the destroyers are occupying this city, he is greatly restricted. Even Lord Demon Hai Kien is affected. You worry that Seraphim's power isn't enough to free him, but he assures you he can help. Within a week at the latest, 3 days at the earliest, so he demanded that you unlock your hidden lair during that time. Since the deal with Seraphim is completed, you need to go to the slave market. Yun takes out a small piece of paper, wanting to ask him about the slave market in the city center. He was surprised, his attitude immediately changed to look extremely annoyed and angry. You were also very shocked, turning your eyes toward those who were dozing off on the bench. Huh? He suddenly burst into laughter as if he had discovered something very interesting. I was just distracted by the item in your hand, but anyway, it's a remarkable artifact. So this time, you're the one left stunned. Does it make such an impression? It's just a contract. Seraphim can tell that just by looking, it seems you don't know anything about it either. He revealed to you that in this city, the owner of the Da slave market announced he would open a market on the lowest level, where only demon kings or those with slave contracts are allowed, but it's usually only once a year, and is a place reserved for demon kings. And only once a year does it open its doors to high-ranking demons or superior demons, and that place has rare slaves so unique that no one has ever heard of them being sold. Yan couldn't believe it. No, this slave contract isn't important enough to warrant doing all this. Looking at the contract in my hand, this is definitely a great opportunity, but at the same time it could also become a headache and a source of trouble. Seraphim also revealed a truth. The slave contract itself may not be very valuable, but there is an important factor. It's extremely rare. It is an item released only once a year. Yan just realized what kind of thing he is holding. So it really is very rare. Even if it's an ordinary item, its value can still increase because it's rare. You still don't believe it, but even so, the value of this slave contract is still too high, as you said. Why did that demon named Dai go to such lengths? He reluctantly revealed that there is a reason for that. He is a father who loves his daughter very much and has a beautiful girl. Yan was stunned, opening his mouth as if caught off guard. Huh? In 100 areas of the demon's territory in the south, the entrance flashed with a blinding light, and streams of energy intersected, illuminating the space and causing the light land to be pushed out of the gate. He struggled to hold himself up, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he's too strong. Solon reached out to help, but couldn't resist the sarcasm. Are you still alive? I saw you get up, and I asked, annoyed. Aren't you unhappy that your leader returned safely? Solon pretended to be surprised and said, Why do you keep saying that? You know that wasn't my intention. After joking around, he serioused up and got to the main point. So can you tell us what happened there? Saklan reports that it will be difficult to access areas 90 to 99 for a while. It's more complicated than I thought. The entrance to the areas has 2 digits that are slightly different from before. It's not a structure that many people can try at the same time. No matter how many enter, each person will be taken to a different challenge room. And each challenge room is guarded by a hero-level monster waiting inside. Sen asked directly, So have you defeated the monster yet? If I manage to do it, will I just be thrown out again? I've already reached Zone 99. Sen doesn't understand anything, but he came back safely. I mean, the monster fought him but spared his life and pushed him out. He straightforwardly replied, No, I was brutally beaten by that monster. However, when my blood drops below 10, I am automatically pushed out. Even someone as strong as me was completely defeated. I couldn't even bring that monster's health below 50%. At this point, Saklan announced that we will temporarily pause challenging the double-digit areas. We will return to Raw City to regroup our forces. Seraphim couldn't understand the silent atmosphere covering the team, as the gate still emitted a dazzling, dangerous light. Slan's goal is for us to try again after reaching level 200, but he finds this too unrealistic when looking at that area's gate. No, even level 200 isn't enough. We can only try again after reaching the dual class. Seraphim then led Jan to the night market, telling stories as they walked. D is a high-ranking noble, and his daughter, who is far away, is just an ordinary demon. She wants a slave she likes for her 20th birthday. So basically, you're saying you need a slave contract as a birthday gift for your daughter, as if you're asking for a doll. Seraphim winked playfully. You've got a great chance thanks to that slave aura, haven't you? Let's go to the closed night market gate. Owner of luck. I will tell you the important points to consider when choosing a slave. Both of them stepped inside when suddenly a voice echoed above their heads. Welcome back, Seraphim. It's been a long time since we last met. My friend turns out to be the demon lord of the slave assistant. Seraphim quickly introduces him to the old man. This is the friend I mentioned before, and it's his first time visiting the slave market. Dai watched him closely. Oh, I've seen this person before. I thought he was just a high-level demon, but it turns out he's a half-demon and also a summoner. Truly a special guest. Jan shyly scratched his head and said, Sir Dice, this is the item Seraphim mentioned to you. He handed the contract to Da for him to see. The old man realized, yes, that's a slave contract, and he held up the contract with eyes shining like stars, excitedly praising it as a top item and expressing curiosity about how you obtained this rare item, but ultimately finding it unimportant. All right, the deal is done. Follow me, I'll take you to the lowest city level. Yin left a message for Seraphim saying I'll see you later and then followed Diane around, full of curiosity. Is this the place Seraphim mentioned? Everything unfolding before his eyes leaves Jan stunned for a moment. He gestures respectfully to the back and introduces, This is the lowest level for slave selection in Ra City. A long spiral staircase appears before him. Dice carefully warned that once you enter here, you can only form a contract with one slave. The time limit is half a day. If you do not sign the contract within that time, or as soon as someone signs it, you will automatically be transported to the first floor. I hope you will find a slave, at least a hero level one. Yan remained very calm in response to this offer. All right, let's look around. Carefully stepping down the stairs, he continued analyzing. According to what Seraphim said, most information about the slaves would be hidden. The most important information cannot be confirmed until the contract is signed, so Seraphim proposed 3 types of slaves. Jan's footsteps stop as he stares ahead, 3 names flashing in his mind. Moon Elf, Kaga Phantom, and Karagon. The Moon Elf race is chained up in front of him. I remember Seraphim once said that buyers usually only focus on a slave's stats because they believe it will benefit their overall strength in the future. However, that really is a foolish idea. Using slaves as regular troops in war is the worst choice. Yan was a bit confused when he first heard about this. Why is that? He explained that no matter how high a slave's stats are, they ultimately cannot defeat a high-level demon. It truly is a waste of a slave. So, when choosing a slave, instead of looking at their stats, look for their special abilities. Jan pondered the slave in front of him. That is why Seraphim proposed 3 races with outstanding special abilities. This Moon Elf is one of those races. But another important thing is that the specialization is linked to the racial ability. The Taming information panel appears. Eerie, level 105, attack 2125, defense 1455, agility 25 and 12, intelligence 3320, HP 12450, 132 450, 450 level 105, Moon Elf race classified as an unclassified slave with sensitive personality, special ability, or racial trait, unclear special ability. B. She is a night fairy under the moon's influence, creating beneficial effects for allies. Judging by her radiant appearance, she is related to her race, meaning her special ability is related to her race and is enhanced when used by her race. Specialized according to race only makes sense when it is a prerequisite related to the race. If a Moon Elf slave has a special ability unrelated to their race, even with a racial specialization option, it would be meaningless. Everything is just a facade, an empty shell. Yan immediately turned and walked away. Even though she belongs to the Moon Elf race, since her special ability has no racial specialization option, I'll ignore it. When it comes to the second slave, he immediately dismisses it to check the next one. At the next monster funeral, Yan checked immediately and knew it wasn't the right one either. He deeply sighed and helplessly held his head, realizing no slave was suitable. Time is running out and my steps are getting faster. There's not much time left, but I am determined to find the best slave. Just then, Yan encounters something that makes him freeze for a moment. I hesitated and asked, "Is this person Kaga Phantom?" Even Cuss behind him was stunned and stammering. That's Yan looking back confused. What's going on? Cassius, do you know anything about this slave? As you all know, the Guild mission is a great opportunity for our Gun Titan. We are the first to receive the Guild mission from the Demon Realm. Only our guild can bring 20 members into this city of rage. At Slan's call, everyone was filled with determination. He is determined to shout out loud, so we can't let this opportunity slip away. Now is the time to erase the shame of always being second. This is our chance to rise up and become the #1 G society. The G Guild Collective shouted out loudly, "Titan, Titan, Titan." Saklon promises the entire guild, "I will end this mission as soon as the reorganization is complete." At the bottom floor of the black market, Ian and Cassius are both stunned, unable to believe it. Cassius's eyes were filled with surprise, unable to believe such a creature existed. Looking at Kaga Phantom in front of him, he finally regained his composure. "I've never seen such a cute dragon since I was born. Master, I didn't expect the old man to have such taste. You like that kind of thing? You're judging the chubby dragon in front of you, so this is a dragon after all. What kind of female dragon is this? So fat like a pig? Isn't it a winged lizard? What are you looking at?" Jan wonders aloud. "Casus, did you also have a big head and chubby cheeks when you were little? Is it true that chubbiness is the standard of beauty for dragons?" He stammered to deny. "What? A divine creature? There's no way I would be like that." "Master," Jan exposes what Casus said. "He just said it's cute, and some old person makes an excuse to say it's strangely adorable." Jan doesn't see the connection or what it means, but he has a hunch and quickly opens the system to check. "I think it will be suitable." Reading the information table left Jan stunned. "So this is truly an incredible creature, I wonder?" Tamed Kaga Phantom information. Level 145, attack 135, defense 77, speed 97, intelligence 7812, HP 2334, 334. Level 145, Kaga Phantom race, classified as an unidentified slave, a personality, shy special ability, A related to a specific race according to race evolution, ability unknown special ability, B rare ability, unknown special ability, C related to a specific race, according to race evolution, ability unknown. This is an ancient race, now forgotten. Some believe they are ancestors of the Kaga Phantom or the Kagon race, but the truth has yet to be confirmed. They have large heads and small bodies, giving the impression of being immature, but what's astonishing is that they are like living fossils because they have lived for at least 3,000 years. They really hate being called cute. You question when you see Kaga's foolish face, its intelligence is 7,812, and you decide not to believe it. Those stats are just ridiculous. Jan clenched his trembling hand, determined to make his choice. "Oh no, why didn't I realize this is the temptation of the devil?" You quietly observe this seemingly foolish dragon, stay calm, and make a reasonable judgment. As Seraphim said, if it doesn't have useful combat skills, you shouldn't choose it. Now that I look closely, the info window seems strange. Intelligence is 3 times the HP. I've never seen this before. I've never seen a level 145 game character with less than 10,000 HP, so even a light bite from Pooji could kill it instantly. Right? What's the point of having high intelligence? If the skills and other conditions are not suitable, honestly, the risk of making a contract is too high. I know that, but I can't make the choice. Yan turned back to ask his partner, "What should we do now?" "Cassius, should we choose it or not?" He started talking about principles. "Sir, recently I came across a saying that's hard to understand, but seeing you now has made me realize its meaning. The decision has been made, the owner has been decided. The answer is settled, and the master doesn't need my input. So, master, do whatever you want, no matter what it is." In the end, Jan boldly sealed the deal. Sorry. Then let's welcome a new friend." Contrary to the peaceful scene where Jan is, a tense battle is unfolding. They enter the gate and fight the fat corpse monster. The power emanating from its mouth prevented anyone from approaching, and Kanan was thrown back by the shockwave from its supernatural ability. Hun saw that and reminded him this is an AoE skill. He already understands the situation. Odin Hadong's move summons his demon beast to charge into battle. The system reminds that the summoned creature, Khan and Orden, has used the Dragon Jaw. The gatekeeper Selakuma falls silent for 10 seconds, and then experiences 3 seconds of fear. Knowing its time, Kanuan orders Valam to attack now. Valam immediately charged at Selakum while it was immobilized, and his teammates cheered, believing victory was within reach. "Good job. Are we really going to defeat it?" Seeing the boss's health at only a third, he is very hopeful. "We're close to finishing it off. If we defeat this, we might level up once more, right? Just one more level and I'll reach level 180. So now, we might unlock a new skill." Hun's staff emits a dark energy to attack Salak. By this point, the monster was utterly furious. You ordinary humans." Its giant hand reaches out to intimidate humanity with its power, summoning an unquenchable flame. Hun points to a vital spot on Selakuma and says, "The moment has come. We just need to counterattack precisely, and the battle will be over." "You know that's right, don't you?" Kanyan said excitedly. "All right. Now is the time for him to summon Yang Yang, and Yang Yang charges fiercely towards Selakum. The monster was undeterred and shot a fierce blast of fire straight at Yang. It wasn't afraid of the flames and continued rushing toward Selakum. Hun firmly held his staff, a confident look on his face as he had been waiting for this moment. His magic surged toward the enemy. A vengeful act of the spirit of revenge. Selakma persistently uses his fire magic to block the dark energy. The two forces clash like they want to tear apart each layer of energy. Hun immediately increased his power and struck down on Selakuma. In the final attack, he roasted Selakuma until smoke billowed. Hun, feeling proud after defeating a high-level boss, they realize the barrier is disappearing. With Selakuma's fall, the path to Area 109 opened, and the gate was unlocked. Kanuan hurried over to congratulate him. "Hun, you're really amazing." He naturally replied, "I am the strongest dark mage in the universe." Hun wondered to himself why the gatekeeper of Area 11 was still there, even though some top players, including Yan, had already reached Area 100. But it didn't matter. He would keep fighting and find Yan. At the Demon King's castle, the entire fortress was shrouded in dark, ominous atmosphere as Slan's team arrived, and the heavy gate slowly opened. Notification system: you have entered the Demon King's Castle of Wrath for the first time. G's reputation increases by 150,000. Personal reputation increases by 50,000 for each person. Magic resistance increases by 0.5%. He was eagerly looking forward to this, finally stepping in here and being the first gun among all gunners. This place is truly the perfect spot for our Titan gun to dominate. Inside the Demon King's chamber, Demon King Haki Kien had been waiting for them for a long time, coldly crushing the ambitious dreams of the Sack clan. "I will not allow you." He was stunned. "What the? Are you implying that you refuse to give us the mission?" Hitchcon calmly confirmed. "Exactly. You must complete the mission according to my conditions to get approval. With a total of 8 members, each profession must be represented by 1 person. You guys have to form a team and complete the mission." Slan didn't expect to come this far and still encounter such a troublesome guy. Damn it, an unexpected trouble after we thought we did very well. The reward for the Demon King's mission is to become an official in the city, which doesn't seem to matter much. And at first glance it might seem trivial, but registering as an official in the city through the mission reward would significantly reduce shop fees in the city. And Gun could also receive corn from the Demon Temple in the central square, along with the ability to use the nearby teleport gate. But with the mission blocked like this, Slan still has to sell herself to complete it. Understood. I will meet the conditions and return. Leaving the castle, the group gathers to discuss. What should we do now? With an assassin and a dark mage around level 160 in Gu Di, they might be taken to the demon world somehow. But Sen knows, the problem will be the summoner, right? The highest level summoner in our gun is only level 140. Saklan analyzed that a level 140 person isn't even considered formidable. As the Demon King said, an inexperienced player can't pass the test. He helplessly shakes his head. Oh my god, this is so frustrating. Where can we find such a powerful summoner? Yan is also in the same boat. He's just as frustrated. Damn it, I made the wrong choice. All hasty decisions come at a price, and now Yan is facing a useless dragon. You try to salvage a bit, and looking at the hidden abilities, it's not entirely useless. First is the characteristic skill of the Dark Descendant race. Immune to all attacks except those with light attribute, taking an additional 50 times damage from light attacks, so when you drew back the curtain, Kaga was already shouting loudly, which annoyed you. Are you a descendant of darkness? Isn't it true that you die whenever you see light? The other unique abilities sound pretty good. But unfortunately, that great skill fell into the hands of this guy. Greedy Dream Demon skill. If it sleeps, it can bring back rare items from dreams. But seeing Kaga still as alert as ever, Yan lost patience. When do you plan to sleep? Master, I don't know how to sleep. My entire clan doesn't sleep, and I haven't slept for 3,000 years. Yan feels like he bought something that doesn't work as advertised. If it doesn't sleep, what kind of rare item is this? He kept complaining, oh my god, I was totally fooled. Damn it, it was my impulsive choice. It only has one function. Maybe that effect is its cuteness that makes anyone fall for Kaga. Oh my god, look at it flap its wings. So adorable. With a round belly. Just my type. Every time it flaps its wings, its belly bounces too. Yan grimaced and wondered if C's belly liked this kind of thing as well. Do these two have the same hobby? As a responsible man, Yan finally has to admit defeat. My head hurts, but no matter how useless it is, being cute is still an advantage. You told the group, be careful. From now on, we will go to Serbian's Research Institute. Shas me. On the way, whoever contributes the most will get the exclusive right to cuddle Kaga for a day. Everyone's eyes gleamed with the desire to dominate the adorable dragon, even if just for one day. Looking at the silly one beside me, Yan realized its advantage. People say even dog poop can be used as medicine, so using you as a stimulant might work too. As for those others fighting over dust and dirt, I won't lose. Dream on. Jan's words touched the pride of a chubby dragon. What's so cute about it? I really hate that word. You don't care about what Kagavi says. That attitude of yours is what's truly adorable. You're really stubbornly adorable. Just then, Sobian appeared, and despite just meeting, he rudely said, "Oh, your little monster." Jan immediately responds, saying that it's a bit rude to speak that way after not seeing each other for so long. He praised you. I thought it would take at least a month no matter how fast, but it's truly amazing. All right then. Get ready for your double life. The day Jan has been waiting for has finally arrived, and you finally say it. Great. So Bien continues, but I feel a bit guilty. Suddenly, I had a bad feeling. Why? He innocently replied, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. The laboratory isn't ready yet, so I need more time to prepare. I have a feeling there's something else unfinished. So he asked directly, how long do I have to wait? Spian replied, probably at least another week. Yan wants to help. Is there anything I can do? Anything is fine, just tell me. Spian notices you're quite eager too. The group from Slan's side is taking a break inside a building. Inside, the group looked exhausted, as if drained by 24 hours of work. Sen sighed and said, this is too much, really. Is it truly impossible to do this? Sen next to me has also given up. If you ask me about that, this is the third time already. He angrily slammed the table and cursed loudly. Damn it, just a little more and she would have made it. Seeing the members slumped in front of him, he realized how serious the personnel situation was. Is this all the level they have? Skills can't make up for it either. This is the consequence of neglecting to recruit members with new expertise. Now, regret is useless. The only way is for Sen to know that the leader has already found out the answer, accept members who are not part of the team for the mission, but from the leader's perspective, that's not easy. The reward from completing the first rare mission now has to be shared with others. It's really hard to accept. Saklan encouraged the team, if we try a little harder, we can finish it. Let's all give it one more effort. No one even bothered to respond. They all collapsed on the ground, drunk. Superlan sighed and advised, Captain, it's going to be difficult like this. Slan firmly refused. No, bringing in someone from G or others is unacceptable. I don't think anyone wants that, but you probably also know we have no other options. The team members reflected that we need a solution. Our G members have reached their limit. There's no other way, so Slan had to accept. All right, let's do this. Among the high-level players of the new professions, recruit those who don't have G and invite them to join. Sen hesitated and said when he saw Slan extending his hand towards him. So what then? He suddenly shouted loudly, President, suddenly I remember yesterday I heard some interesting news from Gun's contact. The gatekeeper of the Demon Realm Area 11 has been defeated. The Dark Mage player successfully eliminated him, and he was not affiliated with any guild. Is that true? What are we waiting for? Let's start the recruitment immediately. And over at SB, he's rubbing his head in frustration. Truly, this guy has a talent for astonishing others. A large bag is thrown onto the ground with a thud. Ian breathes heavily. Everything has been brought back. The system reminds that the task of collecting PC feather tips is 70-70, and the task of collecting Becker's fangs is 35-35. The task of collecting Khan's claws 95-95 is complete, and all missions are finished. Spian asks about the excellent performance. Yen, are you okay? Oh, it's nothing, but well, the job's done, right? Looking at the notification on the monster's startup screen. You have completed the mission, he confirms. That's right, you've worked hard. The progress chart has been updated. The completion rank is 55. You have gained 85,000 reputation points and 20 chaos stones. You have obtained 20 low-level spirit stones. SB suggests you switch to the demon summoner profession. Summoning demons is a dual profession that can only be obtained in the demon world, allowing you to keep your current profession while gaining a new one without affecting the old profession. Spian asked, so do you want to learn the art of beast taming? The system gives Jan a choice. Do you want to switch to the summoner profession? Of course you agree. I came here just for that. I will change my profession immediately. The system confirms you have accepted the job change. You have successfully switched to the demon summoner profession. You have successfully achieved your first dual profession. For the next week, the proficiency speed of all dual skill professions will increase by 50%. You have received 200,000 reputation points and a mysterious demon beast artifact. Congratulations. A column of light erupts as if it wants to pierce the sky. So, Bien was stunned by this power, and Jan's teammates were also wide-eyed, marveling at the scene before them. Jan felt a surge of strength flowing through his body. The system reminds you that you have successfully changed your profession. Player Ian has become the first to achieve a dual profession. Rimia's magic staff fell to the ground, and when she received this news, she was so shocked she covered her head and screamed. Jan, it's you again? S pats your shoulder and says casually, Congratulations on becoming the first to achieve a dual profession. Yan replied, "Thank you. And I'm so happy." As he finished speaking, his whole body fell backward. "Sorry, I've reached my limit." Hey, are you okay? Are you calming down? I need to rest for a bit. I'll be back later. The system reminds Yan has logged out, so he warns his monsters. Sorry, guys. Just 5 more hours of hunting, then we rest, they growled in frustration. You evil master. The white wolf looks very proud. I think I found the right master. Watching it dance, the others secretly sneer. That guy is really crazy. I think so too. Only Pooji quietly stays in a corner. It knows clearly that it shouldn't go back. The master is really scary. If it returns now, it will be caught and forced to work. Just thinking about sacrificing myself for the capital, it immediately ran away. There's nothing I can do, even if I get involved. I need to keep eating herbs to get stronger. After becoming a cooler turtle than Paj, I will return confidently to my owner. Yan wakes up after a long sleep, feeling very refreshed. It's been a long time since he had such a good rest. It seems I've slept for about 10 hours when I see the sunlight shining into the room through the window. Yan sighs. The weather is warm, the sun is beautiful, and it feels like the world is filled with happiness. A deep sleep really is the best thing. I've slept enough, finished my meals, and now I'm full of energy. Let's just play the game and jump into the dungeon now. The dual career is waiting for me. Inside the game, the monster group's battle has reached its end. Cassius, exhausted, begs for mercy and won't fight anymore. Seeing this scene, Yan wondered, am I being too harsh, oh my friends? Cassius, stunned, asked. The owner is also aware of that. So Yan kindly granted them a day off. Everyone rested until the next hunt. You know that if you keep forcing them to work without rest, their loyalty will decrease. S approaches to greet Yan. Oh, you're back. Let's check your job information. Yan was very excited, of course. I worked really hard to get this. Here it is. Hidden profession of summoning demon beasts. Summon demons using the demon beast contract. The information panel appears, categorizing dual classes, hidden classes, and novice proficiency at 0%. The list of stats related to the profession. 11. The demonic energy needed to control and summon higher-level monsters requires a huge amount of demonic energy. 2. The required compatibility of the demon beast to capture high-level demon slayers. 3. Proficiency related to the success rate of creating demon beasts. List of skills related to the profession you currently have. 1. Summoning beast skill. 2. Focus your mind. 3. The technique of creating magical beasts. 4. The skill to decompose demon beasts. This is a hidden profession created by Sobian. A half-demon, after hundreds of years of effort, Sobian developed a forbidden technique called the Summoning Beast Crafting Technique, creating incredibly powerful monsters. If you master the art of creating demon beasts, you will be able to summon incredibly powerful monsters. Sobian generally assesses that, like summoners, you need leadership skills to summon, and summoning demon beasts requires demonic energy related to your profession. Yan wondered, demon energy isn't like mana, it isn't consumed. Is compatibility with the magical beast the same as friendliness? Looking at that information panel, you thought to yourself, and there's even a proficiency stat? Damn it, do I still have to grind the nation in the end? And the 30-second mental focus skill is disabled during actions, but this skill resets the cooldowns of all the special skills of the magical beast. It's a high risk but a useful skill in battle, as it helps monsters recover their skills extremely quickly. Spian emphasized that merging monsters is the essence of the summoner class. The fusion of magical beasts is a skill that combines the main beast with one or more ingredient beasts to create a stronger creature. If it fails, the ingredient beast will disappear, but the main beast will not vanish. You need to quickly improve your fusion proficiency. If it's too low, even low-level monsters will be hard to successfully fuse. Yan wondered, so even if you fail, repeatedly attempting high-level fusion will still increase proficiency? He shook his head in denial. Failure in fusion won't increase proficiency. Of course, initially repeatedly merging low-level magical beasts is more beneficial. Yin thought to himself, so the high-level beast Lakiel he caught last time won't be used for a while. The path to becoming a master summoner is not easy. So Bien encourages you that only perseverance and continuous effort can create an excellent fusion. Mage. Just like the summoner profession, you also need a serious research spirit. Choosing the right monsters to fuse is equally important. So you have to keep researching and learning from experience. Yan regained his enthusiasm, studying, exploring, and working hard. This truly is a profession meant for me. Even so, Bien was surprised. Hey, I didn't expect you to react like that. So Yan's monsters are still being trained. Stay back and supervise. If you get hit again, you'll die. Baji replied, I understand, my lord. You command the Baji monsters to stand guard in front, while watching Phi fly overhead and instructing Finn to observe and alert when they approach. Your demon beast bites tightly onto the target, while Yan uses his formation to capture it. The system reminds you that you have successfully captured a low-level Vigo demon beast. Your proficiency in creating demon beasts has increased by 0.15%. Yan praised, "Well done, Bajilai and PH." Yan knew that the necessary demonic energy to capture low-level demon beasts was around 500 to 1,000, and his own demonic energy was about 17,000, so he could capture about 25 of them. With this number, he had reached his limit. You inform your teammates and the monsters. Good, take a rest for a bit. Returning to the tent, Yan knew it was time. Sitting by the fire, Yan checked the system. Now it's time to try creating a magical beast. You were quite surprised to choose the low-level Lai as the main beast and the low-level Vigo as the material. Adding low-level magic stones as ingredients increases the success rate by 20%. Oh, this is good news for Yan. All right, the system is now starting to create the demon beast. Standing to the side, he looked at your actions with confusion. What the hell is going on? Yan replied. Be quiet. I'm focusing. A stream of multicolored light appears before my eyes. The system reminds you that you have successfully created a magic beast. An intermediate Kirov magic beast has been summoned. Your proficiency in crafting magical beasts has increased by 1.5%. You have successfully created a magical beast for the first time. Yan was very excited. All right, that's more like it. The system reminds you that your reputation has increased by 100,000 xiao, and your proficiency in crafting demon beasts has risen by another 10%. He orders Koei to prepare to leave. The time has come. He was stunned. What? What? Ion has nothing else to say. It's time to grind the game. You secretly think that farming the country never betrays you. In reality, learning 2 English words doesn't make you much better. But grinding in Kailan will bring results very quickly, so let's keep going and catch more. Let's go again. From today, I will be the lord of the monsters. Monsters, you are mine. You told everyone to rest. Okay, take a break. Everyone is exhausted, finally getting some rest. That's enough, master. Yan is still diligently creating demon beasts. The system reminds you that you have completed the creation of the demon beast, but failed in the demon beast fusion. The loyalty of the main material Vigo decreases by 5 points, and the auxiliary material Lai has been destroyed. Y's mood is plummeting, as he's only succeeded in creating high-level monsters 5 times after dozens of attempts. Maybe this is just like gambling luck? The success rate is lower than I expected, but if I grind hard until tomorrow, I think I can level up. Just then, Zejia called the owner. Yan turned around confused and responded. What's going on? Mr. Z asked with a frown. Getting angry is fine, but where are we headed now? Everyone is wondering. Yan replies, we'll continue hunting monsters like this and then head back to the City of Fury. There is a new member there that we need to bring back. Cao Hahe chuckled to himself. Now Za will have a new superior. I'm really looking forward to seeing his reaction then. Where are you going? Nana curiously asked, where are you going? He replied and returned to the City of Fury. The group of Hun had arrived in the City of Fury. Hun cheered happily. Brother, that's the City of Wrath. Canon is just as excited. At last, we can officially enjoy the content of the demon world. Hun, to enter the City of Wrath, you have to complete the security force mission, right? He admitted. Yes, someone posted a guide in the community. That person is from Gun Titan. Is the in-game name silent? Is he a knight or something? Senside also received the news. They have arrived. His brain still isn't online. What? Who is it? The team member responds. The dark mage you're looking for has arrived in the City of Rage. Is Sen feeling excited seeing this? Very well, get ready to receive guests. Hun received the message. Hello, are you Hun? Hun suddenly startled and shouted loudly. What? What the hell is going on? It's true that the monster's appearance is exactly as described. Sen said, I guess you've reached the edge of the City of Rage. Gun Titan, can we help you complete the mission? Hun hurriedly ran away. Hurry up, follow me, Conan. Curious is coming behind. Hun, why did you suddenly run like that? He just revealed some great news. We can pass through the city gates for free. I don't know how the story begins or ends, but he hurriedly chased after Hun running into the castle area. Huh? What do you mean? Thick smoke was billowing around the gloomy castle. At this moment, Yan also appears, Samesi.